Chapter 1, Kidnapped by the System. A warm reminder. The protagonist is male and may cross-dress for his role later on. If this does not appeal to you, feel free to scroll past. Storing thoughts in a carefree manner enhances the reading experience. No need to overthink. Let the narrative commence. Within the bustling venue, a kaleidoscope of vividly colored hair and exquisitely crafted attire abounded, clearly indicating that this was a comic convention. At the entrance stood a man with indigo shoulder-length hair, tied back and cascading to the left, interspersed with a single strand of silver. He sported a black eye patch over his right eye. The man paced back and forth at the entrance, evidently awaiting someone, until he finally pulled out his phone. Upon the call connecting, he exclaimed, "Nanshu, where are you? I've been waiting here at the door for ages. Don't tell me you've chickened out at the last minute. You promised to cosplay with me." On the other end of the line, a male voice apologized. Sorry. I just went to the wrong place. I'll be there shortly." Before long, a figure appeared with long golden hair, styled into a braid at the back, adorned with a tassel earring on the left. Dressed in exotic attire primarily in shades of brown, embellished with golden accents, he wore a white cloak lined with gold, fashioned like a scarf around his neck, and black knee-high boots adorned with golden embellishments. Most striking was the midriff-bearing outfit, which contrasted starkly against the brown fabric, accentuating his fair complexion. Upon seeing the newcomer, the man at the entrance couldn't help but whistle. "Wow, nice wasted talent, I see." Nanshu pushed him away in disdain. "Luo Bei, you're out of character. Kia wouldn't show such an expression." Even as he was shoved aside, Luo Bai's smile remained unperturbed. "Not bad you've done your homework." Nanshu fought the urge to roll his eyes. "If it weren't for losing a bet, I wouldn't be here. And why does this character have to show his waist? It offers no sense of security. This is the Traveler. It's your first time cosplaying as this character, so it's less likely to fall apart. Come on, let's head inside." Luo Bei urged Nanshu into the convention. Why was it less likely to fall apart? Because most of the dialogue was delivered by Paimon, making it easier to portray. As Nanshu stepped into the convention, he gazed around at the myriad of characters. His curiosity piqued as though he had never seen such a scene before. Luo Bei had no choice but to guide him along, lest he get lost in the crowd. The two had been friends since childhood, and if Luo Bai's mother discovered that he had brought Nanshu out and lost him, he would likely face a severe reprimand later that night. Both of them possessed striking figures and handsome features, and it wasn't long before they were surrounded by admirers. As Nanshu observed Luo Bei posing for photos with others, he quietly withdrew from the crowd, inquiring with nearby attendees about the restroom. Upon entering the restroom, Nanshu let out a sigh of relief. "I could have sworn someone just touched my waist." After resting in the restroom for a while, Nanshu prepared to leave, but as he took a step, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Faintly, he heard someone calling out, "Sir, are you all right?" "Sir." When Nanshu regained consciousness, he found himself staring at a pure white ceiling, the scent of disinfectant lingering in the air. As he attempted to sit up, a sharp pain shot through his scalp, prompting him to gently free his hair from beneath him. Staring at the strands in his hand, Nanshu was utterly bewildered. The texture felt nothing like a wig. He tugged at it, feeling a distinct pain radiating from his scalp, his eyes widening in disbelief. Was this wig sentient? Just as Nanshu was spiraling into confusion, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Binding successful. Greetings, host. I am the role-playing system." The system proceeded to deliver a lengthy monologue, but Nanshu absorbed none of it, his mind a blank slate. Wasn't it prohibited for inanimate things to come to life after the establishment of the nation? Moreover, why was such an unscientific occurrence happening to him? Excuse me for interrupting, but can I go back?" Nanshu interjected amid the continuous stream of words in his mind. "Generally speaking, it is possible. However, it requires completing tasks, dear." Listening to the mechanical voice's overly cheerful tone, Nanshu felt as though he had swallowed a fly. "Get to the point, would you? In simpler terms, you, the host, must complete the tasks I assign you. Once I have replenished my energy, we can part ways. Doesn't that sound quite humane?" "Ha." Nanshu replied awkwardly, forcing a smile. "Rest assured, there is more than just this world, and you will embody more than one character. Furthermore, This system will ensure that your appearance is justified, so as not to arouse suspicion. Most importantly, the flow of time in these worlds differs from that of your original world eventually. You will return to your previous existence. Nanshu nodded, though he felt the system's claims of being humane were farcical. It had unilaterally pulled him into this predicament and now demanded he undertake bizarre tasks. Did it truly believe Nanshu was a soft target? Provoking him would be akin to teasing a cotton ball who would endure, but not for long. Fine. That single word was uttered through gritted teeth. However, the system remained unfazed, cheerfully detailing the traveler Ether's backstory. It explained the choice of this character, noting that in the game, the traveler is dubbed mute, minimizing potential character inconsistencies, making it suitable for novices. Once the system concluded its explanations, it abruptly powered down due to energy constraints, leaving Nanshu to navigate the rest on his own. As Nanshu sat on a hospital bed, digesting this information, an excited voice suddenly rang out. "Ah, you're awake." Two young men, one clad in red and the other in blue, entered. Nanshu glanced at them, feeling a sense of familiarity. "You've finally awakened. You've been unconscious for a whole day and night," the man in blue remarked, arms crossed. The man in red scrutinized Nanshu. "Are you all right? Is there anywhere else you feel unwell? Should I fetch a doctor?" "No need, I'm fine," Nanshu quickly interjected. "You could talk. I thought you were mute," the red-clad man exclaimed, slapping his brother on the head. "Is that how you speak, Yonghai?" The red-clad man then bowed apologetically to Nanshu. "I apologize, my brother didn't mean it." He speaks without thinking. It was evident that the two brothers shared a close bond, and Nanshu was unbothered. "It's all right, I should be thanking you both. I'm Nankong," he introduced, taking a slight detour. "Nankong? No, I'm called Kong," Nanshu clarified, feeling his ears grow warm. "Hello, I'm Koha, and this is my brother Koingi. We also have a sister named Xiaoyang," Koha introduced with a smile. Koingi, somewhat impatient, interjected, "Brother, why are you saying so much? Now that you're awake." Koha pushed him aside. "Do you need us to help contact your family?" Chapter 2. The sibling duo with a fondness for sisters. Nanshu recounted his experiences as a traveler, revealing that he had inadvertently become separated from his younger sister and was currently in search of her whereabouts. The Zhou brothers expressed their understanding. If Xiao Yang were to go missing, we would certainly find her. They were surprised to learn of his predicament. As devoted siblings themselves, they naturally felt an affinity for Nanshu's similar devotion. Curiously, Zhou Yonghai leaned in closer, intrigued. Nanshu, feeling a bit uncomfortable, instinctively took a step back, but Zhou Huahai playfully tugged at his inquisitive younger brother. "Do, come on. What's the harm? I'm just curious." "Indeed, it matters not. I am not from this world. The system did not prohibit me from sharing this information," Nanshu replied, maintaining a calm faade, though his ears betrayed his embarrassment, turning a bright shade of red. He had recognized the two brothers before him. They were none other than the protagonists from Ultraman Rob, a show he had watched with his young nephew. The plot was quite engaging, filled with thrilling moments, such as rescuing injured teammates. After all, playing a role could potentially provide the system with extra energy. Zhou Yonghai, impressed by Nanshu's story, gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother, you are incredible. Searching for your sister across various worlds is truly moving." Zhou Huahai covered his mouth, feigning tears of emotion. While Nanshu felt touched by their enthusiasm, he thought they were being a bit overly dramatic. "You must be without a place to stay now. Come to our home," Zhou Huahai suggested, patting Nanshu on the shoulder. Zhou Yonghai, unusually silent, agreed. "Exactly. You can stay at our place and even work at my family's clothing store that I will pay you for your labor." Zhou Huahai assessed Nanshu's refined appearance, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. "Rest assured, Kong," he assured him. After settling their expenses, the brothers led Nanshu back to the clothing store. This is a family-run clothing store called M's House. Zhou Huahai introduced that it was evident that many passers-by were drawn to Nanshu's attire, particularly the exposed section of his waist. Some girls could not help but glance back repeatedly, and Nanshu nodded in understanding. "Let us go. We have informed Dad about your situation, just that you were searching for your sister across the worlds," Zhou Yohai stated as he entered the store first. Numerous young women followed him inside, and Zhou Huahai smiled to himself, secretly congratulating his own cleverness. Zhou Chao, the father of the Zhou siblings, approached Nanshu. "You must be the friend that Huahai and Yohai mentioned," he said. "Hello, Uncle," Nanchu greeted politely. Hello, hello. I am Zhou Chao, their father. That I have heard about your circumstances from those two rascals. You can rest easy and stay here, he said, his gaze filled with compassion, which made Nanchu feel a bit uncomfortable as he offered a stiff thank you. Zhou Chao continued to assure him with phrases like, good child, you have suffered. Zhou Huahai, witnessing the influx of customers, could hardly contain his laughter. Dad, come help out. Can't you see how busy it is? After glancing around, Nanchu noticed the store was nearly filled to capacity, prompting Zhou Chao to rush forward to attend to the guests. Yonghai retreated upstairs to conduct his experiments, while Zhou Huahai nudged Nanchu. You should give it a try. It's quite simple. Nanchu was pushed in front of a girl. Hello, esteemed guest. What can I assist you with? He asked. The girl, shy and unable to meet his gaze, stammered, anything will do. Please help me choose. Nanchu had a good eye for fashion, but the styles at M's house were rather flamboyant. After some effort, he managed to select a few simple outfits. Knowing that the most straightforward choices were least likely to go awry, once the store closed, Zhou Chao sighed heavily. It's been ages since we've accommodated so many customers. Zhou Huahai gleefully recounted the day's earnings. We've never had this many customers before. Thanks to Kong, they all came for you. Nanchu distinctly felt his vitality increasing, and his body was in much better condition than before. The so-called role-playing encompassed all aspects, including the skills of a traveler. In truth, he didn't need the system's introduction. He simply had never engaged in cosplay before. I'm back. Oh, we have guests. A girl with a ponytail entered. This is Kong, and this is my little sister, Xiaoyang. Zhou Chao then discreetly shared Nanchu's story with Xiaoyang. Having heard the tale, Xiaoyang returned with reddened eyes, and Nanchu felt a bit helpless, wondering if this family was perhaps too easy to deceive. Kong, you can stay here without worry. We will surely help you find your sister. Thank you, Nanchu replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Huahai, I'm hungry. What are we having for dinner? Xiaoyang inquired. Zhou Chao and Zhou Huahai froze momentarily, exclaiming, oh no, we forgot. After a busy afternoon of serving customers, Zhou Chao cheerfully boasted about how many had come that day. Ultimately, Zhou Huahai declared, let us go out for dinner to celebrate Kong's arrival. Yay! I'll go call Yonghai. Xiaoyang exclaimed as she dashed upstairs. Unbeknownst to them, the family chose to dine on shabu-shabu, which was of little concern to Nanchu, as he was not footing the bill. Zhou Chao piled a hefty portion of meat into Nanchu's bowl, saying, little Kong, eat more. That's so unfair. Dad, I want some too. Zhou Huahai protested. Me too. I want some, Xiaoyang added, looking exasperatedly at her childish brothers. All right, everyone gets some, Zhou Chao chuckled, serving each of them a generous helping. Thus, Nanchu settled into the Zhou household, adopting the name Kong, which seemed fitting given his youthful appearance, aligning with Xiaoyang's name in reality. Nanchu was indeed quite young, having just begun university as for his sleeping arrangements. Fortunately, there was an empty guest room, though the bed felt somewhat peculiar to him. The next day, with Nanchu as a good luck charm, a considerable number of customers came in, though their intentions were often not purely about shopping. While they browsed for clothes, their gazes frequently wandered toward Nanchu. Two ladies hesitated before the garments Zhou Huahai had brought out. But aren't these a bit too extravagant? One of them questioned. Not at all. Pink and yellow are the trending colors this year. Zhou Huahai beamed, offering his insights. Indeed. Plus, you two look quite youthful and would surely do justice to these outfits. Nanchu chimed in, supporting Zhou Huahai's pitch. The two ladies, flattered by his words, covered their mouths and laughed. You're such a charming boy. I could be your mother. Chapter 3. The plot commences in Jelgiaborn. This child is truly sweet-tongued. Let us give them a try, one lady decided. Zhou Huahai secretly gave Nanchu a thumbs up before guiding the two ladies to the fitting rooms. Zhou Chao emerged carrying a box, and Nanchu, intrigued, approached him. These are my new creations. Kong, you should try them on, he said excitedly. Nanchu was handed a complete outfit and went upstairs to change. Upon returning, he overheard, you're at it again with the strange designs. This will only add to our inventory. Now dressed in Zhou Chao's design, which featured the word universe on a stylish t-shirt paired with casual pants, Nanchu descended the stairs. Zhou Yonghai quipped. It's not the clothes that make him look good. It's Kong himself. Here, it's the person who enhances the clothes. Zhou Huahai nodded vigorously, though his gaze lingered on Nanchu. Considering that these outfits were not unsellable at all, I'm starving. What as for breakfast, brother? Zhou Yonghai groaned. struggling to lift his eyelids. The "It's already noon. You fool," Zhou Huahai replied, hands on his hips. Exasperated by his disheveled brother at that moment, the two ladies emerged from the fitting rooms, and Zhou Huahai rushed to greet them. They were evidently familiar customers. "Doe, I sent tea that Yonghai." "Hello," one lady exclaimed. "Is that a Christmas tree?" another asked, eyeing the peculiar object in Yonghai's hands. "Not at all. That's my brother's little research project," Zhou Huahai quickly clarified. "Hey, don't leave strange things lying around here." "And you too, Dad." Zhou Chao had already displayed his new creations. Nanshu took over for Zhou Huahai, saying, "This pink and yellow outfit suits both of you beautifully. It would enhance your complexion and highlight your elegance. If we say we are siblings, everyone will believe it," he added. Selling clothes is all about spinning tales. After all, the two ladies were delighted by Nanshu's compliments and, with a grand gesture, decided to purchase the outfits, including Zhou Chao's new designs for their children. Zhou Chao, brimming with excitement, accepted the payment and sent the customers off, turning to Zhou Huahai and waving the money in his hand. "See, I told you my designs would sell like hotcakes. That's only because of Kong's charm," Zhou Huahai retorted. In a state of reluctant acceptance, Kuhai found himself in a predicament, yet with this individual present. Perhaps the accumulated inventory could finally be sold. Shortly thereafter, a large pile of garments inexplicably appeared. "Xiaokong, your task from now on is to don these clothes and go out for a stroll. Or you could simply remain in the store or by the entrance." Nanshu obediently nodded while inwardly questioning whether he had now become a living advertisement or a model, thanks to Nanshu's promotional efforts. Indeed, many people flocked to the store, purchasing a considerable number of clothes, leaving Kuhei and Kufu grinning from ear to ear. Meanwhile, Kuyang remained engrossed in his research, tirelessly working until late into the night. As Kuhei set down the midnight snack, Nanshu curiously gazed at Kuyang's computer screen. "That I've placed a late-night snack here," he announced. The two then exchanged a series of synchronized high-fives, even while conducting research. "One must take care of their health, and Xiaokong, make sure to get to bed early. Good night." Kuyang, without raising his head, continued his work, while Nanshu dutifully replied, "All right, good night, Brother Hohei." After Kuhei ascended the stairs, the research materials on the table suddenly began to spin wildly. However, the following morning, upon returning from his morning exercise, Kuhai discovered Kufu and Nanshu seated in front of the television. The voice emanating from the screen proclaimed, "I am a harbinger of love and goodwill, Izan Makoto." The figure on the screen made a heart gesture towards the camera. "Now, let us delve into the main topic. President Izan, what exactly is that?" The scene shifted abruptly to two individuals leaping to great heights, while Nanshu stared blankly at the television. The conversation then turned to the siblings' mother. Kufa mentioned that today was their mother's birthday, and they would celebrate with a hot pot feast. Kuyang hurriedly descended the stairs, exclaiming, "Brother, Xiaokong, come quickly and see this." On the screen was a video of a colossal creature, its red eyes distinctly visible. "What do you think of this? A monster?" Nanshu immediately recognized it as something commonly seen in the world of Ultraman. "This must be fake. It's clearly a computer-generated video," Kohei remarked nonchalantly. Kuyang then pulled up data fluctuations from his computer that had appeared the previous night. "So how do we explain this data? The source of the waves has shifted from the mountains to here. I wager that there is something lurking within Lingxiang Mountain, perhaps even a monster, just as Xiaokong suggested." Kufu interjected, "Legend has it that the mountain is home to the Dragon King. Giorgio, I used to tell you this story before you went to sleep." With that, Kufu began to recount the tale, prompting Kuhei to mutter, "But that's merely a myth. It is far from a myth. It is a historical fact," Kuyong fervently retorted. "Why not just go and see for yourselves?" Nanshu proposed. "Yes, let us go take a look. If you don't join me, I'll take Xiaokong," Kuyong declared as he grabbed his research materials and headed for the door. Ultimately, Kuhai resignedly followed, watching his enthusiastic brother explore with a sense of satisfaction. However, his reverie was abruptly interrupted when Kuyong playfully slapped him on the face. "Ouch! What was that for?" Kuhai protested, covering his face. "There's a mosquito on your face," Kuyong innocently replied, displaying his palm. Upon hearing the sharp sound of the slap, Nanshu winced, unable to resist touching his own face, for the sound alone sounded painfully resonant. "By the way, brother, Xiaokong, look at this data. Check out these impressive values for the plasma and resonance waves," Kuyong boasted. Kuhai feigned interest, nodding. I have no idea what you're talking about. Nanshu echoed. I can't comprehend it at all. A beeping sound emerged as Kuyang turned to leave, prompting Kuhei to exclaim, Hey, where are you going? The radiation levels are higher over here. Kuyang left with a silly grin. Kuhei and Nanshu exchanged glances, resignedly following him as the trio made their way into the woods, eventually arriving at a location marked with a no-entry sign that as Kuyang prepared to cross the barrier. Kuhei quickly intervened. Hey, can't you read the sign that says no entry? But look at these readings. Before the trio could take further action, the ground trembled, and a nearby structure was suddenly demolished by some unseen force. Sorry, I slightly rearranged the order of chapters 2 and 3. It should be fine now. Chapter 4. The first appearance of Rosso and Blue that was Giorgio born. For the first time, Nanshu was witnessing a monster up close. Or rather, the first time he had encountered a real monster. Isn't that Giorgio? Kuhei questioned with confusion as Giorgio born began to move away. Kuyong declared, Let's chase after it. What nonsense. Kuhei grabbed his troublesome brother. Such an opportunity is rare. I am a dignified scientist and shall not flee. With that, Kuyong broke free of Kuhei's grasp and dashed after the creature. Little did they know, Giorgio born had already noticed the three of them. And as Kuyong took a step, he halted, saying, Perhaps we should run after all. The trio began to sprint frantically, with Giorgio born hot on their heels. Remembering the system's advice, Nanshu stopped in his tracks. Since he possessed the strength of a traveler, he should be able to hold off the monster. Kuhei saw Nanshu stop and turn around to urge them to continue running. He was surprised when Nanshu raised a hand. An astral phenomenon erupted from the ground, perfectly obstructing Giorgio born's path. Nanshu was astonished that this astral phenomenon could hinder the monster's advance. And during that moment of distraction, he was pulled along by Kuhei. Though both brothers were equally stunned by the occurrence, it allowed them precious moments to escape. As a technology enthusiast, Kuyang's stamina was naturally inferior to that of Kuhei and Nanshu. While Nanshu benefited from his external enhancements, Kuhei's endurance stemmed from his daily morning exercises. Unexpectedly, Kuyang had procured a bicycle from somewhere. As he passed by the two, he couldn't help but shout, Brother, Xiaokong, hurry up, you should focus on yourself. Kuhei gaped in disbelief at Kuyang riding ahead on the bicycle. Hey, Kuyang, wait for us, Kuhei called out, extending his arm. Brother, aren't you fast at running? Don't make excuses. All right, if you keep blabbering, we'll get caught. Nanshu was taken aback by the scene of brotherly camaraderie, glancing back to see Giorgio born gathering flames in its mouth. Nanshu swiftly turned, pressing his hand to the ground, causing shockwaves of rock elements to ripple outward, forming raised rocky barriers around them, successfully interrupting Giorgio born's spellcasting. Run, the monster is about to attack, Nanshu warned. The two in front immediately fell silent and quickened their pace. Fortunate that Nanshu's assault only caused damage to the enemy. Otherwise, Soyoung's bicycle would have surely toppled. That I told you so. You just wouldn't listen, Kuhei scolded as they ran. Save your lecturing for later. We're about to be caught. Consider whose fault this is. If it weren't for Xiaokong, we would have been roasted by now. Is that how you speak? Nanshu replied helplessly, wondering how the two brothers could even manage to bicker while fleeing. Out of the corner of his eye, Nanshu noticed a child standing beneath a tree. He suddenly broke free from Kuhei's grasp and dashed toward the child, prompting Kuhei to shout, Xiaokong, what are you doing? You all go ahead. The Ku siblings also noticed the little boy. Goodness, Kuyong, you distract that creature while Xiaokong and I rescue the child. We have no time to waste, Kuhei called out, glancing anxiously at the towering figure approaching Xiaokong and the child. Not waiting for Kuyong's response, Kuyong picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Giorgio born, shouting, Giorgio, stop wandering around and look over here. His action successfully drew Giorgio born's attention, which pivoted toward Kuyong. Meanwhile, Nanshu had already picked up the boy and was preparing to flee when he heard Kuyong's shout. Soon after, Kuhei arrived, exclaiming, Didn't I say for you to go ahead? How could we possibly leave you behind? If we're leaving together. Kuhei handed the child over to his mother, urging them to flee quickly. Then, Kuhei and Nanshu synchronously moved toward Kuyong's direction. Just as Giorgio born's attack was about to descend, Kuhei grasped his brother's arm, while Nanshu swiftly drew his weapon, the pendant in his left ear shimmering with a golden light. The silhouettes of Kuhei and Kuyong vanished behind him, and Nanshu let out a sigh of relief, thankful that these two mischief makers were finally ready to transform In the original narrative, the two had taken quite some time to witness the battle between Rosso, Blue, and Giorgio born. In reality, only a few seconds passed before Rosso and Blue made their appearance. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red with hatred. Giorgio Born's attention was immediately diverted to the unexpectedly appearing Rosso and Blue. Blue clenched his fists, and Soyoung's excited voice reached Nanchu's ears. No way, we seem to be getting really strong. Blue eagerly examined his own body, while Rosso bent down to inspect a car. Giorgio Born angrily charged toward the two, and Blue met the challenge head-on. All right, let's go. Rosso delicately set down the car he had been holding, preparing to ask his brother what they should do next. However, as he looked up, he saw his brother rushing toward Giorgio Born. Hey, wait for me. With a swift flying kick, Blue failed to make contact with Giorgio Born even slightly. In contrast, Blue looked around in confusion. Where did he go? Giorgio Born was equally unceremonious, locking Blue from behind and then flinging him away with considerable force. Ross, who stood still, was successfully hit, resulting in both of them collapsing to the ground, while Nanchu covered his face. Unable to bear the sight, upon seeing Giorgio Born accelerate towards them, Nanchu hurriedly warned, "You two, get up quickly. The monster is charging." Ross pressed down on Blue's head with one hand, unleashing a fireball that struck the rapidly approaching Giorgio Born. "Brother, how did you do that?" "I don't know. It just came out suddenly," Blue exclaimed, leaping to his feet, while Ross, who was pressing down on Blue's face, fell to the side. "All right, I'll join in too." In that moment, a thin beam of blue light shot from Blue's hand, aiming at the monster's feet and inadvertently scorching nearby trees. Incredible. Did you see that? Their antics only aggravated Giorgio Born further, who charged at them once more. Ross shoved his troublesome younger brother aside to confront Giorgio Born. Clearly, the two novices were no match for Giorgio Born's strength. Within mere seconds, Ross was tossed aside, landing next to Blue, witnessing his brother's miserable state. Blue furiously lunged at Giorgio Born. "You scoundrel!" In a whirlwind, Giorgio Born knocked Ross, who had just regained his footing, down again. Ross seized a nearby tree and swung it at Giorgio Born. Nanchu, watching anxiously from the ground, exclaimed, "Using a tree is pointless. Use your fists. Can't you fight?" Chapter 5. The first battle victory. As Giorgio Born opened its mouth to bite Ross, a panicked Ross shoved the tree into the monster's maw. Blue, witnessing this, quickly sprang into action with a flying kick to rescue his brother, only to find that Ross and the monster had switched places. The kick landed squarely on Ross's shoulder, causing both him and the monster to topple over. Blue rushed to Ross. "Are you all right?" Ross, struggling to rise while clutching his waist, groaned, "That hurts. Don't kick randomly." However, just as he stood, the monster's tail swept in, and both fell again. Watching the unfortunate duo, Nanchu was at a loss for words. It seemed like the clumsy duo was truly a liability for each other. Giorgio Born conjured flames once more, while Nanchu's ear pendant turned purple, and he gathered lightning in his hand, unleashing it directly into the monster's mouth. Before Giorgio Born could attack, the collision of flames and lightning ignited an explosion, causing Giorgio Born to let out a pained cry and crash to the ground. Ross gave Nanchu a thumbs up. "Well done, Xiaokong." He then slapped Blue on the head. "Learn from him. It seems like you're aiming directly at me. Enough fooling around. Take this opportunity to attack the monster. Aim for its head with all your might." Nanchu urged, exasperated by their antics. Ross swiftly kicked at Giorgio Born, who was attempting to rise, watching with relief as it fell again. Sometimes, Nanchu wondered if his brother was actually a spy for the opposing side. Why else would every attack seem to be directed at him? In a moment of inspiration, Nanchu suggested they swap crystals. As Giorgio Born unleashed flames again, Ross, in his water form, somehow managed to create a barrier. The collision of fire and the water-generated Ultraman barrier resulted in a vaporizing explosion. Remembering Nanchu's words, Ross dashed towards Giorgio Born, landing 2 punches followed by an uppercut to finish. "All right, my turn," Blue cheered. Inspired by Ross's actions, without waiting for Nanchu to finish speaking, Blue launched his attack, inadvertently causing Ross to bear the brunt of it. "It's so hot, so hot," Ross exclaimed, hopping around while clutching his backside. Blue, meanwhile, stared at his hand, pondering why this was so different from what he had imagined. "This is too chaotic. Make sure you see clearly before attacking." Ross was in a daze, thinking perhaps it was better to have this troublesome brother out of the way. Indeed, after swapping crystals, they could unleash different flames, which looked so cool. Blue, however, was oblivious to this. Then Ross voiced Nanchu's thoughts. You completely ignore what people say, don't you? They both turned to see Giorgio Bond's enlarged face, leaving them momentarily stunned. With a wave of his hand, Nanchu summoned a rocky star from the ground, sending Giorgio Bond flying. Ross and Blue watched as the monster soared through the air before crashing down heavily. And they both gave Nanchu a thumbs up. You two, finish this quickly. The unspoken thought was to end this farce as soon as possible. Upon hearing Nanchu's words, the two finally took things seriously, at least not causing a spectacle as before. Observing the harmonious brothers, Nanchu remarked, if you had started using your fists earlier, you wouldn't have become a laughingstock. After a flurry of attacks, the timers on their chests began to flash, prompting Nanchu to remind. Wrap this up quickly, time is running out. Ross and Blue also sensed the urgency, and together they pushed Giorgio Bond down. They grabbed the monster's tail, spinning it around before tossing it away. Ross ensnared Giorgio Bond with a water barrier, while Blue blasted the creature away with light. The two exchanged crystals once more, ultimately unleashing their finishing move to vanquish the monster. Although the process was somewhat farcical, the outcome was favorable. At least the monster was defeated. Nanchu couldn't shake the feeling that Blue's water was quite unlike what he had seen in games. Not to mention that the likes of Violet had their own ideals and pursuits. Was Blue's water merely a lazy form of water? Nanchu gazed helplessly at the celebrating brothers. Soon after, two enormous figures vanished in an instant, leaving Nanchu to look at the two sleeping figures with resignation, opting to wake them. When Zhou Chaoyang arrived, he found his two ungrateful brothers sprawled on the ground, and Nanchu wore an expression of exasperation. Xiaokong, Zhou Chaoyang hurried over. Nanchu handed him a tissue. Sorry. Uncle had to tend to the store, so I had to send for you to no problem. What happened to them? Zhou Chaoyang asked, eyeing the disheveled duo. They were chased by the monster, now that it's defeated. They must be exhausted, Nanchu explained on their behalf. Zhou Chaoyang cast a disdainful glance at his brothers. Oh hey brother, Yanghai brother, wake up. You really need to wake up, amid Zhou Sheyang's vigorous attempts to rouse them. The two finally stirred awake. You two are unbelievable. If Xiaokong hadn't contacted me, you would have slept here tonight. Nanchu had called Zhou Chaoyang over to help bring the two brothers home. Yet he had no idea Zhou Chaoyang would be so relentless. Chaoyang? The two murmured groggily. Seeing they were awake, Zhou Chaoyang stood up and announced, All right, let's head home. Nanchu exchanged glances with the two brothers, their thoughts unspoken, and after having dinner, the three ventured into the mountains late at night. Nanchu sighed. Did I not say your transformation lasts only 3 minutes? Not necessarily. It can only be confirmed after the experiment. Zhou Yonghai replied excitedly, handing the timer to Nanchu. Not necessarily. This is the setting from Tsuburaya, Nanchu muttered to himself. But how do you know so much, including the names after transformation, Ross and Blue? Zhou Huahai asked. His curiosity piqued. Haven't I told you? I'm not from this world, so it's only natural that I know a bit more, Nanchu feigned composure. Zhou Huahai nodded in understanding. That makes sense. All right, enough chatting. Brother, hurry up. We need to prepare for the experiment, Zhou Yonghai exclaimed excitedly from a distance. Since the monster's appearance, this guy had been in an extreme state of excitement, or rather, hyperactivity. Zhou Huahai could only accompany his silly younger brother to conduct experiments. Otherwise, who knows what trouble he might cause. Are you ready? Zhou Huahai urged. Yonghai, don't act recklessly. We're only doing this to confirm our strength. Zhou Yonghai was warming up. I know my limits. To this, Nanchu expressed skepticism, as Blue's performance during the day spoke volumes. Chapter 6. This world is full of oddities. Dye yourself in my true colors, Rob. Both drew out their transformation devices. Nanchu tightened his grip on the timer. Seeing it on television hadn't seemed awkward, but witnessing it in reality felt a touch embarrassing. After transforming, the two sought to understand their powers and resembled wild men. They were undoubtedly among the most difficult to manage of the new generation. Watching Blue tumble around, Ross attempted to intervene. Calm down a bit. Let us confirm our abilities one by one. There's no rush. I'm just warming up a little, Blue replied nonchalantly, disregarding Ross's words. Blue's warm-up nearly crushed a bridge, but fortunately he managed to take flight, albeit in less than graceful fashion. Nanchu remained composed. With your transformation, your powers have changed entirely. But what kind of flying posture is that? Nanshu endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor. The two soared away from Earth, engaging in a playful pursuit among the stars, when suddenly, Nanshu beheld a shooting star streaking across the sky. A thought crossed his mind. Could the Land of Light send someone to provide these two mischievous children with a comprehensive education? Upon landing, Blue unleashed a beam of light that shattered a nearby mountain peak, leaving a scene of utter devastation. "What havoc are you wreaking, you rascal?" Rosso exclaimed, delivering a firm slap to Blue's head. On the ground, Nanshu found it difficult to endure the moment. Those 3 minutes felt like an eternity. The two argued. The time finally elapsed, and the fatigued duo collapsed onto the ground after reverting from their transformed states. "Is that it? We've changed back already? Was that a short time?" Nanshu displayed the time on his device. "Neither more nor less, precisely 3 minutes. Thank goodness the time is up. Otherwise, who knows what kind of chaos you two would have unleashed." 3 minutes, Nanshu echoed, a hint of disappointment in Ko Yuhai's voice. "Is it due to physical limitations?" Ko Yuhai speculated. The two were underestimating the situation. Nanshu crossed his arms, seizing the opportunity to impart some fundamental knowledge about Ultraman. "Not quite. Other Ultramen, like yourselves, are limited to a mere 3 minutes of activity on Earth." The Ko brothers listened attentively to Nanshu's explanation, with Ko Yuhai even pulling out a tablet to take notes. "So, you mean we can't transform again for now?" The brothers had not anticipated the need for recharging their transformations. "You might want to give it a try," Nanshu replied calmly. Ko Yuhai brandished his transformation device. But after a prolonged moment, it remained unresponsive. "You know so much, Xiaokong," Ko Yuhai exclaimed, astonished. Nanshu merely smiled in silence, thinking, if you two watched more Ultraman, you'd grasp these basics as a result of their experiment that evening. The trio inevitably overslept the following day. Upon descending, Nanshu heard Ko Xiaoyang's somewhat resigned voice. "Dad, what is this? Isn't it splendid? My taste is so exquisite that it frightens even me," Ko Fu declared proudly, completely oblivious to his daughter's disdain. "Good morning," Nanshu greeted the two. "Xiaokong, you're up? Come try on the clothes I've designed," Ko Fu urged enthusiastically. "Dad, please don't put Xiaokong in a difficult position. Your aesthetic sense leaves much to be desired," Ko Xiaoyang said as she tucked away the displayed outfit. Ko Yuhai quickly interjected, "I think it looks quite nice. Xiaokong, give it a shot." It resembled a couple's outfit, if Nanshu wore it. Perhaps many would be drawn to purchase it. This was Ko Yuhai's genuine thought. However, as Ko Yuhai suspected, the stock of this outfit was insufficient. Ko Yuhai and Ko Fu gazed at the piles of cash, grinning from ear to ear. But that was a matter for another time. One could not deny that Xiaokong's visage was indeed captivating. "Brother, they're airing that incident from last time on TV," Ko Yuhai shouted. Previously, 3 gigantic creatures had emerged, as reported by Eisen Technology. 3. Nanshu suppressed a grin that threatened to break free. The broadcast continued with an interview featuring Eisen Seiji. "I am a harbinger of love and goodwill." Eisen Seiji. This time, 3 colossal beings appeared, but I can sense that those 2 giants possess intellect. Nanshu found it tiresome. Did he not know that all of this was orchestrated by him? Yet, Eisen Seiji was quite the oddball, idolizing Orb in his quest to become a legend among Ultramen. Could they perhaps summon Red Kai? Nanshu felt a headache coming on. Speaking of villains, Eisen Seiji wasn't out to cause destruction. But he certainly created considerable disruption. Truly, this place was filled with eccentrics. The program concluded with Rosso and Blue being labeled as ferocious giant creatures, much to the dismay of the Ko brothers. Thus, the two decided to take Nanshu to the park, where he politely declined the advances of a girl attempting to initiate conversation. The Ko brothers gazed at Nanshu with reproachful eyes, and he felt unjustly accused. To make matters worse, the elderly bystanders looked at Nanshu with affectionate expressions. "Xiaokong, you really are quite popular." Ko Yuhai gritted his teeth that it wasn't his doing. They had dragged him out here, and now they were blaming him. Though Nanshu could only grumble silently as for Xiaokong's character. All he remembered was that she was a mute. Travelers seemed devoid of personality, serving merely the narrative in plain terms. It was all about plot necessity, still allies of justice, just as the system had previously mentioned about good performance. "Why are we also classified as ferocious giant creatures?" Ko Yuhai complained. "I've thought it over, and we must act with greater caution moving forward. Particularly, we must keep our powers a secret from others." Ko Yuhai recalled something he wanted to convey. Nanshu nodded in agreement, but Ko Yuhai questioned. Why must we keep it a secret? We're heroes. We should announce to the world that we are Ultramen. Previously, someone conducted experiments on Ultraman's human forms due to their identities being exposed that it could even endanger those around us. Nanshu bluntly shattered Ko Yuhai's idealistic notions that as Shao Kong said. No one knows what might happen next. See, Ko Yuhai's expression turned serious. Lowering his head, Ko Yuhai's mind finally began to churn. That makes sense. The dark side of humanity is beyond your imagination. Not everyone will be grateful for your heroic deeds. Many would covet that power for themselves. Though these words were disheartening, Nanshu was speaking the truth. Consider Nexus and then look at Dinah. They serve as examples. Chapter 7. King Black. Off-site guidance. Ko Yuhai stared intently at his younger brother. Yonghai, we cannot presume to know the thoughts of others. But to protect our family, we must keep our secrets. He then turned to Shao Kong, adding, and you, Shao Kong, refrain from showcasing your abilities in public. See, Ko Yuhai earnestly admonished. Although he knew Nanshu was not as reckless as Ko Yuhai, who always pondered thrice before acting, he still felt the need for caution. Both Nanshu and Ko Yuhai nodded, and seeing their assurances allowed Ko Yuhai to breathe a sigh of relief. As the two prepared to return, Nanshu spoke up. You should engage in some training. Training? The two simultaneously recalled the scenes of battle. Although the monsters were defeated, the process was well understood. They exchanged awkward glances. Realizing the truth in Nanshu's statement, satisfied with their understanding, Nanshu prepared to leave. However, just as he stood, two hands pressed down on his shoulders, the Ko brothers approached with beaming smiles. Then we shall entrust this to you. Shao Kong. Huh? Nanshu looked at them, bewildered. It was thanks to your guidance that we managed to face Jurjo before. Therefore, we shall rely on you for our upcoming training. They chimed in unison. What was this? Had he inadvertently volunteered for more work? Nanshu was perplexed by how it had come to this. The Ko brothers, however, provided him no time to refuse and swiftly left, their previous quarrels forgotten, leaving only Nanshu to navigate this unexpected situation. Yet, Ko Yuhai departed midway due to school obligations, and when Ko Yuhai and Nanshu returned to the shop, they found Ko Fu enthusiastically recommending his newly designed clothing to customers. Dear patron, this piece is today's recommended item. He had even produced an enlarged image of Nanshu wearing the outfit. This is the effect on the model. It's quite popular. Dad, what are you doing? Ko Yuhai exclaimed, exasperated. Who introduces customers like that? Nanshu emerged with two of Ko Fu's newly designed outfits, similar to couple shirts. You two are a couple, right? You might want to consider this set. It's our latest design. Ko Yuhai nudged Ko Fu aside. Yes, it can definitely be worn as couples attire. It's perfect for you both. The girl appeared visibly intrigued. It does seem quite nice. Then please get us too. Thank you, the boy said, taking the plunge. Ko Yuhai cheerfully packed the clothes and completed the transaction as the young couple left, enamored with their purchase. Dad, look, Shao Kong understands more than you do. Isn't this how we can sell more? Ko Yuhai was at a loss for words. It can be done like that, Ko Fu exclaimed, as if struck by a revelation, further aggravating Ko Yuhai. Dad, Ko Yuhai felt close to collapsing. This shop would fall apart without him. At that moment, Ko Yuhai's invention began to spin rapidly again. Meanwhile, having resolved his matters, Ko Yuhai coincidentally encountered Ko Xiaoyang. The two intended to return together when they unexpectedly came across the emerging King Black. Ko Yuhai had no choice but to send Ko Xiaoyang away and face the monster alone, completely forgetting to contact his brother and Nanshu at home. Fortunately, the commotion reached M's household, prompting Ko Yuhai and Nanshu to exchange glances before rushing outside. That is, upon seeing the enormous figure. Ko Yuhai took note. That is King Black, with impenetrable skin, capable of emitting high-temperature beams from its mouth, and possesses immense strength. We must proceed with caution, in a hurried manner. Nanshu summarized the capabilities of King Blake. It would be best to first incapacitate the horns atop its head, as they serve as its weapon of attack. Xiaoyang nodded in understanding, while the figure of Yonghai was conspicuously absent. What is going on? Where is Yonghai? Suddenly, Nanshu recalled that due to Xiaoyang, Yonghai had not transformed and was likely trapped beneath the steel beams. That I will go find him. You must keep King Blake occupied. Nanshu retained only a vague memory of the surroundings, primarily focusing on locating the collapsed area. Before long, he spotted Xiaoyang attempting to rescue the pinned Yonghai with a metal rod. Upon hearing footsteps approaching, Yonghai's gaze met Nanchu's. Shao Kong, you must take Xiaoyang and leave. I won't go. If we leave together. I cannot abandon brother Yonghai. Xiaoyang insisted, trying to pry away the debris pressing down on Yonghai. Xiaoyang, allow me to handle this. I possess greater strength. Brother Huahai was originally with me. But we got separated amidst the crowd. Can you help me look for him? Nanchu pointed to a location. Xiaoyang hesitated, but Yonghai quickly encouraged. Yes, Xiaoyang, go find brother Huahai. Shao Kong will be here. If you don't hurry, it will be too late. All right, I entrust brother Yonghai to you, Shao Kong. Xiaoyang instructed with concern. Watching Xiaoyang run off, Nanchu promptly removed the debris from Yonghai's body. Thank goodness you arrived. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss, Yonghai said, flexing his wrist after regaining his freedom. Brother Huahai is fine. I sent him to hold off King Blake for now. Nanchu explained. Great. Then I will join the fray. Yonghai exclaimed, raising his transformation device. Unexpectedly, Rosso and Blue appeared simultaneously, both astonished to see one another. Brother, weren't you supposed to show up earlier? Yonghai, Shao Kong came looking for you. A moment of silence enveloped them. Enough with the chit-chat. We must first deal with the beast before us, Xiaohai urged, waving his hand. Agreed, Nanchu replied, somewhat exasperated. Did these two truly have such an affinity for each other's crystals? Whatever. Rosso delivered a swift kick to the charging King Blake, causing it to rise and shake off the dust. Rosso and Blue exchanged glances before rushing forward to restrain King Blake. In the ensuing battle, Blue was thrown aside as King Blake swatted him with a claw. You two, focus. Be cautious. It is about to unleash a beam. Pin its mouth shut. Nanchu shouted, alarmed from the ground. Xiaohai, having been previously warned by Nanchu, stepped forward decisively, pressing down firmly on King Blake's gaping jaws. Unable to unleash the flames within, King Blake thrashed in fury, while Blue seized its claws to maintain control. Thus, they successfully interrupted King Blake's assault, and as they prepared to hold their positions, Nanchu declared, mission accomplished, retreat. The two hastily distanced themselves from King Blake, as expected of Shao Kong. We truly succeeded. That was impressive. Nanchu felt no joy in their triumph. These two seemed utterly devoid of common sense. How could comrades who inflicted pain upon each other be effective allies? Chapter 8. The meeting of the Zhou siblings and Aizen Makoto observing King Blake still attempting to roar, Rosso ensnared its head with a water sphere. As Blue prepared to unleash a beam, Nanchu quickly cautioned, this is a city. Try to contain or evade the attacks, and look for an opportunity to counter. Shao Kong is right. Fire colliding only expands the area of impact. Xiaohai added reassuringly. King Blake charged towards them, but with Nanchu's warning, they swiftly dodged, and Rosso took the opportunity to deliver a kick. King Blake, unable to halt its momentum, stumbled and collapsed onto the ground. Rosso, with an idea in mind, exchanged crystals with Blue. Blue dashed forward to engage King Blake, while Nanchu observed the ineffectual punches. Previously, the Ultra Warriors could at least knock a beast down with a single blow. The necessity for strength was evident. No wonder they needed to team up. Seizing the moment, Rosso leaped and delivered a kick that shattered the horn atop King Blake's head, and just as they finished, their chest timers began to blink ominously. Blue exclaimed, pointing at his timer in shock. Release the beam and finish it. Nanchu urged. Right, Yonghai, we don't have much time. Throw this creature into the air. I understand, brother, Blue replied. Executing a sliding kick, he unleashed a water jet explosion. Channeling a powerful stream of water like a high-pressure hose, King Blake was lifted into the air, where Rosso awaited, and together the brothers executed their finishing move, successfully vanquishing King Blake. Once everything settled, they concluded the interview with Aizen Makoto, who proposed referring to Rosso and Blue as Ultra Warriors, further affirming that they were not villains, but rather heroes protecting Earth. The Zhou brothers were left in astonishment, with Yonghai pondering, how does the president of Aizen Technology know this name? Xiaohai expressed similar disbelief, but Xiaoyang drew attention by reading from their parents' exchange diary. This must be the exchange diary of Dad and Mom, Xiaoyang exclaimed with excitement. Their father felt slightly embarrassed. Stop reading that. It's a treasure of your father and mother. Hand it over. Just let me have a look for a moment. Nanchu, observing the Zhou brothers engrossed in their distraction, sighed, because he is not from Earth. Huh, Shao Kong. What do you mean? Xiaohai inquired, puzzled. Not from Earth. Who could that be? Yonghai leaned in excitedly. Nanshu smiled without answering. Indeed, who could it be? Noting the hopeful expressions on their faces, he turned and walked away, leaving them to ponder. During the tussle between their father and Xiaoyang, the diary fell to the ground, and the brothers noticed drawings of two circles, one representing water, the other fire, remarkably similar to the robbed crystal in their possession, indicating the plot was progressing. Nanshu concluded that instead of letting these two ponder aimlessly, he should arrange more training for them. Thus, when they received the meticulously crafted training schedule from Nanshu, both froze in disbelief. Xiao Kong, are you certain this is our training schedule? It's utterly outrageous. Nanshu calmly sat down. Rather than waste time on trivial thoughts, it would be more beneficial to enhance your abilities. Surely, you do not wish for Akiyama City to be destroyed due to your inadequacies. They both stood still, seemingly envisioning that dreadful scenario, before declaring in unison, absolutely not. It's just training. We will definitely complete it. Indeed, we shall commence at once. They rushed downstairs in a flurry, leaving Nanshu at a loss for expression. Were their imaginations truly this vivid? However, after their training sessions, both brothers returned exhausted, collapsing into sleep without a thought to anything else. Nanshu felt quite satisfied. The training regimen he had carefully compiled from online research was indeed effective. By enhancing their physical strength, they would soon be ready for sparring sessions, where he could also instruct them on combat techniques. The system provided not only roles, but also combat skills and abilities. While their encounters with beasts and ultra warriors might not inflict significant damage, training two novices was certainly feasible. When Xiaoyang returned, he found his brothers looking utterly drained. Well, hi, Yonghai, what happened to you? Ah, Xiaoyang, we're fine. We merely engaged in physical training today. I feel as if my body is no longer under my control. Help, that's normal. After a few days of training, you will adapt, Nanshu explained calmly. Xiao Kong, didn't you train with them? Xiaoyang asked, eyeing Nanshu, who appeared unaffected. The store required my assistance, so it was just the two of them training. In truth, Xiaohai had been apprehensive about their father creating something bizarre again, which prompted Nanshu to stay behind to supervise. Yet, the Zhou brothers remained fixated on the diary entries, seizing every opportunity to linger outside Eisen Technology's entrance. Nanshu looked at them disdainfully as they pressed their faces against the glass. Feeling somewhat embarrassed to his surprise, Xiaoyang suddenly sprang out, startling the two. Admittedly, Xiaohai had also been dragged along against his will. Observing Xiaoyang converse with the receptionist, they heard her announce, Miss Xiaoyang and your three friends. Please proceed that way. The president is on his way. On his way? Xiaohai exclaimed in shock. Then, they witnessed the receptionist waving a flag while blowing a whistle, followed by Aizen Makoto descending from above. The Zhou siblings stared in bewilderment, while Nanshu felt it was too embarrassing to witness. He really did come flying. Xiaohai gasped. Incredible. It's truly him. How impressive. Xiaoyang and Yonghai marveled at the spectacle. The sky after work feels exceptionally pleasant. I am Aizen Makoto. Inspiration strikes again, Aizen declared, producing paper and pen from his attire. How about this? One wave has just settled, and I soar to the skies. Xiaoyang and Yonghai grinned foolishly. That is a famous saying from Mr. Aizen. The receptionist, showing her support, beamed. Absolutely splendid. As expected of the president, the surrounding employees have become accustomed to such occurrences. It seems that these events transpire with remarkable frequency. Nanshu observed the others engrossed in their tasks, seemingly indifferent to AI Rancheng's peculiar entrance. Prompted by the receptionist, AI Rancheng turned to the So family siblings. I know. Of course I recognize you. It's right on the tip of my tongue. Could you give me a hint? Upon witnessing the astonished expressions of the onlookers, AI Rancheng pointedly remarked. You are? The individual named So Huahai quickly stepped forward. Hello, President. I am So Ling's eldest son. My name is So Huahai. Chapter 9. AI Ran Technology. Gorgon seeing his brother introduce himself, So Yonghai hastily advanced. I am So Hualing who is So Hualing. I am the son of So Huahai. He is the second son, So Yonghai, and this is their sister, So Xiaoyang. I am their friend, Kong. Unable to bear the awkwardness any longer, Nanshu intervened to introduce the group, thinking to himself that if he didn't hurry, he might burst out laughing. So Huahai, embarrassed by his brother's display, promptly pulled him back behind him, the two exchanging a knowing glance. Indeed, you are So Ling's sons. You've grown up? AI ran Chung exclaimed. Immediately recognizing them, AI ran Chung, with a flair for theatrics, then embraced both of them before addressing So Xiaoyang. I had no idea she had a daughter. How do you do? The two exchanged polite handshakes when suddenly an object plummeted from the sky, striking AI ran Chung on the head, causing him to faint instantly. So Huahai rushed to inspect the fallen object. A stone bird. So Yonghai and So Xiaoyang, in a flurry, were at a loss as to whether they should touch the unconscious AI ran Chung. AI ran. Are you all right? AI ran Chung suddenly sprang up from the ground, startling the So siblings. I'm fine. You needn't worry about me. Now, let us proceed. Nanchu's lips twitched. We should still check, just in case someone else was struck. That's a valid point. I'll have someone investigate. Now, one by one, please enter. Once inside. AI ran Chung seemed to know every employee, exchanging pleasantries with those who passed by. So Yonghai followed in awe. As expected of AI ran, he is truly affable. I apologize for our sudden visit. So Wahai expressed regret over their unexpected arrival. Not at all. This is AI ran technology, a place brimming with love and goodwill, where we look towards the future. AI ran Ching dismissed the matter. What is that photo? So Zhao Yang inquired excitedly. That is my father, with his company, AI ran Ironworks. In the background, AI ran Chung explained. He began reminiscing about the past, recalling how AI ran Ironworks expanded and ultimately transformed into AI ran technology. So Zhao Yang's attention was drawn to something behind her. Ah, look at this. AI ran Chung swallowed his words and followed her into the room, while So Huahai felt a twinge of embarrassment. Upon recognizing the scene within the room, So Yonghai exclaimed, isn't this the bio-powered shoe and sock apparatus? This is the evolved version of the bio-powered shoe and sock apparatus. It can directly receive brain impulses. AI ran Chung was about to elaborate, so Zhao Yang raised her hand. AI ran. May I try it on? Hey, could you show a bit of restraint? This is quite embarrassing. So Huahai lamented. Fretting over his two younger siblings, AI ran Chung, unfazed, called out. Hey, Yoshimura, can we let the young lady try on the bio-powered shoe and sock apparatus? Understood. So Zhao Yang bounced with excitement, while AI ran Cheng's expression turned serious. By the way, we should probably discuss business now. What brings you here? Nanchu was growing impatient, realizing that these individuals had entirely forgotten their purpose upon entering AI ran technology. Of course, it is a matter of great importance. Would it be possible to discuss it in a quieter location? Nanchu wished to wrap up their outing swiftly. Eventually, they all gathered in AI ran Cheng's office, where So Yonghai produced their mother's diary. Mr. AI ran, please take a look at this. This. AI ran Cheng said with a mysterious expression. To discuss this matter, we must first delve into the history of Aoyama City. You are familiar with the legend of Aoyama Star. Correct? So Yonghai grinned sheepishly. Of course. Aoyama Star fell from the heavens, and from it emerged a monster. That's the story, isn't it? So Huahai summarized. This tale is well known in Aoyama City, yet it may not merely be a myth. AI ran Chang proceeded to recount the arrival of Raso and Baru on Earth, explaining how the energy within them fragmented and scattered. To validate this hypothesis, AI ran Chang collaborated with the So siblings' mother on this research. Nanchu felt they had gleaned enough information, fearing that the two would inadvertently disclose their identities. Just then, an anomaly occurred in the atmosphere. A vortex appeared, and a monstrous creature descended from the sky. Observing AI ran Chung feigning panic, Nanchu couldn't help but scoff internally, thinking he was putting on quite the act. Quickly, seek shelter. Mr. AI ran. We shall find Zhao Yang first, Nanchu commanded, not allowing them a moment to respond. As the mention of So Zhao Yang prompted the So brothers to dash outside, AI ran Chung and Nanchu exchanged glances before preparing to leave. That I wonder if you have heard of other Ultra Warriors? I happened to overhear something about them, Nanchu remarked as he departed. AI ran Cheng's gaze remained fixed on Nanchu's retreating form, pondering whether he would maintain his persona. Nanchu quickened his pace, berating himself for his inability to control his tongue. System, help. Your host might be silenced, the system replied. Your system is currently out of service. After locating the So siblings, So Yonghai glanced back. Where is Mr. AI ran? Rest assured, Mr. AI ran is fine. He wouldn't let himself be harmed. He hasn't yet met his idol, Nanchu thought to himself. Zhao Yang. So Yonghai hesitated, glancing at So Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang, you should leave with Kong for now. We are concerned for MR.AI ran and wished to investigate. So Huahai quickly found an excuse. Gorgon, a formidable, cunning, and malevolent beast, possesses the terrifying ability to obliterate a planet, turning everything on it to stone. Listen closely, Nanshu said, gripping the shoulders of the So brothers, who grew increasingly serious. If we can destroy its eyes, it will be much simpler. Before Nanshu could finish his warning, So Zhaoyang approached. Curious about what the three were discussing. What are you all talking about? Nothing. The So brothers exchanged uncertain glances. Nanshu then led So Zhaoyang aside. Zhaoyang, we have something very important to do. But we cannot disclose it to you just yet, I assure you. You will find out soon enough, and we will explain everything then. For now, please refrain from asking. Upon seeing Nanshu's earnest expression, So Zhaoyang's playful demeanor faded. I understand. You must explain it to me clearly later, that I in truth. So Zhaoyang was not the type to be bothersome. She was caring towards her family and quite sensible. The So brothers, unsure of how to address their sister, found themselves at a loss, as they had not yet come to terms with their own situation, leading to a miscommunication. Chapter 10, Identity Exposure. Zhaoyang's speculation as So Zhaoyang ran towards safety. Nanshu turned to find the So brothers gazing at him with admiration. What did you say to Zhaoyang? She left without asking anything. That's amazing. Teach me. It was quite simple. I informed her of your situation, Nanshu replied calmly. What? The So brothers exclaimed in astonishment. Kong? You must be joking. So Huahai's eyes widened. Indeed, I jest. This monster is likely not its true form. It isn't as powerful as the original, but we must remain cautious, particularly of its petrifying rays, Nanshu warned before ushering them out. Go forth, brave heroes. Although slightly cheesy, seeing So Yonghai's fervent excitement made it seem rather fitting. As the two brothers appeared on the path of Gorgon, the city in the background lay in ruins, a testament to the monster's previous rampages, having first been confronted by Orb, followed by X8. With the monster's frequent appearances, it seemed to have weakened over time, akin to a diminished version of its former self. As Raso attacked the creature, he observed, does this monster truly have eyes? How does it see the road? Baru questioned. While the two were momentarily distracted, Gorgon's tentacles sent them flying. Meanwhile, Gorgon began to charge its energy, and the two on the ground could finally discern what Nanshu had referred to as its eyes. Who has eyes in their mouth? Baru remarked dismissively. Be careful. Kong mentioned that this monster's rays can turn people to stone. Raso cautioned that as they dodged the incoming rays, buildings behind them were petrified upon impact. Baru patted his chest. Thank goodness we avoided that. Otherwise, we would have become stone ourselves. Stay vigilant, Raso warned. Refusing to lower his guard, we must find a way to attack that eye. However, it only opened its mouth to unleash its rays, which was infuriating. Baru was feeling somewhat agitated. The two could only entangle themselves with Gorgon, yet their transformation time was limited. Brother, I have a plan. I will draw its attacks, and then you can strike when the opportunity arises. After saying this, Baru charged towards Gorgon. Just as Baru had anticipated, they had overestimated their own offensive capabilities. Raso's attack inflicted no harm upon Gorgon, and they had lost a valuable combatant in the process. Nanshu, who had finally emerged, looked at this scene with a headache, having just witnessed Baru being petrified. That hadn't he been warned? Raso, now lacking the time to check on Baru, could only exert himself to fend off Gorgon's attacks. Seeing Gorgon attempting to petrify Raso as well, Nanshu found a corner to hide in. His ear pendants turning a shade of blue, he gathered the elemental forces of wind around him and then swung his sword, summoning a massive tornado that appeared on the battlefield. Remarkably, the surrounding structures remained unscathed as the tornado surged towards Gorgon, engulfing it entirely. Raso executed a series of rolls to create distance, allowing him a moment to glance at the petrified Baru. In that instant, Raso found himself ensnared by Gorgon's tail, both figures being swept away by the tornado. Let go of me. I'm going to be sick. Raso struggled to break free as he was forced to spin around. Gorgon retorted, in your dreams, I want to suffer alone. Raso noticed a glow emerging from atop a building, followed by the appearance of two throwing darts in his hands. He drove the darts forcefully into the tail that restrained him, prompting Gorgon to loosen its grip in pain. At that moment, the tornado dissipated, and Raso seized the opportunity to rush in front of Gorgon. As Gorgon aimed to petrify the charging Ultra Warrior, Raso skillfully dodged the petrifying beam, Quickly reaching Gorgon's front, he thrust the dart towards Gorgon's eye, and Brew, who had been petrified, instantly regained his form. Rosso looked at the restored Brew and inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Brew replied, stretching his body. Likely due to having maintained a single pose for too long. It was then that he noticed the new weapon in his brother's hands. "Such an impressive weapon. Where did you find it?" "I just discovered it on my head." Rosso's voice carried a hint of pride. "All right, then I want one too," Brew exclaimed with excitement, brandishing the weapon in his hand. "Let us use this to defeat it. Be sure to observe carefully before making a move, or you might end up turned to stone again," Rosso cautioned, echoing what Nanshu had intended to say. However, the battlefield had been drawn out by their previous attack, making it impossible for them to hear any warnings. The ensuing battle was much simpler for the two brothers now armed with weapons. As they coordinated to withstand Gorgon's ranged assaults, they swiftly approached Gorgon, their weapons sparking against its form. This was the typical operation of an Ultra Warrior. What kind of battle would it be without some sparks? Nanshu nodded in satisfaction. The two exchanged crystals. "Listen carefully, stay right behind me, and don't stray." "What are you planning?" Brew felt a twinge of unease at No questions. "When I signal, aim for its eyes," Rosso said, pulling Brew behind him. Brew obediently stood in place. Understood. As Gorgon unleashed another bolt of lightning, Rosso quickly shouted, "To the left!" The two deftly evaded the attack, skillfully dodging under Rosso's guidance. Finally, as Gorgon exposed its eyes once more, Rosso called out, "Here it comes! I've been waiting for this." Brew prepared with excitement. Rosso activated a barrier to shield against the light, which rebounded and resulted in Gorgon being petrified instead. "Now go," Rosso urged. Brew leaped, swinging his weapon across Gorgon's eye, using it as a springboard to return to Rosso's side. "That we did it." The two prepared for the final blow, charging towards Gorgon, their red and blue lights piercing through its body. With a resounding explosion, this ordeal came to an end. Once Xiaoyang emerged, he found Nanshu waiting at the entrance. "So, is what you discussed what I surmised?" Xiaoyang, perceptive as always, quickly grasped the truth of the matter. "Who knows? Xiaoyang, you'll have to seek the answer for yourself." Nanshu neither confirmed nor denied. "Hey, Xiao Kong, Xiaoyang, over here." Zhou Yonghai came running from a distance. "What were you all talking about?" Zhou Huahai followed closely behind. Xiaoyang smirked slyly. "We were discussing where you both disappeared to. Xiao Kong said you vanished without a trace." The two brothers stiffened. "Well, we mentioned earlier that we were worried about Aizen-sensei, so we went looking for him." Chapter 11. The baseball match. Special training. Yes, brother is right. However, I ran into Aizen-sensei, and he said he hadn't seen you. Xiaoyang crossed his arms, observing the two brothers' flustered demeanor with keen interest. The Zhou brothers exchanged helpless glances, then turned in unison to Nanshu, their eyes pleading. Nanshu concealed a smile at the corner of his mouth, clearing his throat. "Xiaoyang, don't frighten them." "All right, I'll let you off the hook this time for Xiao Kong's sake," Xiaoyang said, feigning a magnanimous demeanor. The brothers failed to notice the oddity in the interaction between Xiaoyang and Nanshu, nor would Xiaoyang's character allow him to be so easily forgiving. Recently, Nanshu had been particularly cautious, following the conversations he had had with Aizen during their last visit to Aizen Technology. Aizen must have begun to harbor doubts about him. And to prevent any unfortunate events from occurring, Nanshu felt he needed to remain vigilant. In reality, Aizen hadn't given it much thought. After all, he was not of this world, so what did it matter if a few extraterrestrial beings appeared? As long as Nanshu did not obstruct his plans, Aizen could easily turn a blind eye. Perhaps they would even find common ground, as Nanshu's previous words had let Aizen know he was quite knowledgeable about the Ultra Warriors. Yet, it remained uncertain who Nanshu's favorite Ultra Warrior was. If he admired Orb as well, Aizen believed they could get along splendidly. Thus, in Aizen view, Nanshu was not so different from himself. Neither of them were from Earth. One evening, Zhou Huahai brought a group of people to M's home, and Zhou Yonghai explained that this group was from the baseball team, of which Zhou Huahai was a member. "We have a practice match next week," the coach announced. "Who is our opponent?" Zhou Huahai asked, puzzled. "The Chongbaojiu Shopping Street," the others chorused, revealing that Zhou Huahai was the only one unaware. "After that match, I will officially retire," the coach continued, causing a ripple of anxiety among the group. "I know this is rather sudden." Nanshu assisted in serving snacks and tea while spacing out. Xiao Kong, Zhou Huahai called out. Nanchu snapped back to attention. What's the matter? To be honest, in recent days, when others called him Kong or Shao Kong, he sometimes found himself momentarily lost. As it was not his real name. Shao Kong, you should participate in this match too. Zhou Huahai urged, eyes gleaming with expectation that if you join us, we are sure to win. Huh? Nanchu was taken aback. Struggling to keep up with the sudden shift in conversation, Zhou Huahai assumed Nanchu had agreed, and without giving him a chance to refute, finalized the decision, after sending off the club members. Zhou Huahai explained, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but this match is of great significance that IT will be the coach's last time leading us. And I want him to retire perfectly. Shao Kong, your strength, reflexes, and speed surpass ours by far. If you participate, victory is assured. With a sincere bow, Zhou Huahai implored, so please. If Nanchu had his emergency rations nearby, he would have undoubtedly agreed without hesitation, as this certainly aligned with the traveler's image. As long as there was a raw stone, confronting destiny was no issue. Although he didn't require a raw stone at the moment. They had taken him in, so Nanchu naturally agreed. The next day, Zhou Huahai brought Nanchu to the training ground. Shao Kong, do you know the rules? I have a rough idea, Nanchu replied. Having done a crash course on the subject the night before, the game consisted of 9 innings, with each team comprising 9 players, alternating between offense and defense. The offensive side aimed to score points while the defensive side aimed to prevent it. After hitting the ball, players would run the bases and must touch first, second, and third base before returning home to score, completing a circuit within the designated area if one hits the ball far enough to clear the outfield fence. It's a home run, which also counts as a score. There were also pitching, hitting, and striking out to consider. Nanchu grasped the general concept, and upon hearing his explanation, Zhou Huahai exclaimed, I didn't know you understood this so well. This information is readily available online. Nanchu replied, slightly exasperated. Zhou Huahai realized that made sense, and awkwardly scratched his nose. Let us practice a bit. Zhou Huahai took his position and threw the ball towards Nanchu. He swung the bat casually, sending the baseball soaring in a perfect arc before vanishing from sight. Zhou Huahai stood in stunned silence. A home run. Nanchu nodded in satisfaction. The power and arc were perfect. Shao Kong, let us do that again. Zhou Huahai snapped back to reality, his eyes fixed on Nanchu with palpable excitement. As the ball soared over the barrier time and again, Zhou Huahai's gaze glimmered ominously, and he flung his gloves aside, exclaiming, Shao Kong, you are truly a genius. We are bound to triumph in this competition. Genius. Nanchu internally refuted this notion, recognizing that what was on display was merely the prowess of a traveler. For those who venture through various realms, possessing such strength is quite commonplace, especially considering their opponent. After all, they were up against someone who dared to challenge even the laws of nature and the 7 deities. Hardly an ordinary foe. Nanchu felt reassured by Zhou Huahai's presence. The next step was to cultivate their synergy and conduct rigorous training for the other members. During this period, the matters of the clothing store would have to be entrusted to Chao Fu and Chao Zhaoyang. Surprisingly, Chao Yonghai had come to observe the intensive training, commenting on the group's rabbit-like hops. From a medical standpoint, such movements are not very good for the knees. What? Chao Huahai, passing by, was taken aback. That evening, Chao Huahai lit his lamp, diligently researching ways to enhance a team's performance. Chao Yonghai turned to Nanchu, asking, why aren't you training? Nanchu merely stared at him in silence, prompting Chao Yonghai to recall Nanchu's decisive actions during their perilous encounter. That makes sense. You are quite different from them. So, why doesn't your brother enlist your help in their training? Nanchu shrugged, indicating his uncertainty. Indeed, Shao Kong, the training is entrusted to you. Chao Huahai declared with enthusiasm, seemingly emerging from nowhere. The consequence of allowing Nanchu to take over the training was that not a single member of the Chao family stood upright by the time they returned home. You trained alongside us. How come you are completely unscathed? Chao Yonghai protested, gazing at the composed Nanchu. Nanchu surveyed Chao Yonghai from head to toe. It's a matter of strength. You might want to ponder why I am so at ease. Chao Yonghai was left speechless. I will be like that too. Thus, Chao Yonghai also joined the intensive training, much to Nanchu's satisfaction. Given that the Chao brothers had previously relaxed their training regimen, it was time to make up for lost ground, though the tactics of provocation consistently proved effective on Chao Yonghai. Chao Huahai even requested Chao Fu to design their outfits. Dad, please write momentum in large characters here. Chapter 12. The Iron-Willed Red King and the Ever-Flowing Gamora. This, Chao Fu remarked, isn't that a bit too kitsch? Even Chao Fu felt the attire was somewhat outdated, to which Nanchu silently nodded in agreement that it looks really cool. All right? Chao Huahai retorted defiantly, it's quite tacky. Actually, Chao Zhaoyang and Chao Yonghai chimed in unison. The trio, Chao Zhaoyang, Chao Yonghai, and Nanchu, concealed themselves behind a tree, observing the zealous training of Chao Huahai. It had been a long time since they had witnessed their brother exerting himself so fervently post-high school graduation. Why is Huahai pushing himself so hard? Chao Zhaoyang queried, perplexed. Nanchu recounted the events leading up to this moment, and Chao Zhaoyang's expression shifted to one of understanding that a sense of foreboding loomed. As Nanchu mused, when extremes are reached, the opposite must follow. The group reconvened at M's abode, where Chao Huahai remained in a state of heightened tension. The match against the Chongbao Geo Shopping District is tomorrow. Our current state is inadequate. Let's continue training tonight. The others stood in shock. Training tonight? We can't keep this up. It may backfire. Someone attempted to console him. Exactly. Huahai, you must be nearing your limit. I'm perfectly fine. Chao Huahai quickly insisted. Perhaps we should skip training tonight and rest well for tomorrow's match. Upon hearing this, Chao Huahai panicked. How can we win tomorrow without training? I meant we need to rest well to win, he added, hoping to convince them. As Nanchu entered from outside, he found himself bemused. Who are we abandoning? Seeing Chao Huahai's anxious demeanor made him realize he had misheard. His youthful eyes and ears were failing him. Oh, you not trust my training regimen, Huahai. If we continue tonight, your bodies might not withstand tomorrow's competition. Nanchu felt weary, grappling with the unwavering determination of the Chao siblings, none of whom were particularly easy to manage. Hearing the commotion from downstairs, Chao Yonghai hurriedly descended. Yes, brother, you should heed Shao Kong's advice. This is not the time for rest. Chao Huahai's current state verged on obsession. You wouldn't want everyone to miss the competition tomorrow. Would you? Chao Yonghai urged, attempting to rein in his brother. Nanchu ushered everyone to the door. I apologize. Everyone should rest well tonight to conserve energy for tomorrow's anticipated victory. It's all right. We understand Huahai's feelings. However, we are not as young as we used to be. Further training tonight may leave us unable to rise in the morning. Yet, Shao Kong, your training schedule is quite impressive. Although it is exhausting, we can certainly feel the progress. Once this farce concluded, Chao Yonghai found a moment to speak. By the way, I came to inform you that monsters have appeared on Wu Fa Mountain. The trio hastened in the direction of the monsters, with Chao Yonghai urging, hurry up, if we go any faster, we will exceed the speed limit. Nonetheless, the distance was sufficient for them to clearly discern the monster's appearance. Upon spotting the corn-cob creature, Nanchu stifled a laugh, managing to suppress it. Shao Kong, do you recognize this monster? Chao Yonghai inquired. The Red King, summed up in 8 words, simple-minded with well-developed limbs. The Chao brothers fell into a momentary silence. Nanchu almost voiced that it lacked intelligence, yet he decided to spare the corn-cob some dignity. I see. Chao Yonghai replied dryly. Nanchu, seated in the back, crossed his arms. The Red King possesses no significant light-based abilities and relies solely on brute strength. Therefore, to combat it, one must either overpower it or outsmart it. It must be noted that the Red King and Gamora frequently made appearances. Suddenly, Chao Huahai slammed on the brakes. Found it. The two quickly disembarked, and Chao Huahai gazed at the Red King, who was heading towards the city. We must prevent it from entering the city. Then, the Blue Rosso and Red Blue appeared. One could only wonder how fond they were of each other's base forms. Nevertheless, it was inconsequential, as crystals were inherently interchangeable. The two charged toward the Red King, who retaliated with a punch, sending each of them flying. Wait, you only heard that you should compete in strength with the Red King. Nanchu's expression was a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. It was akin to instructing a warrior not to use light against Jiduan. In the ears of the Ultraman, it was as if they were saying to combat Jiduan with light. What were they even hearing? Truly, the corn cob could easily overpower Rosso and Blue in a sheer strength contest. No, you should be using your heads. Don't confront it head-on. Fortunately, Nanchu knew that uttering such words would not align with the image of a traveler. So he refrained from shouting it out loud. Nanchu intervened. ensnaring the Red King within a Star of Ruin. As if anyone were unaware that the Star of Ruin was hollow, the two brothers, finally able to catch their breath, were met with Blue's complaint. "This guy is incredibly strong that it seems we underestimated its power," Rosso added, having taken the brunt of the assault. "Enough chatting. Attack while you have the chance." Nanshu was at a loss for words. Utterly perplexed by their behavior, he had created such a prime opportunity for them to strike, yet they were merely conversing. As the time limit of the Star of Ruin expired, the Red King charged at them with renewed vigor, sending both brothers sprawling. Youth is truly a blessing. They can just fall asleep. The brothers had indeed underestimated the Red King, failing to anticipate its ability to barehandedly withstand their attacks and retaliate. Fortunately, Nanshu was quick on his feet. He drew his sword with a single hand, unleashing a blade of grass elemental energy that collided with a water sphere. Following a resounding explosion, a grass seed materialized on the ground, leaving both parties bewildered by the scene. The Red King, already not the brightest, approached the grass seed for an up-close inspection. A smirk crept across Nanshu's face as three lightning shadows darted toward the Red King. The lightning element and grass seed colliding. The resulting reaction caused the grass seed to explode, eliciting a pained cry from the Red King as it toppled backward. Rosso and Blue stared at Nanshu, who greeted them with a smile and a wave. The two snapped out of their daze and immediately charged at the downed Red King, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Nanshu regarded them with approval. "Well done. You learn quickly." In truth, Rosso and Blue were thinking, "This is terrifying. It feels as if death itself is beckoning us," prompting them to resolve the situation with the Red King swiftly. The next moment, the Red King vanished. Clearly, AI Ran Chung had intervened. The monster disappeared? What just happened? The brothers looked around in confusion, and after a moment, they confirmed that the monster had indeed not reappeared, leading them to finally revert to their normal forms. "Xiao Kong, did you see how the monster vanished?" Xiao Yonghai inquired urgently after reverting. "I suspect it was the one who summoned the monster that caused this. Now is not the time to break the silence." Nanshu still wishes to utilize AI Ranchang's expertise to train the practical combat skills of the two brothers, for it is only when confronted with the specter of death that one can truly transcend. Chapter 13. The competition begins. Unexpected developments. Zhou Huahai hurriedly took the two back, and soon after, led Nanshu to the training ground. Upon encountering the empty training room, Zhou Huahai felt a tinge of disappointment, which Nanshu sought to alleviate by patting his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. However, this reaction was quite understandable. Everyone had undergone rigorous training during the day, leaving their bodies weary. Moreover, many of them were married and needed to be with their families. As the coach passed by and witnessed this scene, he had naturally heard some rumors. After laying some groundwork, the coach directly inquired, "I heard you had a quarrel. Monsters have appeared in the city, and you were injured. My apologies." Zhou Huahai felt a sense of embarrassment regarding his current injury. "I saw it on the television. That giant that has been appearing frequently lately executed a perfect pitching stance. It seems to be exactly like yours." Zhou Huahai felt a surge of anxiety. "Is that so?" The coach, unfazed, remarked, "As the eldest son in your family, you always bear the weight of everything upon your shoulders. However, the presence of that child has alleviated some of that burden. I can sense that with him around, you have relaxed considerably. He naturally inspires affection and trust." Oblivious to the praise directed at him, Nanshu was busy preparing tea and snacks. Everyone has their own responsibilities, and it is paramount to fulfill them first. Once Nanshu had arranged the tea and snacks, Zhou Huahai spoke with a serious expression. "My duty is to once again secure victory for you." "Coach." The coach, feeling somewhat helpless towards the stubborn Zhou Huahai, nonetheless hoped to conclude his coaching career with a perfect finale. The coach retrieved a gift box from his bag. "This is something that has been passed down through our family for generations." Nanshu's eyes lit up. It was a new crystal. As the coach opened the box, it revealed the scattered radiance from the fall of the Aoyama star. Inside were 3 crystals, representing Cebu, Zero, and X. Zhou Huahai looked in astonishment at the 3 crystals. "What are these?" "That night, I dreamt of 2 giants of light, who told me in the dream that when the time comes, these items should be entrusted to the suitable person. I believe that suitable person refers to you. Some things do not require explicit clarification. The truth is known to all," and the coach likely had his own suspicions. After the coach departed, Zhou Huahai turned to Nanshu. Noticing that Nanshu had shown no surprise when the crystals were revealed, and had not interrupted their conversation. Shao Kong, you. Nanchu picked up the Zero crystal. Examining it. Indeed, it felt far superior to any toy. These are Cebu, Zero, and X's crystals. They are all your predecessors, so make good use of this energy. Nanchu placed the Zero crystal into Zhou Huahai's hands. Zhou Huahai's gaze gradually firmed as he clenched the crystal tightly. The next day, Zhou Huahai arose early to prepare a lavish breakfast. Shao Kong, today is the day of the competition. Eat more. After Nanchu had finished his meal, Zhou Huahai felt that it was insufficient, but thankfully, Zhou Fu and Zhou Yonghai were there to intervene. Otherwise, Zhou Huahai would have insisted that Nanchu consume the entire table of food. Akin to a mother worrying her child is hungry on the way to the competition venue, Zhou Yonghai was preoccupied with fiddling with something. When Nanchu and Zhou Huahai emerged dressed for the event, he remarked, I have installed resonance detection devices throughout Wufang Mountain. As soon as that fellow appears, we will be immediately notified that I've set up the receiving device on your phones, so you'll receive alerts as well. One must admit that when serious, Zhou Yonghai is quite reliable. If only he could maintain this demeanor. After encouraging the two, Zhou Yonghai left the lounge. Zhou Huahai took a deep breath. Shao Kong. We will surely win. Of course, Nanchu affirmed with a smile. Observing Nanchu's resolute expression eased Zhou Huahai's heart, and a smile returned to his face. Let's go. The slight discord from yesterday left everyone feeling a bit awkward. And Zhou Huahai addressed the group. Chonggu, everyone, I sincerely apologize for yesterday's incident. They all understood that Zhou Huahai had not intended any offense, and with Nanchu present, no severe arguments had transpired. As the whistle sounded, the competition officially commenced. Both teams, salute. Please take care of us. The opposing coach's attitude was quite arrogant. Knock them down. The first pitch from the opposing team was unfortunately missed by our side. When it was Zhou Huahai's turn, he successfully caught up. All right. Zhou Huahai silently clenched his fist. Well done, brother. Go for it. Zhou Yonghai and Zhou Xiaoyang cheered loudly. Next up was the opposing team's pitch. And Nanchu took to the field, switching places with Zhou Huahai. Zhou Huahai whispered, Shao Kong, let's give them a surprise. Nanchu simply smiled as he stepped onto the field, now possessing the physical prowess of a traveler. Victory was inevitable in such a match. Losing would be absurd. As the baseball was thrown, the sound of the bat striking the ball echoed, and as the baseball soared, everyone watched in astonishment. Hooray, well done. Shao Kong. Zhou Huahai's cheers brought everyone back to reality. Great job. The crowd erupted in applause. The competition continued fervently, and suddenly, AI Rancheng appeared in the audience with a loudspeaker. Darling, play something that will get everyone fired up. AI Rancheng exclaimed excitedly. As the music played, the audience waved their colorful pom-poms with even greater fervor. The competition reached its climax, entering the final inning, with the spectators gazing intently at the field. Finally, it was the last inning. As long as Shao Kong does not allow the opposing team to score, the White Bear team will emerge victorious. Indeed, Nanchu had replaced Zhou Huahai in this critical moment, and he had not forgotten that AI Rancheng was likely to cause mischief. Sure enough, from the corner of his eye, Nanchu noticed AI Rancheng leaving the stance. Zhou Huahai, visibly anxious, asked, Shao Kong, are you really going to take the field? Should I go instead? The nearby uncle sighed. The lineup is already set. Huahai. Exactly. Shao Kong is so talented. He will be just fine. Moments later, the Zhou brothers' phones began to vibrate, and Zhou Huahai nervously glanced at his phone before looking at Nanchu, who was preparing to take the field. Nanchu naturally received the message as well. Go ahead and play. We will achieve victory together. The figure of King Red reappeared at Wufang Mountain, prompting the Zhou brothers to hurry over. Meanwhile, Nanchu stepped onto the field, standing firm as he faced the opposing team's taunting gaze. On the other side, Rosso and Blue were engaged in a fierce battle with King Red. Thankfully, both had heeded Nanchu's advice and were not acting recklessly this time. Chapter 14. Victory in the competition. The strange man in Zhou Yonghai's words. The two lacked sufficient combat experience, so even with caution, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the Zero crystal in Zhou Huahai's pocket began to emit a radiant glow. Unaware of the completed tasks, Zhou Yonghai exclaimed in surprise, the new Rob crystal. Let's try this first. The abilities of Zero were indeed well suited to the Rob headband, allowing Nanchu to achieve victory with ease. However, in order to buy Zhou Huahai time to return, he intentionally slowed the pace of the match. Armed with newfound power, Rosso's ultimate combat outcome was predictable, even with Nanchu's deliberate deceleration. Zhou Huahai was still unable to return before the conclusion of the match. Hooray! We won. We really won. Chang Baojiu? Seriously, where's Huahai? He isn't here during such a critical moment. When Zhou Huahai returned, the sun was nearly setting, and he saw only the coach's solitary figure on the field. Zhou Huahai gazed at the scoreboards, and his eyes widened in excitement. We won. Indeed, it was all thanks to Xiao Kong. That child possesses even more talent than you, the coach replied with a smile. Others emerged from the corners. Huahai, you returned quite late, didn't you? However, it was fortunate that they had secured the trophy. Xiao Kong, are you interested in joining the White Bear team? If you did, we might just win again. Nanchu handed the trophy to Zhou Huahai, and soon everyone fulfilled their wish by tossing the coach into the air to celebrate. Even though there were no spectators or cheers, there's another piece of good news. The coach mentioned that while he cannot continue as a coach, he has applied to be the technical advisor for the White Bear team. As long as his health permits, he can still watch everyone train, which is quite celebratory. A week after the baseball match, Zhou Yonghai was set to return to school, and Nanchu was brought along. After all, being in university, the entry requirements were more lenient than in high school. So why must I come too? Nanchu queried, perplexed. He had finally escaped school, only to be brought back. Then aren't you curious? You're not from here, so wouldn't you want to see the school? Zhou Yonghai replied excitedly. Nanchu maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Our worlds are merely different. It's not that there is no school. Look at all those people over there. Let's go take a look. Yonghai decisively shifted the topic. As the two approached, they spotted a girl adorned with peculiar wings. It was evident that Yonghai recognized her. It's her. Do you know her? Nanchu inquired. Her name is Gong Yui. She seems to be a young lady of high standing, yet she is quite eccentric. This isn't her first time attempting something like this. She aims to use the machines she has crafted to soar into the sky. She even has a nickname, Icarus. Indeed, she has failed again. Glancing at the fallen girl, Yonghai appeared utterly unsurprised after their classes concluded. Nanchu felt a throbbing headache. Despite the teacher's earnest attempts to impart knowledge, it all felt like an incomprehensible script to him. He understood not a single word. As they passed by a teaching building, the girl named Gong Yui happened to tumble right before them, her books scattering across the ground. Are you all right, Gong? Yonghai hurried forward to assist her, though they were not particularly familiar. Nanchu squatted down to gather the scattered items. Hello, classmate Yonghai, and you as well. Gong Yui greeted the two. Due to the abundance of items, Yonghai helped her carry them, while Nanchu, lacking the authority to refuse, followed them to a laboratory. Upon setting the items down, Yonghai surveyed the room. Not bad at all. You have your own research lab at the university. That's because I have no one to work with me. The research topic set by the teacher is the application of artificial muscles and exoskeletons. Nanchu felt unable to interject. Had he been in the role of a doctoral candidate, perhaps he could have offered guidance. But at present, he was merely a traveler. Nonetheless, he couldn't shake the feeling that a doctor would resonate well with Torakia, particularly the darker version of Torakia. I envy the Ultraman warriors. The fleeting moment of panic washed over Yonghai. You know about those two giants that appeared earlier? They can effortlessly soar through the air, right? Gong Yui queried. Yonghai chuckled in acknowledgement, while Nanchu crossed his arms. But the ability to fly is likely an inherent trait of the Ultraman warriors. Indeed, it is, which is why my mentor and I wish to research this further, hoping that humanity too can soar freely like them. The emotions reflected in Gong Yui's eyes were intricate, prompting Yonghai to dryly offer, I hope you can take flight as well. Among all my classmates, only you, Yonghai, support me. To be honest, I initially thought you were quite peculiar, Yonghai admitted, feeling somewhat bashful. Nanchu gazed at Yonghai with mild astonishment. He hadn't anticipated that the protagonist of such a bizarre world would find others peculiar. Yonghai sensed the gaze directed at him by Nanchu, feeling it lacked a degree of politeness. Meanwhile, Gong Yui remained unfazed. Why don't you mock me like everyone else? Isn't it better not to be ridiculed? A moment of confusion flickered across Nanchu's face. Yonghai was at a loss for words. Was there a reason for such behavior? It's because you work hard. I don't dislike diligent individuals. Nanchu nodded in agreement. Effort should not be subject to ridicule. That is their failing. When you achieve success, they will only envy you. A smile blossomed on Gong Yui's face as she lifted a cloth covering an object on a nearby shelf, revealing her research. These are flight-supporting artificial wings. This is my research project. Nanshu thought the wings resembled those of the wind spirit, albeit with an added tail. After Yonghai was coerced into becoming Gong Yui's assistant under duress, they finally departed from the school. She had initially wished for Nanshu to join as well, but upon him clarifying that he was not a student there, she relinquished the idea. On their way back, Yonghai complained incessantly. How did it come to this? Isn't it because you insisted on meddling with her things? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been threatened, Nanshu retorted. Shao Kong, you didn't even comfort me. Yonghai felt a pang in his heart at Nanshu's words. Yet, the die was cast. Regardless of Yonghai's grievances, the following day, he still arrived at the predetermined location with Gong Yui. Meanwhile, in the M household, both Yonghai and Xiaoyang were quite curious. Shao Kong, do you know what Yonghai is up to? He has been gone since early morning, which isn't typical for him, that I find this situation rather strange, Xiaoyang agreed. Could it be that Yonghai is on a date? The mere thought of this possibility sent Xiaoyang into a state of excitement. Both fixed their gazes on Nanshu, who remained calm as he packed his belongings, revealing Yonghai's role as Gong Yui's assistant. This prompted Xiaoyang to eagerly pull the others along to witness the event. Upon their arrival, they beheld Yonghai assisting Gong Yui in donning the flight-supporting artificial wings, having notified Yonghai of their impending arrival. Xiaohai was not taken aback by their presence that Gong Yui had deliberately chosen this location on Diming Mountain, where battles between Ultraman warriors and monsters had caused the ground to fracture. These crevices expelled strong gusts of wind, and to ensure the others believed her, Gong Yui demonstrated using grass. As she released the grass, it soared upwards, prompting gasps of astonishment from the group. Meanwhile, Nanshu was lost in thought, staring at the fissures in the ground. Xiaohai noticed Nanshu's unusual demeanor. What's wrong? There might be something beneath those crevices. What? Is there a monster lurking? Xiaohai whispered. Gong Yui's experiment commenced, and Nanshu elucidated. Even if it's due to the battles of the Ultraman warriors, such phenomena shouldn't occur. Therefore, there must be something down there, which might attract monsters. No sooner had Gong Yui taken to the air than she suddenly plummeted from the sky, causing panic among the onlookers. They quickly retrieved her from the woods, with Gong Yui apologizing. I'm so sorry for the trouble. It's fine. We should head to the hospital shortly, the Xiaohai siblings admitted, genuinely shaken. Yonghai, eyeing the curious Xiaoyang near the fissure, rushed forward. That place is dangerous. Don't get too close. But it looks so fascinating. Xiaoyang exclaimed, oblivious to the danger. Feeling exasperated with his inquisitive sister, Xiaohai could only escort Gong Yui to tend to her injuries. Just as Yonghai intended to follow suit, the Rob crystal in his pocket reacted. It seems the Rob crystal has sensed something, causing it to resonate, Nanshu remarked. Yonghai was startled by the sudden voice, clutching his chest in fear. Shao Kong, why do you walk so quietly? You just mentioned that there might be something underground resonating with the Rob crystal, so it's best to be cautious. Perhaps a monster will take notice as well, Nanshu cautioned. Once they departed, Xiaohai turned to Gong Yui, reflecting on the scene of her fall. I suggest we persuade that girl to cease her experiments. Xiaoyang concurred enthusiastically. It feels like she will inevitably get hurt. Yonghai understood this as well, but felt powerless to intervene at that moment. Their father emerged, brimming with excitement and holding up a garment. Come look at this. I've designed a new style. The white short-sleeved shirt featured a tooth graphic with the words Wisdom Tooth inscribed. Somehow, it was hard to assess. It's a bit peculiar, Xiaoyang admitted, unsure of how to react. I must commend your innovative spirit, but I certainly want to be purchasing it. They all turned towards the entrance, where a familiar figure clad in a white suit appeared. Upon turning, he declared, I am AI Ran Chungdadem, AI Ran. Greetings. No need for formality. Your recent amateur baseball game was truly thrilling, AI Ranchung remarked as he entered. And this must be Kong, right? Your home run was quite unforgettable. Nanshu felt a surge of anxiety within, though he maintained a calm facade. You flatter me, Mr. AI Ran. After some pleasantries exchanged with Xiao Father, AI Ranchang's gaze fell upon a leather jacket hanging on the wall, reminiscent of the one worn by Hong Kei. AI Ranchung excitedly seized it. Ah! Everyone jumped in surprise, and Xiaohai quickly pushed him away. Well, what's wrong? Wanderer, I wish to purchase this. How much is it? Zhao Hai attempted to retrieve the jacket from AI Rancheng's grasp. I'm sorry, but this piece is for display only, not for sale. Subsequently, AI Rancheng demonstrated his financial prowess. Leaving the Zhao family in awe at the figures on the check, Nanchu entertained a bold notion. Perhaps he should prepare some merchandise related to Hong Kai. Surely AI Rancheng would buy everything upon seeing it. Zhao Hai's expression turned frantic. No, no. That garment isn't worth that much. Brother, how can you be at odds with money? Yong Hai Chao wished to silence his elder brother, amidst the heated argument among the crowd. Izai Chung stealthily placed an item within the pastries. Upon completing this series of actions, he fortuitously made eye contact with Nanchu, displaying no signs of panic as he waved at him. Ultimately, Izai Chung purchased the garment at a price exceeding the market value. For Nanchu remarked that sometimes the significance of clothing surpasses monetary worth. Izai Chung wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, promptly deciding to buy the attire that you've been engaging in subtle maneuvers within the Chow household. It wouldn't be unreasonable to extract a bit of money from you as a form of mental compensation, Nanchu mused, feeling that the amount was still insufficient. When Izai Chung was about to depart, he specifically requested Nanchu to see him off. After leaving M's residence, Nanchu grew vigilant upon Izai Chung's mention of his name, observing the relaxed demeanor of Izai Chung, which heightened his wariness. If you have something to say, Mr. Izai, do so directly. After walking for a while, Nanchu found it increasingly difficult to contain himself, especially since there were few people around. Izai Chung turned, wearing that familiar smile. Shao Kong. What are you talking about? I merely find you amiable. Nanchu crossed his arms, exuding disbelief, and Izai Chung dropped the pretense. Honestly, I know you are not from this planet as long as you do not interfere with my plans. I can overlook certain matters. However, should you choose to disrupt my schemes, do not expect me to be courteous. Observing Izai Cheng's impassive expression, Nanchu thought to himself, this is the demeanor a villain ought to possess. I understand your intentions. Pursuing your idol is commendable, but you wouldn't want to end up despised by them, would you? Perhaps you should consider an alternative approach, such as assisting in training the Ultra Warriors. When they encounter Obu, you might leave a favorable impression. After speaking, Nanchu departed without a backward glance, knowing that Izai Chung had been in this area far longer than he had, making it more likely for him to get lost. Watching Nanchu's retreating figure, Izai Chung pondered for a long while. Although he was uncertain whether Izai Chung would alter his plans, he had never intended to annihilate the Earth, so it mattered little whether he changed or not. After yet another experimental trial by Yuan Anomiya, Yong Hai Chao pulled Nanchu to observe the fissures on the ground. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Anomiya approached, cradling her research materials. Everything is ready. Chapter 16. Being lost in thought is a sign of idleness during this period. Yuan Anomiya conducted her experiments numerous times, sustaining various injuries along the way. The Chao siblings held immense admiration for her perseverance, and Nanchu intended to seize the opportunity to upgrade the training regimen, but was halted by the Chao brothers. It would be perilous to escalate the training now, given their recent adaptation. Thus Nanchu revised his strategy to bi-weekly sparring sessions. However, it was not merely a lackluster exchange between the Chao brothers, but rather a vigorous practice with Nanchu, resulting in numerous bruises but no serious injuries. Nanchu expressed his exhilaration with a single word: refreshing. He was pleasantly surprised by the traveler's formidable strength. Sparring with the Chao brothers not only helped him grasp his own power, but was also quite enjoyable. The Chao brothers replied, "Thank you, but it is entirely unnecessary." Through Yong Hai Chao's investigation, it was confirmed that crystals might be buried beneath the surface. Yet Nanchu remained silent, having reiterated this point multiple times. Previously, Shao Kong had mentioned it, but Yong Hai Chao wished to utilize instruments for detection, unaware that it would take longer than anticipated. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yong Hai Chao recalled being startled by Yuan Anomiya's descent from the sky, causing him to completely forget about the matter. So, did you discover anything? Suddenly reminded, Yong Hai Chao dared not meet Nanchu's gaze and hastily changed the subject. I detected resonant waves identical to these two. The winds are influenced by the crystals if the crystals possess attributes. Yong Hai Chao instantly grasped his brother's implication. Is it the wind? However, who buried them? It might not have been intentionally buried. Perhaps they originally fell there and, with the passage of time, became buried underground. The previous battle awakened the same energy, likely to draw your attention. Nanchu held the listening device that Izai Chung had placed earlier. Listen, since we've already paid. It's up to us what he hears, Nanchu remarked, returning the device to its original position. That I concur with that notion. Didn't Team Mr. Izai mention something about the Aoyama star previously? It likely occurred at that time. Yonghai Chao shared his thoughts, aligning with Nanchu's reasoning. How could it be any different? After all, I have witnessed the storyline unfold. I possess a deeper understanding of the Ultra Warrior's capabilities than they do. Just then, Zhaoyang Chao returned from school. Nanchu gazed at the sun, which hung high in the sky, and couldn't help but exclaim, "School, and so early." The two hastily concealed the Robu crystals, while Zhaoyang glanced at the flustered duo and then at the composed Nanchu. Although he had his suspicions, he still inquired, "What are you two up to?" "Nothing at all, right?" Yonghai Chao feigned calmness. Yonghai Chao casually jotted down notes on a piece of paper. "Indeed, how peculiar," Zhaoyang remarked. Casually picking up a pastry as he took a bite, Izai Cheng's coffee spilled all over him, accompanied by a loud commotion in his earpiece. Nanchu stifled a laugh, while Zhaoyang, looking pained, stared at the item in his hand. "What is this? Is it another prank by Yonghai?" Soon after, the listening device was discarded into the trash, and that day, Nanchu diligently cleaned up the refuse. This was not Nanchu's concern. After all, it was Izai Chung who had placed it in the pastries. In the subsequent days, after Yonghai Chao and Yuya Ninomiya toiled through sleepless nights, the latest version of the artificial wings reached the test flight stage. Zhaoyang brought Yonghai Chao and Nanchu along for the excitement, while Nanchu and Yonghai Chao skillfully pulled the foolishly grinning Zhaoyang away, leaving space for Yonghai Chao and Yuya Ninomiya. Although their conversation was inaudible, the atmosphere surrounding them appeared quite pleasant. Just then, the imposing figure of Guaiba Sasa appeared in the city. Externally, it resembled a gigantic bird, belonging to the same lineage as the wind demon beast Magabesa, albeit differing in color. Guaiba Sasa flapped its wings. Buildings in the vicinity were uprooted and sent soaring. Yuya Ninomiya prepared for takeoff. Yonghai Chao's phone rang, and the group regarded the video on the screen with grave expressions. Just then, a monster emerged. It was heading this way. "Ninomiya, we have the equipment. You and Zhaoyang must seek refuge. Enough chatter, run." Observing the two retreating figures, the Chao brothers and Nanchu dashed in the opposite direction. The monster was Guaiba Sasa. Possessing a fierce and combative nature, with remarkable flying speed, its enormous wings, once unfurled, could summon formidable tornadoes that bore a striking resemblance to the elemental eruption of the Traveler's wind element. Moreover, it could launch feather-like darts from its wings to attack, making it exceedingly formidable. Caution was imperative. The Chao brothers nodded in unison. "Shao Kong, you should also find safety." Nanchu, however, did not depart. He was genuinely concerned for the two, as he could lend a hand should any unforeseen circumstances arise. "By the way, this monster is likely after the Robu crystals buried underground, so please ensure it does not succeed." As Nanchu finished speaking, the Chao brothers had already transformed. Rosso and Blue lunged forward, flanking Guaiba Sasa to restrain its wings. Blue was knocked away by a powerful swipe, while Rosso acknowledged the distant figures of Zhaoyang and Yuya Ninomiya with a nod. Their attacks proved ineffective against Guaiba Sasa, which retaliated by launching darts, all of which were deftly evaded by the two. As they dodged, they closed in on Guaiba Sasa. With a punch from Rosso, Blue followed up with a kick. The effectiveness of their training became apparent as Guaiba Sasa staggered back from their blows. Rising, Guaiba Sasa attempted to retaliate with its wings, but thanks to Nanchu's warning, the two were already on high alert. They deftly avoided the ensuing dust and charged at Guaiba Sasa, their fists aimed squarely at its head. Observing from below, Nanchu felt immense satisfaction. After all, it was his teachings that bore fruit. No matter the monster, a strike to the head was always reliable. Of course, this excluded those bug-like monsters. Indeed, he was referring to you. Yi Fu, the one who only grows stronger with each attack. Upon being struck in the head, Guaiba Sasa momentarily halted its wing movements, appearing dazed and bewildered. "Do not cease your assault." Shao Kong mentioned that ultra beasts lack pain perception. Rosso continued to pummel Guaiba Sasa with relentless punches. "But isn't it a monster?" Blue interjected, yet his actions betrayed no hesitation that it's no different. Shao Kong hasn't mentioned the monster's weaknesses, so we must prevent it from counterattacking. As the two individuals continued to engage in their spirited duel, Nanchu couldn't help but smile. Surely, if Ace were to witness this scene, he would feel a profound sense of satisfaction. Who would have thought? Nanshu's philosophy was simple. If you find yourself adrift in confusion, it is undoubtedly a sign that your training intensity is insufficient. If you show mercy to your opponent, you can be certain that you will receive far more punishment than you inflict. Chapter 17. The system goes live. Departure yet. Even so, Gu-e-ba-sa seized the opportunity, using a powerful flap of his wings to send the two combatants sprawling, swiftly retreating to create distance. The beast appeared to be in a dazed state, clearly suffering from the blows it had absorbed to its head. Gu-e-ba-sa rapidly flapped his wings, generating a fierce gust of wind that overwhelmed both Rosso and Blue. Nanshu mused. What about the wind element? Or perhaps the earth element? In an instant, the sky was choked with dust, and the ground beneath Ninomiya was swept up into the air by the powerful wind. Zhaoyang's shout drew everyone's attention to the figure suspended in the air. Fortunately, the artificial wings had been reinforced earlier. The two brothers resolved to counter the wind with wind, albeit with the water crystal still resting underground. Observing that both of them struggled to maintain their footing, Nanshu called upon the previously combined technique of flame and water. Little Kong, I entrust this to you, placing his hand firmly on the ground. Nanshu concentrated the power of the earth element, summoning a colossal rock formation to shield them from the fierce winds. If only I were Vinny, I could easily control the winds for you. With the rock formation providing some respite, the duo finally managed to steady themselves. All right, now's our chance. As two attacks descended, a purple lightning bolt shot forth from the ground, which Blue deftly grasped in his hand, denying Gu-e-ba-sa any opportunity to retaliate. This time, he acquired the Tigo water crystal, clearly indicative of an aerial form. Blue transformed into a whirlwind form, his armor shifting to a striking purple hue, significantly enhancing his speed and aerial combat abilities. From a distance, AI Ransheng was seething with frustration at the sight. Regardless of how frantically Gu-e-ba-sa flapped his wings, Blue, now transformed, remained completely unfazed. He swiftly closed the distance to Gu-e-ba-sa, delivering a fierce strike with the spear in his hand. While attacking with one hand, Blue used the other to deflect Gu-e-ba-sa's wings. Realizing the situation, Gu-e-ba-sa quickly ascended into the air, but Blue pursued relentlessly, even as Gu-e-ba-sa unleashed feather attacks upon him. Struck by a fireball from Rosso, Gu-e-ba-sa left a trail of black smoke in his wake. Possibly due to the flames, Gu-e-ba-sa's actions began to create a whirlwind in the air. Both Rosso and Blue found themselves unable to escape its grasp. Moreover, Ninomiya was caught within it as well. Remembering Ninomiya's words about the wind direction, Blue transformed into a streak of purple light, soaring within the whirlwind, causing it to dissipate as his brilliance intensified. Nanshu couldn't help but smile, his clenched fists relaxing. It has been quite some time, hasn't it? It seems the host has been faring well lately. The sudden voice startled Nanshu. Let me see, host. Your collection of energy is quite commendable for a novice. Now, we shall be departing from this world. Rest assured, the inhabitants will remember you, though they may not recognize you upon your return. Given the different roles you will embody, do you wish to bid them farewell? This system is quite considerate. Thank you. Nanshu gritted through clenched teeth. I could have avoided this if it weren't for whoever brought me here. Why was there no consideration before? As Nanshu engaged in this conversation with the long-absent system, the battle had already reached its conclusion, undoubtedly resulting in the victory of the Ultraman warrior who had gained new powers. After accompanying Ninomiya in a flight around the area, Blue finally departed. Upon returning to the ground, the Zhou family brothers rushed excitedly towards Nanshu. So, what do you think? Isn't my new form impressive? I feel like my flying speed has increased significantly. Not wishing to dampen the mood, Nanshu decided to wait until they returned to the M house before hesitantly revealing his intention to leave. What? You're leaving? Why so suddenly? The four members of the Zhou family surrounded Nanshu, who felt a wave of sweat trickle down his back. That I mentioned before that I needed to find my sister. That I received some information, so I wish to investigate. That I see. Searching for family is indeed a crucial matter. Zhou Fu expressed understanding, turning to gather Nanshu's belongings. With Zhou Zhaoyang pitching in to help, the two brothers continued to gaze intently at Nanshu. Are you leaving Aoyang City, or? I haven't sensed Ying's energy in this world. Nanshu nearly broke down in tears, grateful for Ying. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for excuses. Zhou Huahai remained silent for a moment before asking, "When are you planning to leave?" "Tomorrow," Nanshu replied, rubbing his nose at so soon. After spending so much time together, Zhou Yong still feels a tinge of reluctance. Not just Zhou Yonghai, but all four members of the Zhou family felt a sense of loss at Nanshu's impending departure. However, they understood that he must seek out his family, and they could not intervene. "Make sure to return when you have the chance," Zhou Huahai said, patting Nanshu's shoulder. "We will miss you." "Nanomiya," you added, preparing to study abroad, and now Nanshu was also leaving, causing Zhou Yonghai some heartache. "Don't be so downcast. Tonight we shall feast on sukiyaki to send off little Kong." Zhou Fu declared decisively as they dined on sukiyaki. The atmosphere remained somewhat subdued. Later that evening, unable to sleep, Nanshu sat alone downstairs. To be honest, he was uncertain how to navigate the emotional landscape of this farewell. "Can't sleep?" Zhou Fu appeared, having come down at an unknown time. "Uncle, Nanshu attempted to rise, but was halted by Zhou Fu. "I know you are not from here, or rather, not from Earth." Noticing the surprised expression on Nanshu's face, Zhou Fu smiled. "You are quite different from us. I have never encountered someone from that country with your hair and eye color. I'm not foolish, and during our time together, little Kong, you have proven to be very reliable. You can consider us family. Even if you do not find your relatives, it is all right. You can rest here. I believe that one day, you will reunite." Listening to Zhou Fu's comforting words, Nanshu nodded silently. "I also wish to share something with you, Uncle. In fact, Aunt Zhou Rue is not dead. She will return when the time is right." This revelation left Zhou Fu in a state of shock, unable to process the news. Once he regained his composure, he fervently questioned Nanshu, and after confirming that Zhou Rue was indeed alive, his spirits lifted as he retreated to his room. Nanshu departed in the early hours. And when the Zhou family rose the next morning to bid him farewell, they discovered he had vanished, leaving behind a farewell letter and a multitude of training plans for the training plans. The Zhou brothers remarked, "There's no need for all this. We will surely meet again someday." Zhou Huahai gazed toward the door, as though reassuring himself. Chapter 18. A New World. Dan Hung Inyu. The Zhou brothers were acutely aware that the likelihood of reuniting with the traveler was slim. After Nanshu's departure, he found himself in an unclear environment, everything around him shrouded in ambiguity. The greater the difficulty of the role he would play, the more energy he would accumulate. Swiftly return to your world. Host, please continue to strive forward. Nanshu's lips twitched. What was that last wave? Wait a moment. You should at least arrange an identity for me, or provide some funds. The characteristics of the role he was to play were clearly not those of an ordinary human. My apologies for overlooking that. Here's an unlimited black card for you. Host, gazing at the black card in his hand, which he had never encountered in his original world, Nanshu found the system's sudden generosity rather peculiar. Money is merely a trivial matter. It consumes little energy. If you need more, I can provide it without hesitation. The tone sounded remarkably akin to that of a domineering tycoon, and Nanshu found himself warming to it. The role he was to embody was Dan Hung, while another persona would be Inyu. Both identities could be considered aspects of the same individual, Dan Hung Inyu. Nanshu understood well that Dan Hung was distinct from the coldness inherent in Inyu. This Inyu referred to the original incarnation. Dan Hung exuded an exterior chill, yet harbored warmth within, demonstrating a remarkable composure that concealed a protective nature for his companions. Essentially, being partnered with Dan Hung instilled a profound sense of security. The role was quite suitable, requiring minimal emotional fluctuation or expression, and Dan Hung's abilities were commendable. Should things go awry, he had another identity to lean upon. As the environment around him shifted once more, Nanshu observed his attire, a wide, gradient white indigo coat adorned with the emblem of the Astral Express at the hem. He wore shoulder guards tied with a red cord, a black turtleneck underneath, embellished with metallic zippers. His ears sported dark green dragon-shaped earrings, and his wrists bore matching bracers. Compared to those around him, only his striking eyes and the aura of coolness surrounding him stood out. Just as Nanshu was expressionlessly surveying his surroundings, an explosion resonated from not far beyond the city limits. Yet, the people nearby seemed oblivious. Turning towards the source of the blast, he began to walk in that direction. Behind him, someone remarked curiously, "Did you see that? So cool. A strikingly beautiful youth with a cool demeanor." Hush, keep it down. What if he hears us? With the current prowess of Nanshu, it is impossible for him to remain unheard. He simply chooses not to pay heed, for there are pressing matters that demand his attention. It is no wonder that Dan Hung surpasses the traveler by a considerable margin as he swiftly approaches the site of the explosion. Nanshu gazes intently at a vehicle nearby, where a man and a woman clad in uniforms can be seen, and he can distinctly sense something ominous drawing near beneath the ground. Suddenly, a nearby mountain erupts, revealing the form of a monster, while Nanshu remains unfazed, arms crossed, observing the unfolding chaos with an air of indifference. With the emergence of the molten iron monster, Dimaga, the surrounding trees ignite in flames. Fiery projectiles erupt from Dimaga's body, and it must be said, the arrival of any monster is typically the most financially draining moment. The creature appears in its G form, measuring approximately 50 meters in length. Wait, there are people over there. The vigilant Ozora Daichi notices Nanshu's presence not far away. When did he get there? Asanai Asuna stares wide-eyed, having completely failed to notice anyone in the vicinity just moments ago. Ozora Daichi, disregarding these thoughts, rushes towards Nanshu. Hey, this place is dangerous. You need to leave. Nanshu simply closes his eyes and remarks, are you shouting just to ensure the monster notices you? His green eyes lock onto Ozora Daichi's, leaving him momentarily stunned. After a brief inspection of Ozora Daichi, Nanshu turns away to depart. Ozora Daichi awkwardly scratches his nose, feeling as though there was a hint of disdain in Nanshu's gaze directed at him. Surely, he must be mistaken. Yes, just an illusion. Where did he go? Asanai Asuna arrives only to find no trace of him. He has already departed, and he appeared so calm. This latter thought is a silent complaint from Ozora Daichi's mind. Leave if you must. Level 3 alert status. Issue urban defense orders to repel the monster. Captain Shimiku commands. Asanai Asuna and Ozora Daichi set aside their distractions, their expressions serious as they face the monster. Understood. Maximize the power of the Geo-Light gun. Unfortunately, this attack only seems to tickle Dimaga. The creature continues its advance towards the city, while Nanshu shifts his position to observe the spectacle. He is eager to witness Ozora Daichi's first transformation, a human with acrophobia paired with a dark-fearing ultra-warrior. What an intriguing combination. Just as the two are flustered, a fighter jet soars overhead. Launching an attack on Dimaga, the creature lets out a pained roar, its attention drawn to the aircraft. Arriving on the scene, Kazama Wataru and Kita Hayato tease, sorry to keep you waiting. You two are quite the fiery couple. Asanai Asuna retorts in anger, what nonsense are you spouting? Ozora Daichi, holding a terminal, chimes in, it is indeed quite hot. Exceedingly hot. 79% of that monster's body is molten iron. The two discuss as they sprint towards Dimaga. Thank you for the insight. What should we do next? Concentrate fire on the horn atop its head, where the neural and thermal sources are focused. Despite their attacks landing, they fail to damage Dimaga's horn, leaving everyone astonished at the monster's intact state. It didn't work at all. Asanai Asuna exclaims, because your attack power is insufficient. Did you think Dimaga's weaknesses could simply be obliterated? Nanshu appears beside them without warning. The two are startled by his sudden presence, eyeing him warily as he stands there, calmly with arms crossed. What do you mean? Ozora Daichi inquires. Your approach is correct. It's merely that your strength falls short. With that, Nanshu prepares to turn away. Wait, you're not human, are you? Could you possibly assist us? How do we defeat the monster? Ozora Daichi implores, blocking his path. Both are taken aback by the allure of Nanshu's appearance, particularly the striking red eyeliner accentuating his cold visage, imparting an indescribable aura. Nanshu, eyes closed, responds coolly, why should I? They both freeze, bewildered. What? Why should I help you? Nanshu's frosty gaze sweeps over them as he turns. The two fall silent. It seems they genuinely lack a compelling reason to solicit assistance from anyone else. Their dialogue is naturally transmitted through the helmet's communicator to the others. After a moment of contemplation, Captain Shimiku instructs, inform him that as long as it does not endanger the Earth, we at Zio are willing to entertain any requests he may have. Ozora Daichi relays the captain's message, while Nanshu lowers his gaze, appearing to ponder. After all, the headset baby is indeed rather amusing. Moreover, the boss inside X feels distinctly perverse. If he were to engage with someone like Torikia, perhaps he might consider allegiance. Chapter 19. Unleashing Great Talent. Astonishing, all Nanshu raises his gaze to find the two anxiously watching him. I agree. Really? Where do you want to go? Ozora Daichi queries, bewildered as he watches Nanchu stride towards the monster. In truth, the character of Chong Tai is slightly more powerful than those in Genshin Impact. Due to differing settings, Nanchu decides to confront Emoji, but it also serves as a means to assess his own, no, rather, Dan Heng's strength, which would provide a reference for future endeavors, with a swift motion. He summons a long spear named Ji Yun into his hand, a green glow flashing in his eyes. Incredible! Asuna, did you see that? He just conjured a spear out of thin air, Ozora Daichi exclaims excitedly. Asanai Asuna, equally astonished, stammers. How did he do that? Holding the Ji Yun before him, he proclaims, life and death, reality and illusion. Within a mere thought, the realm transforms, a long dream shattered. Nanchu leaps high into the air, leaving everyone in awe as he soars, then thrusts the spear, striking the horn atop Dimiga's head. He lands on the opposite side of the creature, calmly retracting his weapon, gazing at the monster, which bears no sign of injury. A wave of disappointment washes over the onlookers. Kita Hayato scoffs. What a letdown. All that commotion, and I thought it would be impressive. Don't say that. Ozora Daichi attempts to intervene. Suddenly, Dimiga emits a piercing cry as its horn shatters instantaneously, leaving everyone in disbelief at the spectacle. Kita Hayato slaps himself. If this isn't a dream, then I surely wasn't heard just now. Sorry, I didn't mean it. My apologies, Kazama Wataru mocks. Look at you, acting all cowardly. Weren't you just mocking him? I was merely unaware of the circumstances. Who knew he could take it down with a single shot? Kita Hayato's expression turned sour, realizing he had simply been prudent. Unlike the monster, he is not as resilient. If Nanchu were to take offense, his life could very well be forfeit. That he thinks. Why not apologize? Better to beg for forgiveness than to be caught off guard. What are you standing around for? Attack. Captain Shimiko urges. The group regains their composure. Without its horn, Dimiga appears significantly weakened and is swiftly eliminated by Zio. Did we really defeat the monster? Kita Hayato exclaims. Skeptical, Kazama Wataru shares his disbelief. Quick, hit me. I need to confirm this isn't a dream. Kita Hayato, unceremoniously, delivers a sharp slap to Kazama Wataru's face, who holds his cheek. It hurts. This isn't a dream. We truly vanquished the monster. Don't dismiss the silent figure. Just because he doesn't speak doesn't mean he wasn't instrumental in our victory. Without his assistance, how could we have possibly defeated the creature? Asanai Asuna interjects. Right. But where is he now? Ozora Daichi realizes Nanchu has yet to return. I see him. He should be right across from you. He must have landed over there after the attack. Kazama Wataru exclaims excitedly. Daichi Asuna, hurry over. What if he leaves? We must at least thank him. Kita Hayato urges. Captain Shimiku clears his throat. Ahem, Daichi and Asuna, please go ask if he would be willing to visit our base. Remember to be polite. Do not pressure him. Also, Asuna, keep your temper in check. Let Daichi handle the communication. After the attack, Nanchu reflects on the energy coursing within him. Indeed, the game and reality are vastly different. He can also sense a tremendous reserve of power still residing within him, likely the legacy of the previous moon-drinking lord. Observing his hand, he realizes he is stronger than he had anticipated, possibly due to system optimization. However, possessing sufficient strength will allow him greater freedom and confidence in future endeavors. Hearing footsteps approach, he lifts his gaze to see Ozora Daichi and Asanai Asuna advancing from a distance. They come to a halt not far from him, appearing somewhat uneasy, with Ozora Daichi pushed forward by Asanai Asuna. Thank you for your assistance. Ozora Daichi stutters under Nanchu's cold scrutiny, struggling to articulate his gratitude. Observers in the command room feel a sense of exasperation at the awkwardness unfolding. Ultimately, it is Asanai Asuna who cannot bear to watch any longer, giving Ozora Daichi a firm push. So, our captain would like to invite you to our base. Ozora Daichi quickly adds, of course, if you prefer not to go, we won't force you. Meanwhile, inside the base, Captain Shimiko laments, wishing he had let Asanai Asuna handle this instead. Ozora Daichi is quite the inept teammate. Asanai Asuna glares at him, discreetly twisting his waist, causing Ozora Daichi to grimace in pain. Yes, if possible, I would hope you could accompany me to meet the captain. We could also discuss your requests. Asahina Yamanos wore a radiant smile, her grip unwavering, while Ukura Daichi winced in pain, his expression contorted. unable to utter a single word. Nanaguchi pondered, reflecting on how this world exhibited a far greater tolerance towards extraterrestrial beings compared to the Showa era, particularly with the presence of Dr. German from the planet Vanden. All right, the two who heard the response momentarily paused, before Asahina Yamanos quickly responded, "Very well. This way, we'll take you to the base." Ukura Daichi, on the other hand, bore a face that reflected the relief of having survived a catastrophe in a rush. "Let's wait a moment," Nanaguchi said as he walked toward the city. After all, having eliminated Dimaga himself, the task of encountering Ukura Daichi now fell upon him. The two behind him exchanged puzzled glances, yet still followed Nanaguchi's lead. After taking a few steps, Ukura Daichi halted. "Why don't we just drive? Can't you be a bit more industrious? What's wrong with walking a few steps for some exercise?" Asahina Yamanos replied, somewhat exasperated. "But I'm merely a researcher," Ukura Daichi retorted, sounding quite pitiful. Yet, it was undeniable that the current Ukura Daichi was indeed lacking in strength. Nanaguchi turned and headed toward the vehicle, while Ukura Daichi eagerly followed, exclaiming, "I knew it. Driving is definitely more convenient. By the way, what's your name? Which planet are you from? How did you end up on Earth? Are you acquainted with that sudden appearance of the monster?" Nanaguchi, feeling his mind empty, chose to ignore the incessant chatter of the loquacious Ukura Daichi. Meanwhile, Asahina Yamanos, who was driving, shot a glare at the talkative Ukura Daichi. "Now, be quiet, Daichi." It seemed that Asahina Yamanos' words had a definite effect, for Ukura Daichi fell silent for the remainder of the journey. Eye in the sky, two beams of light, one purple and one blue, streaked by Nanaguchi's vision, and the blue light seamlessly merged into Ukura Daichi's terminal unnoticed by the others. It appeared that he had inadvertently altered the course of events. Although Ikusu still encountered Ukura Daichi, he did not manifest. Chapter 20. Usurping Ikusu's debut opportunity unaware of the changes that had transpired. Ukura Daichi remained oblivious to the challenges that awaited him. "Let us proceed to the base," Nanaguchi finally spoke, having concluded his thoughts. After all, with no monsters currently present, there was no need for Ikusu to appear, making their way here futile. The two behind him, still in a haze of confusion, followed him toward the base. "Did you come to the city out of curiosity?" Ukura Daichi asked, his curiosity piqued. "Not at all," Nanaguchi replied, unwilling to elaborate, pondering how to even explain such matters. Throughout the journey, Ukura Daichi posed numerous questions, yet Nanaguchi merely listened without responding. Even without a reply from Nanaguchi, Ukura Daichi seemed perfectly capable of carrying on a conversation alone. Leaving Asahina Yamanos contemplating the desire to kick him out of the vehicle that I in the series, Ukura Daichi did not behave in such a manner. It seemed he was breaking character. Nanaguchi cast a glance at the overly enthusiastic individual eager to introduce the base. Truth be told, Ukura Daichi was simply curious about Nanaguchi's identity, for his aura and attire clearly marked him as someone extraordinary, confirming with a glance that Nanaguchi was indeed an unfamiliar extraterrestrial. Ukura Daichi sensed that Nanaguchi possessed considerable knowledge about monsters, and he hoped to engage in discussions about Gamora at some point. Although Nanaguchi was somewhat reticent, Ukura Daichi believed they could get along splendidly. Arriving at the command room, Ukura Daichi finally halted, and Nanaguchi breathed a sigh of relief, having not anticipated that this individual's enthusiasm would become quite overwhelming. All present stood to acknowledge them, and both Ukura Daichi and Asahina Yamanos approached Captain Kamiki. "Captain, thank you for your hard work." Captain Kamiki then turned his gaze toward the raven-haired youth before him. With striking features and an exceptional aura, the young man would undoubtedly capture attention even in a crowd. "We sincerely appreciate your assistance. As long as it does not adversely affect Earth, we will do our utmost to fulfill any other requests you may have," Captain Kamiki stated courteously. The other team members were taken aback, surprised by their captain's respectful demeanor towards this youth. Only Tachibana Sayuri, standing aside, understood her captain's intentions. Having another ally was far better than acquiring another enemy, especially given that the young man before them exhibited remarkable strength. "Captain," Tachibana Sayuri softly reminded. Captain Kamiki suddenly realized, "My sincerest apologies. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Shotoru Kamiki, the captain of the Zio Special Search Team." Tachibana Sayuri smiled warmly. "I am Sayuri Tachibana, the vice-captain of the Zio Special Search Team, that I look forward to working with you. Each member introduced themselves. Kazama Wataru, Takashima Hayato, Yamagishi Ken, Matsuda Chiaki. Nanaguchi's gaze swept across the assembly. I am Danhong, he began, but then closed his eyes and swallowed the remainder of his sentence. The others awaited his next words, only to be left hanging in curiosity when he fell silent. What do you do? Ukura Daichi boldly inquired, feeling compelled to ask after having endured a silent journey. Asahina Yamanos gave Ukura Daichi a nudge, while Nanaguchi pondered that perhaps there was no harm in revealing his role. Considering this world likely lacked the Astral Express, that it's nothing serious. If you cannot say, then so be it. Tachibana Sayuri interjected diplomatically to no, there is nothing I cannot say that I serve as a protector of the train. And I also maintain its intelligence system. As expected. Once Nanaguchi finished speaking, the curiosity in the eyes of the crowd intensified. Takashima Hayato followed up with a question. A train? Are there trains in space? The mention of the Astral Express likely elicited blank stares from most. Just as the others were about to inquire further, Captain Kamiki shot them a stern look, signaling them to temper their enthusiasm. Do you have a place to stay? If not, you are welcome to reside here for the time being. Tachibana Sayuri offered gently. Nanaguchi internally marveled at her nurturing nature, truly a motherly figure within Zayo. However, to be honest, he was reluctant to become entangled with the defense team. While being informed of the situation was beneficial, operating independently held its own appeal. Sensing Nanaguchi's hesitation, Captain Kamiki elucidated, we are not asking you to join Zayo. We wish to assist friendly extraterrestrials. Moreover, we have a Vandonian scientist within our base who oversees research on combat machinery. Once again, Ukura Daichi chimed in. Indeed, Dr. German is a wonderful person. Ultimately, Nanaguchi decided to stay with the defense team. Registering some information for ease of access to the base, Ukura Daichi eagerly volunteered to help Nanaguchi familiarize himself with the base, practically dragging him along. Is this kid overly excited or what? Takashima Hayato remarked, somewhat puzzled. But Danhong seems like a decent person, despite his chilly demeanor, Matsuda Chiaki added, resting his chin on his hand. Captain Kamiki, noticing the gossiping crowd, waved his hand dismissively. All right, get back to your duties. Yes, Captain, the group complied, falling silent as they busied themselves with their respective tasks. After showing Nanaguchi around the base, Ukura Daichi led him to his laboratory. This is our lab. I usually spend my time here. If you need anything, feel free to come find me. Nanaguchi nodded, but before he could take in his surroundings, Ukura Daichi whisked him away. You should rest now since you just arrived on Earth and have already fought. I'll get you a terminal so we can stay in touch. I'll come back to check on you shortly. With that, he dashed off, leaving Nanaguchi somewhat bewildered as he observed Ukura Daichi's exaggeratedly carefree exit. Internally, Nanaguchi mused, has this person been hit on the head by a monster? Meanwhile, Ukura Daichi thought, look how considerate I am. Danhong must be deeply moved that I am in reality. Throughout this entire escapade, Ukura Daichi had been in such a rush that Nanaguchi hardly took note of his surroundings. However, he indeed needed some rest. With his mind filled with the incessant babbling of Ukura Daichi, he sighed, ugh, my head hurts. Nanaguchi paid little mind to the dormitory's environment. All he required was a bed. Having just engaged in a battle before arriving in this world, he found himself weary after 2 encounters. Thus, as soon as his head hit the pillow, he promptly fell asleep. Upon awakening once more, it was to the sound of Ukura Daichi's voice calling, Danhong, time to get up. Danhong, reluctantly, Nanaguchi rose, smoothing out his expression before opening the door, only to be greeted by Ukura Daichi's beaming smile. Danhong, you're finally awake. If you don't get up soon, you'll miss dinner. Following Ukura Daichi to the cafeteria, the other Zayo team members regarded the pair with curiosity, observing how Ukura Daichi seemed rather attentive in introducing the food to Nanaguchi. Hey, has anyone ever seen Daichi act like this? Kazama Wataru whispered. Exactly, he looks quite eager. Takashima Hayato shook his head in disbelief. Chapter 21. The tour group. Dr. German Kazama Wataru shot a sidelong glance at Takashima Hayato. Who was it that apologized so readily before, and now has the audacity to criticize Daichi? That was for the sake of diplomatic relations. Takashima Hayato retorted stubbornly, oh please, had I not seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Kazama Wataru scoffed sarcastically. Yes, the two appeared ready to bicker. Matsuda Chiaki quickly intervened. All right now, they're coming over. The two huffed in response, choosing to ignore each other as the others had long since grown accustomed to their antics. As long as they didn't come to blows, it was considered a win. What were you two discussing? Ukura Daichi approached with a tray in hand. Nothing much, just casual chatter, they replied nonchalantly. Matsuda Chihiro feigned indifference. Daika Daichi, on the other hand, paid it no mind, casually inquiring, Dan Hung, come sit here. Nenshu took a seat beside Daika Daichi, subsequently nodding at the others, then returned to enjoying the delicacies without concern for the rest. The others, too, were unconcerned, for Nanshu's current identity was that of an extraterrestrial. Have you ever witnessed the pre-meal dance of the Vandonians? By comparison, this was quite favorable. Having watched numerous tokusatsu productions, Nanshu was certainly familiar with the dining etiquette here. Yet he was not one of them. Moreover, who had ever heard of characters from the Broken Iron series uttering phrases like "I shall begin my meal now" before dining? Such was the nature of those characters. During the meal, Nanshu noticed that the person beside him occasionally leaned in to murmur softly, which led him to suspect that Ikusu had already disclosed his identity to Daika Daichi, whose gaze would occasionally dart in his direction, but he was curious about their previous conversation, undoubtedly related to him, so he chose to feign ignorance and awaited Daika Daichi's initiative to speak. After dinner, as everyone began to leave, Daika Daichi handed a terminal to Nanshu but did not take his leave. Nanshu, not in a hurry, began to examine the terminal in his hands. Daika Daichi explained, I have added a map of the base's layout here. It should be useful if you get lost. Thank you, Nanshu replied politely. Subsequently, Daika Daichi appeared to hesitate, as if he were on the verge of speaking. Seemingly unable to contain himself, with a slight sigh, Nanshu inquired, Is there something you wish to discuss? Daika Daichi, lost in thought, raised his head in confusion. Huh, you've been looking at me as if you have something to say since we left the dining hall. Daika Daichi, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head. Was I that obvious? So, what is it that you wish to convey? Nanshu calmly crossed his arms. Daika Daichi glanced around before leading Nanshu to the rooftop. It's quieter here. Nanshu nodded, awaiting Daika Daichi's next words. That moment, the terminal at Daika Daichi's side emitted a sound. Daichi, let me speak. Observing Daika Daichi's predicament, Ikusu spoke up, noting that if they let Daika Daichi talk, it could take until next year. Hello, I am Ikusu Ultraman. I only arrived on Earth after defeating the Void Monster, Glyza. I am aware of the process. You hurled Glyza into the sun, which caused you to lose your body. This was also the reason for the manifestation of the Spark Dolls on Earth. Nanshu succinctly articulated. He produced the Dimaga Spark Doll he had kept on him, pondering the reason behind its existence, attributing it to either the plot or the system's power. Nonetheless, this was advantageous. Should Ikusu lose an armor, it would be a significant misfortune for Nanshu. Daika Daichi gazed excitedly at the doll in Nanshu's hand. This is the monster from that day. Isn't it? Wasn't it defeated? I thought so too, but after the monster exploded, it ended up at my feet, Nanshu explained, handing it to Daika Daichi. So, did you come to find me to disclose your identities? If that is the case, I believe you should find a suitable place for yourselves sooner rather than later. We are here to invite Dan Hung to join us. Once the words were spoken, Daika Daichi quickly clarified their intentions. Indeed, I have heard from Daichi about your capabilities, and he hopes you will join. Ikusu's motivation was entirely due to Daika Daichi. Otherwise, the more individuals who were aware of him, the greater the danger. After a moment of contemplation, Nanshu noted that while the defense team did not shun extraterrestrials, he still preferred not to remain here, especially given the presence of someone with a penchant for collecting. Someone who would even dissect Ultra Warriors. Nanshu felt he would surely be in peril. I can join, but I will not be part of the defense team. The defense team was not solely dictated by the captain's word. Nanshu was still keen on preserving an escape route for himself. Furthermore, it was best if Ikusu's identity remained known to as few as possible, aside from that little golden figure who enjoyed introducing himself. Nanshu had not encountered anyone so straightforward. I understand. For some reason, I have a feeling that having Dan Hung join us will lead to something good. Daika Daichi himself could not fathom why he trusted Nanshu so implicitly. It was merely a voice within him urging him to act. Nanshu rolled his eyes internally, recognizing this as the handiwork of that insincere system. Poor fellow, that he looked at the grinning Daika Daichi, his expression briefly flickering before settling back into neutrality. Why did the system compel him to approach the protagonist group? It had been the same in the Rob world. Why had they taken him in so readily and placed their faith in him? It must be related to energy, Nanshu thought, pondering whether the energy spoken of by the system was connected to the protagonists of each world, thus preventing him from straying far from them. Unable to decipher it, he chose to set it aside for now. That was a matter for the system to deliberate, and he could explore it later. Subsequently, the two returned to the dormitory, and a few days later, a group of visitors arrived at the base. According to Daika Daichi, they were there to tour the facility, and if Nanshu was interested, he could join. Captain Shimiku would also be giving a lecture. With nothing pressing to attend to, Nanshu blended into the group of visitors, though his attire and appearance were quite conspicuous. The other attendees directed their gazes toward him, and the guide had also been notified. However, in the days that followed, everyone at the base had grown accustomed to Nanshu's presence, so there was little cause for alarm. Yet, the attention of the crowd was soon captured by the wonders within the base. Accompanied by exclamations of awe. I believe everyone is aware that 15 years ago, an unprecedented flare erupted from the sun. This event caused the Opaz and Spark dolls worldwide to manifest, leading to a catastrophic disaster. To address this urgent crisis, humanity established the UNVR. The group then proceeded to the hangar, marveling at the aircraft before them. Just then, a Vandonian collided with a young girl, causing her to scream in shock at the sight of the alien. Dr. Gelman turned away, hands clasped behind him, resembling an elderly gentleman. Two individuals clad in lab coats hurried over. Mitsuki Mamoru awkwardly apologized to the girl. Chapter 22. Captain Shimiku's lecture. Ryu Takada held a vial with only the bottom remaining. Dr. Gelman, someone drank my new invention. Was it you? Of course not. Dr. Gelman vehemently denied. That liquid was meant to render a person invisible. It was clearly on the table before. Mitsuki Mamoru regarded Dr. Gelman with suspicion. If I had consumed it, I would have turned invisible long ago. Therefore, either I didn't drink it, or your invention has failed, Dr. Gelman retorted. Ryu Takada reminded him, the effects take 7 hours to manifest. Upon hearing this, Dr. Gelman began to panic, and Mitsuki Mamoru, observing Dr. Gelman's demeanor, concluded the truth. So it was you who drank it. I knew it. Ryu Takada glared at Dr. Gelman. No, it wasn't me. Let's leave, Dr. Gelman insisted stubbornly, after walking a short distance. Ryu Takada waved at Nanshu, and Mitsuki Mamoru quickly led her away. Nanshu overheard. Dan Hung is the captain's esteemed guest. If the captain and Daichi learn you wish to study him, Daichi might explode. I haven't done anything, Ryu Takada protested. Nanshu averted his gaze, while the guide introduced. Meanwhile, Geo has enlisted the assistance of friendly extraterrestrials for our research. Most of Joe's advanced technologies have been developed with Dr. Gelman's help, indeed, and he even replicated Ciro's Paragigi shield with just a glance. Nanshu thought to himself, nodding in agreement. Ryu Takada, not far behind, turned around. It's not solely Dr. Gelman's work. After the tour of the base concluded, the group was ushered into a room, and shortly thereafter, Captain Shimiku entered. Upon seeing Nanshu, he visibly paused for a moment. Quickly regaining his composure, the two exchanged discreet nods before Captain Shimiku addressed the assembly. Hello everyone. I am Shota Shimiku, the captain of Zio. Could anyone share their thoughts after visiting the base? I'll go, exclaimed a visibly excited student at Captain Shimiku's prompting. The boy continued. It was amazing. I want to defeat monsters too. Captain Shimiku regarded the enthusiastic boy with calm composure. Then, why do you feel that way? Because as a partner of justice, one must defeat monsters that are rather delusional. Youth, Nanshu thought. Yet one could understand the fervor of youth. Meanwhile, in the command room, Asuna Yamazaki sighed, indicating that Captain Shimiku was about to embark on another lengthy discourse. Everyone's attention subtly shifted to the inconspicuous Nanshu at the back, as it was difficult not to notice how he seemed out of place. His attire and striking appearance set him apart from those around him. Isn't that Dan Hung? He's here to listen to the captain's lecture? Kazama Wataru remarked in surprise. No wonder I didn't see him today. When did he become interested in this? Yagihashi Ken pondered. Daichi mentioned that Dan Hung attended out of boredom. But how did Daichi figure that out? As Yame Sasuna gazed at the unperturbed Nanshutsu, the latter, seemingly sensing something, lifted his gaze towards the surveillance monitor. The three individuals who unexpectedly met his eyes were startled. Truly, he was someone capable of contending with monsters. His perceptiveness was remarkable. Windward mused. No wonder Rui was eager to study Danhung. I share her curiosity. As soon as eyes sparkled with interest, I advise you to abandon the idea. Windward interjected with a hint of resignation. Not to mention the earth, but if the two of you were to confront Danhung, you would merely find yourselves at his mercy. Thankfully, Danheng is quite indifferent. Had he possessed a more volatile temperament, these two might have been in grave danger. With this thought, Windward's resolve solidified. He must inform the captain that these two should be kept away from Danheng. Meanwhile, Nanshutsu remained blissfully unaware of Windward's speculations, having merely glanced at the monitor before returning his focus to Captain Kamiki, who was passionately delivering his views on justice from the stage. The younger audience was fervently inspired, eager to engage in battle with monsters at that very moment. After the presentation concluded, Captain Kamiki and Nanshutsu lingered behind. With a smile, Captain Kamiki inquired, "How did I do?" "Quite well. You ignited everyone's enthusiasm." Nanshutsu replied, though his expression remained stoic. "You truly remain unfazed. You must have experienced much in your life. Even extraterrestrials seldom display such emotional restraint," Captain Kamiki observed, his gaze towards Nanshutsu tinged with compassion and admiration. Although Nanshutsu internally felt exasperated, he answered calmly, "It's manageable that it's not my choice to be this way. It's merely my character design." Nanshutsu screamed inwardly. Suddenly, a voice from the terminal interrupted. "A monster has appeared in the N2, M3 region. Specifically in Mount Ukama, in B form, approximately 60 meters in length." Without hesitation, Captain Kamiki and Nanshutsu exchanged glances and hurried to the command room. They arrived just in time to see Yamagishi-ken pulling up the footage. It was the volcanic monster. Batan and Nanshutsu felt no surprise at the creature's emergence. The most common monsters like Baemonston, Gamora, and Red King had only grown weaker with each generation. Is it strong? Captain Kamiki asked urgently. "Moderate, I suppose. Many Ultraman warriors have encountered it before," Nanshutsu replied. Indeed, many had fallen victim to Baton's poisonous traps, including Taro and Enzo, which had been Baton's highlight moments. However, this particular one should not be as formidable. It was well known that initial monsters grew weaker, just like the Ultraman warriors themselves. Be cautious of Baton's poison and beak, as the toxin is injected through its mouth, Nanshutsu warned. "Hayato, Otto, you must immediately pilot the air combat masquerade to the scene and prevent the monster's invasion," Captain Kamiki ordered. The experimental team would proceed in Aramis to analyze methods to confront the monster. Captain Kamiki and Tachibana Sayuri promptly organized the operation. "Danheng, I beseech you to accompany the experimental team to the site," Captain Kamiki implored sincerely. Upon hearing that there was something for himself, Nanshutsu momentarily blanked. Hadn't he agreed to refrain from joining the defense squad? Such adept handling of people. Before Nanshutsu could respond, Ukama Daichi excitedly exclaimed, "No problem. I will ensure Danheng and everyone are safe." Nanshutsu looked at Ukama Daichi's foolish expression, inwardly sighing. Where was the high intelligence of a researcher? He certainly didn't seem very bright. Nanshutsu reluctantly nodded in agreement. Chapter 23. The old friend Badan makes its entrance. What could happen if I disagreed? Surely, I can't just eat and drink for free. I must find a time to move out. Nanshutsu resolved silently as he boarded Aramis to the scene. Takeda Rii regarded him with an intensity that was almost fervent. "I didn't expect you to know so much about monsters. What else do you know about Badan?" Nanshutsu raised an eyebrow, recalling the dark history of Ultraman warriors. Some had perished at Baton's hands. Ultraman? Miyazuki Mamoru looked bewildered. Meanwhile, Ukama Daichi remained nonchalant, glancing thoughtfully at the terminal beside him. Takeda Rii, however, recalled hearing Dr. Jiruman mention Ultraman. "Clearly, you weren't paying attention to what the doctor said. He mentioned Ultraman before, something about the M78 Nebula. They are all powerful warriors who protect the peace of the universe. I would love to meet them." She gushed dreamily at us. "Oh, how do we defeat Baton?" Ukama Daichi inquired. "The simplest method is to destroy Baton's poison sac, but the toxin could disperse everywhere. Previously, it was stated in Mebius that this was why they had to seal Baton with transcendental technology." Nanshutsu explained. "That is indeed a concern." Takeda Ryui contemplated. Miyazuki Mamoru turned to Nanshutsu. "Is there no other way?" "There is another. By attacking the base of the poison sac, the toxin would flow back, causing Baton to perish by its own venom. Each monster has varying strengths. We will need to assess the situation on site," Nanshutsu concluded, closing his eyes to rest. Takeda Rii eagerly inquired, "Danheng, have you seen Ultraman in space? What are they like? I heard they appear whenever monsters show up on Earth." "Will they come here?" As Ukama Daichi, the human form of Ultraman, discreetly concealed the terminal beside him, Yamase Asuna felt a headache coming on. She glanced sideways at Nanshutsu, who remained in tranquil repose, filled with admiration for him. "We've arrived," Asuna announced as she spotted the aircraft battling Baton. Her gaze shifted to nearby buildings, only to see Baton demolishing them. "It truly is Baton," Ukama Daichi exclaimed. The video they had seen at the base had been so blurry that they could hardly discern the monster's appearance. "That's problematic. Baton is not only ferocious, but also highly toxic. It can breathe fire." Takeda Ryui and Miyazuki Mamoru quickly took cover behind a vehicle. "Isn't that common knowledge? Why am I even here?" Nanshutsu scanned the group. "Well, the previous video was too unclear to identify the monster," Ukama Daichi hurriedly explained, noticing Nanshutsu's gaze. Takeda Ryui, however, was unfazed. "We don't know much. Perhaps you have more information." "Exactly, like attacking Baton's veins." "We genuinely had no idea," Miyazuki Mamoru quickly added. Nanshutsu, lowering his eyes, mocked his own naivety. How could he forget that this world differed from Rabes, especially with Dr. Jeruman around? No, he couldn't admit he had been misled. That was not Donhing's character, and he was holding the script. He recalled the plot. Baton must have been on Earth for quite some time. But why had it suddenly emerged? Moreover, it hadn't attacked humans. It merely continued to collect buildings. What could be the reason? As the group contemplated his words, their expressions shifted from panic to deep thought. Indeed, why was that? Baton's appearance resembled that of a bird, suggesting its habits were similar to avian creatures, Nanshutsu pointed out. The group still appeared perplexed, prompting Ukama Daichi to ask, "Donhing, have you discovered something? Please share." Baton's current behavior was clearly nesting, and birds build nests to reproduce. Nanshutsu felt exasperated. It was so obvious, yet he had to point it out. "But that pile of debris hardly resembled a bird's nest," Asuna remarked, glancing at the heap of indeterminate objects. This time, it was Takeda Ryui who spoke up, casting a disapproving look at Asuna. "Asuna, have you forgotten the size difference between us and Baton?" Indeed, she had. Feeling embarrassed, Asuna scratched her head. Ukama Daichi then picked up the terminal. "Captain, from above, it does resemble a bird's nest." Meanwhile, the personnel at the base had already pulled up the video upon hearing Nanshutsu's comments. From a bird's eye view, it indeed looked like an enormous nest. Does that mean, once Baton has hatched its young, it will pose no further threat? Ukama Daichi naively speculated. Nanshutsu sighed inwardly. "But what happens after they hatch? Don't they need to eat?" The group froze, their expressions shifting to horror as they pondered the implication. "Are we to become its food?" Miyazuki Mamoru screamed. "Wait. Baton generally resides in high temperatures, specifically beneath volcanoes. Why would it choose to nest on the ground?" Takeda Ryui noted an inconsistency. Nanshutsu refrained from looking at the group. He only remembered the general plot, and such matters weren't the responsibility of researchers. The most crucial task now was to save lives. Nanshutsu could distinctly sense that there were still humans trapped within that pile of debris. Save them? The group looked at Nanshutsu in confusion. Pointing towards the nest, he declared, "There are still people inside." "What?" Asuna and Daichi quickly checked for signs of life. "If there are, rescue the trapped individuals first." "Otto, Hayato, you will draw Baton's attention to buy time for Daichi and Asuna," Captain Kamiki commanded without delay. Understood, the group responded in unison. Takeda Ryui and Miyazuki Mamoru produced their instruments, beginning their scans. There are indeed life signs. "There are people in there. Leave it to us. We will divert Baton's attention while you focus on the rescue," Kazama Dato said casually. Meanwhile, Asuna Yamazaki and Daichi Azora simultaneously glanced at Minamide, seemingly seeking his opinion. Minamide's gaze lingered on the two for a fleeting moment of confusion. "The plan is commendable. However, you have neglected one crucial detail. As Baton approaches labor, it will attack at the slightest hint of unfamiliar presence near its nest." Daichi Azora utilized his terminal to assess Baton. Indeed, and its abdominal temperature is notably low. This indicates that it does not require high temperatures during the birthing process. Rather, it necessitates a cooling of the eggs. Mitsuki Mamoru suddenly grasped the situation. This explains why it chooses to lay eggs on the ground. Ryu Takada's eyes sparkled with realization. Asuna Yamazaki sighed, exasperated. This is hardly the time for such discussions. Amid their deliberations, Baton had already returned to its nest, becoming aware of the unfamiliar presence nearby. Chapter 24. The long-awaited arrival of X. The aerial reconnaissance had become increasingly comprehensive. Captain, it seems the previous plan may no longer be feasible. The number of individuals trapped inside is far too great. Even if we executed the plan as intended, we would scarcely manage to rescue anyone. Minamite concurred. Indeed, and we cannot ascertain whether they are still capable of movement. Daichi Azora, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, "What should we do? Barton is no longer acting with intent, and with so many individuals trapped within the nest, we certainly cannot engage in battle here. Our only course of action is to lure Barton away from the nest." Minamite, unperturbed, reassured. "In any case, we will undoubtedly effect a rescue." Observing the anxious expression on Daichi Azora's face, Minamite shifted positions and whispered, "Wait for an opportune moment to transform. If we can defeat Barton, we will return to being spark dolls." Upon hearing Minamite's words, Daichi Azora's eyes widened in realization, and he gazed at Minamite with profound gratitude. Meanwhile, Minamite had already turned his attention toward the aircraft preparing to divert Barton. Barton is inherently ferocious. If we provoke it, it will surely leave its nest. Within the confines of the base, Captain Kamiki felt a sense of relief at having Minamite accompany them. Clearly, he was a consummate professional, exuding experience. Seizing the moment while everyone was focused on Barton, Daichi Azora silently moved his feet. "Let us first draw Barton away from the nest, Hayato." "Otto." Captain Kamiki contemplated and found Minamite's words to be sound. Before the two could mount an attack, Barton, sensing the approaching aircraft, turned and unleashed a fireball. The two pilots aboard the aircraft hastily evaded, with Kazama Dato exclaiming, "That was close. It is fiercely defending its nest." Tachibana Sayuri added nervously, "If we engage Barton, the trapped civilians will be in grave danger." While Captain Kamiki pondered a strategy, Minamite spoke calmly, "We need to make several appearances around Barton." Captain Kamiki's eyes lit up. "Yes, perhaps if we provoke Barton enough, it will abandon its nest out of rage." "Understood," Kazama Dato and Takeda Hayato replied in unison. Tachibana Sayuri, with concern, cautioned, "Please be careful." "Rest assured," Takeda Hayato replied confidently. These two, seasoned pilots, deftly maneuvered the aircraft, successfully evading numerous fireballs from Barton during repeated approaches and retreats. Finally, Barton, unable to contain itself, stood up. But Minamite's expression turned serious. "Retreat. Barton is about to leave its nest." Kazama Dato rapidly maneuvered the aircraft to make a swift exit. Yet Barton was irate at this persistent little nuisance trespassing in its territory. Moreover, with labor imminent, it would not allow any unfamiliar presence near its meticulously constructed nest. Fueled by its indignation at the repeated provocations, Barton pursued relentlessly, causing the group to exhale in relief as they witnessed it depart the nest. "What shall we do next?" Asuna Yamazaki inquired, turning to Minamite. "First, we must rescue those we can. Every individual saved counts, and we must keep watch over Barton's movements," Minamite replied, somewhat exasperated. After all, this defense team was assembled by him, so why must every decision be directed to him? The group hastily set out to save those trapped, while the airborne aircraft was tasked with diverting Barton. Minamite exchanged a knowing glance with Daichi Azora. After a series of entanglements, Barton flew away into the distance, prompting Kazama Dato to observe, "It has fled." "Not so fast." Dr. Germain suddenly appeared behind Captain Kamiki that a bird about to lay eggs would never abandon its nest. "Accelerate the rescue efforts." Daichi Azora strained to extract an individual from the rubble. "This scene is utterly chaotic." Asuna Yamazaki struggled to clear the debris. "This is untenable. Many individuals are trapped beneath, and we cannot move these structures on our own," Asuna noted, glancing at the terminal's display. Tachibana Sayuri focused on Barton's movements. "Otto, have you located Barton?" "Not yet. The radar has not detected it." Just then, after a prolonged search, Barton erupted from the ground, prompting Kazama Dato to exclaim in shock, "Below us!" Takeda Hayato immediately maneuvered the aircraft to escape, but it was too late. Barton collided directly with the aircraft. Daichi Azora gazed at the billowing black smoke. "This is bad." "Daichi, merge quickly," X urged. Daichi Azora, visibly anxious, protested. "But I have a fear of heights. Now is not the time for such concerns." X, somewhat exasperated, understood. Much like his own fear of darkness, "You have a point." After a mental struggle, Daichi Azora resolved to transform. Fortunately, Minamite's prior suggestion had led everyone to focus on rescuing individuals near the nest. Thus Daichi Azora's departure went unnoticed. Consequently, when X appeared and caught the descending aircraft, everyone was left in stunned silence. Is that a giant? The onlookers gaped at the sudden emergence of X. The most conspicuous feature of X was the X-shaped timer emblazoned on its chest and the ear-like appendages on either side of its head. The crowd watched in silence as X gently set the aircraft down, while behind it, Barton charged toward X. Be cautious of your rear. Thankfully, Minimide's timely warning proved invaluable. X deftly sidestepped Barton's ambush, although Daichi Azura did not crouch beside a building as he had in the original narrative. The absence of a building to lean against and the necessity for Daichi Azura to hold firm was apparent. Yet, Minimide keenly observed that X's form occasionally trembled slightly. Moreover, the encouraging words of X echoed in his ears. Well done. Daichi, just like that. Really? But it's so high up. Help. Daichi Azura cried out in despair. Hold on. Do not look down. Minimide urged as he led Asuna Yamazaki away from the nest. Mitsuki Mamoru observed Barton circling near the nest. It is resolute in laying its eggs within the nest. What a remarkable creature, willing to risk everything for its offspring. My own mother was just the same. Ryu Takada mused with fascination. While everyone admired Barton's dedication, it undeniably posed a threat to humanity. This marks our first encounter with a pregnant monster in a life-or-death struggle. Captain Kamiki reflected with a hint of melancholy. To effectively deal with harmful creatures, reducing the female population is the best strategy. Tachibana Sayuri advised. Captain Kamiki comprehended this rationale, albeit with a sense of wistfulness as he observed the unfolding scene as Barton prepared to descend back into its nest. X lunged at the descending Barton, pulling it away from the nest. To be candid, while laying eggs is natural for Barton, the existence of an additional monster on Earth translates to an augmented threat to humanity. If this were in space, it would be of little consequence. However, Barton has chosen the wrong location for its nesting. With labor imminent, Barton had no intention of engaging in prolonged conflict with X. The group had worked diligently to lure it away from the nest, and X would certainly not allow it to return. Chapter 25. Inner Turmoil and Outer Calm. Observing X obstructing its return to the nest, Barton realized it must first incapacitate X before proceeding with its birthing. However, Barton was not foolish. It seized the opportunity to break free from X's grasp and head toward the nest. Sensing this, X quickly leaped forward, restraining Barton from behind, with all focus on the battle. Daichi Azura had no energy to consider the ground below him. I believe that with a few more transformations, Daichi Azura will overcome his fear of heights. Barton executed a back throw, slamming X into the ground. X swiftly regained composure, pushing off the ground with both hands and delivering a kick to Barton, causing it to spin in place. Witnessing this, Minimide could not help but marvel at the fortune of having a reliable and battle-hardened Ultraman as a mentor. Seizing the moment, X sprang to his feet and grasped Barton's beak. However, Barton would not permit X to maintain such control. With a forceful struggle, Barton broke free from X's grasp and attempted to peck at X, injecting its venom. In the transformation space, Daichi Azura recalled Minimide's advice to be wary of Barton's beak and its toxins. Under the watchful eyes of the group, X narrowly evaded Barton's assault. Just as Barton lunged at X once more, a green light swiftly descended upon it from a distance. Barton erupted with sparks, retreating in a scream. The group on the ground turned their gazes toward the still dissipating green energy. The earlier commotion had undoubtedly been caused by Minimide's intervention. Cloud Strike, infused with the power of pursuit, had struck Barton, simultaneously saving X from the impending injection of toxins. In the transformation space, Daichi Azura patted his chest. That was close. I almost got pecked. Indeed, it is a stroke of fortune that Donheng intervened. However, the force exhibited by that entity, Barton, is something I have never encountered in the cosmos. It possesses wind elements, yet is intermingled with other powers. Nonetheless, I did not dwell on it, as it is entirely normal to encounter numerous unknown phenomena in such an expansive universe. Meanwhile, the crowd on the ground erupted in excitement, with Takeda Rei swiftly darting in front of Nanshuching, exclaiming, "How impressive! I wish to study it." Previously, Captain Shinboku had informed me to keep an eye on Takeda Rei, but before I could respond, Sanjetsu swiftly covered her mouth with remarkable reflexes. It's all right. She's just babbling. Pay her no mind. He chuckled. This was the first time Sanjetsu stood before the main protagonist, Having only heard her exuberant remarks from behind, I was genuinely surprised that Takeda Rue was serious about her desire to study it. Meanwhile, Ikusu continued to struggle against Barton, while everyone else in the base remained focused on the battle that giant aiding us. Captain Shinboku mused, still incredulous at the sight before him, for seeing is indeed believing. Tachibana Sayaka turned to Dr. German behind her and inquired, "Doctor, is there any way to seal that monster's mouth?" Dr. German's response was succinct. "No." Then, as if struck by inspiration, he added, "Or perhaps there is. Let me see." At that moment, Ikusu was busy grappling with Barton's beak, spinning it around, while Sanjetsu aimed a rocket launcher and fired. Unexpectedly, Barton's head rotated at an astonishing angle, its fiery breath negating the rocket's trajectory, and even sent an additional fireball towards Sanjetsu's shoe. Alarmed, she exclaimed, "Oh no!" Nenshuching had anticipated this turn of events, thinking to himself, "Do you really believe Barton is an easy target for ambush?" He swiftly pulled her aside just as Barton's fireball detonated nearby. Sanjetsu Shu, clearly still in shock, wore a fearful expression as Nenshuching handed her off to the two individuals hiding behind a vehicle. Takeda Rue promptly supported her, asking, "Are you all right, Shu? You're not hurt, are you?" Fortunately, Danheng had intervened. Otherwise, with such force, one could easily have been blown away, as Sanjetsu Shu reflected with lingering apprehension. Meanwhile, Ikusu, who had intended to advance, suddenly changed his course of action and delivered a powerful kick, toppling Barton. Observing Ikusu's actions, Nenshuching silently apologized to Ozora Daichi, thinking, "Sorry, I inadvertently stole your chance to be the hero," but then again, had he waited for the heroic moment, the person might have already been launched into the sky. Although Nenshuching mentally criticized himself, he maintained an expressionless demeanor, arms crossed, as he surveyed the battlefield, reminding himself that he was currently embodying a cool and aloof young man. Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted, as Barton managed to pin Ikusu to the ground. Nenshuching mused that if he were an ultra warrior, he would simply yank out Barton's venom sac and stuff it into its mouth, but the disparity in size made such thoughts mere fantasies. Barton, intent on forcefully kissing, no, injecting venom into Ikusu, seemed absurdly comical, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Ozora Daichi called out from the transformation space, "Danheng, help! I need assistance." Nenshuching sighed softly, relieved that his weapon could be summoned back from any distance, grateful for the system. The power of hunting enveloped the strike cloud once more, and with Nenshuching's throwing motion, it advanced towards Barton again. Barton, having noticed this, immediately abandoned its attack and dodged, allowing Ikusu to roll away and create distance. "Danheng, it's truly wonderful to know you," Ozora Daichi expressed, nearly moved to tears. That To have a companion who could assist in times of emergency was indeed a blessing. Nenshuching felt puzzled, as each ultra warrior typically enjoyed a novice protection period upon their debut. Was it his fault that Ikusu's protection period had been bypassed? He glanced at Ikusu, whose fist landed squarely on Barton's face. In truth, there was still a semblance of a protection period, and finally, Kazama Wataru and Takashima Hayato, having restarted their machines, took aim at Barton's venom sac. They successfully shattered one sac, causing a yellow liquid to splatter in all directions. Nenshuching observed the yellow substance fall onto nearby plants, which instantly withered. "Look over there," he pointed out. Sanjetsu Shu and the others followed his gaze, naturally spotting the blighted vegetation. Takeda Rue pushed past the two to begin documenting, stating, just as Danheng mentioned, "Fortunately, these toxins did not spread through the air." Hearing this, Captain Shinboku and Tachibana Sayaka breathed a sigh of relief, with the captain advising, "Wataru, be more cautious next time." Wataru, preoccupied with his assault, sheepishly apologized, "Sorry, there won't be in next time." Seizing the opportunity, Takashima Hayato mocked, "Exactly. Didn't you hear Danheng's prior warning? Thankfully, the toxins didn't spread elsewhere. You can reprimand me, but what gives you the right to?" Wataru glared at Takashima Hayato with a fierce expression. "It's nothing. Just a friendly reminder. If you overthink it, that's on you." Takashima Hayato shrugged nonchalantly. Observing Takashima's demeanor, Wataru felt his temper rising. Yet, there were more pressing matters at hand. With a huff, Wataru chose to ignore him. Chapter 26. Gamora Armor. The meeting. Seeing Wataru in a fit of anger, Takashima Hayato felt a surge of delight. Those two truly were at odds. The arguments between them left Captain Shinboku, and Tachibana Sayaka feeling somewhat exasperated. At this moment, Dr. German finally ceased his activities, declaring, "Let the virtual Gamora fuse with Aiku. Such a feat is achievable?" Captain Shinboku was skeptical, feeling it sounded preposterous. How can one know without attempting it? "Shu! Rue," Dr. German commanded. Nan Shuqing watched as Takeda Rei and Sanjetsu Shu emerged from behind the vehicle once more. "Rue, transmit the data." Takeda Rue quickly operated the terminal, stating, "All right, Giant, use this." Ozora Daichi, still in the transformation space, received the Gamora armor card. "What is this?" Ikusu questioned, sensing something being transmitted into his body. "Incredible! Ikusu, you can actually accept data from virtual monsters," Ozora Daichi exclaimed excitedly. "How do we use this?" Ikusu inquired. Ozora Daichi, brimming with enthusiasm, suggested, "Let us give it a try." "Wait, what are you planning to do?" Ikusu asked, feeling a tinge of panic as the Gamora armor was placed onto the terminal. A mechanical voice announced, "Virtual Gamora, loading." Soon, Ikusu found himself enveloped in light, and when the others could see him again. He was adorned in armor. He now possessed a pair of claw-like weapons and wore a sky-blue upper armor. Virtual Gamora armor, activated, success. Ozora Daichi celebrated joyfully. Ikusu, still bewildered, asked, "Wait, what is this?" "This is a fusion of Earthling virtual monster technology and Ikusu. Let us call it Gamora armor," Ozora Daichi explained. Observing Ikusu, now looking somewhat cumbersome in the armor, Nan Shuqing inwardly critiqued the added bulk. Ikusu, equipped with his new gear, delivered powerful strikes to Barton with his claws. Each hit landing squarely on Barton's face. For a moment, Barton spun like a top as Ikusu relentlessly pounded on his head. Watching the valiant Ikusu, Takeda Rue's eyes sparkled with admiration, exclaiming, "So cool. Doctor, I can't believe we succeeded," Sanjetsu Shu reported excitedly to Dr. German. "What do you mean you can't believe it?" Dr. German replied, his tone laced with pride. Ikusu, now clad in armor, stood unfazed by Barton's beak. Inviting the attack. "This is pretty effective," Ikusu remarked with surprise. "Isn't my Gamora amazing?" Ozora Daichi boasted. "Though it is a bit heavy," Ikusu muttered under his breath. Just then, Barton unleashed a torrent of flames towards Ikusu, who promptly raised his claws to shield himself from the assault. Realizing the dire situation, Barton began flapping its wings, preparing to dive towards Ikusu. Surrounding Ikusu was a surge of blue energy, and as he thrust his claws forward, Barton was obliterated by the Gamora shockwave, reverting to a sparkly effigy. Thus, the matter was resolved flawlessly. Barton and its offspring were spared, perhaps to be restored one day, but certainly not upon this earth. With the crisis averted, Ikusu departed, leaving the rest of the group in a state of complex emotions. With the battle concluded, "You all must hurry to rescue the civilians," Captain Shinboku commanded after a moment's silence. "Wait, where's Daichi?" Sanjetsu Shu finally noticed a missing member. Ozora Daichi approached from a distance, stating, "I'm here." "Honestly, where did you wander off to?" Sanjetsu Shu asked. Slightly exasperated, "I went over there to rescue people. When Barton suddenly returned, I distanced myself," Ozora Daichi explained sheepishly, scratching his head. Nan Shuqing glanced at Ozora Daichi, thinking, if it weren't for his blushing ears, I might have believed he was lying. The group began their rescue efforts. This time without any monsters causing disturbances, allowing their task to progress smoothly. Once everyone returned to the base after concluding their rescue mission, Captain Shinboku convened a meeting with everyone. The topic was the giant that had appeared today. "What are your thoughts regarding the giant we encountered today?" Captain Shinboku inquired, looking around at the gathered individuals. "Danheng, do you recognize it?" Juju Zaibe inquired. Dachiongdadi appeared somewhat tense, while Nanshu remained composed. "I know him. It's Ikisi." "Ikisi? Is that the name of the giant?" Yamashita-kin asked. "Yes, Ikisi Ultraman, not a villain. You can ask Dr. Gelman. He should be familiar with the Ultraman clan." Nanshu delegated the explanation to Dr. Gelman. "But Dr. Gelman is not here at the moment," Matsuda Chiaki quietly reminded. The group turned their gaze back to Nanshu, who sighed helplessly. "The Ultraman clan is quite renowned throughout the universe. They primarily roam around for the sake of cosmic peace and can be trusted." Kazama Wataru reflected on today's battle. "We should be able to trust him. After all, he helped us deal with the monster." "I agree. We can observe for now," Goeidao Hayato remarked. Feeling that the giant's current actions were benevolent, Though he deemed further observation necessary, that I also believe Ikisi can be trusted, Dachiong Dadi echoed. Ultimately, the group chose to temporarily place their trust in Ikisi. But they made it clear that any future actions threatening Earth would not go unpunished at that time. Who knows who would punish whom? With Zio's current technology, defeating an Ultraman would take another 20,000 years. Just a jest. After everyone dispersed, Dachiong Dadi pulled Nanchu into his research room. However, it was not truly a research room, but rather an office. Aside from the captain, vice captain, and communications officer, others in Zio did not need to remain in the command room at all times. After transforming into Spark Doll, Barton could continue to live alongside the children. Dachiong Dadi produced the Barton doll, but that's just a doll. Can it still be considered alive? Ikisi couldn't help but voice. Thankfully, only Dachiong Dadi and Nanchu were present. The others seemed to have wandered off. There will surely come a day when we can revert them to their original forms and coexist peacefully with them. On this bountiful planet, a method to share blessings must exist. Dachiong Dadi looked forward to that day. Nanchu felt that Dachiong Dadi and Musashi must have much to discuss, both desiring coexistence with monsters. Perhaps it's not entirely impossible, Ikisi concurred. Maybe it has already been realized in other universes. Nanchu suddenly interjected. Huh? Dachiong Dadi gazed at Nanchu in confusion. That I heard during my travels through the universe about a benevolent warrior who has achieved such a thing. On one planet, monsters live together in harmony, Nanchu recounted calmly. Really? Who is it? Dachiong Dadi hurriedly inquired. Ultraman Gauss. Perhaps one day you will encounter him, Nanchu replied, noting Dachiong Dadi's eager expression. In this day and age. Who doesn't know that Musashi is the compassionate one? What does Gauss have to do with it? Of course, it was merely a jest. Both Gauss and Musashi are learning from one another. Ultraman Gauss. I truly look forward to it. Dachiong Dadi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Nanchu felt a sense of familiarity in their conversation, wondering if he had inadvertently stolen someone's lines again. Never mind. Whoever speaks first claims it. Following that day, word spread that Dr. Gelman intended to upgrade the ray guns. Yet after several days of waiting, there was still no sign of progress. Kazama Wataru and Guedao Hayato prepared to inquire. But their timing was unfortunate. Dr. Gelman had already finished his meal and fallen asleep. The Vandonian, after a post-lunch nap, could not be roused, leading to no response despite Kazama Wataru's attempts to call out and shake him. Yamazaki Asuna was assisting in the maintenance room and was currently on the phone with her mother. The gist of the conversation was that her mother wanted her to return home. But Asuna replied that she had no vacation time. When Nanchu and Dachiong Dadi, carrying a delivery, arrived, Yamazaki Asuna had just hung up. Having overheard the entire conversation, Dachiong Dadi curiously asked, Asuna, aren't you taking a break tomorrow? Aren't you going home? No, why? Do you need something? Yamazaki Asuna replied succinctly. This delivery was mixed in with our team supplies. The name on the package is yours, so we brought it to you, Dachiong Dadi explained. Handing over the package, while Nanchu nodded in agreement, Yamazaki Asuna excitedly opened the package. It arrived so quickly. Observing her enthusiasm, Dachiong Dadi asked, What is it? It's something I'm looking forward to. It's my reward to myself. As she unveiled the contents, a beautiful pair of high-heeled shoes emerged from the box. Shoes? Dachiong Dadi, ever the straightforward man, expressed confusion over Yamazaki Asuna's excitement. You guessed right. I'm going to wear them to go shopping tomorrow. First to the hair salon, then to the nail salon, and I've even booked a full-body beauty treatment. Yamazaki Asuna enthusiastically shared her plans. Nanchu, arms crossed, thought to himself how unfortunate it was that all these plans would soon come to naught. Such is life. Every time one plans to go out for fun, unexpected situations arise. However, he felt relieved that he had not joined Zio, as he could venture out freely while they were stuck in the base. Just then, the alarm blared. Team member Asuna, team member Dadi, Mr. Donhung, please report to the Operations Command Center. Nanchu genuinely did not want to get involved, but Dachiong Dadi pulled him towards the command room. Leaving no chance for Nanchu to escape, IT felt as if someone had advised Dachiong Dadi to keep a close watch on him. Everything seemed premeditated, once everyone gathered in the command room. Captain Shimiku began to explain the situation, mentioning that a particular area had recently experienced a series of earthquakes. Moreover, these earthquakes had been occurring frequently over the past few days. Once again, it was the T7B region, known for its numerous localized tremors. Juju Zyabei turned to Dachiong Dadi. Dadi, what do you think about this? It could be caused by anomalies in the ionosphere. It's said that fluctuations in electron numbers correlate with the activity of fault lines. Dachiong Dadi analyzed earnestly. Nanshu maintained an outward calm while internally struggling to comprehend, wondering if they could not express these ideas in simpler terms. However, it might not just be a possibility. Donheng, what do you think? Juju Zyabei turned to the nearby Nanshu, momentarily lost in thought. Nanshu snapped back to reality, realizing she was asking him. I think it may be related to the monsters. Monsters possess such abilities. We need to investigate further. Monsters, huh? That is indeed highly plausible, Captain Shimika mused, exchanging glances with Juju Zyabei. Asuna, you, Dadi, and Donheng should go to the site for investigation. Understood, Yamazaki Asuna and Dachiong Dadi replied in unison. I still have other matters to attend to. Nanshu attempted to resist, but Dachiong Dadi pulled him towards the door. Donheng, you haven't had much chance to explore here. Today is a perfect opportunity. It became certain that they were doing this on purpose. They must have seen it, Nanshu thought, feeling utterly defeated. Nanshu could swear that he had seen the smirking corners of Captain Shimiku and Juju Zyabei's mouths. They were undoubtedly scheming. Meanwhile, Yamazaki Asuna felt her spirits lift suddenly. Although her vacation plans were dashed, it didn't seem so disheartening after all. Captain Shimiku opportunely spoke. Wait, this is the funding we have allocated for you. Each month, a sum will be deposited. Use it with confidence. Nanshu calmly accepted it with gratitude and turned to leave, while Yamazaki Asuna and Dachiong Dadi hurried to catch up, but as they exited, Nanshu overheard discussions within the command room. Donheng is so composed. I thought he would change his expression. I didn't expect him to show no reaction at all. Do you think he might have guessed it all along? It's certainly possible. Truly, he is remarkable. Nanshu, having heard every word, shot a glance at Dachiong Dadi, who looked just as bewildered. Their eyes met in mutual confusion. Nanshu sighed softly, noting that Dachiong Dadi clearly knew nothing, resembling a clueless puppy that lets go. With that, Nanshu took the lead and left. The two behind exchanged glances, their eyes filled with bewilderment, unsure why Nanshu suddenly sighed. The group arrived underground in the T-7B region, where two staff members led the way. This is truly a headache. It's just an earthquake, but there's nothing we can do about it. Though they said so, halting operations was no trivial matter. It would incur significant costs. Listening to the staff members, Yamazaki Asuna consoled them. You have my sympathies. Can you think of something? Our performance evaluations have dropped, one of the staff lamented. Suddenly, Dachiong Dadi halted. What sound? The staff members listened intently, but heard nothing. Dachiong Dadi continued. It sounds like cosmic music, yet lacks that reassuring quality. It's as if someone is weeping. The surrounding lights began to flicker, and Nanshu cautiously surveyed the area. We should leave this place. Dachiong Dadi noticed a shadow suddenly appearing before them. There's someone over there. I'm sorry, but entry is prohibited here. A staff member stepped forward. The figure opposite emitted a piercing sound, causing everyone to instinctively cover their ears as the ground began to tremble. Nanshu furrowed his brow and positioned himself in front of the others. Run back. And don't look back. Upon witnessing this, the crowd discerned that the individual before them was no ordinary person. Dachiong Dadi and Yamazaki Asuna, accompanied by two staff members, hastily made their way outside. Chapter 28. The Subterranean Monster, Telestin, the Underground Dweller. Seizing the opportunity, Nanshu launched an attack on the woman opposite him, and one could not help but remark on the astonishing weakness of this underground dweller. You are not human either, are you? Do not impede me. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking action against you, the woman warned in a low voice. Nanshu remained silent, yet his assault did not waver. For his intent was simply to buy time. Noticing that those behind him had departed, he readily disengaged, creating distance before turning to flee. After Nanshu's departure, the ground behind him began to cave in, and a monstrous creature erupted from the earth. Upon seeing Nanshu's figure, Dachiong Dadi and Yamazaki Asuna sighed in relief. It appears that you were right, Donheng. The recent earthquakes are indeed due to monsters. However, who was that woman? Dachiong Dadi inquired. Puzzled, the subterranean monster Telestin was summoned by that woman, Nanshu revealed. Moreover, she is no ordinary human. First, let's neutralize the monster, commanded Shinkura. Telestin has emerged. It's in G form. Dachiong Dadi reported the situation to the base. Level 4 alert status. Urban defense protocols initiated. Asuna, you will pilot the geo-bolts to halt the monster's movement. Daching Dadi, assist in evacuating the crowds. With Captain Shinmu and Tachibana Sayuri's orders issued, everyone began to mobilize. After Yame Sasuna's departure, Daching Dadi turned to Nanchu, a clear inquiry evident in his gaze. That woman's identity must be that of an underground dweller. Their kind typically possesses the ability to manipulate Telestin. They can exhale flames reaching temperatures of 2,000 degrees, possess the capacity to traverse underground, and can attack through high-speed rotations of their bodies. Their greatest weakness lies in their fear of intense light. Nanshu disclosed this information to Daching Dadi because they shared knowledge of Zio's existence, fostering mutual trust. Sharing such details with other members of Zio might lead them to question how Nanshu possessed such knowledge. And he would then need to concoct excuses to deceive them that it was far more prudent to confide in Daching Dadi, as their long-standing camaraderie would render any revelations less suspect. With this thought, Nanshu couldn't help but commend his own cleverness. However, he had not considered whether Daching Dadi would cooperate or share his thoughts. Therefore, when Nanshu heard Daching Dadi relay his words verbatim to the base, he felt utterly stunned. Captain Shinmu and Tachibana Sayuri instantly grasped Nanshu's concerns, but chose not to address them, instead expressing their gratitude. Thank you very much, Danheng, for the information. Dadi, do you have any further details? The creature measures approximately 50 meters in length. It must be the subterranean monster Telestin, Daching Dadi stated, confirming that all the information had been thoroughly conveyed by Nanshu. Nanshu observed Telestin shifting towards their direction and urged Daching Dadi to flee. Just as Daching Dadi was engulfed in confusion, he felt a sudden wave of heat from behind. Instantly realizing it was Telestin's attack, had Nanshu not promptly led him away, Daching Dadi feared he would have been reduced to nothing more than charred remains. Given the 2,000-degree heat, he felt a searing pain radiating from his back as he escaped Telestin's range. That was terrifying, Daching Dadi murmured, patting his chest, the residual burn reminding him of his narrow escape. Are you uninjured? Nanshu inquired, scrutinizing Daching Dadi. I'm fine, thanks to you pulling me away in time. Otherwise, I would have lost my life, Daching Dadi replied, waving his hand dismissively. Not a chance, Nanshu remarked, casting a glance at Daching Dadi's terminal. Meanwhile, Yame Sasuna had already piloted the geo-bolts and merged with the automatically arriving Jamaskiti. Transforming into the land-based Masketi, Telestin's attention was drawn to the incessantly attacking land-based Masketi, granting Nanshu and Daching Dadi the opportunity to reach a safe position. As explosions erupted, a cloud of smoke billowed from Telestin's location, prompting Nanshu to urgently shout, "Hurry, get away!" Daching Dadi, still processing the situation, found himself momentarily bewildered by Nanshu's warning, with X signaling the monster's location on their terminal. Daching Dadi finally comprehended Nanshu's urgency. After Yame Sasuna's assault, Telestin had shifted from underground to directly behind her. Asuna, get out of there! Unfortunately, the warning came too late, just as Yame Sasuna sensed something amiss. Telestin had already clamped its jaws around the land-based Mastai, and as Telestin conjured flames once more, Daching Dadi hastily transformed. Fortunately, he had not acted alongside Yame Sasuna. Otherwise, transforming would have been inconvenient. Nanshu hurled the strike cloud, which pierced straight into Telestin's head. Consequently, Telestin yelped in pain, releasing its grip and causing the flames it had gathered to dissipate, just as the land-based Masketi was on the verge of crashing. A brilliant light appeared as X caught it. Meanwhile, Yame Sasuna, within the cockpit, had lost consciousness. By the time X arrived, Telestin had vanished, likely frightened away by the brightness of X's appearance. X could only release the land-based Masketi before fading from sight. Nanshu felt a twinge of disappointment, having anticipated the opportunity to vanquish Telestin, only to see it escape. How frustrating. Just as I transformed, it was over. Daching Dadi also expressed discontent regarding Telestin's retreat. He had been ready to showcase his abilities. Yet the moment he appeared, the enemy had already vanished. Who wouldn't feel vexed? Next time, let's settle it quickly. Nanshu consoled himself, recognizing that the enemy had long since disappeared, leaving them with no direction to pursue. By the time Nanshu and Daching Dadi reached the vicinity of the land-based Masketi, Yame Sasuna had already regained consciousness. On their way back, Daching Dadi recounted the entire ordeal to Yame Sasuna. Thank you so much, Danheng. Had it not been for you and that giant, I might not be here. Yame Sasuna expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Daching Dottie muttered under his breath. What giant? That was X. Internally, Daching Dottie mused. Is X not worthy of a name? Calling it a giant is hardly flattering. Had Nanshu known Daching Dottie's thoughts, he would have assured him that giant was already a commendable title that a particular senior had even attempted to name it Giant Mountain Superpower. A creation of a certain individual known for their aversion to alcohol and knack for naming. Upon their return to the base, the trio reviewed the surveillance footage from the underground tunnels. Encountering the peculiar woman they had mentioned. Who is this woman? Kita Hayato inquired, his brow furrowed. Many people seem to have spotted her at the subway station. According to Danheng, this woman is an underground dweller. Yame Sasuna noted that I've looked into it, but there's scant information on her. Chapter 29, Urban Legends. The underground woman, could she possibly be the underground woman? Kazama Wataru suddenly recalled an article he had seen online. It's a recent urban legend circulating on the internet. They say she drags anyone she sees into the underground and devours them. Although Yame Sasuna wished to dismiss this as mere folklore, Nanshu had indeed mentioned the existence of underground dwellers. Thus, everyone turned their gaze toward Nanshu, who remained engrossed in his book, oblivious to their scrutiny, wishing that the book in his hands were a novel instead. To Nanshu, these books felt as foreign as astronomy. He merely played a role, not having swapped minds. Perhaps if he had Danheng's mind, he might comprehend them as he pondered the possibility of mind swapping. Nanshu suddenly felt a poke. Upon looking up, he found everyone staring at him. Calmly, he closed his book and asked, "Is something the matter?" "Dan-hung, you're far too focused," Kazama Wataru remarked, astonished that someone reading could be so oblivious to the outside world. Nanshu felt as though he might split in two, as his inner thoughts contrasted sharply with his outward demeanor, and his subsequent role would also differ. The group wished to inquire if he possessed further information regarding the underground woman. Daching Dottie reiterated his question. Nanshu set aside the incomprehensible book. As the name suggests, they are beings that dwell underground, harboring a profound aversion to light and noise. Oh, you see the sunglasses she wears. Nanshu gestured toward the woman's sunglasses on the screen. Are they to block sunlight? Kita Hayato speculated. That's only partially correct. They retreated underground during the Ice Age, resulting in their eyes degenerating, appearing as though covered by a layer of skin. Nanshu explained to the group that's why she looks like that. Yame Sasuna and Matsuda Chiaki gasped in unison. I understand now. Wearing sunglasses serves to shield against sunlight, but more importantly, to conceal her differences from ordinary people. Yamagishi Ken summarized. Why would they emerge from underground? Daching Dottie posed his question. Quite simply, they are unwilling to remain confined beneath the surface, as they were the original inhabitants of this planet long before you. Nanshu elucidated. She seeks to transform the surface into a realm suitable for underground dwellers, a place devoid of light and noise. Nanshu candidly revealed to the group that we shall not allow her to succeed. Kazama Wataru was the first to voice his opposition. Given that both races coexist without interference, why would she wish to change that? Though the vast expanse of the sky and earth may exhibit kindness, it is not akin to a saint. Therefore, it shall not gamble with the survival of humanity and the lives of all. How shall we seek them out? The inhabitants of the underworld possess no identities. Making the search arduous, Yamaki Ken articulated the most pressing issue at hand. And what of her relationship with the monsters? Inquired Tachibana Sayuri. The denizens of the underworld can control, or rather summon. The listened at Nan's words almost implied a direct connection between them. After pondering for a moment, Tachibana Sayuri commanded, "You are to examine all surveillance footage from the T7B region over the past 10 days, and also investigate the data from SNS. Understood, the group responded in unison. SNS refers to social networking platforms, where perhaps more information regarding the underground woman can be uncovered. Upon returning to the laboratory, Owazura Daichi scrutinized the footage of Thalistin on his terminal, Danhong. Look, the emotional vector graph indicates that anger is predominant. But what is this wavelength? Before Nan could speak, the terminal's Ikusu interjected. It is an emotion distinct from anger, seemingly struck by a revelation. Owazura Daichi hastily called up an image of the underground woman for scanning to "Oh, that's it. The monster lexicon is not solely applicable to monsters," Ikusu marveled. The monster magnetism is utilized to detect various conditions of monsters. By employing the terminal to scan, data from the database will manifest that IT can also measure the emotional fluctuations and body temperature of the monsters, making it exceedingly convenient. Target voice analysis complete, with the mechanical voices announcement. It was articulated that this emotion could be more aptly described as a lament rather than mere sadness. Ozora Daichi observed the wavelength identical to that of Philistin. This correspondence in wavelengths further substantiates that the underground woman has control over Philistin. Ikusu remarked. Just as Ozora Daichi was about to speak further, Takeda Rue bounced in. Chan. Startled, Ozora Daichi stammered. Well, what's the matter? The adjustments to the virtual Ale King card went smoothly. It now possesses enough power to sustain the amusement park for an entire night. If the little Ale King were to materialize, I would want to go on a date with it, Takeda Rue exclaimed, covering her face in excitement. Nen recalled a certain little Ale King that had frightened the captain. The materialization of Ale King was not entirely implausible. You might inquire with Dr. German. Other Ultra Warriors from different worlds have successfully created one before. I've heard that other Vandonians have visited there as well. Nan suggested that, can it truly materialize? Both Ozora Daichi and Takeda eagerly inquired. There are indeed such instances, but success is not guaranteed. After all, this world lacks the transcendent technology and Mr. Particles. However, dating a monster would certainly be a unique experience. Meanwhile, in the command room, the team, after conducting a facial comparison, identified a woman with an 85% resemblance to the underground woman. Her name is Kanbushi Ryoko, the proprietor of a full-body beauty salon. It seems prudent to conduct an infiltration investigation, Tachibana Sayuri stated solemnly. You mean to infiltrate? Yame Sasuna immediately perked up. Subsequently, the meticulously groomed Yame Sasuna and the impeccably suited Ozora Daichi set off on their infiltration mission. However, Nen observed Yame Sasuna's attire, questioning the practicality of her yellow high heels paired with black stockings. What if something goes awry and you need to escape? Can you really run fast in high heels? As their figures departed the base, Yamakawa Wataru noticed Nen gazing intently at the ground. Are you daydreaming? Not everyone is like you. Dan Hung is clearly deep in thought. Just then, Kujo Hayato happened to pass by. And the two appeared to be rivals. Nan, sensing the tension between the two, quickly interjected. I was contemplating what if that establishment truly harbors danger. Would you be able to escape in those high heels? The two fell silent simultaneously, and the rest of the command room also fell into silence. Nan's concern was valid, but the individuals had already left and I will notify them. Tachibana Sayuri expressed her worry for their safety. Isn't Daichi there as well? Matsuda Chiaki reassured. The group turned their skeptical gazes towards Matsuda Chiaki, who expressed doubt, as Ozora Daichi would hardly withstand 3 moves in Yame Sasuna's hands. Chapter 30. The gaze of others is hard to ignore. Perhaps you should inform them. Captain Kamiki was well aware of Ozora Daichi's combat prowess. Otherwise, he would not be part of the Research and Development Division. Ultimately, the two intended to impersonate a couple, as in the original plot. Unaware that the underground woman had already recognized their identities. Based on the information obtained by Zayo, Kanbushi Ryoko had passed away 2 months prior, thus exposing both parties, just as their identities were revealed. The underground woman attacked the two and prepared to flee. Ozora Daichi approached to obstruct her, but was swiftly taken down. Yame Sasuna was at a loss for words, muttering a complaint before hastily pursuing the underground woman. During the chase, Yame Sasuna's newly purchased shoes were damaged, and having lost sight of her, the two could only contact the base. Tachibana Sayuri had already issued a warning, and she felt a headache coming on, wearing high heels to a potential enemy territory. It seems you failed to consider the risks, demonstrating a lack of crisis awareness. Moreover, Dan Hung had already cautioned us, Matsuda Chiaki remarked from the side. Acknowledging her mistake, Yame Sasuna lowered her head in apology. I'm sorry. I realize my error. Maintain the alert level at level 2, and continue tracking that escaped woman. After the admonishment from Mother, Captain Kamiki issued the command that I end the video. As soon as Gaze was resolute, she would not let the culprit behind her ruined new shoes escape. Understood. Honestly, with such a busy schedule, I can't even manage to eat 13 meals in a day, Dr. German grumbled as he walked in. Passing by Wataru, he handed him an item. Here, this is the upgraded component you asked me to make. Fantastic, this is truly impressive, Dr. German. You are amazing, Wataru exclaimed, his eyes gleaming to be by the way. Where's that guy Dan Hung? Dr. German scanned the command room. He was just here. Where did he go? Matsuda Chiaki noted Dan Hang's absence. He probably left when we weren't paying attention, Kujo Hayato commented nonchalantly. After all, with Nan's skills, the one in danger would be the opposing side. Meanwhile, Nan had long anticipated that Yame Sasuna was not one to heed advice. Hence he arrived wearing sneakers, as he had received good treatment from everyone. When Nan arrived, he found Yame Sasuna attempting to glue her shoes, while Ozora Daichi had already changed into his uniform. Using glue won't fix them. The shoes must withstand dozens of kilograms of weight in an instant. Not one to mince words, Yame shot a fierce glance at Ozora Daichi. If you can't speak, then shut your mouth, you idiot. Her weight is 47.5 kilograms, with a body fat percentage of 25.2. Daichi, perhaps you should provide him with the accurate figures. Ikusu suddenly chimed in. Ozora Daichi hurriedly shielded himself. Thankful that Yame Sasuna did not overhear, he whispered, "Shoo, discussing a woman's weight can lead to trouble." "Why?" Ikusu inquired, puzzled. Before Ozora Daichi could respond, Ikusu continued, "For the sake of health, accurate figures are essential." As Yame Sasuna finished gluing her shoes, she leaned in. "What are you muttering about?" "Nothing." Ozora Daichi yelped in surprise. Just then, Nan approached carrying a bag, and both of them were astonished to see him. "What brings you here?" Nan handed the bag to Yame Sasuna. "Inside are shoes." "You should change." Nan's gaze swept curiously over their attire. Ozora Daichi had changed into a uniform, yet why had Yame Sasuna not? Although Yame Sasuna was reluctant to change, she soon received an order from Tachibana Sayuri. While Nan remained composed against the pillar. "Why don't you like those shoes?" Ozora Daichi expressed confusion. "Those shoes aren't cute at all." Yame Sasuna grumbled as she changed her shoes. "Why must you wear cute shoes?" Ozora Daichi was completely baffled by Yame Sasuna's reasoning that it's because, when I was very young, my father forced me to learn kendo, and I was the best in our district. I remember once during a competition, I defeated the boy I had a crush on, and he cried inconsolably. That was how my first love ended, but regretting it was futile. Perhaps I used to dress in a way that didn't attract boys. So I want to make myself look beautiful, and wear very cute shoes. That a wave of sorrow enveloped Yame Sasuna. "Women on this planet are indeed quite complex," Ikusu remarked. Ozora Daichi quietly cautioned, "Stop talking. You do not need to conform to others' expectations. You cannot make everyone like you. But there will always be someone who loves you, like your parents. Each person's character and individuality are uniquely valuable. Interesting people will naturally attract one another. In contemporary society, individuals are indeed quite sensitive to the perceptions of others. The notion of being true to oneself can often seem elusive, yet it is not entirely unattainable. It merely requires time. Perhaps this is the case, but the scrutiny of those around us is difficult to overlook." After listening to Nan's words, Yame Sasuna felt a slight uplift in her spirits. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, likely heralding the re-emergence of Tyrostone. The epicenter appeared to be shifting towards Kamakura town. Matsuda Chiaki reported the situation. Captain Kamiki instructed Kazama Wataru and Katashima Hayato to proceed to the scene, while Nan and her companions, being closer to the site, hastened ahead. In the deserted streets, the subterranean woman was swiftly spotted standing in the middle of the road. With her piercing scream, the physical assault became difficult to assess. Nan grimaced and covered her ears. To be candid, Nan felt an overwhelming urge to hurl Kiyun at her, curious to see how she would react. Yet, what if the subterranean woman vanished, only to be replaced by another underground entity controlling Tyrostone? It would be more prudent to resolve the situation at hand. The surrounding lights flickered in response to the subterranean woman's shriek, and once her cries subsided, Yame Sasuna raised her firearm, declaring, "This time, you shall not escape. Behold, this world is rife with dazzling and blinding false lights. Humanity seeks to wrest the night from our grasp. The profound darkness of night is the most beautiful, a realm that rightfully belongs to us." Observing the subterranean woman's impassioned oration, Nan could only inwardly lament the absurdity of it all. How could someone of her age still be so juvenile? As the subterranean woman concluded her speech, Tyrostone erupted from the earth. With a sweeping gesture, the subterranean woman commanded, "Arise, Tyrostone. Go forth and obliterate everything on the surface, reclaiming the night that is rightfully ours." Behind Tyrostone blazed a fiery glow, its brilliance rivaling that of the streetlights. Undeterred by their presence, which was quite commendable. Chapter 31. Aileron Armor. Nan versus Subterranean Woman. Nan hastily pulled Daika Daichi and Yame Sasuna to flee. Yet Taira Stone's assault caused the ground to collapse around them. Yame Sasuna had already succumbed to unconsciousness. However, Nen landed gracefully, unscathed, while Daikadaichi fell from the ground but remained conscious. Daikadaichi cried out repeatedly, but Yame Sasuna showed no sign of response, and Taira Stone's imposing figure drew ever closer. Meanwhile, Ikusa shouted from the sidelines, "Daichi, Danheng, hurry and save me. I can't see anything." With a resigned sigh, Nen picked up the terminal, while Daikadaichi moved the unconscious Yame Sasuna aside, muttering, "It's just the device malfunctioning. Please keep it safe. It's a precision instrument that in truth." Ikusu was merely using it as an excuse to avoid the darkness as Turistone approached. Daikadaichi's expression turned serious. "Danheng, I leave Asuna in your care." Ikusu, merge now. With Daikadaichi's command, a radiant light appeared, and as it intensified, Ikusu's form emerged. Nen swiftly took Yame Sasuna away from the gaping pit to a relatively secure location. Upon witnessing Ikusu's arrival, Taira Stone lunged toward him. Ikusu retaliated with a punch to Taira Stone's head, then continued to strike down upon it. However, Taira Stone, incensed by Ikusu's audacity, spun rapidly once Ikusu created some distance. Transforming into a drill, it charged at Ikusu, sending him crashing to the ground. Rose. He scanned for Taira Stone's figure, and Nan cautioned, "Watch your back. It's underground." Heeding Nan's warning, Ikusu quickly sidestepped. While Nan had a sudden epiphany, Daiti is often said that to capture a thief, one must first seize the king. After ensuring Yame Sasuna was secure, Nan turned to seek the subterranean woman's presence. The subterranean woman, observing from a distance, appeared somewhat astonished upon seeing Nan. "That I didn't expect you to come looking for me." Nan had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. Brandishing Kiyun, she charged at the subterranean woman. The latter, unfazed by Nan's advance, raised her weapon to attack, an action Nan might have struggled to evade in her previous condition. But now, the circumstances were different. With unyielding speed, Nan deftly dodged the onslaught. Sensing her attacks being evaded, the subterranean woman began to panic. "We are not enemies. There is no need for us to turn against each other for the sake of humanity. Is there?" The subterranean woman seemed to waver, yet Nan was not inclined to heed her words. With a swift movement, Nan found herself before the subterranean woman, striking her with the shaft of her spear, not the blade. She watched as the subterranean woman slumped to the ground. Crossing her arms, Nan observed Ikusu's battle. If the subterranean woman fled, so be it. The primary strength of the subterranean dwellers lay in their ability to summon Turistone, while their other capabilities were inconsequential. Meanwhile, during Nan's engagement with the subterranean woman, Ikusu was being pinned down by Turistone, the timer on his chest beginning to flash ominously. Nan sighed in resignation, wondering if Ikusu's misfortune stemmed from her having usurped his novice protection period. Just as she contemplated intervening, Kazama Wataru arrived, wielding the newly developed ultrasonic handgun by Dr. Gelman. However, the recoil was so intense that the shot nearly veered skyward. Fortunately, Katashima Hayato was quick to steady it. The ultrasonic handgun proved formidable, toppling Turistone, prompting Kazama Wataru to exuberantly shout as Turistone turned its fury toward its assailant. This was precisely what Wataru and his companions had planned. "Ruei, now," Katashima Hayato urged. Takada Rui and Mikazuki Mamoru emerged from the shadows, delivering virtual aileron cards to Iku. Lying on the ground, Ikusu exclaimed, "Hey, what is this?" "This time, it's the aileron card," Daikadaichi replied, brimming with excitement. "But I'm not mentally prepared for this yet," Ikusu protested, attempting to resist. Yet, Daikadaichi disregarded Ikusu's words. "Aileron, become my trump card." Following this, a mechanical voice announced, "Virtual aileron, loading." Virtual aileron armor, activated. The familiar armor appeared, distinguishable by its orange hue, in contrast to the blue of the Gamora armor that a weapon in the shape of a gun adorned his right hand. Designed to unleash electric shockwaves, while Aileron's head armor rested upon his left shoulder. "How does it feel?" Daikadaichi inquired. Ikusu examined the armor enveloping him and replied, "It feels lighter than the Gamora armor." The aileron armor should be capable of delivering electric shocks, Daikadaichi explained it on the ground. Takada gazed adoringly. "Little aileron, how adorable. It even has a head hanging from its shoulder," Mikazuki Mamoru remarked with a complex expression. "That is precisely its charm." One could not deny the uniqueness of Takada Rui's taste. Tyra Stone roared once more and charged at Ikusu, transforming its body into a drill once again. Ikusu raised his right hand, unleashing a golden beam that ensnared Tyra Stone while discharging electric shocks. From a considerable distance, one could witness the flickering golden lightning and hear Tyra Stone's anguished cries. With a firm pull, Ikusu flung Tyra Stone with great force to the opposite side. Retracting the binding light, Ikusu curiously examined the weapon on his right hand. Tyra Stone, disheveled, struggled to rise from the rubble, but Daikadaichi showed no mercy. "I'm sorry, but this is not a place for you." As Daikadaichi's words resonated, the armor on Ikusu began to shimmer with golden light. With a thrust of his right hand, a powerful golden electric shockwave surged toward Tyra Stone, culminating in an explosive conclusion to the ordeal. Nan withdrew her gaze, casting a glance at the place where the subterranean woman had lain, now devoid of presence. She whispered, "For the sake of our two races, I shall let this slide." Nan was uncertain if the subterranean woman could hear her. Hopefully, she could. As Daikadaichi and the others found Yame Sasuna, she had yet to regain consciousness. It was only after several calls that she finally stirred, with Daikadaichi and Katashima Hayato helping her to her feet. "Are you hurt? You're bleeding. Are you all right?" To Yame Sasuna, these were mere trifles. "I'm fine. Thanks to Tyra Stone, right?" Ikusu took it down, Katashima Hayato clarified. "What about that woman?" Yame Sasuna urgently inquired. Daikadaichi and the others exchanged bewildered glances, clearly having forgotten the subterranean woman's existence. "She shouldn't reappear," Nen assured. Though she remained vigilant of her surroundings, as the group departed, they confirmed that the subterranean woman would not return, allowing them to relax somewhat. Yet, just as Nen noticed a familiar figure in the rearview mirror as the vehicle started, it vanished. Chapter 32. Asuna's birthday. Conflict. Upon returning to the base, the group discovered a stone tablet from 500 years ago at the previous construction site. Yame Sasuna clearly remained preoccupied with thoughts of the subterranean woman. After changing into her uniform, she entered the command room. The lights were off, and as they flickered on suddenly, Daikadaichi, Kazama Wataru, and Katashima Hayato emerged from beneath the table, brandishing party poppers, startling Yame Sasuna to the point of almost drawing her weapon. Oblivious to her fright, they sang, "Happy birthday to you. What are you doing?" "I'm not happy at all. I just received a scolding from the vice captain for lacking awareness as a team member." Asami Asuna found herself in a state of disarray, clutching a broken high heel in her hand. "The craftsmanship of this shoe is truly abysmal," she lamented. "Do not speak so harshly. It is thanks to this shoe that you have been granted a second chance at life," came the comforting reply. Fortunately, the subterranean woman had not turned to attack the fallen Asami Asuna. Had she done so, they might have had to confront Talistan. Daiki Ozora produced a box from behind him. "Here, this is your birthday gift." When Asami Asuna opened it, she was met with a pair of pink high heels, her eyes widening in astonishment as she glanced at the three. "What is this?" "This is a gift from the three of us, carefully chosen by the vice captain. Happy birthday." The earlier gloom that had enveloped Asami Asuna dissipated in an instant. "How old are you now?" Ikusu queried suddenly. Daiki Ozora quickly covered the terminal, exclaiming, "No asking." Thankfully, Daiki Ozora had distanced himself from the three just in time to avoid being overheard. Nanatsu leaned against the door, holding a cake, prompting Kita Hayato and Kazama Wataru to notice. "Our cake has arrived." They were fortunate to have Dan Hung with them, who could come and go freely. Indeed, otherwise transporting this cake would be quite the challenge, Kita added, acknowledging the unspoken agreement between the captain and vice captain. Nanatsu, disinterested in sweets, celebrated Asami Asuna's birthday before seeking a secluded spot with Daiki Ozora. "Hey, you think the subterranean woman will appear again?" Daiki Ozora expressed his concern over the absence of the subterranean woman. "If she reemerges and causes chaos like today, it would be wiser to deal with her decisively." Nanatsu understood Daiki Ozora's worries. Talistan was not easily subdued. Even if Talistan had a few subterranean beings at his disposal, he would not permit such recklessness, especially with Ikusu present. It was evidently a one-by-one affair. After a few days of tranquility in the city, devoid of monsters, Kazama Wataru, Kita Hayato, Asami Asuna, and Daiki Ozora made their way to the training ground. Nanatsu observed from a distance with Ikusu, while Kazama faced Kita Hayato, and Daiki Ozora squared off against Asami Asuna. "Do you think Daiki can hold his own?" Ikusu inquired, recalling Daiki Oizura's refusal of Nanutsu's morning training invitation. Citing his role as a researcher and the lack of necessity for formidable combat skills, he won't last more than a few exchanges, Nanutsu remarked, providing an objective assessment. He was no blue-skinned demon. A coach clad in a white taekwondo uniform urged, be more proactive, go for it. Observing the hesitant and slender Daiki Oizura tightly clenching his fists, it was evident he could only endure passive blows. After receiving 3 kicks from Asuma Asuna, he finally retaliated, yet she evaded with a swift duck and a backward bend. Daiki Oizura charged again, only to be met with a split kick that struck him in the abdomen, causing him to curl in pain. Asuma Asuna rested her chin on her palm, observing the agonized Daiki Oizura before executing a sweeping leg kick that took him down. Daiki, Ikusu sighed, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Meanwhile, the other pair, having begun with tentative exchanges, found the atmosphere escalating as Kita Hayato landed a punch on Kazama Wataru's face. You bastard! Kazama Wataru seethed, eyes wide with fury. Kita Hayato laughed lightly, a clear provocation. And the two soon engaged in a fierce exchange. Daiki Oizura, clutching his waist, attempted to intervene. Stop it already. The two combatants turned in unison to glare at him. Get lost. This is none of your business. With that, Daiki Oizura was shoved aside, gracefully landing on his feet. So weak. Daiki, Ikusu commented, rolling his eyes at the scene. It was quite commendable. After all, had it not been for Nanutsu's support, Daiki Oizura might have faced a similar fate. Fortunately, Asuma Asuna stepped in to subdue the two, averting a prolonged standoff. Meanwhile, in a factory within the city, a Zarabu alien pressed the detonation device in his hand, and with the explosion, plumes of black gas were inhaled by the Baemonston puppet. After concluding their training, Daiki Oizura bit into his bread with fervor in the cafeteria. Kazama Wataru, a bandage on his face, chewed angrily, his gaze fixed menacingly on Kita Hayato. Asuma Asuna wore an expression of resignation, while Nanutsu remained stoically focused on his meal. Passing by, Mikazuki Mamoru observed the peculiar atmosphere at the table. It feels like the mood is quite dreadful. Ryu Takada noted the injuries on Kita Hayato. Wow, you really took a beating. Someone got it worse from me. Kita Hayato nearly named names. This. Kazama Wataru slammed his bowl and chopsticks onto the table. What did you say? Then let us settle this again. Neither was willing to back down, and a peculiar laughter drew everyone's attention to the television behind them. The screen flickered erratically, revealing the Zarabu alien. I am a Zarabu alien, and I have destroyed many planets. Then the figure of Baemonston appeared in the city, proclaiming, next up is Earth. The group wore serious expressions, while Nanutsu remained composed, continuing his meal. Ryu Takada leaned closer. Dan Hung, you seem remarkably unfazed, regardless of how many planets monsters or aliens destroyed. Upon reaching Earth, they would all meet their demise. Can I study your energy, just a little? Ryu Takada gestured. Mikazuki Mamoru felt an alarm ringing in his mind. He had thought Ryu Takada had given up, only to find her waiting here. He quickly pulled her away. Just keep eating. Ignore her. In truth, Nanutsu was indifferent. As long as he wasn't being dissected, he could accommodate anything. Yet with someone obstructing, he would not let their goodwill go unreciprocated. If Nanutsu's inner thoughts were heard by others, he would surely harbor regrets. Chapter 33. Reliable Nanutsu, the ideal child of others. On his way to the command room, Daiki Oizura felt as though something was amiss. But thankfully Ikusu reminded him. He turned back to the cafeteria, just as Nanutsu finished his meal and prepared to leave. Daiki Oizura seized him and sprinted towards the command room. In truth, Nanutsu wished to express that the early emergence of monsters would likely lead to unforeseen incidents allowing them to escape, and it would be better to remain calm rather than panic. If the system were to see such a display, it would surely go mad. Dan Hung, on the other hand, was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, silently protecting his comrades, unlike Nanutsu, whose mind was filled with idle musings and sarcasm. While he maintained a neutral expression, he would act decisively when it mattered. However, it was not to say he couldn't indulge in inner commentary. It was merely that his current role was not particularly high in value. Unfortunately, the system's energy was limited, and it could only engage in energy-saving mode, akin to slumber or hibernation, upon their arrival at the command room. They heard Dr. Germain's voice. It is Baemonston. The vile Zarabu aliens have unleashed such a ferocious monster. That is Baemonston, Daiki Ozora exclaimed, excitement flickering in his gaze as he finally encountered the creature he had only seen in images. Captain, please allow me to pilot the aerial combat Masakidi. Kita Hayato stepped forward. Kazama Wataru, not to be outdone, insisted, no, Captain, I must go this time. You should not overestimate yourself. I am the more reliable choice for aerial combat. Kita Hayato replied with a mocking smile, why piloting skills surpass yours? Kazama Wataru tugged at Kita Hayato's clothing. Captain Kamiki noticed the injuries on their faces. Asuna, you will pilot the ground Masakidi. Understood, Asama Asuna replied. Turning to depart, Kita Hayato and Kazama Wataru hurried to the scene. As the captain warned, you must work together to thwart the monster's invasion. That he then turned to the two who had arrived late, Daiki and Danhong. I entrust you to accompany Wataru and analyze the monster. Should the need arise, I leave the safety of these three in your capable hands. Danhong. The captain's expression was earnest, akin to a parent entrusting their child to a teacher's care. In truth, Captain Kamiki felt similarly, with the daily squabbles between Kazama Wataru and Kita Hayato escalating to physical confrontations today. He was concerned, though Daiki Ozora was capable of analyzing monsters in the face of danger. His fighting prowess would only leave him on the receiving end of blows. Ultimately, Nenutsu's usual demeanor was the most reliable, calm, unflappable in the face of challenges, and impressively strong. Entrusting the three to Nanutsu gave Captain Kamiki peace of mind. In Nanutsu's heart, he wondered, have I become an unofficial team member? Captain Kamiki had long considered Nanutsu one of their own, for a strong and intelligent comrade was truly a source of reassurance. Tachibana Sayaka felt somewhat embarrassed by her captain's words, thinking, Captain Kamiki, he is not our team member. Please do not treat him so familiarly. Captain, Mr. Danhong is not a member of our XIO'd in a hushed tone. Ju Xiaobei gently cautioned, so please refrain from ordering people around. Captain Shimu wore an awkward expression, uncertain of how to respond. Observing the captain's perplexity, Ju Xiaobei felt a sense of helplessness, just as Nanchu felt relieved that he wouldn't have to take charge this time. The long-dormant system suddenly came to life. We must go. Defeating monsters provides energy. After all, for you, my dear system, the host shall make sacrifices. Nanchu struggled to maintain his composure, particularly at the latter part of that statement, which was laden with an exaggerated tone that he found unbearable. Regardless, he reasoned that he wouldn't be staying in this world for long. This assertion effectively silenced any objections from Nanchu. It's nothing. To the system, this sounded rather gritted, and thus, after Nanchu's acquiescence, the system fell silent. Kazama Wataru and Takashima Hayato reluctantly agreed, and the four of them departed the command room. Ju Xiaobei glanced at Captain Shimu. Captain, please be more mindful next time. They are not our team members. That it was an unavoidable circumstance. The entirety of Zio only had Danhong, who seemed reliable. Du and Hayato were at odds. And you are well aware of that rascal Daichi. As for Asuna, she had her merits, though her impulsiveness could be a drawback at times. And as for the liaison officers, Yamagishi Ken and Matsuda Chiaki, they were hardly worth mentioning. They never even took to the battlefield. Captain Shinmu and Ju Xiaobei exchanged glances. The Zio members, chosen after much deliberation, each possessed their strengths, yet their disparity when compared to Nanchu was rather pronounced. Ju Xiaobei sighed in resignation. If only they displayed half the composure of Danhong, I would be satisfied. Captain Shimu nodded in agreement. Indeed, why can't they learn from him? Danhong is simply the epitome of an exemplary child. Meanwhile, Dr. Germain, observing the unfolding events, stroked his chin and muttered softly, this Danhong is indeed extraordinary. I can't shake the feeling that there is more to him than meets the eye. But, alas, what concern is that of mine? I shall indulge in a meal instead. As Asuna piloted the terrestrial masquerade to the forefront, the attention of Behemoth was drawn away from its rampage through the city. However, it had already wreaked considerable havoc. Vanton electromagnetic induction cannon, launch. With Asuna's command, an assault was directed at Behemoth. Witnessing the attack miss its mark entirely, Nanchu was tempted to bestow upon them the title of Master of Outlining. As even a slight misalignment could have struck the monster at the same time, Ozora Daichi and the others arrived at the scene. The Zarabians were spotted at the S4 pharmaceutical factory, Matsuda Chiaki reported. Adu and Hayato, you must pursue it. Captain Shinmu issued the command without hesitation. Although Daichi had Dan hung alongside him, Captain Shinmu's optimism was misplaced, especially considering the recent friction between Kazama Wataru and Takashima Hayato, which made cooperation unlikely. Understood, the two replied, turning to depart. Asuna, continue to thwart Behemoth's incursion into the city. Daichi, keep analyzing Behemoth, Nanshu instructed. Understood. Nanshu mused, so, I'm merely here to play the role of bodyguard? Seizing the moment while the terminal processed information, Ozora Daichi inquired of Nanshu. Dan hung. Are you familiar with Behemoth? You've asked the right person. Nanshu straightened his posture. A behemoth's most formidable feature is its abdominal absorption port. It can consume a myriad of items and convert them into its own power, even absorbing the rays of the Ultra Warriors. Nanshu continued. Although it was once burst open by a certain blue-skinned demon, that was an exception and not the norm. Not all Ultras can achieve that. It also possesses flight capabilities, reaching speeds of approximately Mach 5 within the atmosphere, and even faster in space. The horns on its head can unleash destructive yellow energy projectiles. Chapter 34. Shocked. AX was devoured. Ozora Daichi gazed at the terminal still processing information in his hands, then glanced at Nancy Hu. Is this what it means to be a walking encyclopedia? It was no wonder Nanshu was always buried in books, thought Daichi, filled with deep admiration for him. In truth, however, Nanshu was merely pretending to read those incomprehensible tomes, absorbing nothing of substance. Although he wished to comprehend, his mind simply would not allow it. It was a hardware issue he could not rectify. The attacks from the terrestrial masquerade were wholly absorbed by Behemoth. Ozora Daichi swallowed hard. It's really being absorbed. What do we do next? Asuna queried. Run, Nanshu advised. Behemoth's horns began to shimmer ominously, indicating an impending attack. Suddenly, Ozora Daichi took flight. Daichi, Dan hung. Asuna exclaimed. Main character demise? This can't be. At the moment Ozora Daichi was blasted away, Nanshu had already led the others to safety. Otherwise, how would AX make his entrance? Asuna launched a frenzied assault on Behemoth, while Captain Shinmu maintained a calm demeanor. Steady now. Asuna, do not act out of emotion. Besides, we are all aware of Dan Heng's strength. Neither Daichi nor he will come to harm. Meanwhile, Ozora Daichi was taken aback, momentarily blinded, only to find the terrestrial masquerade launching a frenzied assault. Now's the time to transform, Nanshu declared, crossing his arms. So that's how it is, true to Dan Heng's nature. This allows for the concealment of our identities and provides Daichi and me with time to merge. AX is indeed astute. Just as Ozora Daichi merged with AX, a Gamora plush fell at Nanshu's feet. Silently, he regarded the toy, then glanced at the fully transformed AX. He bent down to pick up the plush, and AX charged towards Behemoth, leaving a trail of footprints behind. The destructive force was comparable to that of a monster. The old Showa Ultras fought to protect, aiming to avoid cities. The new generation, however, seemed to prioritize monsters over cities, declaring, "Monsters, come at us with your lives." Moreover, these antagonists were rather amusing. They always chose to strike after the cities had been built. Was the interval merely for them to prepare their battleground? The poor civilians remained blissfully unaware that their territory had been transformed into a battlefield. Serving as free labor for the construction of the arena, AX utilized a building as a springboard, launching a kick at Behemoth. While the idea was commendable, Behemoth was no fool. It swiftly blocked the attack with its claws. AX executed a roll to create distance, then propelled himself towards Behemoth once more, using the building for acceleration. That structure held up remarkably well, but the ground beneath felt as fragile as paper. Nanshu mentally ranted, suppressing a smirk as he recalled something. This time, AX succeeded in knocking Behemoth down, and the tide of battle shifted in AX's favor. A punch from AX ignited Behemoth in flames. A true spectacle that would rival fireworks at night. AX grasped the horns atop Behemoth's head, but this gave Behemoth the opportunity to counterattack. With forceful slaps aimed at AX's abdomen, pain caused AX to emit a muffled groan. AX was compelled to relinquish one hand from pressing against Behemoth's head to defend against the onslaught. After blocking the attack, AX leaped, delivering a knee strike to Behemoth's jaw, though its jawline was somewhat indistinct. Meanwhile, within the pharmaceutical factory, Takashima Hayato and Kazama Wataru had spotted the Zorabians. A chase ensued within the factory, and the Zorabians found themselves struck down by the two. Wataru, brandishing his weapon, surged forward. Watch me take it down. Yet, Hayato interjected. Don't steal my thunder. In the midst of their argument, the Zarabian regained its footing and pressed a button on its controller. Panic washed over both men. Oh no, they had no time to evade the impending explosion, and were sent flying amidst a burst of flames. Behemoth once again toppled AX, absorbing the swirling black mist above. Witnessing this spectacle, Nanshu understood instantaneously that the two had likely begun bickering once more, allowing the Zarabian the chance to detonate the bomb. Upon returning to base, the two could expect a scolding from Captain Shinmu. It seemed they were due for a lesson, and Nanshu was more than eager to witness the unfolding drama. Nanshu's spectator mentality might just catch the attention of the cosmic joker. One can afford to disregard Aha's whims, but one must never deny him amusement, lest they themselves become the punchline. Captain Shinmu's anxious voice crackled over the terminal. Hayato, Wataru, are you all right? Respond immediately. I'm Hayato. I'm sorry. We let the Zarabian escape, Takashima Hayato admitted, a tone of contrition evident. Understood, Captain Shinmu replied, his voice tinged with resignation. The Zarabian has already fled. There's little point in assigning blame now. Focus on resolving the situation promptly. Bamingston strode into the city, while Ix hastily scrambled to his feet, employing all his limbs to obstruct him, just as the two colossal figures were locked in a standstill. The pentagram on Bamingston's abdomen unfurled, and Ix was swiftly drawn within. Subsequently, Bamingston flapped his wings and departed from Earth. Witnessing this scene, Nanshu could not help but grimace when he had the chance to strike. He hesitated, only to find himself swallowed whole now. Had Aha been present, he would have surely burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! He has been devoured! How delightful!" Nanshu was now uncertain whether he should make his presence known, especially since Dachiong Dadi was currently residing within Bamingston's belly. After a moment's contemplation, Nanshu chose to proceed towards Yame Sasuna. "Danheng, where is Dadi?" Yame Sasuna inquired urgently. Nanshu pondered for a moment in his mind. "I did not see him. I believe Ix must have rescued him. They might be together." This was not a lie, as it was indeed Ix who saved Dachiong Dadi, and they were currently in each other's company. So Dadi is now in Bamingston's belly. Yame Sasuna thought nothing further of it. "We must hurry back. We need to save Dadi and Ix." With a panicked expression, Yame Sasuna turned and entered the terrestrial masquerade. Nanshu, standing still, urged, "Hurry up." Sitting in the terrestrial masquerade, he was bewildered. Was it truly that simple? Were there no other complications? Chapter 35. Zhao Masquerade. So busy, incredibly busy. Nanshu had prepared a plethora of explanations in his mind. Yet Yame Sasuna's actions rendered them all unnecessary. He had not anticipated that it would be so easy to pass through undetected. Upon returning to the base, Yame Sasuna informed everyone that they had not located Dachiong Dadi. Yamagishi-kin had also conducted a search with instruments. There were no signs of life within a 100-meter radius. The expressions on everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Yame Sasuna retorted, "That's impossible. Dadi cannot be in danger." "Indeed," Danheng affirmed. "Ike saved Dadi. They are together." Everyone turned their eager gazes towards Nanshu, who did not refute. At that moment, I only saw a light, and then Ike's appeared. Perhaps Dadi was rescued by Ike's. They were unwilling to abandon even the slightest possibility, but there were more pressing matters at hand. Regardless of how we train or how powerful we become, we cannot triumph over teamwork. Yet, you have grown complacent and acted alone, resulting in utter defeat. Captain Shinmu's reprimand, though belated, had arrived. Tachibana Sayuri regarded the guilty expressions of the three. "I understand your feelings. However, the crisis is imminent. We can only rely on ourselves. Protecting the Earth we inhabit is your mission." Both Tachibana Sayuri and Captain Shinmu emphasized this. Yet, the base's alarm interrupted their conversation. Suspected Zarabians have been detected in the S9 region. The figure on the screen was unmistakably a Zarabian. Captain Shinmu stated gravely, "Go. We still have a glimmer of hope." His unspoken words conveyed the urgency to ascertain whether Dachiong Dadi was with Ix, and if he was still alive. Now was the time for us to unite as one. Tachibana Sayuri glanced at the trio. "Understood," they replied, turning to don their gear. After they departed, Captain Shinmu sighed, looking pained. "Danheng, are you certain Dadi is with Ix?" "Not entirely sure, just a conjecture." "What is the probability?" 50% that I in truth. It was a certainty. Nanshu knew without a doubt that Dacheong Dadi was perfectly fine, but he could not divulge this, lest his identity be exposed. At least there remained some hope that they were unharmed. Captain Shinmu turned away. This could serve as a lesson for them. As members of the defense team, their every action would affect the safety of Earth and their comrades. When the trio reached the warehouse, they found the staff moving about in haste. Dr. Gelman, where is Aramis? Kazama Wataru inquired. My apologies. We're nearly ready. We are currently upgrading, Dr. Gelman responded amidst his busy schedule. Adieu, let us go together, Yame Sasuna offered, given the urgency of the situation. Kazama Wataru did not decline. After expressing his gratitude, the three set off. Meanwhile, on the moon, a sated Bamington lay sprawled on the lunar surface, enjoying a deep slumber. Inside Bamington's belly, Ikes and Dacheong Dadi found themselves amidst a sea of flames, or rather, a corrosive liquid. If they did not escape from Bamington's belly soon, they might truly meet their end. Ikes was inevitably affected by the circumstances, when suddenly a surge of green energy erupted from Dacheong Dadi's body. Both felt a sense of relief. Ikes exclaimed in astonishment, "What is happening?" Dacheong Dadi, equally bewildered, replied, "I am not sure. Yet, the only one capable of harnessing such power at present was Deng, but it seems that fellow had anticipated our predicament." Ikes mused. Donheng appears cold on the surface, yet he genuinely cares for his comrades. Is that what they call a warm man on Earth? Dacheong Dadi remarked with a twitch of his lips that a warm man is not used in that manner. It's about being cold on the outside yet warm on the inside. Nonetheless, Donheng ensures everyone's safety during battles and protects us silently, Ikes retorted. The two continued their debate within the confines of Bamington's belly, demonstrating a remarkable level of composure. Nanshu, attuned to the familiar energy on Earth, could sense that Dadi and Ikes were currently on the moon. Huh? The others in the command room looked at Nanshu in confusion. Before the operation, I left some energy on Dadi to protect him. The fact that this power is now being utilized indicates that he is still alive, Nanshu explained. Then how do you know Dadi is with Ikes? And that they are on the moon? Yamagishi Ken inquired, perplexed. I can sense the location of the energy and the surrounding energy fluctuations. Well, Nanshu could not actually sense it, but if he did not articulate it this way, Dacheong Dadi and Ikes would likely struggle to hold on to at present. Nanshu was not in the role of the savior. Otherwise, he might have been able to shield them. Observing the others in contemplation, Nanshu turned and exited the base. Meanwhile, the trio, having been reprimanded, had successfully located the Zarabians and initiated their assault. Although the Zarabians were thick-skinned extraterrestrials, they found themselves overwhelmed in the midst of the three's relentless onslaught. Just as one received a punch to the face and was still reeling, another attacker closed in, leaving the Zarabians little opportunity to retaliate. This experience served as a reminder that righteous mob tactics were indeed effective. If one could form a group, they should avoid tackling foes one by one. Thus, the Zarabians erupted, merely growing in size. "Watch as I crush you all in one go," the enlarged Zarabian bellowed. How could it grow so large? Kazama Wataru's face was etched with disappointment. "Asuna, it's your turn to make an entrance," Kujo Hayato warned, remaining vigilant beside Asuna. "Use bolts to blast it away." Kazama Wataru exclaimed excitedly, I forgot to introduce bolts. It's the yellow vehicle that Yame Sasuna frequently pilots. Resembling a delivery truck, leave it to me," Yame Sasuna said as she detached the terminal from her side. In the shadows, Nanshu observed pensively. He couldn't help but admire the color of Dacheong Dadi's terminal. When he returned, he would also change his terminal's color. Zhao Masquerade. Take off? It must be said that Zhao Masquerade was remarkably swift, quickly arriving and merging with bolts. With the assault from the terrestrial Masquerade, sparks erupted from the Zarabian's body. Nanshu felt quite reassured regarding the Zarabians. After all, they had merely grown larger, not their intellect. Therefore, amidst the Zarabians' barrage, the terrestrial Masquerade nimbly evaded all attacks as soon as the Zarabian's shooting ceased. It disengaged from the Masquerade. Hayato, next, attack it from the air. Zhao Autos and Zhao Masquerade merged to form the Aerial Combat Masquerade, ready for action. Chapter 36. Rescuing Ikes. The scientist's logic is truly incomprehensible, as the mechanical voice concluded. Red fighter jets appeared in the sky, launching an assault on the Zarabian. The strikes landed squarely on its face. How to describe it? Simply put, it was sheer madness. After unleashing a volley, Kujo Hayato swiftly distanced himself. leaving the Zarabian seething with impotent rage. The Zarabian could not overlook the one who struck its face, raising its foot to pursue the aerial combat masquerade. Adieu. It's your turn now, Kazama Wataru remarked. Noticing the Zarabian closing in, unbeknownst to the Zarabian, it had unwittingly stepped into the trap set by the trio. Kazama Wataru had already reached the rooftop, readying the ultra handgun in his grasp. Completely unaware of the weapon's power, the Zarabian taunted, "Come on, let us see what you've got." As the light emerged, a tremendous recoil nearly caused Kazama Wataru to lose his grip on the ultra gun. At that moment, a hand reached out to steady the light, and the body of the Zarab star being erupted in an instant. Just then, the aerial combat vehicle, Mars Katie, flew past, and the esteemed Kido Hayato within the cockpit gave Kazama Wataru a thumbs up. However, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Nanachi, prompting Kazama Wataru to follow the direction of the hand resting on his. "Dan Hung, when did you arrive?" he exclaimed, stuttering from the fright. Hey, Dan Hung, how did you vanish in the blink of an eye? And hold on, let us not rush to celebrate just yet. The mission isn't complete. Dr. German's voice echoed from the terminal. Shortly thereafter, Dr. German arrived with Takeda Ray and Mikazuki Mamu. "You all have undergone spaceflight training." "Correct, of course," replied Kido Hayato. Yame Sasuna suddenly seemed to recall something. "So that means that vehicle is, indeed, it's time for the Mars Katie, equipped with the third force capable of battling in space, to make its appearance. Now you can venture into space to rescue Ikusu." After hearing Dr. German's words, Nanachi formulated a guess. He surmised that Dr. German must have known about the relationship between Ikusu and Ozora Daichi long ago. The group wore expressions of delight, as they now had the opportunity to confirm whether Ozora Daichi was still alive. "Adieu, you will be the one to pilot it," came the voice of Tachibana Sayuri. Kazama Wataru incredulously pointed at himself. "Me? I didn't perform as well as Asuna in our spaceflight training." To his surprise, it was Kido Hayato who spoke up first. Hearing this, Yame Sasuna nodded in agreement. "Yes. Though it's quite frustrating. This is what we call matching talent with responsibility." Mikazuki Mamoru and Takeda Rei chimed in from the side. Kazama Wataru, still somewhat apprehensive, was reassured by Kido Hayato's smile. "If you're scared, I'll take over for you." While aware that Kido Hayato was jesting, Kazama Wataru retorted, "What? I'm not afraid." Observing their back and forth, Yame Sasuna took matters into her own hands. Kazama Wataru complained, "Don't push me. I'll go." Yet his body, rather obediently, moved forward with the force from behind. "By the way, let Dan Hung accompany you. He should be more familiar with combat in space than you," Dr. German insisted, unwilling to let Nanachi off the hook. Nanachi, too, had no intention of leaving immediately, as he prepared to join the journey into space. Though he could now move freely in space, he was not like the extraterrestrials or monsters that could fly away from Earth or utilize spacecraft. Nanachi felt deeply nostalgic, missing Captain Pam and the Astral Express once more. Seated within the vehicle, they arrived in space following the fusion of Aramis Mars Katie. On the moon, Nanachi reminded. Kazama Wataru spoke with determination. "We must bring Ikusu back to Earth." Meanwhile, the slumbering behemoth remained oblivious to the fact that someone had set their sights on its food. In the original narrative, Ikusu had exhausted his energy to protect Ozora Daichi, leaving him extremely weakened. Had it not been for the timely rescue by Kazama Wataru and Kido Hayato, the two might have become the energy source for Behemoth. However, Nanachi had discreetly retained some of his strength, unknowingly infusing it into Ozora Daichi. Although Dan Hung wielded wind attributes, what about Injetsuren? Thus, the conditions of both Ikusu and Ozora Daichi were relatively stable. The Mars Katie arrived. The sleeping behemoth sensed the disturbance and sprang to its feet. Yet, as it stood to confront the threat, it was met with a barrage of attacks, with Mars Katie boldly circling around Behemoth. Kido Hayato, with a serious expression, cautioned, "Be careful. If we get sucked in too, it would be disastrous." "I am aware," Kazama Wataru replied, his expression contorting as he maneuvered the Mars Katie. In the research facility on Earth, Takeda Ray and Mikazuki Mamoru's fingers flew across the keyboard. "Done," Dr. German exclaimed excitedly. "Fantastic." A card then appeared on Nanachi's terminal, with Mikazuki Mamoru's voice following. "This is a new weapon we developed after researching the Tyrus Stone's luminous doll." Takeda Rue quickly elaborated. "Its power is equivalent to that of the Tyrus Stone's lava line. Even if the line is absorbed, It will chemically react with the harmful substances within Behemoth, causing an explosion through a reverse effect. As the two explained in tandem, Kazama Wataru was eager to give it a try. He took the card from Nanachi. All right, let us see what it can do. Nanachi, puzzled, wondered why it was passed to him instead of directly to Kazama Wataru, realizing that the thought processes of scientists were often beyond comprehension. It was akin to the peculiarities exhibited by the members of the Genius Club. Each had their quirks, especially in terms of personality. As the card was inserted into the terminal, a mechanical voice announced, Virtual Tyrus Stone. Loading. While deftly evading Behemoth's attacks, Mars Katie rapidly closed in. Lava line, fire. Kazama Wataru shouted fiercely that a beam of searing flames surged toward Behemoth, which predictably prepared to absorb it. Thus, an explosion erupted within Behemoth's belly. And Ikusu seized the chance to burst free. Fantastic! Kazama Wataru and Kido Hayato cheered upon seeing Ikusu's figure. Although they were unaware of what transpired within Behemoth, Ikusu's fierce counterattack indicated that their bond had undoubtedly deepened. Don't overthink it. It simply means their synergy has improved. They admonished those with wandering thoughts. After Ikusu unleashed a series of strikes against Behemoth, he soared high into the air. Flames erupted from Ikusu's body, forming a colossal fire in the sky, followed by his ultimate technique. As Ikusu crossed his arms before his chest, a blue beam rushed toward Behemoth, culminating in a resounding explosion that resolved the matter at hand. Chapter 37, Nightmare, 5 lives, 3 costs. Upon returning to Earth, Kazama Wataru exclaimed, Wait, we've forgotten something very important. It seems we neglected to inquire with Ikusu about Daichi. This reminder sparked Kido Hayato's memory as well. In their eagerness to defeat monsters and level up, they had completely overlooked Ozora Daichi. What now? Oh no. Nanachi glanced back. Don't worry. Ikusu will certainly bring everyone back to Earth. That's true. But Daichi sure is lucky, Kazama Wataru mused, realizing Ikusu wouldn't simply take anyone away. Kido Hayato relaxed. Lucky? Lucky to end up in Behemoth's belly. You know that's not what we meant. Kazama Wataru was left speechless. It was clearly a misinterpretation of his words. After all, Ozora Daichi being able to stay with Ikusu was quite fortunate. He was an ultra warrior, just as Nanachi had said. They had indeed encountered the unharmed Ozora Daichi. Comparing the two, one side was the somewhat disheveled trio of Yame Sasuna, while the other was Ozora Daichi, and scathed thanks to Ikusu's protection. How come you seem better off than us? Kazama Wataru's lips twitched. Suddenly feeling a bit irked, Kido Hayato wore a complex expression. Only Yame Sasuna, upon seeing Ozora Daichi, joyfully rushed forward to embrace him. I was just about to explain how I got swept away by the wind. And now I've just woken up. However, noticing Nanachi's threatening gaze from the side, Ozora Daichi opted to remain silent. Daichi, you were saved by Ikusu, right? Nanachi inquired first. Huh. Yes, that's right. Ozora Daichi nodded vigorously that I only remember seeing light. Then, I fainted. Yes, that's how it was. Although this explanation was somewhat lacking, it sufficed to placate the group, especially given Nanachi's prior groundwork. Evidently, Dan Heng's assumptions were correct. Previously, Dan Heng had said as much, truly worthy of being called Teacher Dan Heng. Teacher Dan Heng? What kind of title is that? However, he certainly knew a great deal, even sharing a wealth of knowledge with them. Calling him teacher didn't seem excessive, did it? That is not entirely wrong that Nanachi returned the Gamora doll to Ozora Daichi, who beamed with delight at the sight. I thought I had lost it. You dropped it during the incident, Nanachi noted, pausing suspiciously for a moment. After this event, Kazama Wataru and Kido Hayato continued to bicker from time to time, occasionally even coming to blows, yet they refrained from letting their conflicts spill over into their work. Otherwise, the next punishment might not be as simple as writing a few thousand words of reflection. Of course, later on, Yame Sasuna, unable to find a worthy opponent, requested to spar with Nanachi. The outcome was predictable. Although Dan Heng was a 4-star character, he was immensely powerful, not to mention possessing hidden strengths. Even in a sparring match where the hunting abilities weren't utilized, Nanachi was still able to easily subdue Yame Sasuna. In the end, Yame Sasuna, Kazama Wataru, Kido Hayato, and even Ozora Daichi teamed up against Nanachi. Yet he emerged victorious with ease. In response, Nanachi declared, I feel fantastic. On that day, Nanchu accompanied Dakong Da Di in the research department, while Takari was toying with a device resembling a bubble gun in her hands. "Ruei, what is that?" asked Mikazuki Mamoru, perplexed. "It's a cotton candy gun I invented," she replied, and with a swift motion, a pink cotton candy projectile shot forth, landing squarely in Mikazuki Mamoru's mouth that it's strawberry-flavored. His eyes sparkled with delight. Meanwhile, high above, Dekong Dadi was inquiring with Dr. German about matters concerning the cosmos.ic. "We can consider this slice of bread as our three-dimensional world." Subsequently, Dr. German plunged a knife into the bread, stating, "However, by penetrating it this way, we can connect two slices together." The concept of superdimensional theory reminded Dekong Dadi of the disappearance of his parents. "Doctor, do you know how to traverse dimensions?" he asked, just as Dr. German finished consuming the entire loaf of bread on the table. "Apologies, but I've just devoured the fourth, fifth, and sixth dimensions," Dr. German said, patting his belly with a sheepish grin. Meanwhile, Nanchu sat beside them, engrossed in a novel, with a stack of books beside him. Indeed, reading can become quite addictive, provided one can comprehend the material. "Doctor, the preparations at the Research Institute are complete," reminded Yamane Sasunadoto. "Is that so?" "Ruei, I entrust you with the preparations," Dr. German declared without hesitation, delegating the task to her. "All right, I will," Tanui responded as she began to tidy up the spark dolls. Nanchu paused his reading, then closed the book, saying, "This time, I'd like to join as well. I'm rather curious." His curiosity, however, was not directed at the Research Institute, but rather at the mysterious hero and the resurrecting Pelagi shield. "It's rare to see you so inquisitive." Dr. German remarked, yet he readily acquiesced to Nanchu's request to be. "By the way, Dan Hung, which planet do you hail from?" Dekong Dadi had been eager to ask. Initially not well acquainted, Nanchu had refrained from answering. But now, as they had become friends, he thought it wouldn't hurt to inquire. "I am an unnamed traveler from the Astral Express, born in the Alliance aboard a magnificent and grand vessel, the appearance of which I seldom witnessed. I can't return now," he replied. Unnamed traveler, Alliance, grand vessel. Dekong Dadi felt as though he had entered a fantastical realm, struggling to comprehend the terminology. Even the Vantan, as a being from the cosmos, had never heard of such things. Those who boarded the Astral Express were referred to as unnamed travelers, and they were also pioneers embarking on a journey of destiny. Hence could be called explorers. Many could be termed unnamed travelers, but only those on the Astral Express were recognized as explorers. However, following the suspected fall of the star god Archibald, the distinction between unnamed traveler and explorer had become negligible. As for the Alliance, perhaps due to its role, Nanchu had recently dreamt of a figure with blue-red gradient hair and crimson eyes relentlessly pursuing him with a sword, shouting, "There are 5 lives, with 3 as the price." Dan Hung, Dekong Dadi shouted from the side. Nanchu snapped back to reality. "Apologies, I was lost in thought. If you don't wish to share, that's fine." "Though I am quite curious," Dekong Dadi replied. Chapter 38. Truly a stunner. "There's nothing I can't say." Nanchu shook his head. The Alliance, also known as the Celestial Ship Alliance, was not a planet, but a colossal vessel, each the size of a planet. There were always 9 such vessels in the Celestial Ship Alliance, but due to various circumstances, 3 had already fallen, leaving 6 remaining. Luofu, Zuling, Fenghu, Yaoqing, Zhuming, and Yuchie. I was born on Luofu. Thankfully, Nanchu had jotted these down, or it would have been quite embarrassing. Point 1 was always embroiled in battles, another heavily injured and helpless, one accompanied the playful Sui Yang, one wandered aimlessly, one was hopelessly engrossed in archaeology, and one was simply lost. In truth, what left the deepest impression on Nanchu were the victorious Yaoqing and the narratively rich Luofu. Yaoqing, brimming with martial virtue, was indeed a realm of triumph. Dekong Dadi's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. A giant vessel the size of a planet? Not necessarily. It might even exceed the size of some planets, Nanchu explained calmly, referencing a snow-covered planet. That I'm not well acquainted with the other celestial ships, but Luofu is currently managed by General Shin Su. The Celestial Ship Alliance follows the mandate of the Imperial Bao Command to eradicate the remnants of the bountiful. Do you remember our slogan? Shout it out loud. Nod for yes, shake your head for no, and discover the bountiful. Go. Undeniably, regardless of the game, designs inspired by our nation always evoke a natural affinity. Moreover, with the Imperial Bao Command being so formidable and protective, what more could one say? Just as Dakong Dadi was about to inquire further, Dr. German interjected, "Who is the Imperial Bao Command? What is the hunt? And what exactly are the bountiful remnants?" Dakong Dadi hastily asked. The Imperial Bao Command is how the celestial ship people refer to the hunt star god, Lon. The star god embodies a highly condensed philosophical concept, in simple terms. It is a great being that has evolved from sentient life. Each star god has its own destiny, and the goal of the Imperial Bao Command is to eradicate the bountiful remnants. The bountiful remnants are born from the seeds of immortality sown by the bountiful star god, the apothecary. Though they gain immortality, over time, they gradually lose their sanity, transforming into monstrous beings that are neither human nor ghost. As Takari finished tidying up, Nanshu stood up, saying, "The hunt, in simple terms, is revenge. The revenge of the hunt shall undoubtedly come, and it will be relentless. The Celestial Ship Alliance must prioritize the safety of its people in times of crisis. Whereas another organization involved in the hunt does not consider such matters, they adhere to the decisive violence of the hunt star god, employing brutality to uphold the goodness and justice of the universe through individual actions. When their light appears in the cosmos, it signifies the fall of a great star. The direction of its descent will witness countless meteors streaking across the sky, the flames of the wanderers gathering. They come from all corners of the galaxy, indifferent to the reasons, and without regard for the cost, simply adhering to a shared fundamental principle. The wanderers are truly strikingly handsome. The celestial ship faces the remnants of abundance, while the wanderers confront all forces of evil. Upon hearing Nanshu's words, Dakong Dadi and Dr. German fell silent. Whether from shock or other emotions, Nanshu paid no mind. This time, the spark dolls were brought along to research why the rays of X could revert monsters back into dolls. Now, it seemed all were involved, with 2 vehicles and fighter jets, escorted by Yamane Sasuna, Kita Hayato, and Kazama Wataru. "Everything is normal on your end, right?" Kazama Wataru inquired. No sooner had the words left his mouth than an anomaly was imminent. The weather was clear, not a cloud in sight. Kita Hayato wished to provide a warning, but it was already too late. The mountain ahead suddenly exploded, and then the Black King made a dazzling appearance. "Monsters have appeared in Zone T9, heading our way. It's a G-type monster, estimated to be around 55 meters in length. Quick, take action to prevent the monster from entering the city," Captain Shinmu immediately commanded. "Hayato, you must restrain the monster from the air." Nanshu calmly closed his eyes to rest, while Kazama Wataru blurted out, "Danheng-sensei, do you recognize this monster? Think of a way." "The bodyguard monster Black King. It is likely controlled by the assassination alien. Nakal, be cautious. The Nakal aliens could be watching from somewhere. As for restraining the monster, as long as they did not return to the city, they would be safe." The Nakal aliens were primarily interested in the spark dolls in their possession. Nanshu thought to himself, "It can emit fiery beams from its mouth, and the horns on its head are also powerful weapons." Nanshu silently added. Soon after, the Black King, under assault from the aerial combatant Masquerade, retaliated with a fiery attack, successfully halting Masquerade in its tracks, just as everyone began their assault on the Black King. Dakong Dadi exited the vehicle, while Kazama Wataru helplessly drew his ultra handgun to assist. This was precisely the Nakal aliens' objective, to lure them away. Their target was the 5 spark dolls in the vehicle. Upon the arrival of X, he charged towards the Black King to engage in battle. "What should we do? What should we do?" Tanorai fretted, just as everyone's attention was fixated on the Black King. The Nakal alien appeared and swiftly knocked down Kazama Wataru. "Who are you?" Kazama Wataru exclaimed. The Nakal alien nonchalantly responded, "I am a Nakal alien. Call me Bandiero." Tio have been taken down so easily. How weak did he proceeded to snatch the ultra handgun effortlessly, as expected. Bandiero's target was the spark dolls, and he soon took note of the still fighting Black King. Bandiero had no choice but to grow in size. Questioning Dakong Dadi, who was in the transformation space, "Who are you really?" "I am utterly tired of this question." Bandiero effortlessly dealt with Yax. He casually picked up a stone from the hillside and hurled it at Yax, who clutched his forehead in agony. This moment, Yax and Dakong Dadi were not as formidable as they would later become, and under the assault of Bandiero and King Black, they were quickly overwhelmed. Just as Bandiero picked up a vehicle from the ground, Dakong Dadi realized that this individual was indeed targeting the spark doll. Unfortunately, Yax lacked the strength to intervene, and at that moment, a portal opened in the air. revealing Zero, adorned in the shield of Paraji, making a dazzling entrance. "Tisich, this troublesome fellow has arrived," Bondiro remarked with a relaxed expression. "Nakirian Bondiro, I have finally found you." It seemed that the two had crossed paths before. As another A-form giant appeared, Chapter 39.isnt that Zero, who was sent for transformation by his own father. Dr. Germain explained, he is the legendary Ultraman Zero. Indeed, he was renowned for his infamous attempt to touch the plasma spark, only to be thwarted by his father, who subsequently sent him for transformation. Bondiro was well aware of Zero's prowess and had no intention of confronting him directly, instead opting to let King Black face off against Zero. Zero shed the shield of Paraji and engaged King Black with his head speared. In an instant, Zero delivered a decisive kick that severed the horn atop King Black's head. Meanwhile, Bondiro opened a teleportation portal and departed with his spoils. King Black, displaying a degree of intelligence, chose to leave without a backward glance as Bondiro made his exit. Just as Zero prepared to unleash a beam to eliminate both foes, Yak staggered to his feet, grasping Zero's arm. "Wait, there's someone in the car." By the time Zero turned to look, all he could see was the retreating figures of Bondiro and King Black, followed by the closure of the teleportation portal. Zero quickly shook off Yak's, and in an instant, the shield of Paraji was donned as he pursued Bondiro's footsteps. Nanpu glanced at the unconscious Takeda Rui nearby, as well as Bondiro, who was outside equipping King Black with a drill bit. Seizing the opportunity, Nanpu swiftly repositioned the spark dolls, thinking, "No problem, I'll find it myself." Dealing with Bondiro should pose no issue. At the very least, they could retreat unscathed, especially with Zero arriving shortly. Once everything was set, Takeda Rui slowly regained consciousness. Dan hung. "Wait, where are we?" "That over there is the monster from before." Nanpu gestured for silence. "That Nakirian is a cosmic merchant, and his aim is the spark dolls. I've concealed the spark dolls here. We need to leave at once." Fortunately, Nanpu had grabbed a backpack before departing. Takeda Rui nodded fervently, and the two slipped away with the spark dolls while Bondiro was busy modifying King Black. As they ran, Nanpu remained vigilant, soon noticing a concealed thicket and promptly tossing the backpack aside. Of course, Nanpu was not foolish enough to discard their belongings without precaution. He left a trace of energy on the backpack for future tracking. Meanwhile, Takeda Rui still carried a backpack, serving as a distraction. Bondiro was crafty, but his intellect was not as sharp as he believed. Otherwise, he would have taken them on a longer detour among the stars instead of lingering here, merely waiting for Zero to arrive. After an indeterminate distance, Takeda Rui gasped, "I can't run anymore." She then noticed that Nanpu's backpack was missing. That it must be placed elsewhere. If Bondiro discovers the spark dolls are gone, he will surely come looking for us. We can still hold out for a while, waiting for the arrival of the Ultraman, or seize the opportunity to strike decisively. I still have faith in my abilities. Although lacking the star-exploding power of an Ultraman, dealing with a cosmic being should still be feasible. Sure enough, not long after, Bondiro began searching frantically upon realizing the spark dolls had vanished. I say, "Where have those dolls gone?" Turns out there are two mice in the car. Bondiro found the two of them. Takeda Rui hid behind Nanpu. "What do we do?" "He has found us." Nanpu was unfazed, thinking that time had dragged on long enough, and Zero should be arriving soon, holding the Ultraman pistol that Takeda Rui had stealthily taken before their departure. Oh, wait, it wasn't theft. It rightfully belonged to Zio. The Ultraman pistol was indeed handed to Nanpu by Takeda Rui, who intended to keep it for self-defense. However, knowing her own courage, she deemed it wiser to entrust it to Nanpu rather than waste energy keeping it herself. Nanpu shielded her behind him, and Bondiro, with a hint of sarcasm, said, "Oh, still protecting her, are you? You'd best hand over the dolls if you wish to leave here unscathed. Otherwise, what can two mere humans do?" Nanpu did not respond to Bondiro's taunts, remaining still and gazing at him as if he were a fool. Bondiro felt quite pleased with himself. "I can give you a moment to consider. No cosmic being is as benevolent as I." Nanpu remained silent, and Bondiro took it as tacit agreement, stepping a short distance away to watch them and prevent any escape. Takeda Rui was somewhat perplexed. Why is he talking to himself? Don T mind him. His mind isn't quite right. Since Bondiro has given us a chance, let us just play along for a while. Nearby, Bondiro observed the two engaging in conversation, internally commending his own cleverness. Meanwhile, Nanpu and Takeda Rui had already relayed information back to their base, though the team could not ascertain their precise location. Additionally, Yax currently lacked the ability to traverse time and dimensions, while Dr. Germain seemed to ponder deeply. Outside Earth, Zero contacted Yax and Daikong Daidi, and soon, in the stratosphere of Earth, Yax and Zero locked eyes. "You are the Ultraman warriors of this planet," Zero initiated. "Who are you?" Yax demanded. Zero was unperturbed by Yax's tone. "I am Zero of the Cosmic Patrol." "Cosmic Patrol? I've heard Dan Heng mention it." Indeed, Nanpu had previously mentioned it during a conversation with Daikong Daidi. "Did you come to Earth pursuing the Nakurian?" Yax's tone softened slightly, as the name of the Cosmic Patrol held some weight. "Bondiro is currently on the planet Galermo, thanks to the signals sent by your friend. I was able to locate them. Thank you." With that, Zero made to leave. "Wait," Daikong Daidi exclaimed urgently, "that I want to rescue my friends Rui and Dan Heng. Take me with you." "With just the two of you?" "It's still 20,000 years too early. Leave it to me." Zero turned and opened a portal before departing. "Farewell." Although Zero was somewhat arrogant, he was quite courteous. This left Daikong Daidi and Yax feeling dejected, as they could only return to Earth. Meanwhile, on Earth, Dr. Germain was preparing a surprise, one that would astonish Zero and delight Daikong Daidi and Yax. Bondiro, having waited a moment, approached the two and inquired, "So, what have you decided? Hand over the dolls, and I'll send you back to Earth." Nanpu noticed that a teleportation portal suddenly opened behind Bondiro. Just then, Zero landed a punch squarely on King Black's face, catching the latter completely off guard, causing him to collapse. "That dastardly fiend has actually tracked us here." Bondiro seethed. Without hesitation, Nanpu pulled the trigger, and the Ultraman pistol unleashed a beam, sending Bondiro hurtling away. Chapter 40. The astonished Zero. "You shouldn't be here. Sorry to keep you waiting." "You've done well," Zero remarked, striking a pose. Takeda Ri gazed at Zero with starry eyes. "So cool." After being sent flying, Bondiro no longer sought out Nanpu and Rui. Instead, he decided to grow in size and tackle Zero alongside King Black. However, Nanpu thought, such fantasies are delightful, but reality is harsh, for as soon as Bondiro grew to colossal proportions, Zero's fist met him with tremendous force, sending him crashing back down. "Incredible," Takeda Rui continued to gaze in awe. "Dan Heng, do you know who this is?" Nanpu asked, glancing at the excited Takeda Rui. "Haven't you heard, Dr. Germain? This is Zero of the Cosmic Patrol." "Cosmic Patrol, Zero, it sounds so impressive." Nanpu rolled his eyes at Takeda Ri's starry-eyed expression. Bondiro rose to his feet. "King Black, use the special drill." King Black strode towards Zero, who met him head-on. "Just my luck." Zero's movements were graceful, his words fierce, but the outcome was grim, as he was swiftly ensnared from behind by King Black. Meanwhile, Bondiro, wielding a weapon, commanded King Black, "Prepare for the drill impact." Zero quickly took flight. That was close. Bondiro and Zero exchanged glances, and the two began firing at each other. However, Zero proved to be the more skilled of the two. As the emerald beam emitted by Amylum struck Bondiro, following the hit, King Black charged forward to engage Zero in combat. A one-on-two scenario was undoubtedly a daunting challenge, particularly for others. Yet Zero was no stranger to facing multiple opponents in the cosmos. Nanshu observed as Bondiro rose and lunged at Zero, his ultra handgun aimed and ready, only to have a blue beam shoot towards Bondiro, before he could close the distance to Zero. Bondiro was sent flying away from Zero, who chuckled. "Haha, not bad at all." Meanwhile, on Earth, under the relentless efforts of Dr. Germain and his companions, the Zero card was finally completed. Subsequently, Dr. Germain led everyone out for a meal. Leaving their belongings with Daikong Daidi, who remained blissfully unaware that his identity had been exposed, Nanshu waited for the arrival of X, watching Zero entangled with a human and a beast. She contemplated stepping in herself, just as she entrusted her ultra handgun to Takeda Rui for protection, advising her to stay safe. She turned to see X arriving, upon seeing X clad in the shield of Parich. Zero, who was teasing the duo, was momentarily taken aback. "Isn't that my armor?" "Ah, X is here too." Takeda Rui waved excitedly. The commotion caused by X's landing made the human and beast stagger back several meters before regaining their balance. "Thank goodness you made it here." Zero expressed his surprise at X's appearance. X adjusted his armor, stating, "We can't afford to wait 2,000 years." Although the numbers were now equal, the The disparity in strength and external advantages between the two sides was glaringly apparent, with the outcome already seeming foregone. Surely, with both X and Sero present, victory was assured, right? Takeda Ray snapped photos fervently. Nanshu pursed her lips but nodded in agreement, noting that X had already donned his armor. The virtual Gamora armor was undeniably formidable. Though somewhat heavy, it was evidently a heavy-duty suit with excellent defensive capabilities. Its physical attacks were equally potent, as evidenced by the way King Black was slammed to the ground by its claws, only for X to lift him up and continue the assault. Yet, Nanshu felt an unsettling sensation, as if she were being watched. It felt as though a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows. More specifically, those belonging to the backpack on Takeda Rue's back. Stealthily, Nanshu scanned her surroundings, catching a fleeting glimpse of a figure with yellow hair behind a concealed rock. Such individuals were not uncommon in this world. But given the current circumstances, only two fit the criteria: the magma alien and the barbarian alien. Both linked to Leo.1 had destroyed their planet, while the other impersonated their brother, had it not been for the appearance of the Great King. Ahem, the King of Ultras, Leo would have met his demise. Nanshu positioned herself in front of Takeda Ray, who was oblivious to her subtle movements, engrossed in the spectacle between X and Sero. However, being on the defensive was never ideal. I'll retrieve the item. You be careful, she murmured. Okay, Sero, good luck. Takeda Ray, blissfully ignorant of the lurking threat, remained focused on the battle, with a resigned shake of her head. Nanshu departed, though she had no intention of leaving. Instead, she planned to circle around and launch a surprise attack on the figure in hiding. Perhaps the yellow-haired individual was preoccupied with Takeda Rue, as he had not noticed Nanshu stealthily approaching from behind. Damn it, how could there be two Ultra warriors? I must act quickly. How will I seize the opportunity after they finish fighting? The yellow-haired individual was clearly a magma alien. Nanshu seized the magma alien's shoulder, asking, "What are you trying to steal?" The magma alien stiffened, then slowly turned his head, startled. You, she, you're not," the individual stuttered in fright, but quickly regained composure. "Indeed, I intend to make you my puppets. You better hand over what you have, or I won't hesitate to be unkind." Such menacing words from an alien seemed formulaic to Nanshu, who thought incongruously. Yet, she wasted no time, summoning Strike Cloud to her hand as she stepped closer to the magma alien. The magma alien continued to back away, issuing threats. "I warn you, hand over what you have, and I won't harm you. You are merely humans, not my match." Observing Nanshu's relentless advance and her expressionless demeanor, the magma alien's fury escalated, prompting him to grow in size. X and Sero were momentarily taken aback by the sudden presence of another alien. "Watch out! Get out of there!" X urged hastily. Takeda Rue was also startled by the abrupt emergence of the magma alien, instinctively clutching her backpack and retreating. The magma alien turned to Takeda Rue, demanding, "Hand over that backpack." In response, Nanshu unleashed Strike Cloud, causing the magma alien to yelp in pain as he withdrew his hand. Enraged, the magma alien lifted his foot, preparing to crush the one who had disrupted his plans. Sero attempted to break free from Bondiro to intervene, but Bondiro was determined not to let Sero succeed. In contrast, X remained remarkably composed. Rest assured, Dan Heng is no ordinary person. Within Dakong.d's mind, that's a Dan Heng capable of defeating a monster single-handedly. In Chapter 41, the Moon-Drinking Sovereign makes his appearance. Sero-sama. Nanshu's figure swiftly vanished from sight, only to reappear in midair, still wielding the long spear. As she moved, the spear traced a green arc, landing at the feet of the magma alien. A scream erupted as the magma alien clutched his foot in agony, emitting a high-pitched wail. The magma alien stumbled and fell heavily to the ground, still holding onto his injured foot. Sero was left stunned. Not the only one. Bondiro was similarly taken aback, while X had long since grown accustomed to the fierce battle with King Black. Once the pain in his foot subsided, the magma alien's fury intensified. "How dare you mock me?" Nanshu's expression remained inscrutable, further infuriating the magma alien. The magma alien raised his hand to strike. Nanshu stood still, watching impassively as the alien drew nearer. Just as the magma alien's hand was about to descend, Nanshu's form was enveloped in a sphere of water, and then a water dragon surged skyward. The sudden appearance of the water dragon left the magma alien unable to retract his hand. and he was toppled to the ground. As the water sphere dissipated, all that remained was a cerulean figure suspended in the air, adorned with dragon horns that transitioned in color from blue to green. The black short hair transformed into flowing locks, and the attire underwent a significant change. Yet, the gaze became even more frigid and majestic, exuding an aura that deterred others from meeting his eyes. This was none other than the revered moon-drinking sovereign. Nanshu cradled the dragon orb in her left hand. It should be called that, right? It mattered little, as it was simply the yin-yang sphere atop Strike Cloud. The water dragon encircled Nanshu, presenting a protective posture, its gaze firmly fixed on the magma alien. At this moment, everyone, including X, was left in awe, while King Black remained unfazed, continuing to attack X, though his strikes proved ineffective against the Gamora armor. Irritated, X swatted him aside. Play somewhere else. King Black was knocked down by X's claw, prompting Dakong Da-Di to remark, Dan Heng looks even more handsome like this. Moreover, his presence exuded greater authority. He seemed transformed. X could keenly sense the shift in Nanshu's aura. If previously, she had been quiet and expressionless yet caring towards her comrades, now she emanated an icy demeanor, particularly evident in her eyes, which conveyed a sense of disdain for all. Nanshu casually brushed her left shoulder, mentally relieved that she had not been pierced by a sword. The magma alien, regaining his wits, continued to shout, "Do you think a mere change in appearance can alter anything?" Nanshu felt a surge of power within her, her right hand forming a gesture directed at the magma alien. The water dragon surrounding her seemed to receive a command, charging fiercely at the magma alien. Simultaneously, an unseen current of water ensnared the magma alien, rendering him immobile, preventing any retreat in the face of the approaching water dragon. Amidst the magma alien's agonizing screams, the water dragon reached him. And then silence fell, with the magma alien's figure vanishing completely. Take down an alien with a single move was quite an accomplishment, as not everyone possessed the capacity to obliterate planets or annihilate an entire universe like the little golden beings. Witnessing the magma alien's defeat, the others regained their composure. Though shocked, it was not without precedent. Thus, X and Sero prepared to swiftly conclude their own battles. In the meantime, Takeda Rue, thrilled by the sight of the dragon sovereign form, exclaimed, "Ah, Dan Heng looks so handsome. That gaze, that aura, so magnificent." X has donned the Ale Wong armor, while Sero has transformed into the robust Corona form, his fists ablaze with fierce flames. Subsequently, Sero unleashed the Ultraman tornado, propelling Bondiro into the sky, only for him to crash heavily back to the ground. Sero then shifted into the moon god miracle form, as Bondiro drew a firearm from his side, resulting in a clash between Miracle Sero's head spear and the bullet. Sero staggered, kneeling on one knee, while Bondiro, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, "Ha! It is the strong who prevail. Such is the rule of the universe." Suddenly, Bondiro's words faltered as he noticed the ground beneath him marked with punctures from Sero's head spear. How is this possible? Bondiro gazed incredulously at Sero, who was already prepared. With the head spear positioned on either side of the timer, Sero announced, "Sero dual ray." Thus, Bondiro was vanquished, and Takeda Ruri excitedly gestured hearts towards Sero, exclaiming, "So cool." Meanwhile, X arrived at the crucial moment, countering the attack of Black King with the Zonatim Ray, obliterating him. Nanshu had reverted to Dan Heng's form, observing the final moments of the two Ultraman warriors while casually retrieving his backpack. Takeda Ruri picked up the now doll-like Black King, stating, "This is perfect." She then turned to Sero, saying, "Sero-sama, I really like you, especially with those two crowns on your head. You're incredibly handsome." Upon hearing Ruri's words, Sero responded with playful arrogance, "Falling for me will bring you hardships, you know." This was quintessential Sero. Nanshu remarked to X, "You are impressive as well." X, feeling slightly bashful, scratched his head, while Takeda Ruri pulled out a terminal, asking, "Can we take a picture together?" "Ah, X, could you please move a bit to the side?" "What? I also put in a lot of effort," X retorted, unwilling to concede. "Dan Heng, let us take one together," Nanshu suggested. Somewhat exasperated, X really over 10,000 years old. Why does he act so childishly? Ultimately, the four managed to capture a group photo, which Takeda Ruri later posted on her social media upon returning to Earth. However, Nanshu wore a peculiar expression, seemingly disinterested in the photo session, while Takeda Ruri thoughtfully labeled each person with their names. Before departing, Zero looked at X and said, "Are you the Ultraman X? I look forward to the day we may meet again in some dimension. And you, Dan Hung. Indeed, your power is intriguing. I anticipate our next encounter." "Yes, I feel the same," X replied, shaking Zero's hand, since X had already acquired the Parad shield. There was no need for Zero to escort them back. After returning to Earth, Takeda Ruri was in high spirits, recounting her kidnapping saga repeatedly. She emphasized her admiration for Zero-sama and Nanchu's transformation into Dragon Zune. While X, being a frequent companion, was mentioned less. X complained from the back, "I also went to save people and brought them back. Why am I not mentioned?" Maybe it's because we see each other often." "And Zero is indeed remarkable," Owazora Daichi replied, a remark that only deepened X's despondency to know. "No, I didn't mean to imply that X isn't impressive. It's just that he is not as strong as Zero." Owazora Daichi stammered, digging himself deeper into a hole, ultimately choosing silence. Chapter 42. This system is far too precious to neglect. Nanshu murmured, "We're not at a loss. At least he copied his Parad shield. And currently, only you can wield the virtual armor." "Correct, at present. Only I can utilize the virtual armor," X affirmed, feeling rejuvenated. "As long as you're happy," Owazora Daichi said with a twitch of his lips, relieved that X was no longer so disheartened. However, it remained uncertain whether other Ultraman warriors could use it in the future. If the blue-skinned devils conducted research, it might spread widely if that were the case. The combat strength of the Land of Light would multiply significantly, and the Tech Bureau wouldn't be so accessible to all that if given the chance, it would be beneficial for Dr. Gelman to meet Hikaru. Nanshu casually suggested, not realizing that Owazora Daichi and X were listening intently. Who is Hikaru? In a world devoid of Ultraman brothers, this was not commonly known to you recall me mentioning the Land of Light. Besides the Cosmic Patrol, there is also the Science and Technology Bureau. Typically, blue-skinned Ultraman warriors are found there. Their combat abilities aren't as formidable as those of the red or silver factions, but they excel in technological development. Hikaru is among the best, serving as the head of the Science and Technology Bureau, boasting numerous notable achievements and exceptional swordsmanship. Who hasn't heard of the name Hunter Knight Sword? It's the same sword that dealt a blow to the Dark Star people back in the day. I've heard of it in the universe. That individual is a remarkably skilled scientist, credited with the invention of the life solidification device. X recalled hearing this name while pursuing Glyzo in the cosmos, though it had been quite some time. A renowned scientist in the universe. Surely he would have much in common with Dr. Gelman, Owazora Daichi noted. However, the Vandans are neutral cosmic beings and might not agree, unless food supplies were ample. Nanshu shared numerous stories about the Land of Light with Owazora Daichi and X, including potential encounters with elder warriors. Thus, when they later met some younger elders, Owazora Daichi recognized them immediately, leaving the others, who had intended to show off, utterly stunned. "Dan Hung, it's rare to hear you talk so much," Owazora Daichi remarked, surprised at Nanshu's verbosity. The true reason was that Nanshu was about to depart after finishing this mission, as the system had reminded them upon their return to Earth. Therefore, he wanted to give these two troublesome ones a few words of caution before leaving, lest they remain oblivious to any potential threats. He particularly warned them to keep an eye on the people in the base, as being possessed by cosmic beings could lead to dire consequences. Nanshu specifically advised against the possibility of the base personnel being successively possessed, but Owazora Daichi seemed unconcerned, insisting, "Don't worry. The base is very secure." Secure? Remember the TV with the Seventh Master? Nearly everyone around him had been possessed by cosmic beings. It's because of you all that it's not safe. You should be more cautious. Having offered his warnings, he noted that if they didn't take it seriously, they might regret it later. "I think Dan Hung has a point. Daichi, let us be a bit more vigilant in the future." X chimed in, having encountered various cosmic beings during his travels and being aware of those capable of possession. If they were to be infiltrated, it would be unfortunate for them. X took Nanshu's words to heart. Where there's a will, there's a way. If Glyzo were to possess someone from the logistics department to launch a surprise attack, no one would recognize it. After all, who among cosmic beings doesn't he know how to possess? That night, Nanshu left behind a farewell letter and was transported away by the system. The next morning, upon not seeing Nanshu, Everyone assumed he had simply overslept, however, recalling Nanchu's singular feat of dealing with cosmic beings. They concluded he must have been exhausted, and thus no one went to check on him by the afternoon. When Nanchu still hadn't emerged, Ozora Daichi, feeling uneasy, used a spare key to unlock Nanchu's room, only to find it empty, sending him into a panic. Fortunately, X noticed a letter on the table. After reading it, both fell silent. Ozora Daichi, looking utterly distraught, brought the letter to the command room, where Kido Hayato and Kazama Wataru teased him lightly. Nevertheless, when Ozora Daichi informed everyone of the situation, the atmosphere in the command room turned tense. Ultimately, Captain Shinmaku broke the silence, stating that even though Nanchu had departed, there would always be a time for reunion. And he also left behind crucial information. This concerned the void monster Glyza, and informed everyone about the abnormal ultra flare from 15 years ago. Furthermore, Glyza had not been eliminated. It was currently lurking in the shadows, preparing to recover and make a comeback, urging everyone to remain vigilant. That day, Ozora Daichi felt lost and dazed, but with the comfort of Dr. Gelman and X, he managed to regain his composure. In Ozora Daichi's heart, Nanchu had become a good friend, privy to similar secrets, possessing extensive knowledge about monsters and cosmic beings, and providing valuable assistance during his transformation into X. Meanwhile, Nanchu, without a moment of rest, was transported by the system, instinctively glancing at his attire. His upper body resembled a brown-black tailcoat, while his long hair gradually transitioned to black-brown, tied back at the nape of his neck, adorned with an earring on his left ear. The lower half consisted of black trousers and shoes, complemented by black gloves and a ring on his right thumb. As Nanchu reached behind him, he felt the divine eye positioned on his back. Had he become Morix? No, that's not quite right. He had transformed into Zhongli, the elderly gentleman who shops without money and lives with exquisite taste. That I believe the host has already guessed correctly. Indeed, this time, you are portraying the elder Zhongli. The weight of rock brings reassurance, and the elder's shield provides solace. How about it, system? I'm doing a great job, RNTI. Now the host can roam freely without fear of death. The system swore it heard the sound of grinding teeth, while Nanchu internally mused, "Thank you." The system remained utterly indifferent to Nanchu's emotions, continuing its incessant chatter, "No need to thank me. This is simply what I am programmed to do. I wish you a splendid journey, dear host." Nanchu nearly succumbed to the urge to curse, finding the system insufferably annoying. He would rather play the role of Poshio, where at least he could express his frustrations. Closing his eyes, he felt the throbbing of his temples, and just as the system vanished again, he struggled to calm his tumultuous feelings. Fortunately, the system possessed a modicum of conscience, allowing his card to be used across various worlds. Though its benevolence was hardly abundant, the place Nanchu found himself in resembled a suburban area, with a wooden structure not far off that struck him as oddly familiar. As he approached, he noticed a figure intently digging. A child, laboring to excavate a hole. It dawned on Nanchu that he was in Jack's world, and before him was the child raised by the Miai's aliens. The tragic event where the Miai's aliens were slaughtered by terrified humans was indeed a sorrowful chapter in Jack's narrative. Chapter 43. The child raised by aliens. Not far off, a shadowy figure lurked, watching the boy with keen interest. Soon joined by more silhouettes, the few children whispered among themselves, "Is that an alien? He looks just like a child. He seems to possess extraordinary abilities." Extraordinary abilities? Get down. As a bicycle approached, the children quickly shrank back. 3 boys clad in dark clothing encircled the digging child. "Hey, where did you come from?" The child remained absorbed in his task, provoking the ire of one irritable boy. "Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Hey, speak up. Why do you dig incessantly every day?" The child continued his work, responding impatiently, "Don't bother me. Go away." "Say that again." The 3 boys instantly flared with anger. The shortest among them suggested, "Hey, let's search him. I bet we can find something valuable." "All right, let's go. There must be something good." Ignoring the child, the 3 boys turned to head towards the house behind them. Seeing this, the child hastily dropped his shovel and blocked their path. "Stop. Don't go in there. Quickly stop." Watching the unfolding scene, Nanchu sighed in resignation. The peculiar gazes of the onlookers, the bullying of the weak, and the discordance with his surroundings were destined to lead to such events. Before the occupant of the house could act, Nanchu took the initiative. The boys, attempting to force their way in, collided with an unseen barrier and tumbled to the ground. From a distance, Ninshu did not seem out of place. He merely appeared as a tall man clad in resplendent attire, though his golden yellow eyes marked him as different. Observing the boy's repeated failed attempts to enter, it became clear to Ninshu that aliens must surely dwell within. The boys, frightened, fled in disarray, their retreat comically awkward despite having faced no real threat. The figure lurking in the shadows also hastily departed, fearful of being implicated, leaving their thoughts shrouded in mystery. Once the nuisances had vacated, Ninshu lowered his protective shield and approached the wooden house. Noticing Ninshu's approach, the previously relaxed child became wary once more. Ninshu, unfazed by the child's demeanor, an entirely natural reaction, greeted him. "Greetings, I am a traveler seeking a place to rest for the night. Should my presence be an inconvenience, I shall take my leave." Upon closer inspection, the child recognized Ninshu's uniqueness, particularly his golden yellow eyes, which were unmistakably non-human. The child remained silent, but a voice from within the house called out, "If the guest does not mind, he may stay here." Hearing this, the child stepped aside, and Ninshu nodded slightly as he entered the house. The child hurriedly stowed away his shovel and dashed inside. It seemed the child was fearful for the safety of the occupant within, and though Ninshu saw through the child's actions, he chose to remain silent. One had to commend the child's spirit. To stand against the world for the one who raised him was commendable indeed. Moreover, this child had been digging persistently, fulfilling a wish of the one who nurtured him. Were Ninshu truly Zhongli, he would have bestowed upon this child a divine eye. Inside sat an elderly man, disheveled and ragged. Upon their eyes meeting, both understood that the other's identity was far from ordinary. Ninshu recognized the man as Jinshan Shurlang, a Mi-Eyes alien. He bore no malice towards Earth. His primary purpose was to survey the environment, but had forsaken his return to his home planet upon encountering Sakuma Ryo. When his identity was exposed, he was slain by fearful Earthlings, leading to his son's quest for justice. Ninshu surveyed the dilapidated surroundings, a scene that could aptly be described as one of utter destitution. Thus, in the astonished gaze of the other two, Ninshu summoned his powers to conjure a stone table, subsequently producing a complete tea set from seemingly nowhere. With fluid grace, he brewed and served tea to the astounded duo. "Please, partake." The two, still in shock, sipped the tea, with Jinshan Shurlang momentarily forgetting his intended words. "I am Zhongli, a traveler. Thank you for your hospitality." Ninshu, unreserved, inquired, "You are not from this planet. Why do you remain here?" While Ninshu was aware of the specifics, it was clear the man was struggling to articulate his thoughts, so he took the initiative to speak. "And you?" Jinshan Shurlang countered. Ninshu took a sip of tea, then replied leisurely, "I am merely a traveler. When the time comes, I shall depart." Jinshan Shurlang's gaze shifted to the silent Sakuma Ryo. Sometimes, parting is necessary for future reunions. It is wise to withdraw from matters that will surely lead to trouble. Ninshu seemed to speak casually, but his words bore weight. Jinshan Shurlang chuckled as he sipped his tea. "Is that so? I have learned much from you." The implication was clear. Ninshu urged Jinshan Shurlang to leave, as Sakuma Ryo was an Earthling, and it was evident that humanity was not yet ready to accept aliens. Should Jinshan Shurlang choose to stay, not only would he face danger, but Sakuma Ryo would also suffer the consequences of being associated with him. Jinshan Shurlang was acutely aware of his own condition. If he did not return to his home planet soon, he would undoubtedly perish here. Yet he wished to spend these final moments with Sakuma Ryo, who reminded him so much of his own son that he pondered whether his family on the home planet would blame him. He too missed his loved ones. "Once I finish what I must do, I wonder if I will last until then," he remarked with a bittersweet smile. Ninshu had already contacted the system for assistance. The power he currently wielded could help Jinshan Shurlang survive. However, if he did not return to his home planet soon, even the provision of life-sustaining energy would merely be a temporary solution. Chapter 44. Accompanying the child, the arrival of Xiang Xiu as Ninshu's power flowed into Jinshan Shurlang. The latter felt a noticeable surge in his vitality. In the astonished gaze of Jinshan Shurlang, Ninshu calmly stated, "This is but a temporary remedy, yet it will suffice for you to accomplish what you desire." Jinshan Shurlang's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. He had feared he would die on this planet, worried about how Sakuma Ryo would manage alone. He longed for his family back home, yet felt powerless to abandon Sakuma Ryo. But now, Things had changed. He could allow Sakuma Ryo to shed his alien identity and, in turn, return to his homeland with peace of mind. Perhaps he could even bring Sakuma Ryo back to Mii Star to live together. His family would surely accept him. With renewed aspirations for the future, Jin Shan Sherlang sprang into action. Witnessing his joy, Sakuma Ryo felt elated as well. Though unaware of the details, he politely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you very much." Nanshu gently ruffled the child's hair. Only by becoming strong can one avoid being bullied by others. Not everyone can accompany you for a lifetime. Thus, you must cultivate your own strength. I possess some knowledge of martial arts. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. But remember, true strength is not for oppressing the weak, but for protection. One must not bully the weak or indiscriminately harm the innocent. This is the most fundamental principle. The child, grasping only fragments of understanding, nodded slowly. Nanshu's expression softened slightly. "You may not comprehend this now, but one day you will. Keep these lessons close to your heart." "Indeed, I have taken heed of this. The formidable power is not intended for the oppression of others, but rather for their protection." Sakuma Ryo's expression was grave, perhaps a reflection of his prior experiences. For the past few days, this humble cabin had been undisturbed. Heeding Kanesaka-jiro's counsel, Sakuma Ryo refrained from digging, instead diligently training under Minami's guidance. This child possesses remarkable perseverance. Even the rigorous training designed for adults would lead many to surrender. Yet this young lad has steadfastly persisted. In the meantime, Kanesaka-jiro has been busy with early departures and late returns, while Minami juggles instructing the child and repairing the house. Perhaps due to Zhongli's inherent disposition, Minami found himself increasingly exasperated with the state of the dwelling. The exquisite tea set he had previously produced, crafted from purple clay, was a testament to Zhongli's commitment to refinement, regardless of circumstances. After a thorough tidying effort by Minami, the house was finally rendered livable, and he discreetly adorned his eyes before taking Sakuma Ryo out for a stroll. Fortunately, he had retained a card from the system. Otherwise, he would have been entirely reliant on friends to venture outside. Much like Zhongli, Sakuma Ryo, for the first time, bore a hint of childlike innocence upon his face. Minami escorted the boy to an amusement park. Indulging in a lavish meal and visiting places Sakuma Ryo had long wished to explore. Naturally, Minami did not forget to procure items to embellish their home, nor to bring food back for Kanesaka-jiro. After acquiring the necessary tools, Minami thoughtfully cultivated a small patch of land behind the house, planting the seeds he had purchased. Perhaps this is an instinct deeply embedded in the DNA of Chinese people. A belief that such efforts provide a sense of security. On a day when Minami leisurely sipped tea, awaiting Sakuma Ryo's return from play, he was surprised to find the boy accompanied by others. Among them was a figure strikingly familiar. Aside from the disheveled state of his clothing, Sakuma Ryo appeared unscathed. It was evident that trouble had once again found them, likely stemming from the same group of individuals as before. However, Sakuma Ryo had changed. A solitary confrontation with a group posed little challenge. Shortly after, they encountered Yamaguchi Shitaro on patrol. Yamaguchi Shitaro felt somewhat awkward. He had naturally overheard that group referring to Sakuma Ryo as an extraterrestrial. Yet, as the human form of Ultraman Jack, he could not fathom how this child was anything but ordinary. Thus, he suspected that those who raised the boy might be from outer space. However, upon meeting Minami, he immediately sensed that this individual was extraordinary. Yet, he could not ascertain what kind of being he truly was, only that the energy surrounding him bore a resemblance to that of Earth. Noticing the myriad expressions flitting across Yamaguchi Shitaro's face, Minami expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for returning this child." In Minami's presence, Sakuma Ryo shed his previous stoicism, exclaiming with excitement, "Mr. Zhongli, I truly gave them a thrashing this time." "Well, I did not injure them. They were the ones seeking trouble." He spoke. His voice grew softer, a flicker of panic crossing his features. Minami gently patted Sakuma Ryo's head, reassuring him, "There is no need for alarm. You performed admirably. The skills I imparted to you are meant for your protection. They instigated the conflict, not you." Turning to the flustered Yamaguchi Shitaro, Minami extended his hand, suggesting, "Perhaps you might take a moment to rest." Sakuma Ryo hurriedly poured tea for Yamaguchi Shitaro, prompting Minami to beam with pride at his pupil's behavior. Reflecting on Hu Tao's somewhat capricious nature, Minami could only remark to himself that he found her challenging to handle. While others might view her antics as amusing, he felt it unnecessary to endure such trials himself. In truth, Hu Tao was not entirely like that. Her whimsical moments could indeed be quite trying. Yamaguchi Shitaro hesitated, cup in hand, unsure how to begin. A mere glance from Minami prompted Sakuma Ryo to obediently set down the teapot and exit the room. With no one else present, Yamaguchi Shitaro felt free to express his thoughts. "Who is that child?" he finally ventured. "Just an ordinary child," Minami replied with a calm demeanor. "And you are?" Yamaguchi Shitaro pressed, his gaze fixed intently upon Minami. After a sip of his tea, Minami replied, "I am but a traveler passing through. I shall depart when the time is right." Yamaguchi Shitaro found Minami's eloquence somewhat disquieting, feeling as though he were speaking in a manner uncharacteristic of a local. Before Yamaguchi Shitaro could voice his inquiries, Minami interjected, "Some matters do not require excessive knowledge. Simply understand that I harbor no ill intentions toward this place." Meeting Minami's golden gaze, Yamaguchi Shitaro swallowed his questions, and the two fell into a contemplative silence as they savored their tea. Yamaguchi Shitaro did not linger long, for his patrol duties were unfinished. However, upon returning to the base, he began to investigate Sakuma Ryo's background. Unfortunately, aside from the boy's tragic history, he discovered little else, especially not any information regarding extraterrestrials. Chapter 45. The Tragic Past. The enraged people. In light of current technology, the new generation pales in comparison, akin to a younger sibling. Hence, their reliability is questionable. This is one of the reasons the Earth Defense Force of the Showa period was often deemed unreliable. After all, there is a stark difference between being armed and unarmed. The MAT team felt sympathy for Sakuma Ryo's plight, while Captain Ibuki speculated that the boy might believe the extraterrestrials he encountered were his parents. In truth, Sakuma Ryo had long been aware that he shared no blood ties with Kenosaka Jiro, yet this did not hinder their bond as they relied on one another. Not all connections are defined by blood. Sometimes, the kindness of those who nurture us outweighs that of our biological kin, and each individual's understanding varies. Captain Ibuki's conjecture left Yamaguchi Shitaro increasingly preoccupied with thoughts of Sakuma Ryo and the elegantly composed Minami. Yamaguchi Shitaro refrained from sharing his encounter with Minami with the MAT team, but his instincts told him that this individual meant no harm to Earth, and he chose to believe it. Before long, Yamaguchi Shitaro returned, calling out, "Ryo? Ryo!" Minami, observing Yamaguchi Shitaro searching for Sakuma Ryo, replied, "Ryo has gone to the city. He shall return shortly." Yamaguchi Shitaro, startled by Minami's sudden voice, stammered, "Forgive me, Dai. I understand. You are merely concerned for Ryo." Minami dismissed Yamaguchi Shitaro's rudeness without a second thought. Taking a seat across from Minami, Yamaguchi Shitaro noticed that the man consistently enjoyed his tea, embodying a leisurely lifestyle that was almost enviable. As Yamaguchi Shitaro's mind wandered, a cup appeared in his line of sight, held by Minami's slender, fair hand. "What troubles you, sir? I did not properly introduce myself during your last hasty departure. That I am Zhongli, a traveler, intending to remain here for a while without causing any inconvenience to the defense force." Yamaguchi Shitaro felt a striking resemblance between Minami's aura and that of his elder brother. Quickly accepting the tea with both hands, "I am Yamaguchi Shitaro of the MAT team. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. It is well known that those who share a singular mind possess shared memories. Those who understand. Unaware of Yamaguchi Shitaro's thoughts, Minami merely noted the sudden shift in his demeanor. Minami opted not to inquire further, choosing instead to savor his tea, which only served to heighten Yamaguchi Shitaro's discomfort. After a moment of mental preparation, Yamaguchi Shitaro finally asked, "What will happen to Ryo moving forward?" "Logically speaking, I am not his guardian, and he has his own aspirations," Minami replied candidly. After all, the Mesian race had coexisted peacefully on Earth for quite some time, which spoke volumes. This statement conveyed much. First, Minami was not the extraterrestrial they presumed him to be. The true alien was someone else. Second, that otherworldly being had already devised plans for Sakuma Ryo, though their specifics remained unknown. These 2 points suggested that the extraterrestrial bore no ill will towards Earth, yet further observation was warranted. Minami was unreserved in sharing additional insights with Yamaguchi Shitaro, once arrangements for Ryo were settled. That being would soon depart, as they could not linger here for long. Yamaguchi Shitaro was taken aback. This implied that the extraterrestrial's life was nearing its end, likely due to environmental factors on Earth or other influences. Of course, if the Earth Defense Force were willing to assume responsibility for the child, Minami believed he would depart with peace of mind, taking with him whatever was sealed underground, while Minami harbored doubts about the reliability of the Earth Defense Force. He had to concede that it was the only place where Sakuma Ryo could truly be safe. After all, one could not overlook the potential malice of others. Who knew if someone might act against Sakuma Ryo once Kanesaka Jiro and Minami had left? Thus, Kanesaka Jiro's strategy was to sever the connection between the extraterrestrial and Sakuma Ryo. As long as they could prove that Sakuma Ryo was not an alien, the suspicious gazes around him would diminish significantly. Alleviating concerns for the child's safety, Minami's plan was to entrust Sakuma Ryo to the Earth Defense Force, as they would undoubtedly recognize that he was not an extraterrestrial, making the process more efficient and straightforward. Yamaguchi Shitaro found himself at a loss for words, departing in a daze, while Minami shook his head, indicating that Yamaguchi Shitaro still had much to learn, initially intending to subtly extract information about Minami. Yamaguchi Shitaro completely forgot his objective upon leaving. Unbeknownst to him, a disheveled old man with white hair emerged after his departure, pondering, is this truly acceptable? One must always prepare for both outcomes, especially when they are not mutually exclusive. Nanshu never truly placed his hopes in the MAT team. If they agree, it would be splendid. If they do not, it is of no consequence. Soon after, Kojiro Xiaoyang returned, meeting with Jinshan Shiro for the first time, where he recounted his encounter with Sakuma Ryo. Upon arriving on Earth, the MES aliens concealed their spacecraft and were about to depart when they stumbled upon the unconscious Sakuma Ryo. The benevolent extraterrestrial picked up the unconscious child. And from that moment on, the two became inseparable companions. Having learned the circumstances, Kojiro Xiaoyang also intended to assist in the search for the MES alien spaceship, but Jinshan Shiro declined. Previously, Jinshan Shiro might have acquiesced. But circumstances had changed. With Nanshu present, he might just find a way to return to his home planet. For now, he remained, with unfinished business awaiting him. This was not the time to depart. There were still matters that required his attention. Jinshan Shiro gazed at Sakuma Ryo, who seemed to sense something but was unsure of how to assist them. Thus, in a state of confusion, Kojiro Xiaoyang sought out Nanshu once more, who appeared rather out of place in his leisurely demeanor, skillfully pouring tea. I see. Do you have any thoughts? Nanshu was well aware of their conversation, as it was indeed part of the prior plan. Is there anything I can do to help? Kojiro Xiaoyang was eager to assist. The hand that held the tea paused momentarily, and after taking a sip, Nanshu replied, he has his own plans. I merely worry for that child. I will help take care of him. Kojiro Xiaoyang immediately accepted the responsibility of caring for the child. Nanshu regarded the earnest expression on Kojiro Xiaoyang's face with a hint of nostalgia, recalling the Kojiro Xiaoyang of reality who had long departed. You won't always be here. You just need to ensure he grows up well. Nanshu was well aware of the responsibilities that came with being a warrior of light. Jack would not remain on Earth indefinitely. There were countless matters awaiting them in the cosmos. I have already discussed this with the captain, and we will make the necessary arrangements. Please trust us. Kojiro Xiaoyang responded sincerely that it's not that I don't trust you, but the time is not yet right. Let us wait a little longer. It will soon come to an end. Nanshu's words seemed to carry deeper meaning. On that day, a group of armed individuals arrived, clamoring to capture monsters, questioning how one could befriend aliens. Chapter 46. Jinshan Shiro departs. Retribution, though delayed, has arrived. Kojiro Xiaoyang, now tasked with caring for the child, naturally took notice. What are you doing? This child is an alien. If the special police won't intervene, then we, the police, shall. A throng encircled Sakuma Ryo, preparing to forcibly take him away. Despite his desperate struggles, he was merely a child, overpowered by the adults. What crime have I committed? Why are you capturing me? Kojiro Xiaoyang, pushed to the outside, desperately attempted to intervene. Stop. Please, stop. The leading officer shouted. Special police officers are meant to eliminate aliens. Yet you've befriended one. The situation grew chaotic as Jinshan Shiro staggered forward. Wait, please wait. I am an alien. That child is merely human. I am the alien, and Ryo is protecting me. He is not an alien. Despite Jinshan Shiro's unsteady gait and hunched form, the crowd recoiled in fear at the sight of an extraterrestrial. Let him go. Release Ryo. As Jinshan Shiro advanced, the crowd instinctively loosened their grip on Sakuma Ryo. Freed, Sakuma Ryo scrambled towards Jinshan Shiro, embracing him tightly. Fully aware of Jinshan Shiro's intentions, perhaps, as Nanchu suggested, this temporary departure was merely a prelude to their eventual reunion, although Sakuma Ryo felt an immense sense of loss. Listen to me. Keeping him here may not yield any benefits. After all, he is an alien. Upon hearing this, the crowd began hurling stones at the two, and Jinshan Shiro shielded Sakuma Ryo in his embrace. Kojiro Xiaoyang quickly positioned himself in front of them. Stop. Yet, with so many people, how could one man possibly hold them back? The crowd, fueled by anger, surrounded the trio. Inside the building, Nanchu furrowed his brow. His eyes filled with disdain. At that moment, the depths of human malice were laid bare. However, Nanchu could not intervene, at least not now. He averted his gaze from the chaos outside, though the shouts and curses still reached his ears. A glimmer flickered in his golden pupils as he closed his eyes, striving to calm his emotions. After all, he was not the battle-hardened warrior of yore, and it was impossible for him to remain entirely unmoved by the unfolding situation. Steady the host. Maintain composure. The system, sensing Nanchu's turmoil, promptly interjected. Although the system longed to deliver a few well-deserved punches to the crowd, it was not the right moment. We can always plan to deal with them later, the system suggested. Hearing this, Nanchu's agitation gradually subsided. He found himself somewhat amused by the system's remarks. I have already compiled their information. Once the Mez aliens depart, we will settle the score. These nuisances truly deserve a reckoning. Witnessing the system's indignation, Nanchu regained control over his emotions. Though he felt a sense of helplessness at the situation, he had long contemplated teaching them a lesson after Jinshan Shiro's departure. The authorities had their way, but that did not preclude him from taking matters into his own hands. Moreover, dealing with them would now be effortless for him. Who was he, if not Zhongli, the god of rock? As for the energy levels, the system had already consented, so there was no cause for concern. This thought lifted Nanchu's spirits, and he found the system's furious exclamations somewhat pleasant to his ears. While the system itself wished to leap forth and teach the crowd a lesson in both martial and literary prowess, that moment, a police officer accidentally discharged his firearm, striking Jinshan Shiro. If you must kill, then do so with me. If the first shot was an accident, the second was intentional, aimed squarely at Jinshan Shiro's life. As Jinshan Shiro's body collapsed, the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving Kojiro Xiaoyang kneeling in sorrow. Sakuma Ryo pushed through the throng, rushing to Jinshan Shiro's side. Don't die. Please, don't die. That moment, Sakuma Ryo had completely forgotten the plans discussed by Nanchu and Jinshan Shiro, staring at the bloodied figure on the ground. Choking back tears, the warmth of Jinshan Shiro's body began to fade, and the vibrant red blood transformed into a sickly green. Suddenly, the ground trembled. The crowd, startled by the unexpected disturbance, turned to flee, and only after they had departed did Nanchu step outside. A golden aura enveloped Jinshan Shiro, who slowly opened his eyes. That was far too reckless, Nanchu chided, his tone laden with disapproval. We are on the verge of departure. Such actions will only serve to extinguish their fears. Jinshan Shiro remained unfazed. What mattered most was that Sakuma Ryo would no longer be regarded as an alien. Jinshan Shiro wiped the tears from Sakuma Ryo's face. Ryo, do not grieve. We will meet again. The reasons for not taking Sakuma Ryo along were readily apparent. How could a human survive in the cosmos? Even if they could endure, wouldn't they succumb to oxygen poisoning upon reaching Mez? Thus, it was best for Sakuma Ryo to remain on Earth. Though I do not know whence you came, I am immensely grateful for your presence. That I have one more request. I hope you can teach Ryo before you leave. I implore you. Jinshan Shiro bowed deeply to Nanchu. Nanchu closed his eyes briefly. I will. I shall guide this child, and it will not just be me. Confronted with the unfolding events, Kojiro Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback, kneeling in place, stunned. Upon seeing both Nanchu and Jinshan Shiro gazing at him, he quickly rose. I will also care for Ryo. You can count on me. The energy within Jinshan Shiro was sufficient to support his return to Mez, and upon hearing their assurances, he finally relaxed. It was the first time Sakuma Ryo had witnessed Jinshan Shiro's true form. As a spacecraft appeared overhead, with the vanishing of the spacecraft, Jinshan Shiro's figure also faded from view, taking with him the sealed monsters buried beneath the ground. Kojiro Xiaoyang stood at a distance, contemplating, while Nanshu exchanged a knowing glance with him. You must understand the consequences if friendly aliens were to be eradicated by Earthlings. Earth would gain another enemy, and it would be a planet that the current Earth cannot hope to combat. Kojiro Xiaoyang recognized the truth in Nanshu's words, bowing his head in silence as he listened. Inform your captain and teammates of this situation and its potential repercussions. You know what must be done. Nanshu returned to the house with the vacant gaze of Sakamoto Ryo. Although Sakamoto Ryo appeared completely normal, even completing his daily training, as night fell, Nanshu could still hear faint sobs. Hearing the cries, Nanshu felt a sense of relief. After all, it was the overly normal behavior during the day that seemed quite abnormal. He feared the child might be suppressing his feelings. With the matter resolved and Jinshanjiro having departed, Nanshu quietly slipped out once Sakamoto Ryo had fallen asleep. Chapter 47. Strolling with birds, drinking tea, and caring for children. The following day, multiple locations experienced incidents of house collapses. Although no one was injured, the buildings would require reconstruction that if Sato Hideki had been present, he would surely have noticed that the families affected were all those who had caused trouble during the day. Furthermore, it was reported that a police officer was beaten after being ambushed while on night patrol, leading to his resignation that very day. According to insiders, that officer seemed to have lost his sanity, muttering phrases like, "I didn't mean to, don't come after me." As for the MAT team, they were at a loss regarding the situation. Just as Nanshu had mentioned, people were now living in fear of the unknown. In the minds of the populace, extraterrestrials were perceived as villains, arriving on Earth solely to wreak havoc. After all, so many extraterrestrial beings that had previously appeared were of such a nature, and for a long time. The image of aliens had been that of irredeemable evildoers. Moreover, if this friendly extraterrestrial were to cause trouble on Earth, it could unwittingly create an enemy for the planet, one from another world. In light of this, Captain Ibuki wished to express his gratitude to Nanshu, but Nanshu had already made it clear that he preferred not to be disturbed, so he could only ask Sato Hideki to deliver some gifts. The next day, while leisurely sipping tea, Nanshu smiled slightly upon hearing this news, occasionally offering guidance to Sakamoto Ryo during his martial arts practice. After Jinshanjiro's departure, Sato Hideki frequently brought items to visit. And over time, he had grown accustomed to enjoying life in Nanshu's company. After all, being near Nanshu always brought a sense of tranquility, and conversing with him was quite enlightening. Nanshu had also purchased a bird, and his daily life consisted of taking care of children, strolling with birds, and sipping tea. It was a pity that there were no storytellers around, who wouldn't envy such a life. Each time Sato Hideki witnessed this scene, he felt a pang of envy in his heart, yearning for such a lifestyle himself. Meanwhile, Nanshu had already unearthed information regarding Sato Hideki from his memories, knowing that soon his beloved would fall to the hands of an extraterrestrial. Nanshu did not mind doing a favor and saving someone, thereby earning a debt of gratitude from Jack. After all, it was unlikely they would end up together. He recalled how many in the new generation had fled from their weddings. Most Ultramen had taken their earthly forms with them, except for Ultraman Old 6, who, upon reflection, seemed to have a commendable nature. However, who was it that Sato Hideki liked? Sakata Akiko, Chio Baiha, or Murano Rumiko? Considering this, the young man certainly had good prospects. When Sato Hideki returned to the house, he appeared flustered, as if something had transpired. It was not long ago that he had been lamenting how his teammates complained about having nothing to do lately. "Mr. Zhongli, have you noticed anything strange recently?" Sato Hideki inquired after finishing his cup of tea. Nanshu glanced at his empty hands, and then at the empty cup. "What has transpired? We detected suspicious electromagnetic waves in a residential area, but the surrounding residents reported no issues," Sato Hideki replied, his brow furrowed. Nanshu lowered his gaze, sipping tea while his mind frantically searched for the plot following Jinshanjiro's departure. The current monster was created by someone Sato Hideki knew. The anomalous electromagnetic waves they detected were Leon electromagnetic waves, whose weakness was notably the Leon electromagnetic waves. Nanshu could not recall the specifics of the principle, but it could be classified as a synthetic monster created by humans. The individual responsible seemed to be a scientist named Mizuno, who had become somewhat deranged in his research on flora and fauna. This was a matter that required thorough investigation. If a monster were to appear, it would be problematic. Nanshu's words held deeper significance. Sato Hideki nodded in agreement. acknowledging that the sudden appearance of the electromagnetic waves warranted a proper investigation. With that thought, he glanced at Sakamoto Ryo before hastily departing. Having temporarily concluded his training, Sakamoto Ryo watched as the yellow figure quickly vanished. Mr. Zhongli. What happened? He asked. It's nothing. They will handle it. It's not wise to go out frequently these days. The outside world is rather tumultuous. Nanshu replied. Upon hearing Nanshu's words, Sakamoto Ryo did not press further, merely nodding in understanding. After spending time together, he recognized that this was for his own good. However, no matter how diligently Sato Hideki investigated that day, he could uncover no substantial information and ultimately had to abandon the inquiry. The next day, Sato Hideki and Akita Fumio took to the skies in their aircraft to patrol once more. And the peculiar electromagnetic waves re-emerged as they passed the residential area. Sato Hideki was filled with determination. It's back. This time we must uncover the truth. The aircraft descended not far from Mizuno's residence, and Sato Hideki and Akita Fumio inevitably had to inquire further. Although the MAT team had not detected the source of the electromagnetic waves, it indicated that this sudden occurrence could impact cellular structures. Unfortunately, they had questioned the wrong person. The instigator would never confess if discovered. His experiments would surely be halted. Thus, Mizuno, with a clever ruse, sent the two away empty-handed, just after Sato Hideki and Akita Fumio were misled. The creature Mizuno had been studying hatched. Following their patrol, Sato Hideki felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss, prompting him to urgently seek out Nanshu and recount the events by rational standards. One or two instances might be mere coincidences, but could it still be considered coincidental after multiple occurrences? I recall your friend is named Mizuno, a scientist studying flora and fauna. Scientists often possess some eccentric ideas and engage in irrational actions. Nanshu mused, puzzled as to why Sato Hideki sought him out, as if he were a walking encyclopedia, though he did indeed know the storyline that in truth, Sato Hideki did not come to Nanshu seeking assistance. He merely felt that conversing with him could help him notice details he might have overlooked. Gazing at the tall, handsome figure of Nanshu, leisurely interacting with the birds, Sato Hideki felt an inexplicable sense of security. Moreover, hearing Nanshu's analysis resonated with him, and he silently praised himself for seeking out Nanshu first, as expected of Mr. Zhongli. You're absolutely right. I shall investigate further immediately, Sato Hideki declared, although he did not believe his friend capable of such deeds. It was prudent to check. If something truly was amiss, it would be better to know. Watching Sato Hideki's retreating figure, Nanshu shook his head, aware that Sato Hideki would likely uncover nothing. Given Sato Hideki's current mindset, he could not outsmart the individual responsible. He could only rely on experience. He suddenly felt sympathy for Zophie, who had to manage a group of unreliable younger siblings that in truth, Nanshu wanted to say that by tonight, Sato Hideki would discover there was no need for further investigation, but the young man departed too swiftly. Ryo, remember that haste makes waste. Maintain your composure when faced with challenges, Nanshu calmly instructed Sakamoto Ryo, who could only nod in confusion. When confronted with difficulties, do not panic. Take a moment to sip some tea and relax. Chapter 48. Sato Hideki. I request external assistance. What transpired next unfolded just as Nanshu had anticipated. Sato Hideki returned to Mizuno yet again, still failing to extract any information and, in exasperation, had to leave. That very night, an incident occurred at Mizuno's residence. The creature he had been studying suddenly grew to the height of a man, and its temperament turned volatile. The monstrous Ryo-ji pushed aside anything obstructing its path, including Mizuno, who was attempting to flee the house, witnessed by Jiro Sakata, who was washing dishes. Jiro Sakata's exclamation drew the attention of Ken Sakata, who, upon hearing his brother's account, was entirely incredulous. He retorted, "What nonsense! There is no such creature as a ghost lizard here." Meanwhile, Nanshu, observing the scene from the shadows, internally scoffed. After all, in a world where monsters existed, what else was impossible? Jiro Sakata immediately thought of Mizuno and stealthily approached the house to observe from outside. However, Mizuno appeared outside just then, catching sight of Jiro Sakata's furtive movements. Under Mizuno's inquiry, Jiro Sakata recounted what he had witnessed, and upon hearing his description, Mizuno's expression turned sinister. Realizing the danger, Jiro Sakata discreetly prepared to escape. Mizuno lunged forward, attempting to seize Jiro Sakata, but Nanchu, with a resigned sigh, restrained Mizuno with one hand. Fortunately, Nanchu had concealed his pupils with mystical arts. Otherwise, both Mizuno and Jiro Sakata might have fainted from fright. Is it not a bit excessive to treat a child in such a manner? Nanchu remarked, clearly observing Mizuno's face. Mizuno's complexion was marred by a dark patch of skin, appearing somewhat grotesque, as if it had been burned, likely a consequence of the Ryoji's actions. The sudden appearance of Nanchu startled both individuals. And Jiro Sakata, now with a clear mind, quickly hid behind Nanchu, gazing fearfully at Mizuno's contorted expression. Mizuno attempted to grab Jiro Sakata, but found himself unable to move, despite Nanchu's hand merely resting lightly on his shoulder. As the pressure on his shoulder increased, Mizuno's reason began to resurface. No, you misunderstand. I was just joking with Jiro that we know each other. There is no need for him to speak. Nan's departure was already known. Indeed, it appears that the gentleman's spirits are somewhat diminished, so I shall return this child home. Regardless of how reluctant Mizuno might be, he can only watch as Nan takes the child away. After leaving the Mizuno residence, Nan retrieved his phone from his pocket and pressed a few buttons. He then turned to the visibly shaken Sakata Jiro and said, "Do not wander out of the house at night. It is easy to encounter ill-intentioned individuals." Sakata Jiro clung tightly to Nan's clothing, not inquiring how Nan had arrived there or how he knew the location of his home. When Sakata Ken heard a knock at the door and saw a stranger accompanied by his younger brother clinging to the fabric of the stranger's clothing, he immediately thought his brother had gotten into some trouble. "That I sincerely apologize. My younger brother has caused you some inconvenience," he said, exhibiting genuine concern for his sibling. However, this abrupt apology left Nan feeling somewhat exasperated, and he inwardly mused on how troublesome Sakata Jiro must be for his elder brother to think of mischief so quickly. Nan merely cautioned the child not to venture out late for safety reasons before taking his leave. After all, discussing matters concerning monsters with ordinary people is futile. Listening to the recording on his phone, he was grateful for the recording function, even if the current technology was not particularly advanced. He subsequently contacted Yamaguchi Hidetoshi, who hurriedly sought permission from Captain Ibuki, leaving the base under the curious gazes of his colleagues. Upon arriving at the location, Yamaguchi found a delicately crafted lamp placed on a stone table outside, while Nan leisurely arranged the tea set. After gulping down the tea, Yamaguchi, regaining his composure, asked, "You mentioned there was something important. What has transpired?" Nan placed several photographs on the table and activated the recording. As he listened to its contents and examined the photographs, Yamaguchi's expression darkened considerably. "Do not panic. What we know is that the monster has already escaped and does not heed the commands of its creator. We must apprehend that individual named Mizuno as soon as possible and investigate what weaknesses that monster possesses." Nan's demeanor remained unflustered, as if he were casually remarking on the beauty of the night. Yamaguchi, who had been forced into overtime despite the end of his workday, wore an unsettled expression but still nodded in agreement. That night, the MAT team mobilized urgently, capturing Mizuno, who was attempting to flee near his residence, and seizing the research materials he had brought with him, which were the very items he had previously sought from Sakata Ken. Mizuno attempted to struggle, but the emergence of the photographs and recording rendered him speechless. There was no way to explain himself further. After bringing him back for interrogation, it was unfortunate that Mizuno, as the creator, was unaware of the whereabouts of Ryorg. The following day, a ship encountered a monster at sea, its size vastly different, yet resembling the images captured earlier. Upon receiving the news, the MAT team swiftly mobilized. When two fighter jets arrived above the incident site, they observed the turbulent waters. AS Ryorg emerged from the depths. Captain Ibuki began issuing commands. "All units, prepare to engage the target." With the assault from the fighter jets, sparks erupted from Ryorg's body as it shrieked and dashed toward the shore. However, Ryorg was not Navi. When one fighter jet drew near, the vines on its back ensnared it. Despite the pilot's struggles, escape was impossible until another jet attacked Ryorg, severing the vines with a burst of sparks. Nevertheless, Ryorg ultimately managed to flee, leaving the team to analyze the images captured during the skirmish. The creature's hybrid characteristics of both animal and plant perplexed the team, prompting Yamaguchi to suddenly exclaim, "Mizuno is indeed studying flora and fauna." The conclusion was evident. This monster originated from Mizuno's experiments, leaving everyone to ponder what madness the scientist had unleashed. When Yamaguchi realized the team was at an impasse, he immediately thought of Nan. Seeking Captain Ibuki's permission to leave the base. Regarding the other team members' confusion, Captain Ibuki replied, "The information about Mizuno and the monster was brought by Yamaguchi. Perhaps he has a solution." As Yamaguchi rushed about in search of the monster. Nan remained leisurely sipping tea. It was Yamaguchi's first moment of inner imbalance. Mr. Zhongli was far too relaxed, always seen either drinking tea or playing with birds. That it seems you're living too comfortably, Yamaguchi complained. "In my old age, it is time to enjoy life," Nan remarked nonchalantly. Yamaguchi's lips twitched as he glanced at the seemingly mature, yet undeniably youthful Do not deceive me. I may not be the brightest. But I'm not foolish. What brings you here today? Nan inquired, unfazed by Yamaguchi's peculiar gaze. Chapter 49. What does it feel like to be consumed by your own research? After Nan's reminder, Yamaguchi recalled the purpose of his visit. Do you know anything about that monster? I have some knowledge, Nan replied. Wonderful. Could you share it with me? Yamaguchi's excitement was palpable upon hearing Nan's response. That monster is a synthesized creature. You should have inquired with your friend if he was forthcoming. You would understand that this creature is a combination of a lizard and a pitcher plant. It is a hybrid organism possessing characteristics of both flora and fauna, and it likely evolved from hatching to its current size within a single night. I believe you have encountered it in battle. It can traverse both land and water, using its vines to ensnare its foes. Its movements may be sluggish, yet its body is incredibly agile. Most importantly, its weakness is currently in your possession. Nan nearly tossed the answer at Yamaguchi's face. Even so, Yamaguchi had yet to connect the dots regarding the experimental tools they had seized the night before. Are you referring to Mizuno? Nan inwardly lamented the futility of trying to salvage a rotten tree. He closed his eyes, suppressing the urge to roll them at such a damaging thought. He does not even comprehend the creature he has created. How can you expect him to defeat it? Go examine the tools that produced this monster. Perhaps you may find something useful. While Nan wished to throw the answers at their faces, he regrettably did not know how to convert Leon electromagnetic waves into Leon electromagnetic waves. Thus, the subsequent course of action would rest solely on them, and he considered this assistance to be quite substantial. Though your friend cannot vanquish the monster, he can provide crucial assistance. He knows his experiments better than anyone. Nan kindly reminded Yamaguchi once more that Yamaguchi's gaze was filled with gratitude, though Nan felt a sense of confusion that he did not display outwardly. Yamaguchi believed this to be an opportunity for Mr. Zhongli to amend Mizuno's mistakes, thinking him a truly good person. While Nan's thoughts were to confine Mizuno, he understood that the individual most familiar with the experimental tools was their creator. As for others, he cared little. He merely wished to enjoy life, occasionally caring for children, especially since he had already sent Liang to school. Regarding monster battles, who was unaware that titles like and were not of equal strength. Nan's behavior could be described as refraining from interfering with others' training, but frankly, it was simply laziness. When Yamaguchi returned to the base, he learned that Mizuno wished to see him, having spent a night in confinement. Mizuno had calmed down, now aware of the madness of his previous actions. Naturally, he had heard about the monster's daytime appearance and could surmise the situation from the descriptions, leading to his current state of fear. However, he was a previously successful individual, consistently excelling in school, receiving praise from teachers, and envied by peers. He could not accept that his research constituted a crime. Meanwhile, Yamaguchi was pressed for time, aware that the monster could reappear at any moment. Mizuno, I do not have time to hear your feelings right now. You have a chance to atone. A certain gentleman informed me that your experimental tools are the monster's weakness. If you can create it, you can destroy it. Tell me how to eliminate the monster. Mizuno gradually regained his composure. Although he was reluctant to acknowledge the current state of affairs, a night of reflection proved beneficial. Fine. It is Leon electromagnetic waves. If you transform them into Leon electromagnetic waves, the monster will be vanquished. It is the very item you confiscated from me. Yet, Mizuno hesitated. After all, this was a creature of his own creation. Yamaguchi seized the moment. Mizuno, you will assist us, won't you? If we do not eliminate it, the damage will escalate. Mizuno, heed the words of an old friend and eliminate it. Mizuno nodded, understanding the dire consequences of allowing the monster to survive. Thus, when Reorg re-emerged, only one fighter jet took to the skies, while the others accompanied Mizuno and his research tools to a nearby location. Mizuno felt a surge of anxiety. having only seen Reorg in its smaller form days prior. Its rapid growth was disconcerting. "Mizuno, it all rests on you." Then encouraged from the side, Mizuno and Shiobaiha began assembling the tools, and upon hearing Reorg's anguished cries, Mizuno felt a stirring within. Some things should not manifest at this moment. An organism or technological advancement that does not belong in the present could spell doom for an entire planet. If this reckless behavior continues, first this nation, then this planet, may vanish. Nan, having appeared at some point, spoke with a depth of meaning. Yet, emotions are indeed strange. Mizuno abandoned everything and swam toward Reorg, while Nan's garments trailed gracefully through the air. Heaven's calamity can be resisted. Self-inflicted disaster is insurmountable. Indeed, some foolish individuals need no assistance from others to bring about their own demise. Must one truly leap into the river to accompany a monster to the grave? This creature, after all, has scarcely been born for 3 days. Were one unaware, one might presume you had shared a 30-year bond. A thought that drives Nanshu to a state of wild ridicule. The onlookers were left astonished by Mizuno's audacious act, and naturally, they paid no heed to Nanshu, who, after Mizuno's plunge, turned and departed. Nanshu mused, such an inability to discern right from wrong should not warrant my intervention. How unfortunate. That evening, young Sakuma Ryo was thoroughly educated and recalled a particular verse. Heaven's transgressions may still be averted. Self-inflicted ruin is inescapable. That Mizuno's reckless actions were recounted by Nanshu as a cautionary tale for Sakuma Ryo. Upon hearing this, the child confidently declared, "Rest assured, Mr. Zhongli, I shall never engage in such self-destructive behavior as I grow." Nanshu felt a deep sense of relief, though he noted that this was not merely self-harm, but rather a display of sheer foolishness. The ensuing events saw Mizuno leap into the water, prompting the MAT team to act, while Yashiki followed suit to save him. Yet, they could not catch up to Mizuno, who was swiftly consumed by Reorg, the very reason Reorg had lured Mizuno into the depths. Nanshu had no desire to save him, but why not let him experience the consequences? Thus, even if Mizuno were devoured, it would serve him right. With Mizuno gone, the next in line was Yashiki, who, with little choice as Reorg drew near, transformed and plunged into the water. At that moment, Jack witnessed the aircraft ensnared by Reorg's vines and swiftly severed them with a beam of light. He then leapt forth to tackle Reorg. While Reorg's physique was monstrous, his combat prowess was vastly inferior. Before long, the strange entities affixed to Reorg were dismantled, and with the creature's body collapsing, a resounding explosion followed. Meanwhile, Mizuno, shielded by a protective barrier, bore an expression of utter betrayal. Realizing he could no longer pursue his research that in truth, Mizuno had speculated from the outset that his experiments might birth a monster. Chapter 50. Mr. Zhongli's knowledge is different from ours, however. To be ensnared by one's own research and ultimately devoured was a significant blow to Mizuno. Observing Mizuno's mental state, it seemed he would soon require the care of a specialized hospital. And naturally, his experimental apparatus would be destroyed. After a brief period of tranquility, unforeseen events arose. Rumors of ships and lighthouses vanishing without a trace left everyone deeply concerned. Consequently, Yashiki appeared to have formulated a plan and sought out the Sakata household. Upon entering, he was met with utter darkness, only to learn that it was an effort to assist Sakata Jiro with his homework on the principles of prisms. This visit was also to discuss the matter with Sakata Ken, allowing Jiro to be dispatched to complete his assignment before the two adults conversed. "How is Ibuki?" Ken inquired. "He has gone to attend the Earth Defense Conference," Yashiki replied candidly. Observing Yashiki's demeanor, Ken realized that Yashiki had failed to report back to Captain Ibuki regarding their plans. "You haven't informed him yet, have you?" "No, I have yet to find evidence," Yashiki replied, entirely oblivious to the peculiarities of Ken's expression. Ken retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "Is that so? You sounded quite confident over the phone." Unfazed, Yashiki unfurled a marked map. First, Antarctica, then the meteorological ship, followed by the South Pacific, then the whaling ship, and now the lighthouse. "I have a foreboding feeling that we are next." Despite the lack of evidence, the MAT team increased their patrol efforts based on Yashiki's suspicions. Not wanting to linger at the Sakata residence any longer, Yashiki quickly departed toward Nanshu's direction. He silently prayed that Nanshu had not been wandering about. Had he known, he would have given a heads up. As for Nanshu, Upon hearing the news, he anticipated Yashiki's arrival and had been waiting patiently for several days. Knowing he would be seeking assistance, Yashiki did not intend to arrive empty-handed, but the items Nanshu favored were beyond Yashiki's means to procure. Thus, he resolved to bring some fine tea instead. In this day and age, selecting a gift has become quite the challenge. Upon entering the abode, Yashiki found no one and seized the opportunity to inquire with the passing Sakuma Ryo. From the child, he learned that Nanshu was in the back and hurriedly made his way there. Nanshu, watering the fields with a kettle in hand, exuded an air of tranquility. Yashiki thought to himself, "This is unjust. Why must I toil while he leisurely waters his plants and sips tea?" Nanshu replied, "I do this for your benefit. Every experience is a lesson learned." Observing Nanshu's laid-back demeanor, Yashiki felt a twinge of envy, perceiving himself as a mere pawn in this game. "Mr. Zhongli, I have brought you some fine tea," Yashiki declared as he approached, for it was evident that this man held considerable knowledge. Though he often claimed to know only a little, the reality of his understanding vastly differed from Yashiki's own. Just the other day, witnessing Nanshu instructing the children in martial arts, Yashiki foolishly thought to challenge him. Nanshu, while professing his modest expertise, swiftly defeated him with just a few moves, clearly holding back. Afterward, he remarked, "It seems you were not earnest, Yashiki. This time, I was merely fortunate." How infuriating! Such an experience only heightened his resentment. Yet, Yashiki found little anger in it. Being in Nanshu's presence afforded him invaluable insights, for Nanshu was akin to a living encyclopedia. Moreover, though he consistently lost in their sparring, Yashiki's skills undeniably improved. In light of this, he thought, if I must endure defeat, then so be it. As the saying goes, those who endure hardship shall emerge as heroes. Nanshu examined the tea leaves, deeming them average, but accepted them nonetheless. Refusing them would have made it difficult for Yashiki to broach the subject. Just as Nanshu had anticipated, upon receiving the gift, Yashiki sighed in relief. "Mr. Zhongli, have you heard about the inexplicable disappearances lately?" "I have heard whispers, first from Antarctica, then followed by ships and lighthouses. Truly intriguing," Nanshu replied, withholding further elaboration. Yashiki, growing increasingly anxious, pressed, "Surely, Mr. Zhongli, you must have some hypotheses. Could you share your thoughts with me? Please, share your ideas." He encouraged, which was tantamount to granting Yashiki permission to speak. Yashiki suspected the monsters were involved. However, based on the trajectory, it appeared the next target would be Sakura. Nanshu internally concurred, acknowledging that regardless of how distant the monsters were, they would inevitably appear in Sakura within a few days. This phenomenon was comparable to the peculiarities surrounding Conan and Wu X, i.e., no other nation experienced such peculiarities, yet they fixated solely on Sakura, leaving one to wonder at the madness of it all. Contemplating this, Nanshu prepared the tea. "From a rational perspective, your thoughts align closely with mine, yet have you not noticed a commonality?" "Pray enlighten me," Yashiki urged, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he petitioned to bring Nanshu back to the MAT team. "All these disappearances occurred at night, correct? As far as I know, a white mist appeared prior to their vanishing." Yashiki, not entirely naive, grasped the implications after Nanshu's subtle hint. "So, this monster can only operate at night. But even so, it shouldn't be so well concealed during the day, should it? How could it manage such a feat? Its appearance resembles an iceberg. No, it must be akin to a natural crystal. It would be absurd not to detect it." Though Nanshu mentally scoffed at this notion, his exterior remained composed. From a rational standpoint, it is not out of the realm of possibility. "Surely you must know more. Do share your insights with me," Yashiki implored, recognizing that Nanshu's lack of surprise indicated he possessed further knowledge. Nanshu replied, "I do know a great deal, but you too harbor secrets from me. You leapt from a building to transform. Quite the audacious move," Yashiki retorted. "Whether or not I wish to transform is of no concern. If I do not, we shall both meet our demise." The events initially transpired in Antarctica, the very birthplace of the monster. Its prior absence could likely be attributed to the frigid climate of the region. This latest emergence was influenced by fluctuations in solar activity that Yashiki's eyes sparkled with realization, knowing he had struck gold by seeking out this individual. So, if we can once again encase the monster in ice, it will suffice. But do you know at what temperature it must be to halt its movements? What if it requires a chilling -273 degrees? Nanshu's comment was not a mere dampening of spirits, but rather a stark reality. They would struggle to defeat the peculiar monster known as Plitzma with such a feeble weakness. Yashiki sensed that Nanshu's words held deeper significance, as it was rare for someone to state such precise values without pretense. P.S. Normal updates will resume. The reason for reaching 100,000 is understood by all. Chapter 51. The Principle of Thermal Expansion and Contraction. Jack, I am truly impressed. So, is there no hope for victory? Can even Ultraman Jack not succeed? Yashiki felt a flicker of disappointment. There remains a possibility of triumph. While a direct confrontation may prove challenging, we can employ a strategy of diversion. Do you understand why a thermos cannot be filled with cold water directly? As the thermos is utilized, the water within warms up, causing both the body and lid to expand. That if cold water is abruptly introduced at this moment, its temperature is significantly lower than that of the thermos itself. This situation will lead to the rapid contraction of both the teapot body and lid, which may consequently result in a loosening of the seal between them, or even the formation of cracks. Are you aware of the underlying principle? After this lengthy explanation, Nanshu took a sip of tea, leaving the rest for Xiang Xiushu to ponder. Xiang Xiushu was attentively listening, nearly taking notes, when suddenly the teacher posed a question. Catching him off guard and instilling a hint of panic, his mind raced. Thermal expansion and contraction? Nanshu nodded. Continue thinking along that line. Just as Xiang Xiushu's brain was on the verge of overload, news arrived from the base that a survivor had been found in the sea. However, the individual's condition was not promising and required immediate assistance, all the while muttering phrases like "white demon," turning white, and vanished. While Xiang Xiushu grappled with Nanshu's words, Nanshu could no longer bear to watch. Liang, what would happen if you suddenly poured hot water into a cold glass? The glass would shatter. Zhaojian Liang felt a bit embarrassed, as he had done just that before. Meanwhile, the MAT team transported the survivor to the hospital, but upon the arrival of the remaining team members, the patient was nowhere to be found. No one saw anyone enter or exit the room. The windows were tightly shut, and all that remained on the bed were the patient's clothes, within which a crystal-like object was discovered. Captain Ibuki ordered the room to be sealed off, unaware that after everyone had departed, the so-called crystal in the pitch-black room emitted a glow, as if signaling for help. Xiang Xiushu had no time to waste, and, accompanied by Sakata Ken, drove towards the southern sea area as dusk approached. The MAT team realized that the crystal had transformed from the survivor's body and subsequently dissipated into light. That on the seaside, Xiang Xiushu and Sakata Ken awaited near the lighthouse until darkness enveloped the sky. Fortunately, before their departure, they entrusted Sakata Juro to Nanshu's care, reasoning that bringing one more child along would not be a burden. Nanshu did not refuse, as he only needed to ensure 2 children were fed. The children could entertain themselves and sleep independently. The two by the sea witnessed a miraculous scene as the aurora suddenly appeared on the horizon, something utterly impossible during cherry blossom season. White mist erupted from the aurora, subsequently forming a colossal, crystal-like structure on the sea's surface, radiating a soft glow. At last, they had arrived. Far away at home, Nanshu seemed to sense something and gazed towards the direction where the pre-eyes demon appeared. While the 2 children inside had already fallen asleep, Nanshu set up barriers around the house to prevent the 2 children from wandering out into danger, then vanished from sight. Xiang Xiushu and Sakata Ken witnessed an even more incredible event as the pre-eyes demon absorbed all the light from the lighthouse. Seeing this, Xiang Xiushu stood up, eager to rush forward, but was halted by Sakata. Wait, let us observe a little longer. In the next moment, after the lighthouse had been drained of light, it emitted a blue glow, and the entire structure vanished. The 2 stood dumbfounded, having witnessed the entire spectacle. Xiang Xiushu turned to contact headquarters, while the pre-eyes demon, having absorbed the lighthouse's light, seemed disinclined to depart. Nanshu scanned the vicinity and noticed a faint glow on a nearby rock. Confirming it was not Sakata Jiro, this suggested that in Jiro's absence, there was still another individual present, indicating that Jack could not escape a confrontation with the pre-eyes demon a second time. The flashlight in the stranger's hand also caught the pre-eyes demon's attention, and the crystal in the water suddenly turned and drifted towards the shore. As Xiang Xiushu contacted headquarters from the car, a delayed Sakata Ken noticed Nanshu's silhouette not far away. Sir, this place is perilous. Please leave quickly. Mr. Zhongli, upon recognizing the figure, Xiang Xiushu exclaimed. Is something wrong with Jiro? Sakata Ken inquired hastily. Not at all. Jiro is quite well behaved, but there is someone over there with a flashlight, and the monster is advancing. Nanshu, not wishing to explain why he was there so late, simply redirected their focus. After all, in the original storyline, Sakata Jiro was known for seeking trouble. Despite warnings of danger, he still brandished a flashlight, seemingly inviting the monster. The two hastened in the direction Nanshu indicated, but he raised his hand to stop the limping Sakata Ken. I will go. If anything goes awry, you will be able to find help. Sakata Ken understood that his presence would only hinder, and when Nanshu and Xiang Xiushu arrived, they saw a young man crouching on a high rock, flashlight in hand. The pre-eyes demon on the water was drawn closer by the light held by the youth, prompting Xiang Xiushu to shout urgently, Danger! Get away from there! Why do people insist on courting disaster? If it were Jiro, one could excuse it by age and ignorance. But you, a grown person, engaging in such foolishness? Nanshu was perplexed, yet his actions did not falter. He leapt, and within a blink was by the youth's side. The young man, terrified by the approaching pre-eyes demon, froze in fear. Nanshu casually tossed the flashlight far away, then took the youth with him as they fled. The youth, paralyzed by fright, could not rise. Upon seeing the flashlight vanish, he appeared even more dazed. Nanshu grabbed him by the collar and dragged him to the car, while Xiang Xiushu hurriedly shoved him inside. Sakata, you all leave first. I will cover you. Sakata Ken immediately started the vehicle, but starting the car inevitably activated the headlights, which, just as the pre-eyes demon seemed ready to leave, drew its attention once more. Xiang Xiushu urgently shouted from his position, Sakata, be careful. Turn off the lights. Unfortunately, the warning came too late, and the pre-eyes demon swiftly turned towards the moving vehicle. Moreover, Sakata Ken, completely oblivious to Xiang Xiushu's shouts, focused solely on escaping, leaving Nanshu exasperated. It was common knowledge that the creature was drawn to the light, yet one still drove around with the headlights on, as if trying to ensure the monster noticed them. Though he thought this, Nanshu still helped turn off the headlights, albeit somewhat forcefully. At least the light was extinguished. Xiang Xiushu adjusted his position, continuously launching ranged attacks with his weapon, successfully capturing the pre-eyes demon's attention. Then, a blue beam descended upon Xiang Xiushu, forcing him to transform. Jack, having you around is truly a blessing. I am utterly impressed. Chapter 52. The Butterfly's Wing. A minor incident with Jack's appearance, he swiftly charged towards the pre-eyes demon. Forcefully pushing it away, Jack distanced the battlefield from the shore before unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the pre-eyes demon. The creature offered no resistance, allowing Jack's strikes to land with a series of clangs. Just as Jack prepared to attack again, the pre-eyes demon emitted a flash of blue light, causing Jack to stumble back, shielding his eyes. Attempting a flying kick, Jack found himself suspended mid-air as the pre-eyes demon's blue light halted his movement, subsequently sending him flying backward. After two failed attempts, Jack, feeling disoriented, stood up only to be met with a red beam from the pre-eyes demon. His body, now unbidden, moved towards the pre-eyes demon, when suddenly a long spear struck the creature at its center. Interrupting its spellcasting, Jack quickly distanced himself, warily eyeing this peculiar beast. The pre-eyes demon, however, had no intention of letting the Ultra Warrior escape, as it sought light. And Ultra Warriors were embodiments of light, the pre-eyes demon. This was a sumptuous feast, delivered right to its doorstep. To decline would be a disservice to itself. Thus, the pre-eyes demon unleashed another beam of light, and Jack, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, found himself unable to escape. Writhing in agony in the water in less than 2 minutes, Jack started to flash red lights, evidently straining to break free from the illusion cast by the pre-eyes demon. Once liberated from the enchantment, Jack raised his hand to release Ultra Frost, a white mist surging toward the pre-eyes demon, but the high temperature rendered him incapable of freezing it. Fortunately, as the sky began to brighten, the pre-eyes demon retreated. Otherwise, Jack might have truly perished there on the shore, watching the entire battle unfold. Nanshu shook his head helplessly. Experience is indeed the only standard for verifying truth. This battle would likely give Xiang Xiushu a clearer understanding of the pre-eyes demon. Upon returning to the shore, Xiang Xiushu found himself at a loss, his identity exposed, and feeling an urgent need for a solution, desperately thinking what to do. He concocted 800 excuses in his mind. But the transformation had occurred right before their eyes. How could he explain this? Was he performing a magic trick? Others are not fools. Such excuses would not convince even a 3-year-old to his surprise. Nanchu departed from the expected script, turning away and stating, "Let us go. It's time for you to return and report the situation." This rendered Xiang Xiushu exceedingly uncomfortable. He had initially prepared to confront the situation, knowing quite well that the individual before him was no ordinary person. Yet, to his surprise, the other party did not even inquire further. Watching Nanchu's departing silhouette, Xiang Xiushu found himself at a loss for words, his mouth opening and closing without uttering a sound, ultimately resigning himself to follow Nanchu in silence. In truth, Nanchu had good intentions. Observing Xiang Xiushu's restless gaze, he discerned that the latter was merely seeking an excuse, thus opting not to pry further. After all, he was unaware of the matter at hand, and it was common knowledge among the Ultraman warriors that anyone who had traversed dimensions was likely familiar with the situation. Upon returning to his quarters, Xiang Xiushu conferred with Sakata Ken before reporting to Captain Ibuki. Through discussions within the MAT team, they recognized that the Blitz demon had a vulnerability to cold. Moreover, Xiang Xiushu relayed all the information he had gleaned from Nanchu, prompting the MAT team to deliberate whether they could indeed encase the creature in ice. Should Nanchu become aware of this plan, he would undoubtedly shake his head in disapproval, deeming it futile. Nevertheless, it was deemed a necessary component of their strategy. Meanwhile, Nanchu contemplated an alternative approach. If freezing was not feasible, perhaps transforming the Blitz demon into stone would yield similar results. If any unforeseen circumstances were to befall Jack, this contingency plan seemed highly viable to Nanchu. The request for the entire city to extinguish its lights that night was personally conveyed by Xiang Xiushu, who expressed his gratitude to Nanchu, hoping that once the ordeal was over, they could have a meaningful conversation. Flustered, Xiang Xiushu rubbed his hands together, the topic of discussion being all too apparent. Under Xiang Xiushu's insistence, Nanchu reluctantly acquiesced, reflecting on why Zophie was fit to lead. Sometimes, a bit of ignorance was indeed beneficial. If Xiang Xiushu merely feigned naivety, the matter could easily be swept under the rug. And Nanchu had no intention of probing further. Yet here it was, presented to him on a silver platter. As night descended, Nanchu observed the faint glimmers of light in the city gradually extinguishing. Casting the urban landscape into darkness, he instructed Sakuma Ryo to retire for the night, and, after encasing his home in a protective shield, made his way towards the city. The MAD team was already prepared, lying in wait for the Blitz demon to reappear, and soon the stadium's lights flickered to life. In the pitch-black city, the illuminated stadium stood out starkly, where MAT members lay in ambush as the command was given. The lights began to flash. Amidst the tense anticipation, a series of clattering noises echoed. Upon investigation, 2 individuals discovered a cat had inadvertently knocked over a bottle of tea. That moment, the awaited Blitz demon arrived. Enveloped in familiar auroras and white mist, the surrounding lights ceased their flickering, and the figure of the Blitz demon materialized within the stadium. The buildings illuminated by the creature's light were instantaneously reduced to mere shadows. And as the Blitz demon moved, the stadium's lights extinguished one by one. As the Blitz demon gradually made its way into the stadium, aircraft in the sky released multiple cold gas bombs. White vapor billowed forth, progressively enveloping the entire stadium. Noticing a brief pause in the Blitz demon's movements, Captain Ibuki commanded the continuation of the bombardment. However, this left Xiang Xiushu and his companion inside the stadium shivering from the cold. Yet they remained resolute in their mission. They had underestimated the potency of the chill and, without adequate protection, were quickly covered in a layer of frost. Witnessing his unconscious comrade, Xiang Xiushu had no choice but to withstand the Blitz demon's onslaught and press onward. Just as Nanchu intended to shield the brave warrior, he was taken aback as Xiang Xiushu raised his hand and transformed. Nanchu mused that Jack had likely never encountered a human so reckless. Jack, exasperated, muttered, "I can't believe I'm dealing with you." The newly emerged Jack vanished in an instant, and soon the MAT team spotted his figure within the Blitz demon. Even Ultraman struggled against it. It appeared that the freezing agent had failed to immobilize the monster, just as Nanchu had anticipated. Unlike ordinary individuals, Nanchu was able to hear this exchange, realizing that without Jack, their situation would be dire. Jack was still battling within the Blitz demon, frost clinging to him as his body neared complete freezing. Observing from a distance, Nanshu let out a resigned sigh. Indeed, his presence had altered the course of events. Jack should still have had the strength to emit a beam of light, yet now he appeared on the brink of collapse. Just then, a surge of golden energy infused Jack's timer, revitalizing him as he swiftly raised his hand to release a beam of light. The interior of the Plitz demon began to glow red, prompting Captain Ibuki to urgently call for an evacuation. Chapter 53. A vampire? Nanshu. He ought to thank us. With a resounding explosion, the Plitz demon was obliterated, and Jack was propelled away. Xiang Xiushu collapsed weakly within the stadium. Murmuring, "I have done all I could." Nanshu's figure appeared, gazing at the unconscious Xiang Xiushu, whose face was still etched with pain. With a sigh, he infused golden energy into him as Nanshu prepared to turn and leave. A voice unlike Xiang Xiushu's spoke up. "Thank you for your intervention." It was Jack, residing within Xiang Xiushu. Nanshu paused momentarily. No need for gratitude. Subsequently, Xiang Xiushu was discovered by the MAT team and transported to the hospital. It remained unclear whether it was Nanshu's intervention or Jack's assistance that had facilitated Xiang Xiushu's swift recovery. Within days, he was bouncing back to life, and as soon as he was discharged, he sought out Nanshu. Having learned from Jack of Nanshu's aid, Xiang Xiushu had longed to visit but had been confined to the hospital until now. "I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Otherwise, both of us would have been in peril." Xiang Xiushu bowed deeply to Nanshu. Unperturbed by Xiang Xiushu's gesture, Nanshu acknowledged that while the slight alteration in events was indeed due to him, he had genuinely saved him. Furthermore, it was a secret between them. As long as he remained silent, no one would ever know, and it was his due. "I shall not meddle in your affairs, for I am but an outsider. Indeed, I am more aware of your circumstances than you might think. I am merely a traveler, and when the time comes, I shall depart. Therefore, you may wish to keep your little schemes to yourself. I have no intention of visiting your base." Embarrassed by Nanshu's insight, Xiang Xiushu rubbed his nose, having harbored thoughts of inviting him to serve as an advisor to the MAT team. After all, even without knowledge of his powers, his understanding of monsters alone warranted such a position. However, given Nanshu's clear disinterest and involvement, it was evident he had no plans to stay long. "I may need to trouble you more in the future. The crisis on Earth is far from over." Xiang Xiushu and his team lacked comprehensive knowledge of the monsters, making the presence of someone well-versed in their nature exceedingly beneficial. Nanshu did not decline, recognizing the necessity of contributing something while here. Life gradually returned to tranquility, yet the system seemed unwilling to allow Nanshu such leisure, preparing to conclude this episode of his role. Nanshu decisively refused. "There is no rush. I have yet to accomplish what I set out to do. Let us wait until the Knuckle aliens are dealt with." Contemplating Sakata Ken and Xiang Xiushu's girlfriend, Nanshu held his teacup, his gaze contemplative. "I wish to buy osmanthus flowers and share wine. Yet alas, stop pretending. You are not truly Zhongli. That character was shaped by the passage of time. You needn't feign depth," Nanshu retorted, a beautiful national essence. However, he maintained a facade of calmness. "What should I do? This is precisely who I am. I cannot tarnish my elder's reputation. Had I not heard your inner thoughts about that beautiful national essence, I might have believed you. Weren't you supposed to be in hibernation? I shan't see you off." Nanshu's inner thoughts. "Hurry and leave. Stay silent unless necessary." Subsequently, regardless of how the system persisted in its disturbances, Nanshu merely emptied his mind and sipped tea, relishing the tranquility of life, much to the system's chagrin. Hearing the voice in his mind, Nanshu took another sip of tea. Refreshing. Suddenly, I find myself reluctant to return. You cannot fathom the joy of the old gentleman. He spends his days sipping tea, strolling with birds, and indulging in lavish expenditures. This is truly the essence of life. However, not long after, Nanshu encountered MAT members stealthily tailing someone within the city. As Nanshu passed by a woman, he noticed something peculiar about her. Her gait and expression were distinctly odd. Just as he was about to leave, he overheard a panicked voice behind him, suggesting that the person had lost their quarry. Reflecting on the matter, Nanshu concluded that the vampiric extraterrestrial beings aimed to annihilate humanity by targeting women, intending to render humans incapable of reproduction and thus obliterate the entire species. Recently, numerous individuals had already fallen victim, yet the situation was not as dire as in the Dragon Kingdom. which kept the MAT team from being overly vigilant. They had merely tracked the individual due to the unique magnetic field detected during their patrol. The person being followed was no ordinary individual and swiftly eluded the two pursuers. This vampiric extraterrestrial possessed the ability to possess others. The host was named Suzumura Midori, who now claimed to be her sister. Suzumura Michiko, she was not particularly difficult to deal with. The greatest weakness of these vampiric extraterrestrials was their fear of bright light, much like that of traditional vampires. That night, a horrifying scream pierced the air, and this incident was reported to the MAT team. The victim's family had witnessed someone flying away, and the two puncture wounds on the victim's neck unmistakably pointed to a vampire's involvement. Yashiki and Kishida simultaneously recalled the girl they had seen following them that day, who emitted strange light waves. Hearing their speculation, Shiobaiha chuckled dismissively, noting that there had been about 15 similar cases recently. Yashiki remembered seeing Nanshu's figure yesterday and mused that perhaps he could extract some information from him. This was not the first time. Ever since Nanshu appeared, he had returned multiple times whenever incidents arose. Standing in front of the wooden cabin, Yashiki reflected, observing the person who held a book in one hand while sipping tea with the other, lamenting how well they understood the art of living. While he himself was stuck battling monsters, upon sitting down, he noticed 2 cups already on the table, indicating that the other had anticipated his arrival. Yashiki gazed at the person across from him. Powerful, enigmatic, and exuding an inexplicable sense of security. This situation aligns closely with your speculations, Nanshu remarked without looking up. So, it truly is a vampire. Yashiki's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face. Although monsters and extraterrestrials had been afoot, did such creatures as vampires truly exist? Nanshu set down the book in his hand. Not exactly. They are akin to vampires but are monsters whose objective is the extermination of humanity. So far, 15 individuals have perished. You know what they all have in common. Commonality. They are all wealthy. Yashiki glanced at the book on the table. I can't comprehend it. Of course, you cannot. This is written in kanji. Additionally, they are all women. The most effective way to eliminate a colony of ants is to dispose of the queen, thereby disrupting their reproduction. Nanshu stated plainly, we must act swiftly. Those vampiric extraterrestrials are indeed quite hideous. At first glance, they are repulsive, and upon closer inspection, they are even more so. Investigate the identity of the individual you encountered that day or the relationships between the deceased and her. The MAT team cannot simply sit idly by while we solve the case. This serves as their training, and it is certainly not a matter of wanting them to be idle. Yashiki remained oblivious to Nanshu's underlying intentions and hurriedly departed after expressing his gratitude. He ought to be thanking us. Chapter 54. Dracula's Advancing the Plot. During his investigation, Yashiki learned from Sakatajiro that half a year ago, a spaceship resembling an extraterrestrial craft had appeared, coupled with Nanshu's words. It was sufficient to confirm that the recent series of murders was intertwined with extraterrestrial or monstrous activities. Furthermore, through the MAT team's inquiry, they discovered that the girl was named Suzumura Midori, who had passed away several months prior. According to insiders, this was her twin sister, though Suzumura Midori herself was unaware of this so-called sister's existence. Moreover, with Suzumura Midori deceased, there was no one left to verify the claims. The individual claiming to be her twin sister had even visited the deceased. It was implausible for an ordinary person to vanish without a trace after committing a crime, if it were an extraterrestrial. However, the situation would be different. After considerable speculation, the MAT team concluded that the individual seen that day was indeed Suzumura Midori herself, able to manifest due to the vampiric or extraterrestrial influence. It was highly probable that an extraterrestrial had possessed her, assuming a human guise to carry out the series of crimes. If Nanshu were present, he would certainly commend their deductions. Indeed, let's resolve this swiftly. Once the assassins from the stars are dealt with, I shall be free to leave, he mused, knowing that Jack would owe him a favor, which equated to the bonds of the Ultra brothers. And those bonds were tantamount to the Light Kingdoms. Nanshu's mind was racing with calculations while Jack, residing within Yashiki, felt a chill run down his spine. Jack assumed it was merely a monster fixating on him, entirely unaware that someone was plotting against him. This was hardly a plot. It was merely a desire to forge a friendship with the Light Kingdom. Ultimately, Yashiki, Kishida, and the MAT team's sole female member, Shiobaiha, ventured to the burial site of Suzumura. Under the guidance of an elderly gentleman, they discovered that the sarcophagus was devoid of Suzumura's presence. Just then, Chiyobi's scream pierced the air. There stood a figure clad in white, disheveled hair, and a grotesque expression. Indeed, the very person who should have been lying in the coffin. Despite being surrounded by several MAT members, she managed to escape, leaving Nanchu, who had observed the entire episode from a distance, pondering whether to unleash a cataclysmic event. These individuals were far too sluggish. Having identified the culprit, they hesitated to launch an immediate assault, and as a result, nightfall approached. The MAT team followed Suzumura to the extraterrestrial spacecraft, deliberating on whether to take action at dawn, when the ship suddenly spoke. Ultra warriors, we shall eradicate humanity, specifically targeting women. Without women, humanity shall face extinction. Haha. You deceitful fiends. Ultra warriors, you are not human. Why do you ally with them? Why? A golden light flashed across the sky, followed by a colossal meteorite that appeared, silencing the extraterrestrial's voice before anyone could react. Yashiki, poised to retort, found himself frozen, as the others, too, could not hear the extraterrestrial's taunts. The ship was swiftly petrified, maintaining its ascent, and then fell heavily to the ground. The sudden change left everyone in shock, but Yashiki, sensing familiar energy, quickly regained his composure and locked eyes with the golden pupils not far away. Observing his teammates, who were all aghast, he urged, "Captain, let us commence." After all, they were unaware of how long the ship would remain petrified. They must seize the opportunity. Yet, as they approached the ship's vicinity, they were at a loss for how to proceed. Watching two fighter jets buzz around the ship like headless flies, Nanchu, in exasperation, dispelled the petrification. The ship remained motionless, and then came a voice only Nanchu and Yashiki could hear. "Ultra warriors. How dare you launch a sneak attack? You dare call yourselves embodiments of righteous light, yet you ambush me while I speak." The vitriol was quite foul, and Nanchu regarded it with disdain. Could they not learn from the likes of Poshio? Let the monster remain petrified, Yashiki suggested, trembling as he directed his attack at the ship below, with the other fighter jet quickly following suit. The vampiric extraterrestrial Draculas swiftly maneuvered the ship to escape, cursing along the way. This narrative trajectory seemed rather atypical, as Yashiki's lips twitched. The atmosphere of pursuing the extraterrestrial had taken an unexpected turn. Extraterrestrials were indeed extraterrestrials, and their technology far surpassed what the current MAT team could contend with. In no time, they had left both fighter jets in the dust to eye in this desolate, pitch-black expanse. The classic scene unfolded. He fled. They pursued, and neither could take flight. Watching the fleeing ship, Nanchu felt a pang of impatience for Draculas. Was he doing this intentionally? Under the chaotic onslaught of MAT's intense attacks, the ship was ultimately shot down. While the MAT team rejoiced in their ignorance of the impending events, Yashiki felt a growing unease. Sure enough, the next moment, the ship began to emit a white smoke, enveloping it entirely. Once the smoke dissipated, a bat-like monster emerged, its wise gaze paired with a grotesque appearance that was truly unbearable to behold. Then, Captain Ibuki declared, "He has revealed his true form. Take your positions." It was no small feat for the MAT team to have survived thus far. Why engage in hand-to-hand combat when they had access to fighter jets? Was it the aircraft that posed a danger? Or were they concerned about fuel consumption? No, it was none of those. It was merely that Tsuburaya lacked funds. However, this was the real world. For goodness sake, wake up. Do not forcefully lower your intelligence. Do not engage in physical combat with monsters. Unfortunately, they were oblivious to Nanchu's frantic inner cries as they resolutely charged towards Draculas. Fire! As Captain Ibuki issued his command, a flurry of gunfire erupted, and each member of the MAT team transformed into a master of outlines. Fearful of striking Delacris, little did they know, Suzuki's father seemed to perceive some sort of illusion. Racing towards Delacris IT that very moment, Nanju made his move. A stone fell upon the old gentleman, causing him to buckle and faint. Meanwhile, Chiyobi remained blissfully unaware of any abnormalities. It seemed this iteration of the MAT team was quite ineffectual. Nanju remarked, "Is this it? And yet they claim they will protect the Earth with their own strength. They possess not an ounce of ACD awareness regarding their own abilities. Wasn't that something they said?" Such details were inconsequential. This chaotic situation provided a perfect opportunity for Sato Hideki to transform. While the crowd was in disarray, he discreetly slipped away. With a swift motion, a flash of white light signified the arrival of Jack. As for whether Jack could defeat Delacruz, Nanju had forgotten. This implied that Jack had survived, and there was no cause for alarm. Just as Delacruz prepared to flee, Nanju unleashed his ultimate move, a colossal celestial star hurtling towards the airborne Delacruz. Chapter 55. Why does this narrative feel somewhat altered? As Delacruz took flight, it shortened the distance to the celestial star, and a monstrous stone statue plummeted, disappearing entirely in Jack's radiance. Nanju executed the move known as heavenly motion. And it could be said that Delacruz met a fitting demise. With his enhanced 2.0 vision, Nanju assured himself that Jack had indeed resolved the situation with Delacruz, leaving the entire MAT team in a state of bewilderment. Was it astonishment or intrigue at the ease with which this matter was resolved? It was likely a mixture of both. After transforming back, Sato Hideki intended to inquire about Nanju, but to his dismay, he was informed by Jack that the man had already departed. The following day, Sato Hideki sought out Nanju, only to discover his absence. After several attempts, he realized that Nanju was deliberately avoiding him, either off to the city or wandering elsewhere. Indeed, Nanju was intentionally evading Sato Hideki. He was merely there to assist, not to answer a multitude of questions that a competent human entity must learn to ponder these matters independently, ideally filling in the gaps with their own imagination. From the very first occasion when Sato Hideki failed to find Nanju, Jack had recognized that the latter was intentionally evading him. Yet, Sato Hideki, this naive fellow, continued his pursuit with unwavering enthusiasm. After several unsuccessful attempts to locate Nanju, Sato Hideki finally comprehended that Nanju was purposefully dodging him, and as for the reason behind this, Sato Hideki believed it must hold profound significance. Contemplating this, he bowed to the wooden cabin before turning to leave, unaware of the thoughts he had conjured in his mind. Not far away, under a tree, Nanju observed Sato Hideki's expression with clarity, needing no explanation. However, Nanju's gaze fell upon the watch on Sato Hideki's wrist, his expression inscrutable. Some individuals foolishly harbor impossible expectations. Although Sato Hideki's discussions with him were obscured, the prospect of what was to come. The lurking rodents in the shadows were quite irksome. Thus, for a time, Nanju had been observing the vicinity of the Sakata household, noting several suspicious individuals. After several days of surveillance, Nanju finally spotted Sato Hideki clad in white, accompanied by Sakata Akiko, who was holding 2 cups of coffee. Listening to their agreement to go skiing the following year, the tragedy awaiting the Sakata siblings was imminent. The trio engaged in conversation for a brief period before Sato Hideki took his leave. Shortly thereafter, trouble erupted at sea. Nanju discreetly followed, tracked, until he witnessed Sakata Akiko being abducted. At a tea present, Sakata Akiko was unharmed. The primary concern was the man with a limp attempting to stop a vehicle. Just before the car collided with Sakata Ken, Nanju intervened, watching as Sakata Ken was propelled into the air before crashing down heavily. The swiftly retreating vehicle remained oblivious to the fact that Sakata Ken was still conscious. Albeit immobilized by Nanju's force, once assured of the surroundings' safety, Nanju approached Sakata Ken, who finally managed to rise from the ground. Still in a daze, "Did I just fly?" Sakata Ken stammered, looking at the dazed figure seated before him. Nanju suspected the man might have sustained a head injury. He quickly recounted the situation. Someone intended to use them to threaten Sato Hideki. Akiko has been taken. Sakata Ken finally recalled the reason for his flight. "Stay calm. We will turn the tables, that I assure you. Your sister will be safe." He instructed Ken to inform Sato Hideki, advising against revealing any hints to the enemy. With that, Nanju vanished from sight. Every day, it's either saving someone or on the way to save someone. Now Sato Hideki and Jack must be grateful to me. System. Host. Have you forgotten? Next time, you will no longer be using the identity of Zhongli. Of course, Nanju had yet to grasp the implications. Those matters were to be addressed later. He then located Sakata Akiko, discarded on the road in a red dress, assured of her safety, as he had prepared meticulously in advance. Previously, Nanju had infused some of his power into Sakata Akiko, enabling her to feign death and escape peril. That in this state of apparent death, she could still perceive her surroundings, cleverly evading danger. Only a foolish cosmic entity would fail to recognize the opportunity for a coup d'état. Their overconfidence in their abilities was their downfall. Having transported her to a secure location, Sakata Akiko suddenly sat up, akin to a resurrection. Terrified, she surveyed her surroundings, prompting Nanju to reassure her, "There's no need to fear. I am a friend of Sato." Meanwhile, Sakata-kin had been taken to the hospital, and Sato Hideki was contacted. Observing the MAT team members around him, Sakata-kin instinctively closed his mouth, only revealing Nanju's words when he found himself alone with Sato Hideki. Although Kin was unsure why he should keep it from others, his intuition urged him to do so. Sato Hideki regarded Sakata-kin on the hospital bed with a complex expression, hesitating before saying, "Kin, after this matter, I will come to see you." Kin realized Sato Hideki was prepared to confess certain truths, so he refrained from further inquiries, feigning fatigue to dismiss him as Sato Hideki reached the door. He urged, "Sato, put your acting skills to use. Do not let the efforts of that gentleman go to waste." "Rest assured," Sato Hideki replied confidently on the hospital bed. Sakata-kin harbored doubts, deciding instead to remain quiet. Adopting the demeanor of a lifeless individual as Sato Hideki departed, Kin peacefully closed his eyes, exhausted from the ordeal. Before leaving the hospital, Sato Hideki gathered his emotions, portraying the image of one who had just learned of his brother's murder and his girlfriend's disappearance with remarkable authenticity. He exuded an aura of instability, not forgetting to arrange for Sakata Jiro to stay with Nanju. Sato Hideki, appearing lost and forlorn, brought his companions to the wooden cabin, where he found Nanju and Sakata Akiko in a leisurely tea session. Upon noticing Sato Hideki's arrival, they greeted him, leaving him genuinely stunned by the scene before him. "Though it was a ruse, why is it that I am the only one putting in effort? This is unfair." Sakata Jiro dashed to his sister's side, while Sato Hideki remained rooted to the spot. "During your resolution of this matter, Jiro and Miss Akiko shall reside here with me." Nanju's words jolted Sato Hideki back to reality. Almost immediately, he regretted his decision as Sato Hideki rushed forward to embrace Sakata Akiko. Nanju halted mid-sip, witnessing their affectionate display, and internally suppressed an outburst of traditional sentiment, while reluctant to interrupt their moment. "Sato, the next steps depend on you." Nanju understood the desire to see one's beloved in times of danger. "However, pressing matters required attention that I certainly did not intend for this to happen. I swear." Chapter 56. Nanju, I apologize, but I specialize in face slapping. The two awkwardly released their embrace, and Sato Hideki scratched his head. "My apologies. I forgot that Mr. Zhongli is still here. No matter. This incident is orchestrated by the assassination aliens from Naker Star. They have invaded and taken control of the Cosmic Electromagnetic Wave Research Institute, disguising themselves as its director, and they have accomplices. You should best reach out to others." Nanju emphasized others, and Sato Hideki understood that relying solely on Jack would not suffice against their adversary. Given the unknown number of aliens lurking in the shadows, his expression turned grave as he replied, "Understood. Then I entrust Akiko and Jiro to your care." Sakata Akiko watched with concern as Sato Hideki departed. "Do not worry. He will be safe," Nanju reassured her, for after all, both Cebu and the first generation were keeping watch. Encouraging Sato Hideki to contact the Land of Light was also a precautionary measure. What if his presence inadvertently led to unforeseen complications? Sakata Akiko was no fool. She sensed that the two were concealing something from her, yet she refrained from pressing further. "Jiro, for the next few days, you shall stay with your sister at Mr. Zhongli's," she suggested, noting that he was of similar age to Sakuya Ryo. Sakata Jiro had already grown familiar with Sakuya Ryo. "Sister, I already know Ryo." He recounted how he had been handed off to Nanju by Sakata-kin, leaving Akiko momentarily at a loss for expression. Outside, Sato Hideki was performing, while Nanju finally witnessed Sato Hideki leap from the rooftop. Completing his transformation, Jack exclaimed, "I am truly impressed." Nanju responded, "Wow, I've seen it live." At this moment, in the outskirts, the figure of King Blake emerges, while the MAT team valiantly strives to prevent the monstrous beings from breaching the city. Currently, the technology at Matt's disposal merely serves to buy time. Just then, Jack descends from the heavens. The IT is perplexing why he chooses not to deliver a kick to King Blake midair, but instead opts to tackle him once he lands. As King Blake exerts his claws, Jack is sent flying, observed with malicious glee by the director possessed by the Nakal aliens. With each of Jack's repeated launches, he eventually shifts tactics and unleashes a beam of light at King Blake. Only for it to be blocked by the latter's claws. The destructive red beam is then fired from King Blake's mouth, striking Jack's foot squarely. Jack exclaims, "This old trickster, resorting to such low blows." It remains unclear whether Jack is feigning or if King Blake is merely venting the fear buried deep within him. The reporter notes that King Blake's attacks are devoid of technique and fueled solely by emotion. Despite being knocked down time and again, each time he rises to attack, it is with the ferocity of a sworn enemy. Subsequently, the voice of the restrained yet furious Xiang Xiushu resonates. "Though they study me and seek to defeat me, I shall never yield to them. I will avenge Sakata and Akiko," Xiang Xiushu adds. "Thanks to Mr. Zhongli for providing the lines." Nanshu remarks, "Hiding my skills and reputation, all thanks to my familiarity with the plot." It is precisely for this reason that the cosmic beings observing from the shadows remain oblivious to the peculiarities unfolding before them. Watching everything from the dark, Nanshu muses that Xiang Xiushu is quite the performer, adeptly deceiving those cosmic entities. Well then, this situation should soon come to an end. What is our next role? System. System. Hey, wake up, System. Not talking, huh? If you want to speak, then so be it. System. Feigning death successfully spoiling the next events would ruin the fun. Nanshu, having anticipated his inability to extract any information, harbors no expectations and therefore feels no anger, only pondering how long this life must continue. Another day of yearning for computers and games has arrived. Jack lunges at King Blake, toppling him, and proceeds to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon the fallen creature. Before King Blake can regain his footing, Jack swiftly creates distance, transforming the Ultraman bracelet on his wrist into a boomerang. The Nakul aliens, having observed Jack for so long, were undoubtedly well prepared for King Blake's emergence. The weapon formed from the Ultraman bracelet fails to inflict any harm upon King Blake. The MAT team members, witnessing this, realize his weapon is ineffective. It is a trap. In an unobserved corner, the director, clad in a suit, transforms into a Nakul alien, subsequently enlarging his form to manifest on the battlefield. Nanshu, observing the 1-against-2 scenario, smirks. Jack's passive skill is about to activate. In a 1-on-1 confrontation, Jack might falter, but in a 2-on-1 scenario, he shall never falter. Such is his confidence. Although the original plot saw Jack's defeat, the current circumstances are decidedly different. Encircled, Jack experiences a fleeting moment of panic, casting wary glances around as the Nakul alien strides leisurely towards him. Yet, in mere moments, Jack topples him to the ground. Suddenly, Nanshu recalls something he overlooked. It seems he had failed to inform Xiang Xiushu that King Blake is under the control of the Nakul aliens, and upon glancing at Jack being double-teamed, he wonders if it is still worthwhile to mention it now. Golden energy swiftly courses towards Jack, and the Nakul alien, poised to kick him, finds its foot colliding with Jack's shield instead. The Nakul alien's body momentarily halts, followed by a sharp, piercing sound as it clutches its foot. Behind Jack, King Blake stands in stunned silence, observing its master, giving Jack the opportunity to distance himself from both. The true architect of all this, clasping a fist to its lips to stifle a laugh, finds this outcome entirely unexpected. Witnessing Jack's plight was simply too pitiful, an occurrence that was by no means intentional. After creating distance, Jack curiously examines himself, puzzled as to when he had become so formidable. Perhaps there is some new fuel involved? Nanshu has not changed his composition. He merely added a few other chemical ingredients. While they do not hold significant value, they are capable of inciting an explosion. Meanwhile, a spaceship outside Earth prepares to assist the Nakul alien, only to be ambushed. Coincidentally, the stolen new fuel shatters, and the bewildered Cebu and the first generation gaze in astonishment at the grand explosion. The two exchange confused glances. Fully aware of their own attacks, this explosion also obliterates the Nakul beings contained within. Oblivious to the events transpiring, Nanshu maneuvers around Jack, the Nakul alien, and King Blake. This presents an excellent opportunity for Jack to practice. Even he, though somewhat naive, realizes that there is assistance at hand, though the identity of that help remains unspoken. Nanshu gazes skyward. The things I left behind should be taking effect, right? Cebu and the first generation. Not only has it taken effect, but the beings are completely obliterated. Observing Jack's timer still blinking on his chest, a sense of urgency begins to permeate Jack. The Nakul alien, noticing this, becomes somewhat relaxed. Give it up, Ultraman warrior. You cannot defeat me. Your time is running short. It would be wiser to cease your resistance. Nanshu, unable to tolerate the Nakul alien's smug demeanor, witnesses an anomaly in the sky. Chapter 57. The next target of Calamity Zero. A colossal celestial body materializes in the sky, hurtling down towards the arrogant Nakul alien. The Nakul alien rolls to evade, yet the celestial body was never intended for him. The moment he rises, he witnesses his bodyguard being petrified inch by inch. As the statue begins to crack, King Blake's life reaches its conclusion. King Blake laments, "Family, who understands my plight? They come for me." It is no wonder that Nanshu desires to eliminate King Blake first. In his heart, he believes the combat prowess of the Nakul aliens does not surpass that of King Blake. Why King Blake? The Nakul alien cries out in sorrow, just as Jack was preparing to unleash his passive ability. His combat effectiveness suddenly diminishes. Nanshu internally groans, regretting his intervention. The crowd seems to overlook Jack's sudden decline, and Nanshu reflects that, indeed, the current Earth's defense forces pale in comparison to the future ones. They can only stand by, incapable of aiding even slightly. They fear not the divine-like adversaries, but rather their own limitations. Thankfully, with the assistance provided by Nanshu, endurance may render them victorious, yet the timer on Jack's chest continues to flash faster, reminding everyone that his time is limited. The Nakul alien, too, notices this and, hands on hips, declares, "Even if you manage to defeat King Blake, what difference will it make? Your transformation time is nearly up." A beam of golden light swiftly penetrates the timer, silencing its beep-beep sounds. Transforming the timer to blue. One can only wonder if the Nakul alien's face is pained. While it remains uncertain, its mood is undeniably disheartened. Rather than attacking, it directs its rage towards Jack. With even the MAT team, unable to comprehend the alien language, recognizing the Nakul alien's fury, that monster seems rather irate, doesn't it? Perhaps. Indeed, it feels less like anger and more like desperation. After all, the Nakul alien is on the verge of throwing things in a fit of rage. While Jack, without hesitation, delivers a decisive blow to the Nakul alien. Jack's force is so great that it sends the Nakul alien spinning in place. While the Nakul alien is momentarily dazed, Jack swiftly dispatches it, culminating in a resounding explosion that obliterates the Nakul alien completely. Meanwhile, other Nakul allies hiding on Earth prepare to flee, as a spaceship quickly vanishes into the horizon. Noticing Jack's rapid pursuit, Nanshu shakes his head from the shadows, knowing that their escape is futile. With Jack in hot pursuit and Cebu and the first-generation standing guard, there is no chance of escape. Shortly thereafter, an explosion reverberates through the air, marking the reluctant conclusion of the Nakul invasion of Earth. As for whether other cosmic beings remain on Earth, that is a concern for the MAT team to address. With the mission complete, Nanshu turns to leave. It is time to make arrangements regarding Sakuma Ryo. Upon returning to the cabin, he is greeted by Sakata Akiko. "Mr. Zhongli, has the situation been resolved?" "Yes, for now. There is a matter I wish to entrust to you." A spark of inspiration ignites within Nanshu. "Speak. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall assist you." Unaware of what is to transpire, Sakata Akiko listens intently. Thus, Nanshu entrusts Sakuma Ryo to the Sakata family. Both Sakata Akiko and Sakata Jiro have no objections. After all, Sakata Jiro is of a similar age to Sakuma Ryo, making them perfect companions. However, this will pose a challenge for Sakata Ken, who will now have to manage two mischievous children. Sakuma Ryo, sensing an unspoken change, remains silent beside them. Nanshu places a hand on Sakuma Ryo's head. "I must continue my journey now. Do not be sad. Parting is merely a prelude to a better reunion." Nanshu does not forget to transfer some funds to the Sakata family, as raising an additional child incurs expenses. "Mr. Zhongli, you saved my brother and me. Caring for Ryo is our way of repaying you." Moreover, Ryo and Jiro get along splendidly. From a rational perspective, raising a child demands both financial resources and emotional investment, yet I am well aware of your character. However, this is ultimately my heartfelt intention. Please accept it without hesitation. Nanshu trusts that the Sakata family will care for Sakuma Ryo diligently, and leaving some funds will be beneficial in times of need. Please convey a message to Xiong, until he has gained sufficient strength. He should not reveal his weaknesses. You will soon face even more formidable adversaries or conspiracies, and must rapidly enhance your power. The current MAT team is unable to fight alongside him, and caution is advised. Nanshu also wanted to express that the present MAT team cannot provide him with assistance and may even hinder him. After some contemplation, Nanshu ultimately decided against voicing his thoughts. After all, they had spent a considerable amount of time together, and it was inconceivable that these stubborn Ultraman warriors would simply turn a blind eye. Zakuma Ryo had indeed spent a fair amount of time with Nanshu, and naturally felt a tinge of reluctance at the prospect of parting ways. As Nanshu gazed at the tear-filled eyes of the child, he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue and found himself at a loss for words of comfort. Resorting only to a gentle pat on the head, "Don't forget what I've taught you. I look forward to our next meeting." Zakuma Ryo, fighting back tears, nodded vigorously. Nanshu sighed inwardly, reflecting on the child he had raised. Without a backward glance, Nanshu left with a sense of assurance, devoid of any lingering attachments, primarily because the resources here were truly scarce. System, when will you open the cafeteria for me? A little side dish would suffice. I miss hot pot and milk tea that I'll wash up and sleep. I can dream of it. Look at you, getting anxious if there isn't any. Then there isn't. You seem to be in need of rest. In an instant, the tall figure vanished as if he had never been there. Meanwhile, after resolving everything, Xiang Xiushu brought his two brothers to search for someone, only to learn that the person had already departed. Upon hearing Nanshu's parting words, the three Ultraman warriors exchanged glances, with Xiang Xiushu speaking first. "Brothers, what are your thoughts? This Mr. Zhongli is quite mysterious." Zhu Xingtuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Xiang, you've spent quite some time with him, so you should have some insights." Hayatajin had also heard about Nanshu's assistance to Xiang Xiushu during their journey. In truth, both Hayatajin and Zhu Xingtuan held a 7/10 belief in Nanshu's words, let alone Xiang Xiushu, who had interacted with him for a period. "Although I do not understand why Mr. Zhongli would say such things, I trust him," Xiang Xiushu asserted with conviction. Hayatajin patted him on the shoulder. "Since you believe, then remain vigilant. That individual may know something we are unaware of. It's a pity we arrived too late." Zhu Xingtuan expressed some regret. If Nanshu were to hear this, he would undoubtedly say, "Don't dwell on it. Next in line is your son." 7. That having grown accustomed to his surroundings, Nanshu glanced about, sensing that his current perspective felt oddly disconcerting. "Wait a moment, have I shrunk?" "Haha, not just that. You've also changed genders. Do you like it?" Surprised? Chapter 58. Adjusting to the arrival of Zero Ugh, this cursed system, Nanshu found himself frozen in place, utterly paralyzed by fear. What if he accidentally touched something he shouldn't? Facepalm. Cough. "Change me back. I know you're the best, dear system. You can certainly handle this trivial matter." Nanshu's mind raced with desperate pleas, sweet words spilling forth. But alas, he encountered the stone-hearted system. "Haha, that won't be of any use. Moreover, I'm not a person, I'm merely a system. You can only wait until next time for a change. Besides, who knows, there may be more opportunities in the future. Don't blame me for not warning you. Better adapt early." "Well, I truly appreciate it. Thank you." The last few words tumbled out of Nanshu's mouth one by one. Once he had composed himself, Nanshu casually found a stone to sit upon. "So what now?" "All right, your current identity is Stellar Core Hunter, Silver Wolf." "Wow, how astonishing." Nanshu replied, devoid of any emotion. "That isn't it. Silver Wolf is a hacker, and in this world, he will be of great assistance to the host. I specifically chose him," the system boasted, striking a proud pose. Nanshu ground his teeth, suppressing the urge to curse. "So, which world are we in now? Did I not mention it?" "Apparently not. This time, we are in the world of Ultra Battle, Belial Galactic Empire. The planet you currently inhabit is the very first stop for Zero, Planet Anu. Specifically chosen, the Belial Galactic Empire and Planet Anu. Why didn't you just send me to Belial's lair directly?" Nanshu was close to laughing in frustration. "Well, that wouldn't be out of the question." Nanshu raised a thumb, gritting his teeth. "You truly excel at this." "Not really," Nanshu interjected. "No, you can't discern when to speak less," the system retorted. "As long as I do not acknowledge it, it's praise for me. Acting dumb is my forte." Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. "The Legion of Robots is coming. Run, run." Nanshu's silence was deafening. Perhaps I should just be sent to Belial's lair. A massive robot was less preferable than being captured directly, but don't lose hope. "Host, Silver Wolf is a hacker. A hacker. He excels at dealing with mechanical entities. Are you suggesting I hack it? Nanshu stroked his chin, contemplating that it wasn't entirely out of the question. With a swift motion, a blue screen materialized in the air. Thankfully, this time the system acted like a person and provided him with knowledge about hacking. Otherwise, possessing the identity of a hacker would be meaningless without the requisite skills. Nanshu surveyed the battleship above and the two colossal robots descending, with more robots landing not far away. He had no time to spare for them, so he made himself invisible and began typing rapidly on the keyboard. I never expected the contraptions designed by Belial to be quite challenging to eliminate. However, as Nanshu's speed diminished, the battleship began to explode. The control of these robots resided within the battleship. Thus, destroying the ship sufficed. Nanshu focused on one of the screens. This place even conceals a spaceship. It appears to be that princess's vessel, and it can even speak. Nanshu adjusted himself into a comfortable position and began gaming. Wait, host, while others are under attack, is it appropriate for you to be gaming right now? Why not? I have intervened, and this is called playing my role sincerely. Have you ever seen Silver Wolf not gaming? Nanshu replied without lifting his head. Furthermore, I am currently a Stellar Core hunter. Have you ever seen a Stellar Core hunter showing compassion? Being kind to the protagonist is merely a plot necessity. Whoever cares about the cannon fodder? Host, don't break the dimensional barrier. Just then, a flash occurred in the space, and a golden sphere swiftly descended, saving the brothers who were on the brink of death. Following the system's guidance, Nanshu arrived nearby. From this angle, Zero truly appeared magnificent. The golden light surrounding Zero had yet to dissipate, imparting a sense of sanctity as long as he remained silent. With a beam of energy, Zero dispatched the robot lurking behind him, but as he turned, the light emanating from his body faded, allowing the brothers on the ground to clearly see Zero's true form. Tiste, look at those eye lights. They resemble a villain. Puffed. They certainly don't appear to be a good person. They seem quite rebellious, Nanshu mused inwardly. Dark Lopus, Xiaoji exclaimed in surprise, brandishing a weapon towards Zero. Lan, supporting his injured body, intervened to shield his younger brother. Wait, Xiaoji, he saved us. He is not Dark Lopus. As he spoke, the pain from his wounds overwhelmed him, causing him to collapse to the ground. Lan tore the necklace from around his neck and handed it to Xiaoji, who seemed to understand. What are you doing? This is our last hope. You must find it. What nonsense are you spouting? We agreed to search together. Xiaoji's emotions began to unravel. Meanwhile, Zero, witnessing this, extended his hand, but the sound of the timer in his chest halted him. Nanshu appeared at the opportune moment. Here, your energy will deplete more rapidly. Nanshu spoke unemotionally. What use were feelings when he was still grappling with his transformation into a girl? It wasn't that being a girl was undesirable. It was just strange, exceedingly strange. What is wrong with you? Zero gazed in astonishment at the little girl below. Then little girl Chu, with lifeless eyes, urged, quickly find a human host. He then gestured toward the nearly lifeless Lan. Zero, assessing the situation, realized there were no other options and decided to inhabit Lan's body. Lan looked at Zero. Please take good care of my brother. Zero reached out to Lan, inquiring whether he would be willing to serve as his temporary human host. Lan, believing Zero had agreed, nodded in affirmation while also admonishing his younger brother, Xiaoji. Be obedient. With that, Lan's head tilted, and he fainted. Xiaoji shook his brother's body, trying to awaken him, but a beam of light enveloped Lan, and as the light grew increasingly blinding, Zero's figure gradually faded, completing their fusion. Amidst Xiaoji's calls, Lan's eyes fluttered open, and Nanshu, standing by, remarked, He is fine now, and no sooner had Nanshu finished speaking than Zero opened his eyes at the right moment, causing Xiaoji's face to break into a smile as he embraced his brother tightly. Wonderful. Just now, there was a beam of light, and then I couldn't see anything. I believe that giant must have done something. Xiaoji continued to chatter away. This marked Zero's first experience of fusion, and he curiously explored the human body, even tugging at his own hair. How does it feel? Are you adapting well? Nanshu ruthlessly interrupted the harmonious scene between the brothers. Currently, I feel like a person who has been desensitized after killing fish for 10 years at a supermarket. Devoid of any emotion. Chapter 59. When people feel awkward, they pretend to be busy, and oh, how interesting that it's quite a peculiar sensation. Considering this is my first experience of fusion, the child's curiosity is somewhat understandable. Explosions echoed continuously in the air, accompanied by the legion of robots descending like dumplings. Nenshu had already plotted his escape route. Seeing Zero adapt well, Nenshu turned and left. Keep up. Zero gazed at the unexpectedly appearing little girl with a hint of wariness. However, this little girl seemed to possess considerable knowledge. He glanced at the clear-eyed, naive-looking Xiaoji beside him, then back at the little girl whose figure was nearly vanishing from sight. Ultimately, Zero resolved to follow her and see what unfolded. The trio made their way into a cave. Nenshu, arms crossed, surveyed the duo behind him, a large and a small. This place is temporarily safe. Let us rest here for a moment. With that, he ignored the two as they busily found a stone to sit on and play games, while Xiaoji looked at Nenshu with surprise. Xiaoji ventured deeper into the cave. Zero cast a glance at the engrossed Nenshu, then at Xiaoji who had entered the cave. Nenshu had been partially attentive to Zero and Xiaoji. Aren't you going to check? What if he encounters danger? Who are you? You seem to know a great deal, Zero replied, his expression one of caution as he observed the victorious screen of the game. Nenshu put away his phone, his face devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze on Zero. I am the Star Core Hunter. You may call me Silver Wolf. I am unsure how I ended up here. It was never mentioned in Elio's script that I arrived a little earlier than you, so I have some understanding. Indeed, I am well acquainted with the script. Brother and this sister, you two should hurry and catch up. Xiaoji called back upon realizing that the two had lagged behind. Zero had intended to inquire about the cosmos, but Xiaoji interrupted at that moment. Nenshu stepped forward to Xiaoji. The person you are searching for is right here. But with your current level, you cannot defeat him. Find upgraded weapons as soon as possible. That over there is an important NPC. Nenshu pointed at a figure not far away. Xiaoji looked puzzled. What is an NPC? This sister is quite strange. The system chimed. Host has not objected to calling her sister. Acceptance is good. Thumbs up. JPG.it wasn't that Nenshu was accepting, but rather that given the situation, what else could be done? If not sister, what should it be? Brother. That would be rather odd. Nenshu expressed that he had mastered the art of selective hearing, tuning out the chatter. The two observed Xiaoji searching for something within the cave. Found it. Subsequently, Xiaoji produced a gun and pressed the trigger against a discovered crystal, causing a faint light to illuminate the dark cavern, at least allowing them to see their surroundings. Xiaoji handed the illuminating stone to Zero, who was leading the way. Brother, use this. Zero displayed the bracelet on his wrist, which, while not yet the shield of Paraji, was still noteworthy. What is this, brother? Grandmother and the others should have escaped safely, right? Nenshu cast a disdainful glance at Zero, realizing why he didn't reside on Earth. His acting was so transparent. And Xiaoji, this child was truly oblivious. Hadn't she noticed her brother's difference? Zero sensed Nenshu's gaze and found it somewhat peculiar. But the incessant chatter from Xiaoji persisted. Xiaoji, I am both your brother and not your brother. Huh? Xiaoji was perplexed, clearly confused. I am Zero Ultraman, a warrior from the land of light. The giant you mentioned is indeed me. Following closely behind, Nenshu noted that as they ventured deeper into the cave, Zero remarked, this should be safe for the time being. It is safe. Though one cannot be sure about future escapes, Nenshu mused internally. Yet, considering this child was on her first mission, it was somewhat understandable. He didn't have a script in hand, so it was forgivable. Xiaoji finally grasped the situation and promptly inquired about her brother. What about Lan? What happened to my brother? Her voice quivered momentarily. Nenshu spoke. He is fine, not dead, thanks to this Ultraman. But recovery will take some time. Zero widened his eyes at Nenshu, questioning the appropriateness of such a statement. Do not listen to her. Your brother is merely asleep and indeed requires some time to recover. He then swiftly approached Nenshu, whispering, be mindful, Xiaoji is still young. Nenshu rolled his eyes. He hardly appeared much older himself. Clearly, Zero recognized this as well. Yet, having said it, there was no taking it back. In moments of awkwardness, one often feigns busyness, and Ultraman was no exception. Zero busily examined his surroundings, putting on an air of urgency, while Nenshu chose not to expose the pretense. Are you saying he is already dead? Xiaoji pressed. Child, did you not hear what I said? I said your brother is not dead. That today's children have such poor listening skills. How rude. Zero knelt before Xiaoji. He is not dead. Do not worry. We are of one mind and body. You know, your brotherly bond truly moves me. A mechanical announcement interrupted. Pentakill. Nanshu interjected. Skip it, skip it. All of that can be ignored. I cannot stand such sentimental talk. It must be said, Nanshu's method of interruption was indeed effective. Sero stood up, speechless. Can't you see we are conversing? If we have time to chat, we should rather ponder how to deal with the foes outside. And the spacecraft below, they can hear everything you say. Nanshu pointed out without hesitation. It is better to share the joy than to enjoy alone. Upon hearing this, Sero immediately grew alert. There is no need to worry. They are not with Belial. On the contrary, we should collaborate to defeat him. Nanshu waved his hand dismissively. You know Belial? Sero inquired hastily, not forgetting that he had come with a mission that I casually checked before out of boredom. And you should hasten to deal with Belial. Otherwise, his mechanical legion will invade the Land of Light. Upon hearing this, Sero panicked, looking frantically for a way to contact the Land of Light, while Nanshu slowly smiled. There is no need for thanks. It is my responsibility. Sero directed an expectant gaze at Nanshu. Since you know so much, is there a way to send a message to the Land of Light? Sure, but what do I gain from this? Nanshu crossed his arms, eyeing Sero with interest. Sero pondered, realizing he should have learned the art of conversation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such an awkward position now. Noticing Sero's hesitation, Nanshu offered a way out. Then consider it a debt for now. Chapter 60. Sero is tough-talked but soft-hearted. Fine, but I will not engage in any wrongdoing. Sero stipulated his conditions first. Who would have thought you appeared unassuming, yet actually possess principles? Rest assured, it is not anything malicious. Nanshu teased Sero that it's infuriating, yet I must rely on you to convey a message to the Land of Light. Endure. Nanshu had yet to formulate his demands, but felt it unnecessary to act without compensation. After all, it was others who owed him a favor. With a casual wave of his hand, a blue translucent screen and keyboard materialized before him, his fingers dancing across the keys. All right, done. Just do not forget your promise to me. Xiaoji gazed at the spectacle with wide-eyed wonder. Sister, you are so amazing. She looked up at Nanshu, her eyes brimming with admiration. So magical, so impressive. I want to learn. You won't be able to. It would be more practical to learn some martial arts from that Ultraman. Nanshu bluntly doused Xiaoji's enthusiasm. To his surprise, Xiaoji remained in awe of Nanshu. I understand now, sister. You are incredible. Which planet are you from? This question hit the mark, and Sero was curious too. In the Land of Light, within the Technology Bureau, Hikari was engrossed in work when the screen in front of him suddenly went black. Hikari froze for a moment before panicking. He hadn't saved any of the data yet. Although none were successful, failure is the mother of success. After all, a chibi version of Silver Wolf materialized on Hikari's screen. Hey, greetings to all in the Land of Light. I am Sero's envoy. Here to deliver news. Soon, Belial's mechanical legion will invade the Land of Light, so I hope you are prepared. With that, the screen went dark, leaving a group of high-ranking officials in the Land of Light staring at the video. Taro curiously asked, Hikari, who is this person? Before Hikari could respond, the screen lit up again. I know you are curious about my identity. I am Silver Wolf, a Starcore hunter. Can she hear what we are saying? Taro exclaimed in shock. Cross-universe communication. This is no joke. I know what you are thinking. I cannot hear your voices. It is merely a standard method of message transmission. That is all. Also, Sero is doing well. The situation here is rather challenging, so do not worry. That is all. The video truly ended this time. Hikari observed the shocked expressions of the others, feeling a sense of balance in his heart. If he was frightened, they should all share in the experience. 70. However, took the news well, relieved that his son was safe. Other Ultramen gradually regained their composure. Having encountered such individuals before, I have a feeling this person must be related to Mr. Zhongli. Jack has always remembered that reassuring figure. After completing his mission on Earth, Jack did seek information about Zhongli, but he found nothing, leading him to abandon his search. Jack sighed. Another day of missing Mr. Zhongli. He is like an encyclopedia, a true source of comfort. While Jack had encountered many of the other Showa Ultras, it was only at the very end that they realized they had all, to some extent, met extraordinary individuals. The only one who knew nothing and had remained in the Land of Light handling official duties, never having trained on Earth, remarked, "Shall I take my leave then?" Seemingly perceiving Zofi's inner thoughts. Father of Ultra patted Zofi's shoulder in a manner that resembled consolation. Father of Ultra replied seriously, "Zofi, it's not that I prohibit you from training. If you go, who will manage this mountain of paperwork? Upon learning that Zero was fine, the Ultras breathed a sigh of relief, especially Seven. Well, with him around, we need not worry. Father of Ultra stated solemnly. Regarding Belial's mechanical legion, gather everyone from the land of light and prepare for battle. Zafi inquired, Hikaru, how are the research findings coming along? They can be utilized, but the quantities are limited, Hikaru affirmed, agreeing once more that having weapons and lacking them are entirely different matters, thanks to that individual. Otherwise, we would truly be in a panic. Father of Ultra lamented he wondered if Zero would offend someone with his brashness. 7 felt a headache coming on just thinking about his son's demeanor. On planet Anu, Zero sneezed. Who is talking about me? Talking about you. I fear they may be wishing for your demise, Nanju remarked, indicating Zero's notorious temperament had made him many enemies. However, Zero's thought process differed from Nanju's. Are you referring to Belial? It seems my search was not in vain. Belial is indeed here. This statement held merit, prompting Nanju to give Zero a thumbs-up devoid of emotion. Zero, emboldened, proclaimed, no need to idolize me too much, little Chi. I will surely save this universe that I already defeated Belial once, and no matter how many times he resurrects, I, Zero Ultraman, will stop him. Little Chi looked up at Zero with admiration, though Zero's bravado could easily mislead him. For Belial had been developing in this universe for quite some time. Moreover, with so many mechanical legions capable of exhausting Zero, Nanju refrained from dismantling his confidence as his fingers danced rapidly over the keyboard. One must admit that Belial possesses considerable strength. His mainframe is indeed quite difficult to breach. Nanju halted his actions. A sense of pride washed over his expression. Done at that moment. The mechanical legions throughout the universe paused before swiftly resuming their operations, going unnoticed unless one paid particular attention. Just then, a pendant around Little Chi's neck began to emit a radiant glow. Strange. This is the first time I've seen this, Zero observed curiously. What is this? This is a fragment of the Shield of Paragis, Little Chi explained. What is the Shield of Paragis? Zero, the academic underachiever, inquired. The Shield of Paragis is an essential weapon to help you defeat Belial. A relic left by Noah. Nanju elucidated. Don't tell me you don't even know who Noah is. Who? Who said that? How could I possibly not know? Zero retorted, his bravado apparent. Indeed, as Sister Silverwolf mentioned. My brother and I originally planned to seek it out. Little Chi nodded in agreement with Nanju's words. The Shield of Paragis protects the entire universe. It is the legend of our planet. Thus, if we can find it, we can safeguard ourselves and rid ourselves of that demon, Emperor Belial. Reflecting on the events that had befallen his planet and this universe, Little Chi's head drooped in sorrow. Do not fret. Since Noah has traversed this universe, he will not stand idly by. Even if the sky falls, Noah will be there to uphold it, Nanju consoled, though his words bore little weight. Chapter 61. A Glimpse of Skill. Princess Imaranada. Nanju's words lacked substantial backing, as Noah had not appeared for ages, and even the statue of Noah had not been seen. That merely means you have not encountered him. You will see him in due time, Nanju reassured. The trio continued deeper into the cavern, encountering green crystals resembling stone pillars. Zero questioned, what is this? For the first time, he felt rather foolish. This is Amulu, or, behold, this is it. Little Chi exhibited the illuminated stone in his hand. We extract energy from this type of, or for our use. Zero placed his hand upon the Amulu, or, I see. So this is what was within the dark lopus. Such a large, or is indeed rare. Little Chi marveled. Suddenly, the stone wall behind them shattered, revealing Belial's mechanical legion. Nanju remained unperturbed, while Zero anxiously shielded Little Chi and Nanju behind him. Nanju remarked, I am slightly moved. That moment, a spaceship emerged from the ground, prompting Nanju to grasp Zero's arm. The mechanical legion seeks this very ship that I mentioned earlier. That there was a ship underground, yet you paid it no heed. Am I correct, Princess Imarana, second princess of the Amaralata royal family? Stand aside. I shall commence my grand entrance. Wait, the mechanical legion. Little Chi wished to evacuate before speaking further. Unexpectedly, upon seeing Nanju, the mechanical legion ceased all activity, as if entering hibernation. Zero gasped in shock. They have stopped. He had unexpectedly infiltrated the mainframe of the mechanical legion with ease. It appeared Belial was not as formidable as he had assumed. Nanju remained unfazed, thinking inwardly, This must look incredibly cool. They are all in awe, completely under my control. One must admit that Nanju's display was indeed impressive. The royal spaceship descended gracefully, its doors opening in a clear invitation. Let us proceed. The princess beckons us, Nanju declared, stepping inside with the ease of entering his own home. Zero, seeing Nanju's confidence, followed suit. While Little Chi anxiously trailed behind Zero, Zero curiously surveyed his surroundings as the trio arrived in the control room, where a girl sat with her back turned to them. Are you Princess Imarana? Zero asked first. I am Little Chi, and this is my brother Zero. Unfortunately, Princess Imarana did not respond. It was evident that she was traumatized by witnessing her planet's invasion and the desperate sacrifice of her parents to save her, leaving her in a state of constant tension. Do not be afraid. The mechanical legions will not move for a while. Nanju approached Princess Imarana directly. The princess, having never experienced war, appeared genuinely terrified. Nanju feared she might develop post-traumatic stress disorder from the conflict. Relax now. Do not think of anything else. You are far too tense. He then swiftly rendered her unconscious. What have you done to the princess? Jambird exclaimed in panic. Zero and Little Chi were equally taken aback by Nanju's decisive action. She has been subjected to excessive stimulus in a short time frame. Her mind has reached its limit. Are you not concerned she may develop post-traumatic stress disorder? Nanju maintained his calm demeanor in front of Jambird. The act of incapacitating Princess Imarana sparked a small thrill, akin to pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. What is post-traumatic stress? Zero asked, bewildered. It is when a person experiences or resists significant stress, leading to physical and mental disarray, primarily manifesting as nightmares, drastic personality changes, heightened alertness, and hypervigilance. Nanju advised, Zero, you might want to read more books. Was Nanju subtly critiquing Zero? Reading? That's out of the question, Zero retorted. The princess has indeed been quite fearful lately. It is my failure to care for her properly. Jambert lamented. It is not your fault. This chaos was orchestrated by Belial. Once I find him, I shall give him a sound thrashing. Zero's animosity towards Belial was palpable. Princess Imarana soon awakened, while Jambird had already been directed by Nanju to leave planet Anu. Upon opening her eyes, Princess Imarana heard Jambird exclaim in delight, Your Highness, you are awake. Do you feel unwell? Thanks to this, Miss Silverwolf. Otherwise, I would not have known you were under such stress, he added. After a restful sleep, Princess Imarana felt significantly better. I am fine. Jambird, I feel much lighter after my nap. Who is this Miss Silverwolf you mentioned? Nanju, bored and idly playing video games, interjected. That would be me. Just call me Silverwolf. Miss Silverwolf said that you experienced too much in a short time, causing your nerves to become overly strained. Had I realized sooner, it might have helped. Jambird expressed regret. During Princess Imarana's slumber, Jambird had been consumed by guilt, unaffected by any consolation offered to him. He was, quite frankly, stubborn. Yet, Princess Imarana's words proved effective, and a few comforting remarks sufficed. Zero watched in amazement as the interaction unfolded. Now that Princess Imarana had recovered, it was time to discuss serious matters. Jambird introduced. This is indeed the second princess of the Amaralata royal family, Her Highness Imarana Luluit Amaralata. The name is rather lengthy, isn't it? It's quite impressive that Jean Boat remembers it so clearly. I apologize for causing you amusement. My planet was also attacked by Emperor Belia, and I was the only one transported to the royal spaceship, where I have been hiding to my father, my mother, my sister, and my subjects are no longer here. They fell victim to the marauding forces of the Belia Empire. I suppose I have grown somewhat immune to such tragedies after witnessing numerous narratives unfold. So, shall we become friends? Rest assured, we shall assist you in avenging your losses. Xiaoji's thoughts were quite simplistic. This could be considered one of the few heartwarming encounters Princess Amalana had after enduring such experiences. At least she was no longer alone. When would the flame pirates locate them? Nanchu engaged in idle chatter with Jean Boat. Flame pirates? What is your objective? Princess Amalana inquired curiously. That we aim to find the shield of Paraji and save this universe by defeating Emperor Belia. Xiaoji declared passionately, clenching his fists. Finding the shield of Paraji requires fragments of the shield of Paraji, does it not? Princess Amalana had initially considered seeking the shield of Paraji herself. However, after failing to locate even a single fragment, she had abandoned the pursuit. Xiaoji and Sero exchanged knowing smiles. Fear not. We possess fragments of the Shield of Paraji. Chapter 62. Sero's heritage. After sharing their backgrounds, Jean-Boat proceeded to play a video featuring Emperor Belia and his subordinates. And to his surprise, they appeared quite dashing. Behind Belia and his cohorts, flames were ablaze, emanating from the planet Esmeralda. Sero's expression turned serious. There is no mistake. That individual is indeed Belia. The planet Esmeralda is composed of high-purity Eslaruor, and Emperor Belia established a vast army to seize this energy. Jean-Boat continued. The Belia Empire's forces are incessantly pillaging and wreaking havoc throughout the cosmos. Upon hearing this, Sero exclaimed, "Where is Emperor Belia? I shall confront him at once." He attempted to stride out, but without Jean-Boat's consent, the door remained locked, and Jean-Boat would never permit Sero to march to his demise. Save your energy. Seeking Belia without a plan is akin to offering your head on a platter. Consider Belia's army and his subordinates. With your current energy levels, you would turn to stone before even reaching him. Follow the script for now and focus on acquiring equipment. Nanshu interjected with piercing clarity. Though Nanshu's words were undeniably sound, Sero felt as if a sword had pierced his heart, causing a twinge of pain. Miss Silverwolf is correct, and moreover, we cannot ascertain his exact location. Jean-Boat concurred. Xiaoji and Princess Amalana gazed anxiously at Sero. "Brother, what are you doing?" "Sero, what is this?" It seemed that Sero felt a sense of guilt upon witnessing Belia's actions, perhaps due to their shared heritage. Nanshu seized the moment to voice this thought. "Sero, why are you not addressing the author? This person keeps stealing my spotlight." "She speaks the truth. I hail from the same universe and lineage as Belia, and this body belongs to my brother Xiao Zhi. Clarify. I am a warrior of light from the land of light." Nanshu smirked, swiftly conjuring a screen before everyone, revealing none other than 7.0. "Temper your stubbornness. If anything were to happen to you in another universe, we would be unable to assist you. Your transformation energy is limited. So use it judiciously and cooperate with your companions. Engage your intellect and heed the advice of others." "Yes, I understand, Father," Sero responded obediently. In truth, numerous uncertainties loomed, but upon seeing his father, Sero became timid, while the others had never even laid eyes on 7. Meanwhile, Nanshu, having fabricated the video, stood with arms crossed, observing the unfolding drama. It was evident that Sero needed to be reminded of 7, even if it served little purpose. The Shield of Paraji? Can such an ethereal object truly vanquish Belia? Jean-Boat had long wished to inquire. However, since Nanshu mentioned seeking the flame pirates, and failing to comply could result in his system being compromised, Jean-Boat had no choice but to comply. After all, he had a princess to protect. "Indeed, my father has stated as much, and Miss Silverwolf has also mentioned that the Shield of Paraji is an artifact left by Noah," Xiaoji exclaimed excitedly. "Noah? Are you referring to that Noah, the Ultraman?" Princess Alana's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She gazed at Sero, hope shining in her gaze, for among the 4 mysterious Ultras, only the Ultra King and Noah frequently made appearances. While Noah was elusive, he still left traces across various universes. The Ultra King was even simpler to encounter. One might just need to venture to the land of light to find him. "Your Highness, currently there is no evidence to substantiate Noah's existence," Jean-Boat observed, noting the growing impatience in Nanshu's eyes, prompting him to cease speaking. Nanshu rolled her eyes. "How old do you think he is? You are but children compared to him. If you wish to meet him, you might as well retire early. One can dream of anything in slumber." "Oh me. Sleep? I should be powering down," Jean-Boat replied. "So, the land of light must have some knowledge. Why is it that Sero, aside from combat class, he consistently fails every other subject? What does he know? Asking him is no better than seeking answers on one's own." Nanshu nearly stated outright that Sero was academically challenged. Sero, initially fuming, felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing Nanshu's words, yet he still believed in his strength at AS for grades. "Perhaps it is simply hereditary that we are about to arrive. Ahead lies the region frequented by the flame pirates," Jean-Boat cautioned. Before they could approach, a ship wreathed in flames became visible, its fiery hue standing out amidst the blue-violet starry sea. "Look, it's coming closer," Xiaoji exclaimed excitedly. "That IT looks rather impressive," Nanshu mused. Observing the vessel intently, Sero, feeling anxious, urged, "Don't insult their ship. We still need to request their assistance." "Oh," Sero barely had time to breathe before Nanshu continued. Let us finish our conversation before I proceed to criticize it. Sero nearly choked on his breath. He felt as though he might perish from fright before even confronting Belia. Sero, I strongly advise against stepping outside. Nanchu offered her well-meaning warning. However, who was Sero? A rebel from the land of light. Would he heed such advice? Initially, he had no intention of going out, but his rebellious spirit stirred as Sero prepared to leap into action. He was met with the sound of singing from across the way. I am a fiery warrior. Please call me the Flame Warrior. Inside the ship, the Flame Pirates, comprising brothers Gru, Jalu, and Galu, along with a throng of other pirate subordinates, took notice of Jean Boat. The Flame Warrior pointed at Jean Boat, demanding, "Who is this fellow? Be careful, or I shall roast you into skewers." Flames erupted from his head. Get lost, or you shall face my wrath. Skewers? How audacious. Jean Boat was not one to take such insults lightly. Princess Emelana, however, retained her composure. Do not act impulsively. Let us first extend our greetings. Hearing the Flame Warrior's words, Sero felt a surge of irritation, blocking Princess Emelana's attempt to greet. Allow me to handle this. Then, before everyone, Sero transformed, prompting Nanchu to suspect he merely wished to show off that a beam of light shot forth from the royal spaceship, morphing into Sero's form. Upon seeing Sero, who bore a striking resemblance to the Dark Lopus, the Flame Warrior grew increasingly vigilant. You are the Dark Lopus under Belia, aren't you? Princess Emelana gazed worriedly at the unfolding situation. Miss Silver Wolf, do you think Sero will be all right? Chapter 63. Beaten Sero. The malevolent Belia Xiao Ji looked expectantly at Nanchu, who nonchalantly chewed gum. Nothing significant will occur. Nothing major. Merely a skirmish with the Flame Warrior. Upon hearing Nanchu's words, both felt a sense of relief. Yet Nanchu's expression indicated they had relaxed too soon. Sero wished to engage the Flame Warrior in earnest conversation. I am not that dark fellow. I am Sero, the Ultraman Sero. He even nodded toward the royal spaceship, attempting to appear cool. However, the Flame Warrior, lacking any sense of fairness, launched a fiery punch, sending Sero flying. Caught off guard, Sero was propelled backward, crashing heavily onto a nearby asteroid, causing Xiao Ji and Princess Milana within the royal vessel to gasp in alarm. The two exchanged glances at Nanchu, who was recording the incident on her phone. I had already warned him not to go out. Does he not realize how similar he is to the Dark Lopus? And he still wishes to show off. Now he must be feeling embarrassed. I shall send this to Seven and the others. Xiao Ji, having gone through similar experiences, agreed. Indeed, when I first encountered Sero, I also mistook him for the Dark Lopus. Why do Sero and the Dark Lopus resemble each other so closely? Princess Emelana inquired with genuine curiosity. Belia was previously defeated by Sero, though he has since been resurrected. The full name of the Dark Lopus is Dark Lopus Sero. Originally, it was modeled after Sero. Nanchu shows no interest in the battles outside. No wonder, aside from the difference in color, everything else is essentially the same. Xiao Ji's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, Belial has been longing for Sero. Otherwise, he wouldn't be reminded of someone when seeing something. Nanchu pays no mind to the astonished expressions of those around him. So, Sero and Belial are? Princess Emelana feels she has grasped something. Yes, they share a relationship of wanting to eliminate each other. Nanchu is unaware that his words have led others to overthink. Hearing Nanchu's explanation, a hint of disappointment flickers in Princess Emelana's gaze. Outside the royal ship, Sero just halted abruptly. Why are you so angry? Can't you let someone finish speaking? Enough chatter. The Flame Warrior has no interest in explanations and unleashes a flurry of punches at Sero, showcasing the fiery might of the Flame Warrior. Behold, the Flame Fist. Sero is sent flying again, and the Flame Warrior cheers in excitement at seeing Sero fall. As the Flame Warrior turns to leave. Sero, having been knocked down twice, feels his temper rising. Sensing movement behind him, it seems a beam of light shines upon Sero, who rises and brushes off the dust from his attire. The Flame Warrior arrogantly turns around. I only converse with worthy opponents. He then beckons Sero with a finger. Come on, Sero, already irked, adopts a combat stance. It seems fighting is unavoidable. Prepare yourself. In a flash, Sero vanishes, followed by the sound of fists colliding with flesh, accompanied by the Flame Warrior's anguished scream. Sero reappears before the Flame Warrior, delivering a powerful blow that sends him flying. The Flame Warrior's body crashes through a meteorite before coming to a halt. A punch that KOs him. Nanchu claps without any emotional display. Remarkable. Is this the power of Zero? Xiaoji exclaims with excitement, while Princess Emilana gazes at him in admiration. Zero approaches the Flame Warrior, gesturing for him to come closer. Bring it on. This is clearly a response to the Flame Warrior's earlier taunt. The Flame Warrior, infuriated, retorts, "How dare you imitate me?" He rises, flames erupting from his hands. Get ready. Just as their fists are about to collide, a digital barrier materializes between them, and their figures vanish. Nanchu calmly retracts his hand. There's no time to waste here. The Belial Legion will arrive shortly. Xiaoji gazes at Nanchu with sparkling eyes, his admiration for him overflowing. Nanchu's display astonishes Jeanbird and Princess Emilana, who are simultaneously relieved that he did not turn his wrath upon them. Meanwhile, within the vanguard, the pirate trio is somewhat flustered, given that the Flame Warrior ranks as their strongest member. Jeanbird insists, "I must converse with the other party." Nanchu commands without hesitation. All set. Jeanbird's demeanor becomes increasingly respectful towards Nanchu, now convinced of his capability to intimidate them. "Hey, can you hear us? We are not from the Belial Legion. We merely wish to ask a few questions and hope for your cooperation." Nanchu gestures for Princess Emilana to step forward and engage with them. "Greetings, esteemed members of the Flame Pirates. I am the second princess of Esmeralda. It was our oversight not to inform you in advance of our arrival. But the situation was urgent. We hope to provide an explanation." Princess Emilana elaborates on their purpose for being there. The Flame Pirates finally recognize the intruding vessel as that of the royal ship of Esmeralda. The atmosphere between the two parties begins to ease, as the Flame Pirates are not unreasonable. "We sincerely apologize, Princess Emilana. Given the current circumstances, we must remain vigilant. And where are our companions?" "Oh yes." Had it not been for the Flame Pirates' reminder, they would have forgotten about the suddenly vanished Flame Warrior and Zero. That we are here. Zero arrives alongside the Flame Warrior before everyone. "Captain, we were just teleported and separated." The Flame Warrior returns to the vanguard. Zero stretches his limbs. "I already said, I am not Dark Lopus. I merely wanted to have an amicable conversation with you. Who knew you wouldn't even listen to an explanation before charging in?" Recalling the 2 punches he received, Zero still feels a bit disgruntled. The Flame Warrior scratches his head in embarrassment. "That's not my fault. Who told you to resemble Dark Lopus so closely?" "Apologies." Zero internally rails against Belial, finally realizing the treachery of the world. "No wonder Dark Lopus looks so much like me. If others encounter me later, they might mistake me for Dark Lopus as well." At that point, no amount of explanation would suffice. Zero grits his teeth in frustration. "Damn Belial. What brings you here to seek us?" Geru inquires. "We are in search of the Paraji shield." Zero replies casually. "What? You mean you are looking for the Paraji shield?" The Flame Warrior expresses surprise. "To defeat Belial. Please tell me where it is." Zero's tone softens. After all, he is asking for a favor, and he understands this principle. Chapter 64. Gratitude for the fireworks show provided by the Belial Legion. The Paraji shield is useless without the shards to unlock its seal. Even if I told you, there would be no hope. It seems that in the quest to defeat Belial, people across the universe have contemplated seeking legendary items. Who says we lack shards? The hope you speak of is right there. Zero points at Jeanbird. "That kebab." The Flame Warrior looks utterly bewildered. "Who are you calling a kebab?" "I am Jeanbird of the royal ship of Esmeralda." Jeanbird exclaims in indignation. Jeanbird. This guy has no sense of social etiquette. A kebab is a kebab. There's no need to be so angry. Before the Flame Warrior or anyone else could respond, numerous battleships appeared around them. Zero and the Flame Warrior immediately sense something amiss. And Jeanbird's voice turns frantic. "This is bad. It's the Belial Legion. Greetings, Flame Pirates. I am the Dark Advisor of the Belial Legion, Dark Gunna. You sure have a lot of guts to oppose my forces." Nanchu narrows his eyes. That black mass looks more like a smoke detector than anything else. Yet, that head resembles a lot. Nanchu muses as he operates the controls on the screen, hoping to avoid combat. After all, he is merely human now, lacking the formidable powers of an Ultra Warrior. A phrase that sounds all too familiar. Before he could finish, the smoke detector, "No, Dark Gunna," commands the surrounding battleships to self-destruct. The instigator slowly retracts his hand, holding up a phone to commemorate. How's this fireworks display? Striking a pose atop a battleship. Dark Gunna finds himself in dire straits, unable to escape as the ships around him explode. Thus, Dark Gunna is propelled through the sky, though not quite accurately. It's more like he is blasted away by the force of the explosions. Zero and the Flame Warrior prepare to strike, and the pirate trio aboard the Vanguard readies themselves for the Flame Warrior to lead them to safety. They have yet to take any action, while the opposing forces have been decimated, except for one. Dark Gunna is still struggling to stand. Having been blasted away countless times, Dark Gunna finally stabilizes himself, bewilderedly surveying his surroundings. Empty, devoid of any presence. His fleet and mechanical troops are all gone. Zero snaps back to reality and charges at Dark Gunna, with the Flame Warrior quickly following suit. The two pin one of Dark Gunna's arms down. Be compliant. Your legion is no more. Hey, I don't know who did this. I've never had such an easy fight. The Flame Warrior cheerfully tightens his grip. Internally, the Flame Warrior thinks, finally, I've caught someone from the Belial Legion. Humph, don't expect me to divulge anything. I will not betray His Majesty the Emperor. Dark Gunna proves to be a loyal subordinate indeed. Nanshu contemplates before saying, then let us just kill him. Such loyalty deserves a swift end. Dark Gunna, no, if you just ask a couple more questions. I'll spill everything. The Flame Warrior, eager for action, exclaims, leave it to me. I'll make sure he leaves with dignity. Everyone is well aware of the heinous deeds Belial has committed in this universe. And naturally, his subordinates are no exception. Therefore, the Flame Warrior's thoughts are entirely justified. They might as well wait a bit longer, and Zero and the Flame Warrior lead Dark Gunna away. Moments later, anguish screams from Dark Gunna echo, followed by an explosion. Not long after, Zero and the Flame Warrior return to express their gratitude. The Flame Pirates allow the Flame Warrior to lead everyone in search of the Paraji shield. That night, Zero and Xiao Ji dream of their childhood, surrounded by family and the shards of the Paraji shield. Unaware of their conversation, the two begin sparring early the next morning, with Zero blocking a strike and praising, not bad. Xiao Ji, this Anu fist technique is my father's true legacy, Princess Imarana and Nanshu observed as Zero playfully teased the children. Nanshu packaged the video of Zero's antics, accompanied by a dazzling fireworks display provided by the Belial Legion, and sent it to the Land of Light. Within the Land of Light, Seven, who had not received news of his son for quite some time, felt a twinge of worry. The extinguishing of one of the wristbands on Zero had not gone unnoticed, especially by Seven, who had been closely monitoring the situation. Just then, the message from Nanshu successfully arrived, and before Seven could dwell on his concerns, he found solace in the video displayed on the screen. Among the high-ranking officials of the Land of Light, Ace was the first to burst into laughter. Ha! Well done. I must say, that fireworks show was truly magnificent. Ace knew it was a fireworks display because Nanshu had kindly labeled it. Nanshu replied, no need for thanks. It is my duty. One could only wonder if Belial was aware that his minions had yet to take action before they were all gone. Driambius, still at an age where he couldn't hide his feelings, spoke with a tone full of mirth. Zoffy, gazing at the vibrant fireworks in the video, felt a chuckle welling up within him, but he maintained a semblance of authority. Ahem, let us not forget the reminder from our Miss Silver Wolf. As the video concluded, Zoffy had just finished speaking when a chibi version of the Silver Wolf reappeared. I have resolved the crisis posed by the Belial Legion in the Land of Light. I am not one to seek rewards for nothing. I will come to you for my due later. The chibi Silver Wolf, hands on hips, bore no semblance of intimidation, causing Driambius's eyes to flicker. Zoffy, unbothered by being undermined, cheerfully remarked, did you hear that? When the other Ultra Warriors venture out for training, remind them to treat these special individuals with respect and not to act foolishly. The Ultra Warriors, having trained in the outside world, felt a tinge of embarrassment. The first generation spoke up, there is no need for special caution. They may not even appear. Besides, it seems they know a great deal. And they understand us quite well, Jack recalled. To be precise, they know a considerable amount about the future. Ace was unfazed. Regardless of their intentions, through our interactions, it is clear they harbor no malice towards us. I trust them. 7 found his younger brother to be quite the headache. It's not that we don't trust them. It's just that their movements are difficult to ascertain. Even if we were to search deliberately, we have no idea when they might show up. Ace disregarded the other's thoughts, insisting that if it weren't for these unknown individuals, Nanshizi would be in danger. That I wonder if they have come to assist us. Driambius hesitated to suggest. Their knowledge of these beings was scant, yet at the very least, they could place their trust in them. Zoffy concluded the discussion, as their stance was clear. They trusted these mysterious figures. Chapter 65. The Grievous Zero. The Mirror Knight. With the most pressing issue resolved, the atmosphere within the Land of Light became somewhat more relaxed. However, in another universe, Zero found himself in less favorable circumstances. The group swiftly arrived at Mirror Star via Jambert's time-space traversal, but it was unlike any other planet. Mirror Star truly resembled a mirror, with crystalline pillars reflecting light all around. What is that? Little G exclaimed in wonder. This is Mirror Star. My ancestors once had dealings with the denizens of the second dimension. The Mirror Knight, who protects the royal palace, is a great warrior. His father was of the second dimension, while his mother hailed from the Icemerylid race. Imarana's expression darkened as she recounted. It is a pity that when the Belial Legion attacked, he sacrificed himself to ensure my escape. That it was evident that something unfortunate had transpired. A conclusion not hard to reach. To safeguard the princess's flight, the Mirror Knight had been grievously wounded or had even perished. A glitch of tragic heroism. That a star-shaped pattern appeared, allowing the group to gradually enter Mirror Star. Meanwhile, a meteorite collided with Mirror Star, shattering upon contact with an unseen barrier. Nanchu, admiring the auroras that adorned Mirror Star, remarked on its beauty. There were no cities or structures, only a vast snowflake at the center, beneath which lay a sea that, surprisingly, one could walk upon. Truly a testament to the wonders of the second dimension. Little Ji and Zero were awestruck, while Nanchu maintained a calm demeanor, concealing his astonishment. Learn to keep your emotions in check, understand? A being over 5,000 years old should possess some level of composure. He chided. People of the second dimension, we have come here in search of the shield of Paragis. Princess Imarana declared with intent. An ancient voice responded. I regret to inform you that we have little interest in the affairs of the third dimension. The Belial Legion will inevitably come to invade this place. Zero, exasperated, replied. I am well aware of that. Our mirrors can reflect any corner of the universe. The ancient voice remained unperturbed. And yet you remain indifferent. Zero grew increasingly frustrated. Nanchu cast a sidelong glance at the agitated Zero, internally scoffing. This is a classic case of the emperor being calm while the eunuchs panic. Today, I bear witness. Given that nothing could be changed, what was destined for destruction would simply meet its end. One could not help but note that the mental state of the second dimension's inhabitants was rather stable. If you can survive, then live. If not, then perish. It matters little. You scoundrel! How can you speak such words? Little Ji exclaimed, angered by the blatant apathy. Nanchu, observing the unfolding drama with disinterest, interjected, just tell us what we must do to gain access to the Noah statue. The denizens of the second dimension momentarily faltered. Having never encountered such an unorthodox individual, rules are meant to be broken. After all, Nanchu proclaimed, our people of the second dimension will not meddle in the affairs of the third dimension. Before the second dimension's inhabitants could respond, Nanchu turned to Zero and said, Zero, they mentioned that if we help restore the Mirror Knight, they will take us there. This is your responsibility. The inhabitants of the second dimension replied. Did we ever mention the Mirror Knight? Enough talk. Let's move quickly, or the Belial Legion will soon arrive, and this universe will be doomed. Nanchu urged, dismissing the unimportant dialogue, with the conversation reaching a conclusion. The figure of the Mirror Knight appeared not far from them. The Mirror Knight's condition was clearly troubling. Crouching with his arms wrapped around his knees, he resembled a child with autism, his eyes a disturbing shade of red. Was that really his eye color? What has happened to the Mirror Knight? Imarana inquired, panic evident in her voice. To protect the Icemerylid Palace, the Mirror Knight expended all his strength, his soul now tainted by Belial's darkness. Thus, he has sealed himself away. He is beyond saving. Allow me to clarify. Their intent is for us to assist in restoring the Mirror Knight. Nanchu interjected. And who says he is beyond saving? The Land of Light is quite skilled at handling situations of possession and corruption. Are we not, Zero? What do you mean by skilled? Zero retorted, but leave this matter to me. I will restore the Mirror Knight. Zero almost found himself ensnared by Nanchu's words. What should have been a grave situation had lightened the mood among the group, thanks to Nanchu's antics. Zero did not hesitate to transform, and just as he prepared to enter the realm to save the Mirror Knight, Nanchu chimed in. Take me with you. Don't cause trouble. It's very dangerous. Zero cautioned. Nanshu shot Zero a look of exasperation. I am well aware of the Mirror Knight's condition. I have my own reasons for going. Zero felt like quite the unfortunate soul. He had come to this universe to defeat Belial, yet he found himself constantly berated, confronted, or attacked. That I feel wronged, yet I remained silent, he lamented, accompanied by a meme of a distressed rabbit. Ultimately, Nanshu got her wish and accompanied Zero to the Mirror Knight. Zero found a relatively safe spot to set Nanshu down. Be careful. You might have to fight a bit, Zero advised. Nanshu mused if this was truly the same Zero she had once known. She preferred the rebellious version of him. Zero declared, have I not already endured enough mental strain on this journey? Let's end this. Addressing the Mirror Knight, he called out, can you hear me? After ensuring Nanshu was prepared, Zero turned his attention to the Mirror Knight, who resembled a child with autism. The Mirror Knight slowly lifted his head, then quickly turned away. Do not look at me like that. I do not require your pity. I do not pity you. You underestimate yourself. As a warrior, should you not fight for justice? Zero's words seemed to trigger something within the Mirror Knight, who grasped his head in anguish. Zero wiped his nose. I am Zero. Enough talk. Belial may be watching you through the Mirror Knight's eyes. Nanshu interrupted. Let us hurry. Belial will soon attempt to take control of him. Hearing Zero's name, the Mirror Knight clutched his head and stood up. You claim to be Zero? He exclaimed with a strange tone. Zero, sensing danger, cautiously stepped back. What is wrong with him? It was evident that the Mirror Knight's condition was a result of Belial's influence, thus signifying the extent of Belial's animosity towards Zero, much to Nanshu's delight. No. Do you have any solutions? Think of something. Zero sidestepped the Mirror Knight's attack and managed to restrain him. Calm down. Do not let Belial take control. With both hands spread wide, Nanshu remarked, I initially intended to approach him myself to resolve the matter, yet who would have thought you would announce your identity right away? Chapter 66. Let us all express our gratitude to Belial. Was that not a matter of courtesy? Furthermore, who could have anticipated his overwhelming excitement? Zero, wishing to avoid harming the Mirror Knight, could only evade continuously. Very well, I shall create an opportunity for you. You strive to rescue the Mirror Knight. That I trust you know what to do. Nanshu summoned a translucent blue screen. Of course, I am Zero Ultraman. Before Zero could strike a pose, he was sent flying by a punch from the Mirror Knight. Nanshu could only exhale in exasperation. I told you not to mention your name. Are you not aware of how many enemies you have made? Despite the banter, Nanshu remained focused. As he prepared to attack again, the Mirror Knight's body suddenly froze. Zero seized the moment to lock the Mirror Knight from behind, radiating a magnificent light as a surge of black energy erupted from within him. That a blinding golden energy shattered the dark aura, and when visibility returned, the Mirror Knight was restored. Princess Imarana's face lit up with delight. Mirror Knight. I am unharmed, all thanks to them. The Mirror Knight turned to Zero, who had reverted to his original form. Exhausted, Zero, striking a haughty pose, challenged, So, are you convinced now? Thank you. The Mirror Knight expressed his gratitude politely. Princess Imarana, excited, grasped Zero's arm. Thank you, Zero, truly. Thank you. It's still too early for thanks, Zero replied, scratching his head in embarrassment, while Xiaoji playfully punched Zero's chest. Zero held Xiaoji's head with one hand. You little rascal. The two engaged in playful banter, prompting Nanshu to roll her eyes at Zero's childishness. Zero noticed and quipped, Hey, you, a little girl, may not be tall, but you have quite the temper. Nanshu retaliated with a kick aimed at Zero's knee, causing him to buckle and kneeled. No need to be so courteous, she mocked. The Mirror Knight has the citizens of the second dimension to consider. Look, Zero is so sincere now. Shall we go to the underground temple? Zero raised his head, confusion and a hint of embarrassment on his face. Silver, Wolf, I can't hear you. No need to shout so loudly. Zero was on the verge of losing his composure. This was undoubtedly the most humiliating moment for Zero Ultraman. For this individual was undoubtedly his nemesis. Were Nanshu to discover Zero's thoughts, she would immediately counter that Zero Ultraman's nightmare was far from here. Do you remember the Grand River by the Ming River? He would teach Zero a lesson on how to choose a human vessel. Princess Imarana noticed the gleam on Zero's bracelet. Is that light on your bracelet? He cannot absorb energy in this universe to restore himself. The energy on this bracelet can only sustain his transformation 3 times. Nanshu explained. Zero Ultraman, thank you for passing the light to us. Perhaps you are our hope. Go and retrieve the shield of Perich. Just as the citizens of the second dimension finished speaking, the mirror star trembled, and the mirror knight cautiously scanned the surroundings. What is happening? The area surrounding Mirror Star was densely packed with the fleets of Belial's legion, attempting to force their way in, alongside scenes of the Flame Warrior fighting valiantly. Belial's legion, leave this to me. You all hurry to the Shield of Perich. The Mirror Knight instructed the group. Where is the Shield of Perich? Xiao Ji inquired. They all understood that time was of the essence. Obtaining the Shield of Perich sooner might aid in rescuing Mirror Star. The underground temple, upstream along the river, the Mirror Knight hurriedly declared, preparing to stall for time. Wait, let me go with you. I am familiar with dealing with them, and besides, the Flame Warrior is out there too, Nanshu said, stepping forward leisurely. It's too dangerous outside. Miss Silverwolf should accompany us to find the Shield of Perich. Before the Mirror Knight could finish, Ciro and the others recalled the previous fireworks display and suggested, I recommend you take her with you. Princess Imarana and Xiao Ji nodded vigorously, for dealing with the Legion. Silverwolf, sister, is serious. The citizens of the second dimension, well aware of the events that transpired with the Flame Pirates, added, please take the young lady with you. We are immensely grateful for your assistance. Uncertain yet resolute, the Mirror Knight agreed to bring Nanshu along to resist Belial's legion. After they departed, the remaining three suddenly felt the ground beneath them give way, and they fell. Nanshu, who had been with the Mirror Knight, witnessed the entire scene. She patted her chest, relieved she had not joined them. Otherwise, she would have been dragged into misfortune as well. Ciro, who had been abruptly transported to the underground palace, muttered softly, no wonder that fellow didn't come along. Where are we? Xiao Ji pointed in a direction. Outside Mirror Star, the Flame Warrior and the Mirror Knight stood in astonishment at the sight before them, ships exploding in a dazzling display across the cosmos. Wow. Although this is not the first time I've seen it, it remains astonishing. Impressive, young lady. Could you teach me? The Flame Warrior turned to the person he was shielding. You won't be able to learn it. Nanshu replied, focused on her operations. Teaching the Flame Warrior this skill, it would be more feasible to let me transform instead. After spending time together, the Mirror Knight had come to understand the Flame Warrior's character. He was quite easy to read. The Mirror Knight stifled a chuckle. Now I finally comprehend why Ciro and the others exhibited such expressions. This was all thanks to Belial. Otherwise, would they have been able to witness such a magnificent fireworks display? Let us all say together, thank you, Belial. Nanshu's voice was calm, yet laced with sarcasm. The Flame Warrior shouted towards the exploding battleships. Thank you for coming all this way to perform for us. Then, turning with excitement, he exclaimed, this is the most affluent battle I've fought in my life. Just imagining Belial's expression upon witnessing this fills me with joy. Indeed, Belial's expression would surely be grim, the Mirror Knight concurred. Though his tone was filled with amusement, within his lair, Belial heard the trio's brazen taunts and witnessed the fireworks display that was relayed back to him. His previously pitch-black visage grew darker. Damn it. Is this the best you could devise? A bunch of useless trash, incapable of dealing with even a child. What good are you? Where is Dark Gunna? Where has he disappeared to? Your Majesty, Dark Gunna has already been eliminated by Ciro and the others. Aelin trembled as he spoke. Useless. All of you are useless. Belial's fury escalated. You might say Belial is impressive, with so many followers, yet his subordinates are all inept. In the underground palace, Ciro and the others had arrived before the statue of Noah. Xiao Ji exclaimed in delight. This is the legendary giant, Noah? Chapter 67. Let's go, save Ciro. It was Ciro's first encounter with the likeness of Noah, albeit merely a statue. Nanshu remarked, Ciro, remember this. He will be your boss in the future. Your task is to pursue Belial. Take note. Xiao Ji removed a fragment from around his neck and placed it upon the Shield of Perich, the three watching with eager anticipation. Unfortunately, the Shield of Perich merely flickered once before showing no further reaction. Xiao Ji's face fell. All right, he is about to be revived. Had Nanshu been present, she would likely have urged Xiao Ji to awaken to reality. Who is being revived? Noah? It would be better to wash up and sleep instead. Whether revival was imminent remained uncertain, but the substantial Shield of Perich swiftly disintegrated before the trio, along with the original fragments. Xiao Ji's expression turned to one of panic. Strange, could it be haunted? At this moment, the shield should have been glowing, right? My father clearly stated so. Could it be that my father was mistaken? He lamented. I would rather believe my father was wrong than accept the shield of Parage is gone. Outside Mirror Star, Nanshu observed all that transpired in the underground palace. Having been there for so long without energy, could they not allow some time for recuperation? Zero, can you hear me? Please leave there first. Nanshu urged the trio to depart. When Zero reconvened with Nanshu, Xiaoji's spirits were notably low. The shield of Parage had vanished, and Xiaoji was struggling to come to terms with it. Princess Imarana explained, I said it was merely a legend. What shall we do next? The Flame Warrior inquired. Hearing the Flame Warrior's words, Xiaoji retorted passionately. Nonsense. There must be some kind of mistake. The shield of Parage certainly exists. We even saw the statue of the legendary Noah in the underground palace. Hey, you little brat, the Mirror Knight interjected, blocking the Flame Warrior, who scoffed and turned away. Regardless, we should seek out Belial, even without the shield of Parage. I can still defeat him. Zero appeared unfazed. If he could vanquish Belial once, he could do so countless times. However, Xiaoji's evident disillusionment raised concerns. The Mirror Knight observed Nanshu, who remained composed, as if she understood all that had transpired and was entirely unperturbed. Miss Silverwolf, do you know something? The Mirror Knight's instincts told him that the person before him held knowledge of some kind. Nanshu regarded the Mirror Knight with appreciation. Those with intellect were truly different. Indeed. I know a few things. The Shield of Paragi is a legendary artifact, naturally requiring energy to restore itself. However, in this universe, the Ultra Warriors are unable to replenish their energy. Thus, the Shield of Paragi demands additional time to recover. First, let us seek out Belial. Once the shield has rejuvenated, it will find its way back. That does hold some truth, mused the Flame Warrior, stroking his chin. Xiaoji gazed at Sister Silverwolf Nanshu with sparkling eyes, asking, is that truly the case? I always believed the legend must be real. The script suggests such, though there may be other conditions involved. Ultimately, it is up to you, as you are the protagonist. Nanshu emphasized the word script with a hint of mischief. Script? Inquired Mirror Knight, puzzled that it refers to the most likely events to unfold in the future, though I have only received a general outline. Nanshu replied earnestly. Are you implying that you know what will happen in the future? The Flame Warrior's intellect finally engaged. The others were equally astonished, with Zero bluntly asking, so does this mean I will ultimately defeat Belial and save this universe? Indeed, though the process may be somewhat harrowing. Nanshu did not lie. Zero would indeed triumph over Belial and rescue this realm. Zero smugly touched his nose, declaring, I knew it. That fellow Belial could never hope to surpass me. Let us go directly to him. Watch as I make him rue the day. The group, fueled with determination, prepared to confront Belial, yet Mirror Knight regarded Nanshu with a contemplative expression, sensing something amiss. Nanshu glanced at Zero in the distance and said to Mirror Knight, ultimately, there is a favorable conclusion, though the journey may be perilous. Mirror Knight nodded in understanding. After all, how could the main antagonist be so easily vanquished? That would defy all logic, so the protagonists are. Mirror Knight cast a sympathetic glance at Zero, while Nanshu observed it all keenly. Who says there can only be one protagonist? There exists a whole ensemble of protagonists. Does there not, my dear friends? Mirror Knight remained blissfully unaware that he too was among them, still pitying Zero for the trials he would soon face. Zero mused, suddenly, I feel much better. True brothers share in adversity. Zambert, Flame Warrior, Mirror Knight. Why do I suddenly wish to withdraw? The lair of Belial is quite easy to locate. It is none other than the planet Esmeralda. Just then, a blood-red void engulfed Zero, causing him to vanish without a trace, leaving the others momentarily stunned. Nanshu remained calm as he entered the royal spaceship. Let us proceed. Zero has already taken the lead in seeking out Belial. Zero exclaimed in frustration, this was not my choice. This is abduction. I demand to be freed. Princess Imira and Xiaoji hurried onto the royal spaceship, inquiring, is Zero all right? It must be the work of Belial. Until we arrive, Zero will be safe. Belial wouldn't let him die so easily. Upon hearing Nanshu's explanation, the group felt somewhat reassured. Nanshu turned to Mirror Knight, saying, we will attract attention from the periphery. Seize the opportunity to locate Zero. You can traverse reflective surfaces, can you not? I secretly placed a mirror on Zero. Having anticipated that Belial would not let Zero go unscathed, Nanchu had made thorough preparations to seize the opportune moment. With a mere command, Belial's entire legion would rebel, and he eagerly anticipated the expression on Belial's face. The flame warrior shrugged off the concern, saying, "With little Silver Wolf on our side, those Belial legions will be a breeze. At worst, we could have them perform a fireworks display in front of Belial. It would surely be quite a spectacle." "Humph, if you were a tad slower, I might have believed you," Zambert interjected. "Hey, you kebab skewer, as if you aren't worried at all that I grudgingly acknowledge Ciro's strength. Besides, he owes me a spar. He cannot afford to be harmed before that," the flame warrior retorted defiantly. "Miss Silver Wolf possesses foresight. I will ensure Ciro's safety," Mirror Knight responded. "Accelerate. Let us rescue Ciro." Chapter 68. Ciro, feeling utterly helpless, observed his surroundings. Imprisoned in Belial's lair. Meanwhile, atop a dais, Belial, adorned in a crimson fur coat, stood to greet Ciro as he regained consciousness. "At last, we meet. Dispatching Dark Lopus has proven beneficial." Belial caressed the scar on his right cheek. A painful reminder of Ciro's previous encounter. "It truly hurts. This scar is quite the nuisance." "Belial," Ciro seethed, glaring at his adversary. In a flash, Belial appeared before him. "You see, this scar is a gift from you." "Ciro Ultraman." Ciro, unaware that his transformation device had been confiscated, retorted, "I should have given you one on the other side as well. Now it looks asymmetrical. Come forth and meet your demise," Ciro boasted arrogantly. "Huh? Have you forgotten your predicament? Allow me to remind you. You are in my fortress, surrounded by my legions and fleets. Before me, you are but a pitiful ant. Your energy has been depleted, has it not? Do you desire this?" Belial brandished Ciro's transformation device. Ciro's expression shifted to one of alarm upon seeing his device, and Belial reveled in the look of panic. "I invite you to witness a grand spectacle." "What do you intend to do?" Ciro demanded. A green light surged through the cosmos, and Belial approached a screen, declaring, "This just happens to be the 1,000,000th unit. I shall now obliterate the land of light." Ciro bowed his head, concealing his emotions, reflecting on the child's earlier words. Grateful for the prior warning to the land of light, Ciro's anger surged as he shouted, "Stop, you scoundrel!" Meanwhile, the others hastened towards Esmeralda. Another green light descending behind them. The flame warrior, glancing back at the mass of robots, couldn't help but exclaim, "How many is this now?" Mirror Knight transitioned from initial vigilance to astonishment and now to numbness. Responding, "I do not know, just the right amount. Exactly the 1,000,000th unit." Nanchu kindly elaborated. "They wouldn't ambush us, would they?" The flame warrior shuddered at the thought. "Whom do you underestimate? I assure you, my intervention will be flawless." Nanchu had previously harbored similar doubts. However, after consulting the system and confirming there would be no such occurrence, he grew confident. Nanchu remarked, "If only more of this ability could manifest, it would be ideal for future use." "Dream on. You can only use it for 2 days, and you wish for it permanently? Save energy," the system retorted. "Thank Belial for the robotic legion he has graciously provided." The flame warrior jested, "I shall respond on Belial's behalf. No need to thank me." Nanchu replied, a smirk playing on his lips, his mood elevated. Xiao Ji and Princess Imira could not help but laugh, the tension following Ciro's sudden disappearance easing. "Truly, Miss Silver Wolf is remarkable," Zambert mused, feeling the impact of Nanchu's confidence. "After everything is concluded, should any remain, I can send a few your way for enjoyment," Nanchu nonchalantly proclaimed. "Really? That sounds fantastic." The flame warrior was the most exhilarated by this news. "Isn't that a bit much?" Princess Imira hesitated, feeling somewhat bashful. Not at all. After all, these were crafted by Belial. Considering his deeds in this universe, it is the least he can offer. Nanchu's generosity towards Belial was evident. The group nodded in agreement, no longer refusing. "Then I shall express gratitude on behalf of the residents of Mirror Star," Mirror Knight expressed. "Thank you. I shall treat you to a delicious meal another day," the flame warrior joyfully declared. "I too extend my gratitude on behalf of Esmeralda." Princess Imira curtsied gracefully. "Thank you, Sister Silver Wolf." Xiao Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement, thrilled at the prospect of acquiring robots. Nanchu transmitted the image of the legion of robots to the land of light. Far across the cosmos that he included a chibi version of Little Silver Wolf, explaining, "Here lies the legion Belial intends to dispatch to the land of light, numbering 1,000,000, that while I can assist in mitigating a significant portion." It is prudent to remain vigilant. Nanchu planned to show Belial a false video, misleading him into believing his forces had arrived at the Land of Light. Zero had indeed been captured by Belial, yet currently faced no life-threatening danger. As Nanchu and the others raced to his aid, Ace observed the Mechanical Legion with a sense of apprehension, admitting, "To be honest, I am quite eager to test their strength." Zafy glanced at his restless younger brother. "Once this is all over, shall I have Zero bring a few back?" Before Ace could respond, Hikaru consented. "I believe that is feasible. The current combat capability of the Land of Light is rather lacking. However, if they are robots, with robots, one need not worry about their strength. Simply input the data, and they are good to go. Let us set this matter aside for now. During this period, we must bolster our patrols. With one of you leading the team each time," Zafy instructed. "Rest assured, we have maintained this approach since the news broke. We will continue to enhance our vigilance," the first generation replied, returning to Nanchu's side. He gazed at the multitude of red dots densely packed on the screen, each representing a dark locust. It seemed that Belial had been quite industrious in their creation. Under Nanchu's manipulation, one by one, the red dots transformed into green, signifying our forces. "Sister Silver Wolf, why do you appear to be so joyously amused?" Xiaoji inquired, looking at Nanchu, whose smile had grown increasingly unrestrained. In an instant, Nanchu's expression shifted. "You misinterpret my demeanor. I am not laughing, merely content that I ask there a difference," Xiaoji retorted. Meanwhile, Belial, oblivious to the unfolding events, continued to taunt Zero within the glass dome. "Can you guess how many Dark Lopus legions I've crafted? The real spectacle is only just beginning." Zero glared furiously at Belial, silently praying for assistance to arrive soon, for he had exhausted his entire repertoire of acting skills and could no longer maintain his facade. It dawned on Zero why Nanchu appeared so composed. It was the sensation of having the script in hand. It was truly hard to conjure genuine anger when everything was meticulously prepared, with Belial resembling a mere buffoon. Meanwhile, in the combat zone, a group including Janbert observed the motionless robots before them. "Let us create some commotion first. I'll take Princess Emirana and Xiaoji elsewhere while you handle the fighting." Janbert declared that a military vessel flew in nearby, its doors automatically opening as Nanchu guided the two inside. "Janbert, you should lend your assistance as well," Princess Emirana advised. Chapter 69. All fear arises from insufficient firepower after all. They had deliberately sought to attract Belial's attention. Janbert and the fire warriors swiftly maneuvered through Belial's forces, explosions erupting in their wake, looking quite impressive that in reality. However, Nanchu, concealed in the distance, was moving so swiftly that he left afterimages behind. If it weren't for the need to conserve their energy, he would have been less displeased. Well, actually, the afterimages were an attempt to infiltrate Belial's lair. Nanchu mused he envisioned a scenario where Belial, in the midst of battle, suddenly realized his stronghold had been infiltrated. Nanchu's gaze grew increasingly bright. He pondered, "Don't even think about it. If you interrupt Belial's spellcasting, wouldn't Zero's advantages vanish?" "Ah, indeed. Then Zero might have to make a sacrifice for the greater good. After all, a free advantage should not be overlooked. Are you sure it's free?" Nanchu fell silent. "Perhaps it could be counted as such. What if I took it, and once I depart, Noah would be unable to locate me? Wouldn't that be a free grab?" "How can you think so optimistically? Why not just say you are Noah?" "Noah won't do. It has to be Saiga. His skin is expensive. Are you out of your mind?" Listening to the system's increasingly exasperated voice in his mind, Nanchu felt immense satisfaction, reveling in the fact that he had been brought here without his consent. The system, whether from annoyance or a lack of energy, fell silent, which only delighted Nanchu further. This scene was transmitted to Belial, who sneered coldly and issued an order. "Humph, destroy it." Upon receiving the command, his subordinates departed. Zero feigned tension, exclaiming, "Listen, you must flee quickly. The Shield of Parage needs you to retrieve it." Meanwhile, Janbert timely played a pre-recorded message from Xiaoji. "Brother, can you hear me? We will never allow Belial to act as he pleases. You must believe in me." Following that was Princess Emirana's voice. "Zero, hold on. We will come to rescue you." "Hey, can you hear me? Don't perish before we can save you." The familiar tone, calm yet infuriating. The reality was that Nanchu frowned. "This won't do. You need to sound more anxious. More worried. Let's do it again." Thus, Xiaoji and Princess Emirana recorded message after message until they finally achieved a satisfactory version. Janbert, it's now your turn. Draw Belial's attention and buy time for the Mirror Knight. It would be even better if we could lure Belial out of his lair, as the three called out. Zero genuinely felt a pang of anxiety. The Fire Warriors had brought along the three weakest members to rescue him. Was this a rescue mission or a group effort to deliver their heads? Zero stepped forward in a panic, tears glistening on his face. That moment, the emblem of the Mirror Star appeared, its brilliant light capturing Belial's attention. What awaited Belial was a massive fist, just as the Fire Warriors and Janbert, under Nanchu's guidance, shattered the glass and entered Belial's stronghold. The Mirror Knight did not linger in battle. He swiftly rescued Zero while delivering a punch to Belial, feeling quite satisfied as he gracefully created distance. Zero, feeling somewhat embarrassed, thought, does this mean my earlier display was witnessed? Nanchu, observing this, felt a tinge of disappointment. It seems the mirror I prepared went unused. However, witnessing Zero in tears is quite a novelty, isn't it? Princess Emirana was taken aback to see Zero move to tears. Reflecting on the countless recordings they had made, she felt a pang of guilt. Suddenly, the Zero glasses in Belial's possession vanished, only to reappear in Zero's hands. Nanchu's voice echoed, no need for thanks. Don't worry about us. Xiaoji and Princess Emirana are perfectly safe. Focus on the fight. The Silver Wolf Zero, deeply moved, clenched the Zero glasses tightly, recalling all that had transpired. Don't wear that morose expression. We all witnessed your tears of emotion. Zero's expression froze in disbelief. Return my emotions to me. And could you at least consider the setting while conversing? Chatting in the lair of the enemy is quite audacious. Nanchu retorted, I've been wanting to say this for a while. While emotional appeal is all well and good, can we please be mindful of the occasion? What difference is there between your actions and defecating on Belial's head? Belial interjected. Silence. Just look at Belial's expression. It was already dark, and now it was even darker. Though it was hard to tell, Zero silently transformed, and upon his emergence, he unleashed a beam of light, obliterating all surrounding instruments. Silver Wolf, the rest is up to you. Meanwhile, not far away inside the military vessel, Xiaoji and Princess Emirana leisurely snacked while observing the events unfolding at Belial's lair. Behind them, several dark lopus served tea, creating a stark contrast to the combatants. Princess Emirana and Xiaoji fidgeted nervously. Is this really appropriate? Right? What can we do? Let us leave the fighting to them. Ensuring our own safety is the greatest assistance we can offer. Nanchu reclined with his feet on the table, chewing gum while playing games. Fully aware of his role as a support and logistics personnel, they contemplated. The reality of their situation settled in. Though they were still not as carefree as Nanchu, they anxiously monitored the battlefield. With the loss of a key commander, Belial's forces had suffered a significant blow, and as the lights surged towards Belial, Alan Long swiftly positioned himself before Belial, blocking the attack. Nanchu couldn't shake the feeling that Alan Long seemed oddly familiar. Reminiscent of a character from a childhood animated series. Wasn't he the cockroach bully from Iron Armor Xiaobao? The patterns were quite similar, as Zero struck a heroic pose. Today, I will not show you mercy. Belial, undeterred, retorted. Then let me send you to hell. The battle commenced, as Zero clashed with Belial, while the Mirror Knight and Fire Warrior confronted Alan Long unbeknownst to them. The dark lopus in the sky began to stir, flying in a singular direction. Observing the growing number of dark lopus behind him, Nanchu felt satisfied. Don't panic. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Princess Emirana and Xiaoji glanced at their increasingly formidable group. Then at the oblivious Belial, they realized that perhaps the situation was not as daunting as it seemed, though they felt a twinge of sympathy for Belial. Encountering them truly was his misfortune. Meanwhile, Belial, engaged in battle with Zero, felt a chilling sensation wash over him. Before he could ponder further, Zero delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying. Chapter 70. Zero, I am no longer the person I once was. Zero boasted. Belial, to battle me while being distracted is foolish. You might as well concede. Surrendering to me is not a disgrace. After spending time with Nanchu, Zero's sharp tongue had become venomous, pushing Belial to the brink of rage as he charged forward to engage Zero once more. On the other side, Alan Long, who was being pummeled by the Fire Warrior and Mirror Knight, remained oblivious to the dwindling numbers of his own legion. Steadying himself after being struck by the Fire Warrior, Alan Long exclaimed. "You cowards!" Resorting to a 2-on-1 fight, the fire warrior charged at Alan Long. Cursing, "You dare call us cowardly? Who can compete with your kind? Why didn't you voice your concerns when you were the aggressors?" It must be said that the synergy between the Flame Warrior and the Mirror Knight is quite commendable. The Flame Warrior excels in direct combat, while the agile Mirror Knight specializes in unexpected assaults, illustrating the distinction between a warrior and an assassin. Nanshu remarked, to put it nicely, that the Flame Warrior is of the warrior type. To put it bluntly, he possesses limited memory and cannot consider many factors. However, in comparison to the high attack power of the Flame Warrior and Zero, the Mirror Knight does not seem as formidable. Yet his nimble form renders him more suited for disrupting opponents and executing sudden strikes. Jean Botte possesses considerable offensive capabilities, and his defensive prowess is not to be underestimated. He is undoubtedly a tank. As for the Dark Lopus, aside from Unit 0, all others are mass-produced. Those in the know understand this without further elaboration. Jean Botte initially intended to assist Zero, yet Zero halted him, declaring, "This is my battle with Belial." At this moment, Nanshu's sardonic voice resonated. "Oh, so this is your battle with Belial. How impressive." Jean Botte, ignoring the fool's remarks, continued with his tasks. He had never encountered a teammate so foolish as to refrain from participation. Zero, labeled the fool, fell silent due to Nanshu's unexpected comment, nearly succumbing to a claw strike from Belial. Fortunately, Jean Botte intervened, shielding Zero from the attack, only for Nanshu's emotionless taunts to echo again from above. "And that dark fellow, I have yet to see anyone fight while clad in fur." Zero felt an urge to cover Nanshu's mouth. What a lovely girl she is, yet why must she speak? Nanshu's words were naturally heard by everyone present, and the Flame Warrior laughed heartily while swinging his fists that I end battle. The greatest taboo is succumbing to anger, as emotions can cloud one's judgment and reveal vulnerabilities. Princess Elmirana, aboard the battleship, inquired with concern, "Is it truly all right?" Belial appears quite furious. The worst offense in battle is to allow emotions to take over. Only by maintaining composure can one avoid exposing weaknesses. Nanshu occasionally hurled taunts at Belial. Little Ji gazed at Nanshu with admiration. Sister Silverwolf is so impressive. She knows so much. Observing the child's sparkling eyes, it is indeed true that children see things with clarity. Since we cannot assist in battle, let us attack the mind. Zero had grown accustomed to Nanshu's occasional jabs, remaining unfazed. However, Belial was different. His moves became noticeably erratic, revealing multiple openings, and he was struck several times by Zero. Quite clever. Zero realized. After taking a few punches, Belial understood Nanshu's intent, forcing himself to regain composure. "I didn't expect you to have clever individuals among you." This was tantamount to admitting his own lack of intelligence. And Zero instantly grasped Belial's meaning. "You cannot match us. That I hear that Darkgon is your strategist? If your so-called strategist has fallen, it implies that you are not particularly clever either." Zero suddenly felt that his exchanges with Nanshu had borne fruit. Darkgon protested. "Is no one speaking on my behalf? I am gone, and yet I am still being discussed." Belial, who had anticipated Zero to respond in anger, momentarily appeared bewildered. What has this little rascal experienced during this time? When did he become so composed? Internally, Zero thought, that scoundrel Belial dares to insinuate I am not clever. I, Zero, am a new star from the land of light. How could I possibly lack intelligence? The reason Zero appeared so calm on the surface was that he had learned from Nanshu. Who knows if that child is merely expressionless? Each time she delivers a sarcastic remark, her expression remains devoid of emotion, successfully inciting rage in others. Noticing Belial's momentary confusion, Zero felt an immense sense of pride. "See, I am no longer the same Zero as before." Belial's claws glowed ominously, resembling a fierce beast extending its talons, and the reddish hue of his claws suggested something sinister. Zero instinctively grew wary as Belial swung his claws, declaring, "Become my servant." Zero raised his hand to block, only to be kicked away by Belial. Regaining his balance, Zero maneuvered with his head spike. The head spike was swatted back by Belial's claw, automatically returning to Zero's head, after which Zero launched a fiery kick toward Belial. Belial crossed his claws before him, but the impact left deep gouges in the ground, stretching for dozens of meters. Following several clangs of weaponry colliding, the two swiftly distanced themselves. A blue and a dark red beam of light clashing together. The dark red beam rapidly overpowered the blue one, and Siro's cry of anguish echoed. Nanshu blinked, feeling a twinge of panic within. Is Siro truly done for? Don't all Ultra Warriors have such experiences? Ah, yes, each time they perish, they evolve anew. Who came up with such a notion? Observing Siro collapsed on the ground, Belial let out a triumphant laugh. The true terror has only just begun. Then, Belial plunged headfirst into the ground, vanishing from sight, as Nanshu's mouth twitched subtly. What a shameful exit. Meanwhile, Belial's only subordinate had been dealt with by the combined efforts of the Flame Warrior and the Mirror Knight. Headquarters, this is a response request. What shall we do next? The Flame Warrior inquired jovially. Nanshu wished to disregard the childish Flame Warrior, while Little Ji enthusiastically replied, Headquarters has received the message. Please return for rest. Siro, in a fit of anger, stomped the ground but still followed Jean Beauté to find Nanshu and the others. However, upon encountering Nanshu and the others, Siro and his companions were left speechless. The Flame Warrior rubbed his eyes. Grilled skewers, just look at this. This is what a royal spaceship should be. Such treatment, and even servants. Take note, Siro should first replenish his energy. Nanshu waved her hand. And two dark Lopus lifted a large chunk of Elmaralu. Oh, are is this Elmaralu or? Princess Elmarana looked at Nanshu in confusion. Little Ji felt looked somewhat familiar. It seems a bit familiar. Indeed, it was that piece from planet Anu. Since Belial could utilize Elmaralu or perhaps Siro could use it to restore his energy as well. Chapter 71. Various forces gather. Belial truly has influenced. Siro felt somewhat embarrassed. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Princess Elmarana, however, was unconcerned. Now is not the time to quibble over such things. Being able to assist is what matters. Yes, brother, if we do not deal with Belial, having this or is pointless. Little Ji also believed that Siro's energy restoration was of utmost importance. Encouraged by the enthusiasm of the group, Siro extended his hand, and under the expectant gazes of everyone, his timer began to flash more rapidly. Could it be that Elmaralu or has no effect on Siro? The Flame Warrior queried, filled with doubt. Siro awkwardly retracted his hand, scratching his head. That's not it. I just don't know how to use it, Siro lamented. I have completely lost faith in this lifetime. Everyone fell momentarily silent, except for Nanshu, who silently gave a thumbs up. That is very much Siro. Under Princess Elmarana's explanation, Siro finally absorbed the energy, looking curiously at his body. This power feels quite peculiar. This universe should only be temporary, likely due to Belial's influence. Once Belial is eliminated, he should also be able to restore his energy within this universe. All of the above are merely Nanshu's conjectures. Who remembers that originally, when Belial was present, Siro could not absorb the energy of this universe to restore himself. Yet after Belial's departure, Siro frequently visited here and had hardly flickered his lights. Whether this is due to Belial or a gift from Noah is anyone's guess. Nanshu, I hold all explanatory rights. Wait, Jean Beauté also requires Elmaralu or Princess Elmarana seemed to recall something. Jean Beauté's voice carried a hint of embarrassment. Actually, Miss Silverwolf brought back a large piece of ore. Siro has only absorbed a small portion of it. Jean Beauté added, my apologies. Siro, the bulk belongs to me. We truly do not know how to express our gratitude. Princess Elmarana gazed at Nanshu with teary eyes. Nanshu's body stiffened. She really was not adept at comforting others. It's all right. This is only to be expected. Siro and the Flame Warrior exchanged excited glances, observing Nanshu's reaction. See? Who would have thought she could be shy? Is that shyness? She clearly looks flustered. Who among us has known her longer? I understand Silver Wolf better than you do. This was indeed hard to refute, as the Flame Warrior had not known Nanshu for as long as Siro. Meanwhile, the Mirror Knight and Jean Beauté silently distanced themselves from the two, feeling an uncomfortable chill behind them. They turned stiffly to find Nanshu gazing at them with a benevolent expression. Though she said nothing, her mere presence rendered them uneasy. Listen to our explanation. We did not mean it that way. Yes, we merely think you display too few emotions. Your face lacks expression, reminiscent of a poker face. Siro, in sheer horror, covered the Flame Warrior's mouth and whispered, if you wish to die, do not drag me down with you. The Flame Warrior belatedly realized what he had said, and before the two could argue, Nanshu noticed Belial emerging and promptly brought them before him. Just as Belial was preparing to search for someone, he unexpectedly collided with Zero and the others, resulting in a momentary silence. Little Ji murmured, "How awkward." Princess Elmirana nodded in agreement, while Nanshu maintained a stoic expression. "No need to thank me. You too. Give it your all." Jean Boat and Mirror Knight advanced swiftly towards Belial, their eyes fixed on the distant sparks and sounds generated by the collision. Both knew that Nanshu would not intervene. For matters of great importance must take precedence. They could deal with Zero and the Flame Warrior later, as Nanshu was well aware of the situation as a result of Nanshu's actions. The current form of Belial was laid bare before everyone, appearing grotesquely distorted. His body had transformed into that of a monster, the most conspicuous feature being the Emeraldite or on his back, heralding the presence of Arch Belial. Not too shabby, Nanshu mused silently. As long as he wasn't hunched over, he looked rather impressive that in comparison, Zero and the Flame Warrior seemed like mere toys against the might of Arch Belial. And for Nanshu and his companions, they were akin to ants in the presence of such power. Zero and the Flame Warrior found themselves ensnared by Belial. "I feel an overwhelming surge of power rising from deep within me. Soon, the entire universe shall belong to me." Despite their struggles, they could not break free from Belial's grip. Golden and red energy erupted from their bodies, and Zero, feeling the depletion of his strength, weakly remarked, "The energy is fading." Nanshu furrowed his brow, commanding the Dark Lopus Legion to attack. Seeing his own creations turn against him, Belial was understandably infuriated. He carelessly tossed the Flame Warrior aside, effortlessly obliterating a horde of Dark Lopus with a single hand. "To use my own creations against me is futile." Arch Belial laughed arrogantly. "What should we do?" "Zero, brother, hold on." Princess Emeralda and Xiao Ji watched anxiously, praying for Zero's safety. Zero managed to hold on for a while, having just replenished his energy, but as his strength waned further, a glimmer of light flashed in the sky. As more and more light appeared, Belial cautiously glanced around. "What is that?" The N-Duo spaceship emerged in the sky, with the red ship in the center being none other than the vanguard of the Flame Pirates. On the other side was a fleet of green ships, and Mirror Knight exclaimed, "That's the fleet from Mirror Star." As the fleet continued to grow, Xiaoji excitedly pointed in a direction. "Our battlecruiser from planet Anu has arrived too." Nanshu's emotionless voice resounded. "Everyone, by time for Zero." With those words, countless attacks were launched towards Belial, bursting forth in a magnificent display of fireworks. The onlookers eagerly awaited the smoke to clear, but disappointment was inevitable, as Nanshu grew even more vigilant. "Everyone, retreat." Just as Nanshu's words fell, the unmistakable laughter of Belial echoed, for he stood unharmed amidst the chaos. "Did you truly believe you could vanquish me with such feeble attempts? How laughable." "Umph, who told you we aimed to destroy you? Why don't you take a look at your hands?" Nanshu had already seized the opportunity to rescue Zero and the Flame Warrior while Belial was preoccupied with fending off the attacks. "You bastard, how dare you toss me aside? Do you think I'm that easy to discard?" The Flame Warrior cursed vehemently. Mirror Knight inquired, "Are you both all right?" "Rest assured," the Flame Warrior reassured, patting his chest. Meanwhile, Zero gazed at the flickering timer on his chest, lamenting, "The energy I just replenished has gone to waste thanks to that guy." Chapter 72. Ding, your external assistance is arriving shortly. Please be on the lookout. The Flame Warrior was taken aback by Jean Boat's transformed state. You aren't that kebab, are you? You used to be a spaceship?" "Mind your manners. I am not a kebab. I am Jean Boat." Jean Boat nearly struck the Flame Warrior in the face. Thanks to Arch Belial's antics, the tension between the two was momentarily alleviated. Arch Belial wreaked havoc upon the surrounding structures, declaring, "No one can stop me." With a roar from Arch Belial, the Emeraldite or on his back began to shimmer, as if gathering energy. This was the moment Nanshu had been waiting for. While he could not obliterate Belial, he could certainly inconvenience him. At Nanshu's command, the battleships and several Dark Lopus launched a simultaneous attack towards Arch Belial, targeting the gaping maw of the beast. Caught off guard, Belial was unable to evade the onslaught. Watching helplessly as the attacks approached, the pain forced Belial to shut his mouth, successfully interrupting his spellcasting. With keen eyes, Nanshu swore he saw smoke emanating from Belial's mouth. The Flame Warrior couldn't contain his laughter, quickly covering his mouth. Zero also trembled, clearly stifling his laughter, while Jean Boat and Mirror Knight felt a wave of embarrassment for Belial, having been thwarted by Nanshu so many times. Belial decided against gathering energy any longer. The thought of attempting to gather power only to be thwarted by Nanshu was more than he could bear. He might as well end it all now. Unable to find Nanshu, Belial directed his ire towards Zero, viewing everyone else as mere background noise. This guy has lost his mind. Belial adopted a reckless, suicidal approach, refusing to dodge any attacks in his single-minded pursuit to strike Zero. With his energy nearly depleted, Zero's movements grew increasingly sluggish, and the flickering timer on his chest began to flash more rapidly until it extinguished. Nanshu. Ding, your external assistance is arriving shortly. Please be on the lookout. Brother, everyone, Xiaoji stood up anxiously. Zero. Princess Emeralda's expression was fraught with panic. She felt a mix of despair, anxiety, and concern. Could no one truly defeat Belial? Was this universe doomed to be conquered by him? They could not surrender, even if hope seemed slim. Everyone, rally together. We cannot give in. This is our last hope. Princess Emeralda had grown considerably. Her mindset had shifted. The events that had transpired thus far had taught her that panic was futile. Someone must remain composed. Brother, can you hear me? Do you remember what Father once said? We are all transformed from the Shield of Palage. As long as we unite and fight side by side, we can become the Shield of Palage. The strength lies within all of our hearts. You haven't forgotten, have you? At that moment, a radiant light emanated from the group, soaring towards the heavens. Xiaoji's voice echoed throughout the cosmos. Fortunate that Nanshu had activated a massive loudspeaker, ensuring that everyone in the vicinity could hear, including the imprisoned members of the Esmeralda royal family and their subjects. This was akin to the light of hope within Diga, regardless of whether it was hope, courage, or other positive emotions. It was all a manifestation of goodwill. The sphere of light formed by the group surged towards Zero, reigniting the glow of his eyes and timer. Simultaneously, the legendary phantom of Ultraman Noah appeared. Locking eyes with Zero, after bestowing the Shield of Palage upon Zero, Noah vanished swiftly, leaving the two in silence, uncertain if any words had been exchanged. When Nanshu noticed Noah's gaze upon him, he calmly nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief moment of connection, Noah's phantom disappeared entirely. Nanshu, Noah, and I exchanged glances. I must not let the time travelers down. Noah. All right, the external assistance has been delivered. Mission accomplished. The phantom of the Shield of Palage materialized in the air, blocking all of Belial's attacks. Belial seethed with anger at Zero's newfound power, for as the saying goes, one's own failure may be terrible, but the success of a friend is far more painful. For Belial, the prospect of failing was bearable, but the thought of Zero gaining new strength through his own schemes was infuriating. The three closest to Zero were equally astonished. As the light faded, they beheld Zero, now clad in a new set of armor. Zero swung his sword effortlessly, unleashing a massive blue energy wave that cleaved Belial's lair in two. Nanshu breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried about whether his presence would inadvertently cause Zero any harm. Yet, in this universe, nothing seemed capable of replenishing Zero's energy, and fortunately, the external assistance had arrived just in time. The actual appearance of Noah had allowed Nanshu to relax completely. Otherwise, he had been prepared to lead everyone in a hasty retreat that at worst, he could simply return all the Dark Lopus to Belial. As for how to achieve that, everyone understood. How infuriating. You truly are resilient. Belial roared, shattering a building in his rage. This round must come to a decisive conclusion. The stage is now set for Zero. Zero's armor began to coalesce into the shape of a bow and arrow in midair, as both sides prepared to unleash their final strikes. However, it was evident that Belial, cunning as he was, intended to launch a sneak attack. The flame warrior brandished his fiery staff, charging towards Belial. Jean Boat and Mirror Knight also joined the fray, effectively distracting Belial. Xiaoji watched with bated breath, while Princess Emeralda felt relieved upon seeing that everyone was unharmed. Shall we assist? Princess Emeralda inquired, glancing at Nanshu. Crossing his arms, Nanshu shook his head. No need. Let them handle it from here. The outcome has already been determined. One must at least allow others to partake. For throughout this journey, it has been a solitary endeavor to seize the spotlight, ultimately denying others the chance to shine. The three individuals employed an array of tactics, yet Belial swiftly gathered energy to unleash a devastating attack, shattering everything in its path. Countless shards of glass twinkled in the air as the voice of the mirror knight resonated. My specialty is crafting mirrors. Did you not know? The flame warrior mocked. You've been deceived. The interference was successful. Jeanbert gave a thumbs dash up as the energy fluctuations from behind surged forth. It was too late. The flame warriors had already distanced themselves, alerted by Nanshu. Belial, brace yourself, came the voice of Ciro from behind. But Belial found it impossible to gather strength in time. The blue energy struck Belial, accompanied by a scream and a familiar explosion, ushering in peace for this universe, although darkness would inevitably linger. As long as there is light in people's hearts, it shall ultimately shatter the shadows. Chapter 73. A holiday. Let us visit the land of light. At the moment Belial was vanquished, cheers erupted throughout the space. Ciro, too, gained much, a band of companions, an enhancement, and a new mission. Goodness, I am utterly exhausted. Ciro, the flame warrior, pointed towards the fleet awaiting them. Perhaps it was at that moment that Ciro began to grasp the protective hearts of his predecessors. But it mattered not. His time was still ample. The Nanshu sent the recording of Ciro's triumph over Belial to the land of light, assuaging their concerns. Upon viewing the footage, Seven felt an overwhelming sense of pride for his son. While others rejoiced at having such a warrior in the land of light, only one, however, seemed to think differently. Ace, with excitement in his eyes, clenched his fist. Well done. I wish I had gone to you. To deliver your head? Zafi grimaced at the thought, recalling their past encounters when they had come to aid this individual, each time with predictable results. The original touched Seven's shoulder. Belial has been eliminated. Ciro should return shortly. So you can rest easy. I am not worried about him. I merely fear that Ciro may cause trouble for others. You all know his temper. Seven began to argue, but upon mentioning Ciro's stubborn nature, he felt an urge to give him a couple of slaps. Meanwhile, in a distant universe, Ciro pondered, why do I feel a chill at my back? Could it be Belial again? That fellow is as indestructible as a cockroach. He glanced at Nanshu, who was busy assigning bodyguards to everyone. Where do you plan to go next? Nanshu was still engulfed in the shock of Princess Amalana's family being alive, watching them embrace warmly. He shielded his eyes. System, witnessing their reunion makes my heart ache. I long to go home and savor my mother's cooking. But to be frank, had Nanshu previously been snarky or timid, the system might have had a few words to exchange. But now, do not be disheartened. You shall return in due time. How about a couple of days off? This place is rather nice. Alternatively, let Ciro take you to the land of light for a visit. Just look at this environment. How many can behold the wonders of the universe? The system, Zhang, frantically searched for words of comfort, but Nanshu was not one to follow convention. Upon hearing about a holiday, his expression instantly transformed. Very well, just the right time to rest. I shall speak to Ciro. Ciro, are we not good friends? Comrades who have braved life and death together? Nanshu spoke solemnly, though his face betrayed no emotion. Ciro, sensing the seriousness, responded earnestly, of course, it is thanks to you that we could so easily defeat Belial. Then, I have an unconventional request. Speak, and if it is within my power, I shall certainly assist you. Ciro assured, thumping his chest, that I do not have anywhere to go lately, so take me to the land of light for a visit. Ciro was taken aback, thinking it was a grave matter, but upon hearing Nanshu's request, his expression turned to one of disbelief. Just this? I thought you were facing some dire predicament. Nanshu glanced at the dark Lopus Legion he had dispatched. A predicament? Me? Are you certain? As Nanshu contemplated whether to venture to the land of light himself, he realized that this vessel seemed capable of traversing the universe, a testament to Belial's ingenuity. Why is it that Belial has mastered the technology to traverse the cosmos, yet the land of light has not? Perhaps I should bring back another ship for Hikaru to study. Hey, Silver Wolf, Silver Wolf. Ciro called repeatedly, but Nanshu remained lost in his thoughts. Huh? Nanshu responded, bewildered, that I did not say I would not take you. Just follow me when the time comes. That I am certain everyone will welcome you. From Ciro's perspective, the silver-haired girl seemed a bit dejected for not responding immediately, her head bowed in contemplation, after several calls with no reply. When she finally responded, her eyes bore a look of confusion and uncertainty. She appeared rather pitiful. Upon hearing Ciro's words, Nanshu nodded. Then let us bring back some specialties. Do you think they would be interested in the Dark Lopus and Belial's ships? Ciro remarked, still thinking of bringing back specialties. Although your words may be sharp, you are quite thoughtful that I believe Hikaru would certainly appreciate it. He is the head of the Technology Bureau in the Land of Light and an impressive scientist. Zero began to elaborate on the Land of Light with enthusiasm, but Nanshu and Zero also stayed for a short while at King Esmeralda's invitation, and one must admit, the vast expanse of grassland was indeed beautiful. The air, the scenery, it is something rare to witness on Earth. Now, do not worry. You can take your time to play here. The energy I collected previously can sustain us for a while longer. No rush. Thanks. It has been ages since I felt this relaxed. Remember not to break character. Nanshu composed his expression, while Zero sat beside him. I must say, you look quite impressive in that attire, glancing at Zero. Nanshu seemed disinterested. Care to play a game together? The two settled on the grass to play, with Nanshu giving Zero a brief tutorial. True to his nature as an ultra warrior, Zero's learning ability was commendable. With such a strong ability to learn, why do you not pass your exams? Nanshu was one to bring up an irrelevant topic. Zero controlled his game character in combat. I am simply uninterested in those things. Did you not see my grades in combat class? I am the best. Do not daze off. Come help me. Zero shouted in a frenzy. Soon after, Nanshu shot and eliminated the ambushing enemy, leading them to victory. Zero was elated. I never expected this to be so enjoyable. To repay you for taking me in, I shall gift you this gaming console. The system provided plenty that I did not realize you were quite skilled at gaming. Zero exclaimed, astonished, watching Nanshu take down an enemy with precision. With enough practice, anyone can become proficient. By the way, when do we set off? Nanshu inquired while chewing gum. We can leave shortly. Raijin has nearly recovered. We should bid farewell to Princess Aimlana before we depart. Zero stood up, brushing off his clothes. Princess Aimlana, upon hearing of their imminent departure, felt a twinge of reluctance. Are you leaving so soon? Cannot you stay a few more days? Matters here have been resolved, and I must return to the Land of Light to report the situation. Otherwise, they will worry. Zero scratched his head, feeling a bit unprepared for such farewells. He occasionally glanced at Nanshu, whose expression remained unyielding, pretending not to notice Zero's pleading gaze, which was rather amusing, as if he could handle the situation himself. Chapter 74. The ultimate Zero Patrol team established. Zero departed from Raijin's body, and alongside him, Nanshu disappeared, both reappearing in the vastness of space in an instant. You just ignored my plea for help. Zero complained indignantly. At some point, the Flame Warrior had caught up with them. Hey, I heard you came from another universe. Are you leaving now? Zero shot the Flame Warrior an incredulous look. What nonsense are you spouting? What else would I be doing? Is it not because peace has been restored to the world? The Mirror Knight chimed in from an unknown location. Yet peace has not been fully restored. Many evildoers akin to Belial still exist in this universe, Jeanbird added, making his presence known. Zero pondered for a moment. I shall establish a new universe patrol team. You all come assist. With that, Zero accelerated away, not granting the trio a chance to refuse, ignoring their calls from behind. Thus, the ultimate Zero Patrol team was officially founded. Although the Flame Warriors could not accompany Zero back to the Land of Light just yet, it did not hinder Zero from returning to apply for the necessary arrangements. After all, Jeanbert was still a royal vessel of the Esmeralda royal family. The Mirror Knight needed to inform Mirror Star, and the Flame Warriors had to bid farewell to the Flame Pirates. For everything else, Zero would ensure they were prepared to return to the Land of Light ahead of time, at which point they could directly embark on their mission. As Zero gazed at the distant glow belonging to the Land of Light, he felt a surge of excitement. That radiant planet over there is the Land of Light. First, we shall report to Captain Zoffi at the Universe Patrol headquarters, and then I will take you on a tour. Nanshu glanced at the ever-loyal Zero, then turned to observe the two warships and several dark lopus following closely behind. So, why can't I sit in the warship and accompany you? Nanshu pondered, utterly perplexed. Zero's body stiffened for a fleeting moment. He hadn't considered it deeply at the time, yet that did not deter him from retorting. I am merely concerned for your safety. In the event of traversing the cosmos, should any danger arise, I would be able to protect you more swiftly if I were by your side. To prevent Nanshu from further questioning, Zero quickly soared toward the Cosmic Guard, where a group awaited his arrival. Upon returning to this universe, Zero had sent an ultra signature to the Land of Light, mentioning that he had brought a friend along. Fortunately, Nanshu was astute enough not to allow the Dark Lopus and warships to enter the Land of Light, lest the Ultra Warriors mistakenly believe that another invasion was underway. "Father, Captain Zoffi, I have returned," Zero exclaimed as he rushed to his father's side. The situation was expertly resolved. It was all the work of Belial, and this was Silver Wolf. Do not be deceived by her petite stature, for her abilities are formidable. Thanks to her, they were able to eradicate Belial so smoothly, and she even brought you some special products. Zero glanced back, only to find nothing there. Nanshu shot him an exasperated look. If those items were to enter the Land of Light, wouldn't you think someone was attempting to invade again? Zero sheepishly scratched his head. You might be right. They should currently be outside the Land of Light. I'll go fetch them. Apart from bringing Nanshu along, he only had Hikari with him, but he couldn't resist the curiosity of everyone. Thus, the Ultras of the Land of Light witnessed a group of red cloaks soaring towards the exterior. Is something significant happening? I don't know. It seems Zero is returning. Are Captain Zoffi and the others going to welcome him? Zero is truly remarkable. I've heard that without him, we cannot absorb energy in the universes he visits. Indeed, even under such arduous circumstances, Zero managed to defeat Belial and successfully save that universe. I have another piece of news you probably don't know. Would you like to hear it? Do tell. I've heard that Zero's smooth resolution of the Belial situation was largely thanks to a little girl, whose methods are quite impressive. The Ultras gathered in the Land of Light were listening intently as the celebrated hero Zero and the little girl Nanshu introduced the special products. Special product number 1, Dark Lopus. Special product number 2, Belial's Warship. Special product number 3, the Aimlara, or provided by Princess Aimlara. Hikari finally understood why he was required to be present. Zero proudly proclaimed, "Rest assured, the warship and Dark Lopus are now under the control of Silver Wolf." There were originally many more, but Silver Wolf distributed them to Mirror Star, the Flame Pirates, and the Esmeralda royal family. Hikari looked at these special products with his eyes gleaming with excitement. Deliver them all to the Technology Bureau. Satisfied, Hikari took the special products to the Technology Bureau and immediately immersed himself in his laboratory. Meanwhile, the other Ultras observed the so-called special products. Aside from the ore, the rest seemed rather baffling. Zero recounted their journey, as if telling a tale. And when he spoke of his acquired abilities, the crowd initially intended to seek out Hikari. However, upon realizing he had already departed, they understood it was futile to expect Hikari to halt his research midway. As a result, Zoffi had no choice but to ask someone to relay a message to Hikari to expedite his research, as there were other matters awaiting him. May I make a small request? Zero, having completed the important matters, turned to address his own desires that I wish to form the ultimate Zero Guard. I have already selected the members and am merely awaiting your approval. Nanshu, noticing Zero's hesitance, spoke on his behalf. She is right. Zero had indeed acted without prior consent. While assembling a small team posed no issue, he feared his father might be furious for proceeding without permission. Senpai clenched his fist slightly. While the first generation quickly restrained him, and Zoffi sighed in resignation, this is not a major issue. However, it will require time to process the necessary paperwork. When seeking favors, Zero displayed remarkable obedience, following Zoffi as he handled the formalities. Meanwhile, Nanshu was escorted by others, and Senpai expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, Miss Silverwolf. That troublesome kid Zero has caused you trouble. We have gotten along rather well. Reflecting on their journey, Zero appeared to be the one bearing the brunt of the burden, constantly being chided by his own comrades. Allow me to offer a friendly reminder. Belial is not so easily vanquished. He will return. Moreover, there are greater conspiracies at play. With more powerful beings watching the Land of Light, it is imperative to enhance your strength swiftly. Nanshu asserted her kindness, having warned them so much. And even bringing special products, it wouldn't be too much to ask for them to provide food and lodging for a few days. The expressions of the crowd turned serious, and Zoffi pondered for a moment. Mebius, take Miss Silverwolf on a tour of the Land of Light. Chapter 75. Taro, Taiga is your biological son. After speaking, the Ultras flew solemnly towards the Land of Light, likely to report to the father of Ultra. Left behind were Mebius and Nanshu, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Mebius, feeling somewhat bashful, said, I am Mebius. Let me show you around the Land of Light. Upon entering, they were greeted by a sea of vibrant green. Somewhat blinding, their first stop was the Ultra Plaza, the designated assembly point for significant matters concerning the Land of Light. This is the Ultra Plaza. Major events are typically convened here. Nanshu nodded. Internally musing. Indeed, though this was prearranged by your cosmic guard. The surrounding Ultras gazed curiously at Nanshu, their eyes filled with admiration and longing directed towards Mebius. Such gazes were not at all bothersome. They were far preferable to some nauseating stares, truly befitting the Land of Light. Everyone has heard tales of you, and they are likely curious about you. They harbor no ill intentions. Mebius took note of the attention, concerned that Nanshu might feel uncomfortable, and felt compelled to clarify. After all, this young girl was considered a benefactor of their Land of Light, and perhaps she hailed from the same realm as those individuals. May I ask you a question? Mebius inquired cautiously. Of course. However, Nanshu hesitated, uncertain if she should respond earnestly. Are there others like you, those with such unique abilities? That's not what I meant. I just find your abilities to be quite extraordinary. Nanshu detected a hint of anxiety in Mebius's otherwise inscrutable expression. I understand what you mean. Yes, there are others. Under Mebius's expectant gaze, Nanshu provided her answer, albeit she was the sole performer in this role. Do you have any contact with them? Mebius's anticipation heightened, but he would ultimately be met with disappointment. Not really. Nanshu responded with a straight face, misleading him. Although there were others similar to her, they were not well acquainted. Mebius had already suspected as much, but felt a tinge of disappointment. All right, thank you. Nearby, the sounds of vigorous training echoed as Mebius perked up. This is our training facility. The Ultra Training Grounds. Here, everyone practices together, and sometimes instructors provide guidance. These young ones strive to join the Cosmic Guard for the sake of universal peace. Nanshu, unreserved, scanned the Ultras before her, examining their physical data and comparing it to Ciro's. The disparity between them and Ciro was indeed significant. Her words struck Mebius like an arrow. Though it was the truth, could she not express it more tactfully? Mebius lowered his head. You are correct. Not everyone possesses talent as exceptional as Ciro's, but they are all quite diligent. Nanshu nodded in acknowledgement. Unfortunately, her subsequent statement felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Mebius's head, regrettably. The gap in strength is far too vast. Miss Silverwolf speaks the truth. Talent is not something everyone possesses. Taro's voice resonated from behind the two de Taro. Mebius greeted politely. The future of the Land of Light relies on them. Taro remarked, his gaze falling upon the diligent Ultras training before him. You cannot solely engage in sparring. They must confront true adversaries. Only in life-threatening situations can their latent abilities be awakened, enabling them to progress. Nanshu had long wanted to voice her thoughts while watching the shows. Merely sparring was ineffective. One must battle foes to level up. Insufficient real combat experience can be fatal. It is best to accumulate experience while there are still those able to support them. Listening to Nanshu's advice, Taro and Mebius began to contemplate the feasibility. Her words held undeniable truth. Continuous sparring had become unproductive for some Ultras. They required real combat and experience. Moreover, while talent varies, it is unnecessary to solely focus on individual strength. Sometimes, team strength and synergy yield unexpected rewards. Nanshu merely expressed her thoughts. Whether to act upon them lay in their hands, as she was ultimately an outsider. Miss Silverwolf makes a valid point, Taro nodded, indicating that it was indeed time for a change. While they still had the energy in their old bones, had Nanshu heard Taro's musings, she would have rolled her eyes at the remark about old bones. Could you perhaps take a moment to ponder the enigmatic presence of your father and the mysterious Phoraces? Is there any truth to that? Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Nanshu recalled the phrase, the galaxy is indeed the true offspring of Tai Lu. It would be wise to pay more attention to your son. Surely, you would not desire a rift to form between you two or to be exploited by those with ulterior motives, would you? After all, you are a person who has weathered many storms. Although it remains unclear why Tai Luo behaves in such a manner towards Tai Jia, they are still father and son. Tai Luo genuinely struggles with the concept of being a competent father. His own father was perpetually occupied during his childhood, leaving him only with the fading silhouette of his back. Observing his brothers around him, aside from himself, only saw when as children, and when considering Sai Luo. He was unceremoniously abandoned in an orphanage during his youth. Eventually, he was sent for reform by his own father, and only after that did they reunite. Yet even now, their interaction seems somewhat awkward. Most importantly, Tai Luo does not wish to raise his child to be a worthless individual devoid of skills, which is why he adopts a somewhat stern approach as he reflects on this. He cannot help but feel a twinge of guilt for seemingly neglecting Tai Jia. His own father is now akin to a retiree, entrusting all matters of the Land of Light to him and his brothers. Nanshu, as if reading his thoughts, remarked, "Some emotions are irreplaceable. You have experienced it yourself and would not want your child to endure the same." Nanshu then added, "Tai Jia, I can assist you only to this extent." Tai Luo, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his nose and said, "Well then, you all continue your outing. I shall take my leave." Observing Tai Luo's hurried departure, Dream by UC chuckled. It seems that Tai Luo and I-san is off to see Tai Jia. In truth, Dream by UC spends the most time with Tai Jia, witnessing the little one diligently train. Furthermore, their bond as senior and junior brothers naturally fosters a closer relationship, though Dream by UC has broached the subject before. It may have been too subtle for Tai Luo to grasp, but he reassured Dream by UC not to fret, for Tai Jia is his child and will undoubtedly turn out well. Now, it seems, someone has finally voiced it aloud. Meanwhile, the hastily departing Tai Luo indeed headed to find Tai Jia, who would either be at Silver Cross or at home during this break. Tai Luo first ventured to Silver Cross and, as expected, spotted a small figure assisting his mother. For a fleeting moment, Tai Luo experienced a sense of disorientation. It appeared that Tai Jia had grown taller. How long had it been since he last spent time alone with Tai Jia? Tai Luo could not remember. The Ultra Mother noted Tai Luo in the corner and beckoned him over. Tai Jia, bright as a little sun, shyly greeted, "Father." The admiration and expectation in Tai Jia's eyes filled Tai Luo with bittersweet emotion. He reached out and affectionately ruffled Tai Jia's hair, saying, "Tai Jia, you are doing wonderfully." Tai Jia paused momentarily, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he exclaimed, "Father." The Ultra Mother graciously created space for the father and son duo, prompting Tai Luo to clear his throat. Ahem. However, there is still room for improvement. "Yes, Father," Tai Jia responded enthusiastically. Though Tai Luo and Tai Jia are different, their shared passion burns brightly, akin to the sun, truly a testament to their bond as father and son. "I have no pressing matters these days. Shall we train together?" Tai Luo pondered, uncertain of how to express this. Would the child wish to play? What would they play? Tai Jia, oblivious to his father's awkwardness, was elated at the prospect of spending more time with him, exclaiming, "Great." The Ultra Mother interjected at an opportune moment. "Well then, Tai Jia, since things here are no longer busy, why don't you accompany your father home, or perhaps take a stroll in the park?" As a mother, she understood her son's feelings and, in an effort to foster their relationship, kindly offered her suggestion. Watching the duo depart, the Ultra Mother made sure to inform others, indicating that Tai Luo had experienced a moment of enlightenment, the cause of which remained a mystery. Observing the Ultra Mother's signature, Dream by UC spoke with a hint of amusement. "Tai Luo and I-san has taken Tai Jia to the park. I will relay the events to everyone. It seems Tai Luo and I-san may accompany Tai Jia, and I will also inform Zophie and I-san of the training suggestions." Subsequently, Dream by UC took Ninchu to explore the unique features of the Land of Light, including the Plasma Spark Tower, the very place where Sai Luo's nightmare began. Is that the first generation? Were they not in a meeting? Dream by UC queried in confusion. Did not Tai Luo also step out? Shall we not follow and see? Nanchu felt an unsettling aura emanating from the first generation. Have you detected something? Dream by UC inquired softly, trailing behind the first generation once they were out of sight. As they passed by two guards, Dream by UC discreetly signaled for silence, stealthily following the first generation to the plasma spark. These inhabitants of the Land of Light are truly foolish. They allowed me, and so easily. Only after confirming the absence of danger did the first generation alter their voice. Nanchu lowered his voice, "Send a message to Zophie and the others. I will directly escort the individual over to prepare." Although Dream by UC was puzzled, he nodded and sent an ultra signature. Not far off, the first generation was already preparing to reach out to the plasma spark. The data barrier swiftly appeared before the first generation, and then their figure vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, within the Cosmic Patrol, the assembled individuals received Dream by UC's ultra signature with some confusion. However, in the next instant, the first generation materialized in the room. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the gathering as Ace stepped forward, summoning an ultra disc blade to attack. Before long, the so-called first generation revealed their true form, and upon seeing the unconscious Babar alien, Leo immediately delivered a kick, rendering it incapacitated. At last, I comprehend the meaning behind Dream by UC's Ultra signature, Jack remarked, gazing at the fallen Babar alien with a sense of realization. After apprehending the Babar alien, Dream by UC and Nan Shu hurriedly entered. Ni-san, have we captured the individual? Ace clapped Dream by UC on the shoulder. Good job. Thanks to your warning, how did you manage to bring them here? It wasn't me. It was Miss Silverwolf. Thanks to her discerning nature, we were able to follow. That individual intended to assault the plasma spark, and Miss Silverwolf instructed me to inform you before they vanished. Dream by UC recounted the events. It appears there may be other cosmic beings present within the Land of Light. We ought to remain vigilant, Zophi stated with seriousness. He was already contemplating how to extract information regarding these cosmic beings from the Babar alien. However, the likelihood of obtaining any useful information seemed slim. It would be better to strategize how to unearth or locate them. The Ultras once again expressed their gratitude towards Nanchu, and Dream by UC felt somewhat embarrassed. I had intended to show you around the Land of Light. I did not anticipate encountering such a situation that I apologize for the inconvenience. Not at all. Should you be in search of cosmic beings? Perhaps I can assist, Nanchu offered, noticing that the Ultra warriors radiated a golden hue under his influence, while the other cosmic beings displayed various colors, predominantly darker shades. This must be too much trouble for you. We have already caused you so much inconvenience, Dream by UC said. Not at all. If there are hidden dangers here, I cannot reside here in peace. This was a candid truth. They could not always keep him by their side. Upon hearing Nanchu's words, the others felt a pang of discomfort. It was indeed a valid point, though perhaps too bluntly stated. Are you not aware of the state of security in your Land of Light? And there is no need for formality. I am friends with Sai Luo. Nanchu naturally noticed the awkwardness among the Ultras. Ahem, that could indeed pose a problem, Zophi concurred, recognizing that they had no leads. Since someone was willing to assist, it was indeed fortuitous. What he said was also true. With so many potential dangers, it was difficult to feel secure. Not just others. Even they themselves felt uneasy to be by the way. Where is Tai Luo? He seemed to vanish mid-sentence, Saiwan remarked, glancing around in confusion. Tai Luo and I-san is currently at the park with Tai Jia. Did you not see the message? Dream by UC responded. Puzzled, the Ultras exchanged awkward glances. We didn't pay much attention. We just concluded our discussion. After listening to Dream by UC recount the entire process, the others expressed their approval of Tai Luo's transformation. Zophi promptly granted Tai Luo 2 days off to spend with his child. Tai was about time. Every time I see Tai Jia looking so forlornly at Tai Luo, it truly tugs at my heartstrings. Saiwan commented, expressing that his younger brother had finally matured. The others cast sidelong glances at Saiwan, their expressions conveying a shared sentiment. Is this something you should be saying? Are you really unaware of your own actions? You should be grateful that Sai Luo is handling paperwork and is not present. Zophi paid no heed to her brother's dignity. Just as Zophi finished speaking, Sai Luo entered. Zophi, Captain, I have completed the paperwork. Is there anything else I need to do? Everyone is gathered here, yet it is so quiet. What is the matter? Sai Luo inquired, glancing at his father, while Saiwan found it difficult to meet his son's gaze. It was then that the first generation stepped forward. Nothing much. The paperwork is nearly complete. Next, you may select a location for the base. We would prefer it to be near the monster graveyard, as it would allow us to keep an eye on it. What do you think? Sai Luo responded nonchalantly. I am fine with any location. I will notify them now, as he watched Zero swiftly depart. Even his silhouette radiated joy, leaving Savin feeling weary about his rather thoughtless son. When would Zero learn to approach tasks with a modicum of intellect? This lamentation arose from a concerned father. The child is still young. It is beneficial for him to experience more. Jack, with the tone of a seasoned mentor, offered consolation. The future rests upon the shoulders of the younger generation, yet one cannot help but wonder when they will mature. Savin appeared contemplative. Surely, we are not yet at that stage. With us around, what do they have to fear? Ace shot a bemused glance at his melancholic brothers. Meanwhile, Driambius silently held on to Nanchu, unable to interject, being the youngest among them. Eventually, Zophi diverted the conversation, instructing Nanchu to coordinate from this location while the others prepared to apprehend the intruders. Nanshu summoned a screen, displaying a multitude of golden dots. Interspersed with a few of other hues, the golden dots represented the Light Kingdom, while the darker shades signified the extraterrestrial beings infiltrating it. I will send you the map. The next steps are in your hands. Nanshu announced as he distributed the map. Zoffy took over, saying, "Let us set off, but do so quietly. Safety is paramount." Initially, they had anticipated a well-organized invasion by extraterrestrial beings, only to discover it was a spontaneous assembly with no grand scheme. Merely intent on causing havoc within the Light Kingdom, Ace expressed his disappointment, remarking, "I had hoped for a more thrilling encounter. This is rather dull." They possess these devices, which they claim can alter their appearance. Savin stated, placing a collection of brooch-like items on the table that it seemed peculiar. If they were indeed improvised, from whence did these items originate? The first generation adopted a serious demeanor. They merely stated that someone had heard of their intent to wreak havoc in the Light Kingdom and had provided them with these items. When questioned about this individual, they could not provide any details. Jack interjected. They mentioned that the individual wore a cloak, rendering them unrecognizable, but the only certainty was that this person was also targeting the Light Kingdom. Eddie speculated. Currently, the leads are scant, and many are monitoring the Light Kingdom, making it difficult to deduce the identity of the culprit. Exercise caution, especially regarding Taiga or members of the royal family. They might be taken hostage. Nanshu posited, though it required further verification, that I am grateful for Miss Silverwolf's alertness. You came here to relax, yet you have been drawn into this affair. I sincerely apologize, Zoffy remarked, acknowledging the ever-helpful Nanshu. After all, she had come as a guest to the Light Kingdom, unaware that she would encounter such turmoil upon arrival, and it felt somewhat embarrassing to have her involved from the start. Furthermore, those who had brought her here seemed to have vanished, prompting Zoffy to promptly instruct, Driambius, please escort Miss Silverwolf to have something to eat, and no need to trouble yourselves. Come dine at my home. I shall be cooking today, Ace warmly invited. Ace-san, you cannot be so biased, Driambius teased with a smile. Everyone is welcome. Let Ciro and Taro know to join us. Today, I treat, Ace cheerfully declared, pleased at the prospect of gathering after a long time apart. Well, today we shall benefit from Miss Silverwolf's presence. Once we finish our tasks, we will head over, Savin readily agreed. Then we shall prepare for a barbecue. While you all dined, I was still on patrol. Zoffy chuckled, recalling the amusing incident where they had barbecued on the ground while he observed from above. Mentioning this made everyone feel slightly sheepish. Wasn't it your duty? Indeed, and that meal was hosted by Taro. They recalled, the mention of Taro eliciting memories of how he had been tricked into confronting the Imperials. I have no pressing matters today. I will go prepare, Ace declared as he swiftly made his exit. The others quickly followed suit, claiming various tasks, leaving behind a bewildered Driambius and an enlightened Nanshu. Shall we continue to explore? Driambius suggested, considering they should acquire some daily necessities, for it appeared the young girl had come unprepared. Upon exiting the mall, Nanshu stared blankly at the bag in hand, realizing that little Dream had grown, now exhibiting a newfound attentiveness. Aren't you going to the Ultra training grounds? Nanshu could not suppress his curiosity and asked. Considering Driambius had been wandering about with him all day, aside from me and Taro and Isan, there are other instructors. Otherwise, with so many trainees, we could not manage, Driambius patiently explained. Subsequently, Driambius spotted the Ultra signature in the sky. Let us go. Acisin has said he is ready and wants us to hurry. Nanshu beamed with pride at Driambius, reflecting on how the once naive little Dream had matured. His heart swelled with contentment. However, Driambius felt somewhat ill at ease, sensing that the gaze of the young girl in his grasp mirrored that of his older brothers, as well as that of Ultra Father and Ultra Mother. Contemplating this, Driambius could not help but quicken his pace. By the time they arrived, several figures were already present, albeit somewhat diminutive. Nanshu noticed a descending gaze, and suddenly he found himself swept into a Princess Carrie. He quickly wriggled free to stand upright, transforming into Hibino Mirai. Driambius chuckled as Nanshu mentally reprimanded himself, thinking that little Dream had become quite mischievous, capable of setting him down first. You've arrived. Come taste this. It is personally grilled by yours truly, a familiar boastful voice called out. Gazing at the sprightly young man nearby, Nanshu felt his lips twitch. What do you think of this outfit? Ciro proudly twirled around. Mirai stifled a laugh behind her hand. while Nanchu deadpanned, "If this outfit were not ugly, it would be rather appealing. Right? I think it looks great." Zero remained blissfully unaware of the underlying critique. Meanwhile, the observant Zuboshi Taro, having overheard the exchange, could only sigh in exasperation. This child was hopeless, utterly oblivious to even the most subtle of jests. After a considerable pause, Zero finally grasped the situation, but seeing the diners nearby, he hesitated to approach, feeling unsettled. His expression shifted like a painter's palette, while Nanchu remained focused on when Zero might finally react. Observing Zero's changing demeanor, Nanchu hastily tugged at Mirai, who, noticing Zero's transformation, couldn't help but find it amusing. Only Taiga, who had recently arrived, appeared confused, prompting Nanchu to kindly explain the situation, causing Taiga to stifle a laugh behind his hand. Chapter 78. Astonishment. Taro is stood up by Taiga. The Ultra Warriors are indeed easy to befriend, particularly the younger ones. After playing a few rounds of games, Taiga and Nanchu had thoroughly bonded. Watching them engage with such enthusiasm, Mirai shook her head in resignation and turned to approach her brothers. Driambius, Taiga, and Miss Silverwolf. Where are they? Higashi Taro looked around, then followed Mirai's gesture. He spotted two heads huddled together. Zero curiously approached and excitedly joined, resulting in three heads crowded together. Indeed, it is easy for the youth to connect. Hayata remarked with a sigh. That rascal Zero. He helped me for a moment and then dashed off. You all shouldn't just wait for food. Come and lend a hand. Hokuto grumbled from the side. Hey, don't leave me. I can't manage alone. Upon hearing Hokuto's plea, the crowd dispersed instantly, as they had come primarily for the food. Not to toil that I'll brew a cup of coffee, Zafi announced, carrying a coffee cup away. Ignoring his brother's desperate calls behind him, others followed suit, leaving Higashi Taro to observe them play while occasionally offering guidance. Mirai remained among the few who stayed to assist, but her help was hardly beneficial. As they watched the food turn charred like charcoal, Hokuto waved his hand in exasperation. Driambius, you might as well join them and play. Not far off, Higashi Taro had taken over Nanchu's position, while Mirai approached with a plate of Hokuto's grilled barbecue. Why have you stopped playing? Mirai inquired, handing a skewer to Nanchu. Nanchu helplessly gestured towards Higashi Taro. I've never seen someone snatch a child's game console before. Regarding Taro, the sixth of the Ultra brothers, snatching a child's toy was a rather perplexing situation for Mirai to explain. Then you should eat more to ensure he has none left. Jack, who had transformed into Yashiki Sato, suggested. These old fellows are quite cunning. They can finish all this. Nanchu retorted, questioning whether it was a punishment for Taro or for himself. That's a fine suggestion, but I advise you against making suggestions. Nanchu shot back, as though everyone possessed the same appetite as the gluttonous Taro. Glancing at the small child whose height barely reached his chest, Sato suddenly recalled that no child, no matter how hungry, could consume such a quantity. Feeling a bit embarrassed as he rubbed his nose to you're just throwing out random ideas. I see Ace has prepared quite a bit. Zuboshi Taro added quietly that as long as we're full. Eating too much is uncomfortable. Truly, a wise proclamation from the illustrious teacher Yada. Following the meal, Taro, who had intended to foster a connection with his son, found himself at a loss for his child's whereabouts. After inquiring around, he learned from Ultra Mother. You mean Taiga? He said he went to play with Silver Wolf. Did you not know? Taro felt as if an arrow had pierced him. Hadn't they agreed to train together? Taiga? Father, I believe it is far more enjoyable to spend time with friends. As for training, I can seek guidance from Saroni-san. This is indeed the truth. Silver Wolf has been predominantly in the company of Zero ever since the formalities for the ultimate Zero Guard were completed, which has allowed Zero some leisure time. Now, as Zero walks alongside Taiga, Nanchu is perched atop Taiga's head, and Taiga cautiously shields his crown, saying, "Be careful up there." "Fear not, for Zero is here," Nanchu replies nonchalantly while engrossed in a game. "Taiga, are you certain you wish to spar with me? I might strike a bit harder than intended." Zero cannot fathom why his cousin would seek him out for this purpose.